The brilliant scholar Gu Yuan, due to an unexpected accident, found himself transported to a parallel world where humans and mythical beasts coexist. To his surprise, in this new life, he scored a dismal 59 in the unified exams. Gu Yuan stared blankly at the report card, a wave of indescribable bitterness rising within him. In his previous life, he was the kind of academic prodigy who could top exams even while asleep. However, on that fateful day, he dozed off while sneakily reading a novel in class and accidentally hit his head on a wooden bracelet given by his grandfather, which somehow transported him to this strange world. This world was entirely different. Here, humans could form contracts with mythical beasts, becoming their masters, and nurture them through methods like inscriptions, spells, and alchemy. They could also harness the power of these beasts to enhance their own abilities. High school courses had completely shifted from traditional subjects to these unfamiliar topics about mythical beasts. What caught Gu Yuan off guard was that the education system in this world was far harsher than in his previous life. Cultivating a divine pet required expensive rare resources and the assistance of professional alchemists to create their feed. The improvement of a beastmaster's soul power also depended on soul artifacts. Although schools provided some resources, failing the unified exams meant losing this support, effectively forcing students out. While Gu Yuan was troubled by his dire situation, his phone suddenly buzzed with a message from his girlfriend, Song Yingying, asking him to go to the school auditorium. As he entered the auditorium, he saw two senior students on stage announcing shocking news. Two students had scored an impressive 289 in the exams and had been pre-admitted to Guangqing Beast Academy. To Gu Yuan's astonishment, these students were none other than his girlfriend, Song Yingying, and the school's top student, Yuan Tianxiang. Amidst the thunderous applause, someone suddenly shouted, "Song Yingying, your boyfriend's here." "He's not anymore." Song Yingying looked at Gu Yuan coldly. "Those who fail the exams lose the school's resource support. I was willing to be your girlfriend and tutor you because of your good grades. But now, you better face reality and obediently go to the Beast Production Academy." Laughter erupted around them. A poor guy who can't even afford a beast pet dares to date Sister Yingying? When Sister Yingying and Yuan Tianxiang drive past the factory where you work, covered in grease, will you still dare to say you know our Song Yingying? Gu Yuan, unable to bear it any longer, punched the wall. The loud noise startled everyone, and as they turned, they saw him with a steely gaze, declaring, "Only fools like you think a single exam can determine a person's entire life." In response to Song Yingying's taunt, "What kind of school's special admission can you attend? Some mediocre college welcomes you." Gu Yuan resolutely left with a single word, "Zhongshan." Gu Yuan could still faintly hear laughter behind him, but he didn't turn back and walked straight out of the school. Sitting on the stone steps, he let out a deep sigh, burying his face in his hands. What had he said? In that situation, he had casually mentioned a top university in Yangqing. Today he managed to get through it, but tomorrow the special recruitment training class at Zhongshan Beast Academy would begin. How did he even qualify for this program without a contracted beast? Was it just for the sake of face? Perhaps, because without grades, he had nothing left, and tomorrow this last shred of dignity would be mercilessly crushed. Back home, his parents were surprised by his declining grades, but instead of scolding him as they might have in the past, they comforted him. It was just as well. Given their limited means, they couldn't afford a good spirit beast, and excelling in theoretical knowledge was a self-torment. He had to consider his future path whether to learn beast material transportation or beast riding. Gu Yuan understood his mother was essentially asking if he wanted to operate a digger or drive long-distance buses. But he couldn't accept that he shouldn't aim for a specialized beast academy. His dream was to get into Zhongshan. His eyes were full of longing. His mother's beast was a green bee, capable of piercing fabric to leave a hole just the right size for threading. His father's spirit pet was a powerful ape, able to lift a 1,000-pound stone slab, which sounded impressive. Yet Gu Yuan knew that in their past lives, their professions hadn't changed. They were still a textile workshop forewoman and a crane operator. His father earned a bit more, but it was still far from enough to afford a spirit pet that could secure admission to Zhongshan Beast University. "I understand." His father seemed to make a decision. "Son, we'll sign up tomorrow, but promise me, if you fail again, we'll focus on learning practical life skills, okay?" Gu Yuan nodded, but he was aware that the minimum requirement for entry was at least a level 3 contracted beast. Coo coo coo. Gu Yuan felt a peck on his head. Looking up, he saw a small fiery red bird. "Son, have you forgotten about Hongling?" The name sparked a memory of buying a small red chick for 50 cents as a child, naming it Hongling, and hoping it would grow into a noble and beautiful phoenix. He later found out its color was dyed. As reality clashed with fairy tale, it grew into a hen with dull yellow feathers and no special traits. Unable to bring himself to eat it, he released it on the mountain. However, in this parallel world, it still existed as a decorative spirit pet that had grown up with him. Hongling, a mountain chicken of level 2, was as skinny as an oversized sparrow, with reddish feathers, but no combat skills. Coo, coo, coo. Hongling tilted its head, hopped on his head a few times, and finally settled on his shoulder. Do. Suddenly, his mother's phone rang. He's back alive. Who? Who else? Your uncle. Gu Yuan recalled his bald, skinny programmer uncle, who was only 20 years older but looked like he belonged to his grandfather's generation. But when the video call connected, he was startled to see a handsome, rugged man with a full head of hair. Oh my goodness. Gu Yuan was taken aback. Meow, the little one who liked to pat my backside. When did you grow up so much? A seductive woman suddenly appeared, draped over his uncle's back. She had violet cat-like eyes, orange cat ears, and exuded a feline grace as she stretched, showcasing her alluring figure. What? Hearing about touching a butt, Gu Yuan, who has never even held a woman's hand, thought to himself, when did I ever touch the butt of such a graceful woman like you? Tang Yuan, stop teasing him. Uncle signaled her to step back. Tang Yuan? Gu Yuan remembered the name was that the orange cat his uncle's family kept? Wait, Hongling is a mythical beast, so is Tang Yuan one too? Tang Yuan has already transformed, indicating she has reached level 40. Congratulations, congratulations. His mother said with a kind smile. Transformed? Gu Yuan blinked. He might have actually touched that orange cat's butt, even grabbing her hind legs and pushing her forward to crawl on her front paws. If that pose was applied to this beauty? Suddenly, Gu Yuan's face turned bright red. That's our little secret, Tang Yuan said with a seductive smile, blowing a kiss as she crawled away along the table. Brother, I want to mention something. Your nephew is about to take the college entrance exam. Can you help? Upon hearing this, Uncle shook his head. High-grade spirit beasts, especially low-level ones, are very expensive. Some people like to cultivate a bond with them from a young age, and they help low-level students take the exam. Uncle's expression was serious, especially during the exam season. Oh, I see, his mother replied, lowering her head in disappointment. However, a few days ago, I went out with other hunters and got a spirit pet's inner core. It's been refined into spirit pet feed. If consumed, it can advance a level 2 spirit pet to level 3. If you find a level 2 mythical beast, you can give it a try. Hearing this, the family's expressions were grim. Only Gu Yuan spoke resolutely. All right, isn't Hongling level 2? Thank you, uncle. The three adults exchanged glances. All right, go to bed, his mother said, standing up and ushering Gu Yuan away. Hongling? That mountain chicken. Uncle could hardly believe his ears. It's a long shot, his father sighed, covering his head as he walked away. We can't find another one anyway. Hongling grew up with him. Hopefully, their bond will be of some use. Meanwhile, his mother closed Gu Yuan's bedroom door. We'll owe you the 10,000 for now. We'll pay it back slowly. Sister, no need. I know it's not easy for you either. This feed, you got it on credit from the leader, didn't you? Don't try to put on a brave face. At this moment, Gu Yuan was hiding behind his bedroom door, eavesdropping. Hearing the 10,000, he nearly collapsed to the ground. 10,000 was almost his father's annual salary, given just like that, all to ensure their son wouldn't have regrets, giving him a chance to hit a wall. At night, Hongling ate the delivered feed, her body glowing red, advancing to level 3. Her body became more slender and graceful, finally able to spread her wings and fly, no longer a ground-bound chicken. Though Gu Yuan was diligently studying, the image of that seductive cat lady lingered in his mind. Could Hongling transform too? Gu Yuan looked at Hongling, who nodded. Though only level 3, she seemed determined to fulfill her master's wishes. Gu Yuan extended his right hand, following the book's instructions, and formed a contract with Hongling. There was no resistance at all, contrary to what the book mentioned about mental resistance. On the contrary, after the contract, Hongling seemed unusually happy, fluttering around Gu Yuan's head 3 times, then gently nuzzling his face before taking off again, flying counterclockwise 3 times until she was dizzy. Gu Yuan placed her on the pillow to let her rest. He wasn't at school today, and saw that Yuan Tianxiang had summoned a beast that was also humanoid? Could it be that he had reached level 40? No, it wasn't that simple. Gu Yuan flipped through the knowledge points in 5 years of beast taming and 3 years of simulation, and realized that not all beasts and spirit beasts are the same at the same level. They are classified into 4 ranks: common, rare, legendary, and mythical. Mythical spirit beasts, with their rare ancient bloodlines, are born capable of taking human form. According to the news, it seems that in the entire city of Yang, only 3 high school students have mythical beasts, and they were recruited immediately. This is because mythical beasts have extremely strong mental abilities, and even at lower levels, they are not something that ordinary people can contract with. Moreover, even if many people reach the required soul power value, there aren't enough mythical beasts available for contracts. Take Yuan Tianxiang for example. He is the son of the chairman of the Yunfei Group. His father sold shares of a listed company, gathering 5 billion, to purchase an egg that could potentially hatch a mythical beast from a channel inaccessible to ordinary people. Fortunately, it did hatch, and it was given to Yuan Tianxiang. The hope is that he will join forces with this mythical beast to become a powerful figure in the future, ensuring peace in the region, making the billions spent worth it. The situations for the other 2 are roughly the same. 5 billion. Gu Yuan's family is still struggling over 10,000. He sighed, knowing the gap between rich and poor is vast and becoming more apparent. But what can he do? As he pondered, he fell asleep at his desk. As soon as he closed his eyes, a line of text appeared in the darkness. What was this? Where did these words come from? He looked around but saw no text, heard no sound. Gu Yuan closed his eyes again, lying back down, and once more saw the words. This bracelet. He looked at the wooden bracelet on his wrist, made of solid wood, a keepsake from his grandfather. It had 9 indistinct patterns carved on it. In his past life, it was during sleep when his head hit it that he traveled through time. Gu Yuan found it unbelievable, pressing his forehead against it again and closing his eyes. Sure enough, he saw a line of large text. Spiritual matter, 0. What is spiritual matter? No answer. How can I obtain it? Answer me. Still no response. Gu Yuan lifted his head, looking at the bracelet, feeling something was amiss. This spiritual matter, 0, reminded him of battery life. 0, please charge. A prompt often seen before a phone shuts down. Could this be some kind of device that he needs to charge himself with spiritual matter? No, it should be charging spiritual matter. Only by obtaining the energy to power it on can it display other functions. Gu Yuan thought to himself, he had to leave now. If he didn't catch the train to Yang City tonight, he would miss the exam tomorrow. Although he was eager to understand the purpose of the bracelet, the train wouldn't wait. Gu Yuan left, planning to buy some items that might be related to spiritual matter to try out. However, just as he and Hong Ling reached the bottom of the apartment building, a shadow slowly moved behind Gu Yuan. With a loud thud, Gu Yuan felt the back of his head sink, as if struck by something heavy, and then he fell forward. Gu Yuan opened his eyes, his mind hazy, unable to tell if he was lying on a bed or the ground. Looking up, he saw a massive mountain of flesh, leading to a deep shaft. The sky was above, but the shaft seemed bottomless, allowing only a faint ray of sunlight to penetrate, leaving those in the pit with just a glimmer of light. Suddenly, he noticed a dog head the size of a car, hood rolling down from the flesh mountain. Damn it! Gu Yuan struggled to get up, pressing a lump on the back of his head, thinking to himself. The incinerator, how ruthless. The inner core of a demon beast can be processed into feed, extracting spiritual energy and bones, with certain parts used to imprint skills on contracted spirit beasts. This is the first knowledge point in the Beast Mastery Review materials. However, the organs like the intestines and liver, which are part of the spirit beast's digestive, filtration, and excretion systems, although rich in spiritual energy, are considered waste meat due to the impurities that are difficult to cleanse. If left untreated, waste meat will rot, producing a blue toxin that corrodes human structures. Despite this, many wild demon beasts are attracted by the abundant spiritual energy of the human world and eventually perish under the suppression of formations within the safety barrier. The usable parts are claimed by the government, while large amounts of useless waste meat are incinerated in specialized furnaces. Someone wanted him dead, and it wasn't an ordinary murder. Otherwise, they could have simply snapped his neck under the cover of night and thrown him into the incinerator. But they timed it perfectly, ensuring he woke up just minutes before the furnace activated to experience despair and pain. He knew himself, knew that Hong Ling grew up with him, so they tore off her wings, casting her into this hopeless dump with him, witnessing the last glimmer of hope fade away. In the final minutes of his life, he experienced unparalleled despair, awaiting the fate of being burned alive. Gu Yuan slowly lifted Hong Ling. Her wings were broken, and she was in such pain that she nearly passed out. At that moment, images of his family flashed through his mind. They had scraped together 100,000 to help Hong Ling reach level 3. Today was supposed to be a hopeful exam day, yet it was trampled on by others. He felt indignant. Why should they suffer this? In his anger, he punched a pile of intestines nearby, and instantly, a blue light flickered. This pile of useless waste meat transformed into blue spiritual energy, absorbed into his bracelet. Spiritual material, 4545. Usable for manufacturing, green leaf pig intestines, 150 kilograms? Gu Yuan blinked. Could this bracelet absorb waste meat and convert it into spiritual material? This waste meat was neglected, piled high, and available in abundance. He acted quickly, gathering all the waste meat around him. The entire incineration area, with its tens of tons of waste meat, provided nearly 100,000 units of spiritual material. But what was the use of this spiritual material? Gu Yuan experimented with consuming the spiritual material generated from decomposing the waste meat and discovered that after using it, he could only produce the waste meat he had already decomposed. No, the more types of waste meat he decomposed, the more options he had for reassembly. He could even increase reassembly options by decomposing new materials. He tried taking out a small bag of leftover feed from Hong Ling, intending to let the bracelet decompose it. Gu Yuan dismantled the purple-grade Huigu insect feed, 10 grams, and obtained 1,000 units of spiritual matter. Suddenly, a new option appeared. Reassemble Huigu insect feed, consuming 100 units of spiritual matter per gram. Does this adhere to the law of conservation? Gu Yuan smirked. However, he could deconstruct other people's discarded meat to gather spiritual matter. 10,000 units of spiritual matter could produce feed worth nearly $10,000, effectively giving him a million for free. But currently, whether it's a million or even a billion, it offered no help in the present situation. The discarded meat was useless, and the bracelet could only reassemble materials it had previously decomposed. Without medicine, there was no way to heal Hong Ling. The incinerator was over 80 meters deep, and both Hong Ling and Gu Yuan were trapped, with no escape in sight. At that moment, the incinerator closed, cutting off the last glimmer of light. The surroundings began to fill with scalding magma. The temperature rose sharply, and the thinning air made Gu Yuan feel suffocated. Hey, do you have any other functions? Anything will do, just hurry. In Gu Yuan's mind, 9 steel locks appeared, and the 9 indistinct engravings on the wooden bracelet began to glow blue, displaying a value of 100,000 above the keyholes. What is this? It demands 100,000 units of spiritual matter right away. Isn't there something cheaper? However, there was no response. Clearly, the bracelet only had these 2 functions, and the first was confirmed to be of no help. Whatever the second function was, Gu Yuan had no choice but to try it. Unlock. With a click, 100,000 units of spiritual matter were consumed. The 9 iron locks simultaneously opened, and 9 differently colored light points appeared before Gu Yuan. Suddenly, 9 stunning figures emerged, each exuding grace and the beauty of femininity, appearing as pure manifestations of spiritual energy, without physical form. Each possessed an unparalleled beauty. Am I supposed to choose? Gu Yuan felt as if he had arrived in a peculiar place, wondering whether to choose the one with the largest bust, the cutest one, the most mature, or perhaps the most aloof. The boiling magma was nearly reaching his feet. The one who can fly, who flies the fastest, take me back. At that moment, the other 8 figures showed expressions of disappointment and vanished, turning back into light points sealed by the iron locks. Only a crimson figure remained, landing on Hong Ling due to the thin air caused by the high temperature. Gu Yuan lost consciousness, blacking out and falling backward toward the magma. However, the magma unexpectedly flowed toward the Hong Ling in Gu Yuan's hand. A giant red bird spread its wings amidst the fiery magma, its 6 red-feathered tail wings unfurled, and its majestic cry echoed. As it descended, it transformed into a pair of beautiful legs and elegant hands that caught Gu Yuan before he hit the ground. In a blazing burst of fire, the phoenix's ethereal form soared upwards, breaking through the iron door of the incinerator. Her eyes blazed like fire, yet her demeanor was as cold as ice. Her handsome features exuded an enchanting beauty, with a teardrop-shaped mole like a feather gracing the corner of her eye. Her skin was as white as snow. Her hair was elegantly piled atop her head, resembling a proud consort from a historical drama. She wore a brilliant red robe adorned with phoenix feather patterns, and her head was crowned with exquisite ornaments, dotted with jade and pearls. The open-fronted robe accentuated her full figure, as white as a snowy mountain, impossible to conceal. Is she a bride destined for an emperor? How beautiful she is! When will a commoner like me ever get to touch her? Gu Yuan extended his right hand, feeling apprehensive. Her aura was noble in every gesture, and he wondered if he could truly touch her. As his hand gently caressed her smooth, alabaster cheek, a wave of astonishment swept over him. Heaven! Gu Yuan realized he had actually touched the face of this beauty, startling him into sitting up. His gaze landed on her snow-white legs kneeling on the ground. Had he been resting on them just now? She smiled slightly and nodded to him. Who are you? Gu Yuan asked, retreating a few steps in panic. Yet, the cold beauty, seeing his flustered state, covered her mouth with a playful laugh, tilted her head charmingly, and softly uttered, Gu Hong Ling. Gu Yuan's brow furrowed, and he thought to himself, has she transformed? What is going on? Am I already at level 40? At this moment, the bracelet consumed 7 points of spiritual material, and a pale blue text appeared in Gu Yuan's mind. Beastmaster name. Gu Yuan. Beastmaster qualification. First class soul power, 32. Possessed beast. Hong Ling. Level 3. Qualification. Mythical race. Fierce feather immortal phoenix. Combat skills. Innately possesses 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. 1000 reverse fire slash. Of the profound level. Phoenix feather flame. Of the earth level. Advanced to mythical. Even the race changed, from a mountain chicken to a phoenix. Gu Yuan recalled the textbooks mentioning a beastmaster above the 7th grade who spent a lot of time and resources injecting the bloodline of another beast into a weaker one, thus advancing its qualifications and even changing its race. He noticed that on the wooden bracelet on his right hand, one of the previously blurred 9 engravings had become clear, turning into a delicate fire phoenix engraving. Buzz, 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 buzz. Gu Yuan took out his phone, realizing it was his alarm clock. Oh no, he was going to be late for the exam. He turned around, only to find himself standing on top of a towering skyscraper, the Twin Towers of Yangqing. Yes, master. Today you have the imperial exam at the training camp. I feared you hadn't had enough rest and dared not wake you. Yet I was afraid of missing the exam time and took the liberty of bringing you here. Hong Ling's voice was gentle yet firm. I also canceled your online ticket, and the refunded 70 yuan has been returned to your WeChat account. What? Gu Yuan was surprised to learn she could even refund tickets. Thank you, master, for not abandoning me. Hong Ling lowered her head, her eyes filled with gratitude. When my wings were broken, you held me in your hands, not discarding me, willing to risk life and death to protect me. Such great kindness, I will never forget, and I will surely help you succeed in the imperial exams. With that, Hong Ling once again bent down, her snow-white legs kneeling before Gu Yuan. There's no way I can climb out of here. It's over 80 meters. Gu Yuan thought to himself, puzzled by the term chinchia. Just then, Hong Ling transformed again, turning into a 60-centimeter phoenix that gracefully grabbed his shoulder and flew him out. The breeze caressed his face as he soared above the bustling city, feeling exhilarated by the flight. However, such scenes were not uncommon in this world. Gu Yuan glanced sideways and saw an elderly man with an ethereal aura sitting on a crane, thinking to himself that this elder seemed even more impressive. Sensing his thoughts, Hong Ling lowered her head, a bit dejected, and said, I have not yet mastered the skill of changing my size, my level is low, and my feather strength is weak. Once my spiritual power increases, I will definitely let my master ride me. Meanwhile, at the training camp examination venue in Zhongshan, more than 10,000 students had gathered to watch. Did you hear? The person who set the questions for this Zhongshan Beast Academy's training qualifying exam is from Jiangsu in Zhujiang, one excited student said. Jiangsu in Zhujiang? You mean the one known for the hardest, hell-level exams? Gujun, another student added, eyes filled with dread. Gujun's exams were notoriously difficult, often causing the provincial average scores to drop by 50 points, instilling fear in all the students. Humph, a bunch of little rascals, always thinking they can escape the challenges of the college entrance exam by taking this route. Today, I'll show you that you can't escape even if you had wings. On stage, a middle-aged man with a kind smile, yet exuding a menacing aura, spoke, causing the students to tremble in fear. Look, someone's flying over there. A shout drew everyone's attention. All eyes turned to a giant fiery red bird, beneath which a man gracefully descended to the ground. The man landed steadily, and the magnificent bird perched obediently on his shoulder, standing proud. Gu Yuan walked through the crowd, showing his admission ticket, and asked, Excuse me, where is the examinee's entrance? Gujun immediately noticed the extraordinary aura of the giant bird on the young man's shoulder, thinking, this is no ordinary creature. Not far away, among the onlookers were Gu Yuan's high school classmates. Why did they take a bus here? Clearly not to cheer him on. Gu Yuan's gaze fell on Song Yingying, who was staring in shock at Hong Ling on his shoulder. Obviously, if he hadn't shown up today or hadn't qualified for the training, they would have taken pictures and spread them around school, making it impossible for him to continue at number 3 high school. Song Yingying even went so far as to rent a bus to bring everyone who disliked him from school. What is going on? Isn't Hong Ling just a chicken? How did it become so beautiful, like a legendary phoenix? Gu Yuan's classmates were incredulous. All right, everyone, this exam covers the basics. As long as you study diligently and grasp the key points, you should pass. I believe all the content has been taught, Gu Jun said, but the students below were sweating bullets, thinking this was already the prelude to doom. The exam was divided into different venues based on the type and category of the spirit pets. Gu Yuan's first spirit pet was Hong Ling, allowing him to choose between the flying and fire venues. He headed straight for the fire venue. Each cauldron here contained the dew of 3,000 Tianxian flowers. Your task is to heat it. The higher the temperature you achieve, the more points you get. For every 10-degree increase, a question will appear. Answer correctly, and the cauldron's temperature will rise. Answer incorrectly, and it will forcibly drop. Upon hearing the exam content, the students inside wailed in despair, with many frightened enough to turn and run. I chose wrong. I'm actually from the water category. Don't hold me back. I want to change my exam. Haha. Song Yingying in the audience laughed so hard that her face shook. She had long heard that the fire-based test, known as the Burning Pot Quiz, was every fire-type beastmaster's nightmare. Gu Yuan, good luck. You're the genius who missed passing the national exam by just 1 point. If you don't get into Zhongshan University, it would be a loss for the beast master world. A voice, mocking and sneering like a eunuch's, rang out. Although it was unpleasant to hear, it made the classmates around him burst into laughter. Gu Yuan recognized him. He Xian, the sidekick of class monitor Ling Yunpeng. Don't lose heart, Gu Yuan. Even if you end up at a less prestigious Beastmaster Academy, you can still work hard. A cheerful male voice came from the other side of the audience. It was Ling Yunpeng, the class monitor. Gu Yuan, a top student from his past life, once held a favorable impression of him, but now felt a wave of disgust hearing his supposedly encouraging tone. The dew of the Tanhua flower is extreme in water, incredibly difficult to heat. Even our school's top fire-type beastmaster, who owns a fire god turtle, only scored 68 on this test. Gu Yuan probably won't even get 30 today. Song Yingying's follower laughed loudly. Ha ha. A student from a low-tier university daring to make a fool of themselves at Zhongshan Beastmaster Academy. Ignoring them, Gu Yuan walked towards his examination room, where a pot of water awaited him. He needed to work closely with Hong Ling. Hong Ling would heat the water, while he used his Beastmaster's soul power to perceive the questions on the pot. Only by answering correctly could Hong Ling continue to raise the water temperature. If Gu Yuan answered incorrectly, the temperature would forcibly drop, and if it didn't reach the required level, he couldn't proceed with the questions. Gu Yuan was a top student, and although the subject matter was different now, his study efficiency surpassed most. Hong Ling, I'll be relying on the experience of our predecessors. I'll answer quickly. Just maintain the temperature, let it rise steadily. Don't stress too much. Even though you're only level 3, I'll answer as fast as I can to reduce your burden. Our ideal time for each stage is 15 minutes. With a puff, before Gu Yuan finished speaking, Hong Ling spewed a burst of intense flame, instantly raising the temperature to 10 degrees. Gu Yuan had to start answering questions. He raised an eyebrow, pausing for a second, thinking to himself, is this the power of a mythical beast? It's incredibly strong. Expanding his soul sea, Gu Yuan felt as if he stood in a blank space, connected by a thin red line to a graceful figure in the distance Hong Ling. At this moment, the heat from the boiler transmitted a question to him. Please briefly explain the function of the soul sea. Without hesitation, he answered. The soul sea is where a beast master connects their thoughts with their spirit pet. The capacity and richness of the soul sea, or the strength of one's soul power, is a crucial measure of a beast master's combat ability. Second question, how are the levels of beast techniques categorized? Gu Yuan paused again, surprised that it had moved to the second question. Shouldn't it have switched back to let Hong Ling continue heating the dew? Master need not worry, Hong Ling's voice reassured him. My spirit fire is called Phoenix Feather Flame, a ground-level fire. By the way, the answer to this question is human, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, divine. I don't think assisting my master counts as breaking the rules. Of course not. So, the third question began. However, Gu Yuan was disappointed to find it was a question requiring memorization, which he hadn't done, so he chose to tactically forfeit. After answering incorrectly, the iron pot automatically cooled down, extinguishing Hong Ling's Phoenix Feather Flame. While this would put pressure on most spirit pets to reignite the flame, Hong Ling effortlessly reignited it with a slight exertion, allowing Gu Yuan to proceed to the fourth question. Gu Yuan thought to himself, Hong Ling is incredibly strong. Even if someone was a poor student, they could probably manage with trial and error. As time ticked by, several students had already left the examination room. Some left because their masters made too many mistakes, exhausting their spirit pets to the point of being unable to breathe fire and needing hospital care. Others because their spirit pets couldn't raise the temperature, preventing their masters from answering questions. And some were just there to experience the qualifying exam at Zhongshan Beast Taming Academy. However, a few remained. Look, there's Lin Xiao, the top student from one school, who scored 60 points and left the exam room early. Wow. Finally, someone passed. In the adjacent room, Tiangu also exited, having scored 76 points. He's the top student in the entire school at number 3 high school. Yifeng's score had reached 80, but he hadn't left yet, clearly aiming for 90. The invigilator's exclamation drew everyone's attention, and those present were stunned. Yifeng, the acknowledged fire element prodigy in Yangcheng, was indeed aiming for 90. Truly, new talents emerge in every generation. Even Gujun couldn't help but praise. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan was engrossed in the exam. He encountered this question, what marked the beginning of modern human history? Gu Yuan answered swiftly. In the 18th century, the British initiated the first beast taming revolution. Humans signed contracts with mythical creatures, forming the first factory utilizing such creatures for production, significantly improving human living standards. Score, 30 points. The next question was, how did the Pacific theater of World War II end? Provide details on missions and events. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan responded. Near the end of World War II, the Washington Plan successfully advanced General MacArthur to an 8th-level beast tamer. His 2 spirit beasts, codenamed Little Boy and Fat Man, reached level 80, destroying 2 cities and forcing the island nation to surrender. For a long time afterward, only the M country had 8th-level beast tamers. Score, 40 points. Then he was asked, state the new motto of international beast tamers during the 2008 beast crisis. Gu Yuan continued. The 2008 beast crisis was a natural disaster for the human world. The Lehman barrier array was breached by mythical creatures, causing numerous human barrier arrays to fail, resulting in tragedy. Creatures stormed into cities, causing trillions in global asset losses. Humans are progressing, and so are mythical creatures. The world never lacks beast tamers. What it lacks are those who can rise against the odds. Score, 50 points. Hong Ling watched her master in shock, thinking, just a few days ago he scored 59 points, and now he possesses such extensive knowledge, he must have been studying all along. Then, worriedly, Hong Ling said, please inscribe a level 3 rune to aid the evolution of avian spirit pets. However, rune inscription was not her master's forte. Yet, Gu Yuan began inscribing on the pot. Hong Ling felt a surge of joy, her cheeks slightly flushed. Could all of this be for her? Even before she possessed a mythical bloodline, Gu Yuan had begun learning how to nurture her. She covered her mouth, deeply moved. At a time when everyone else had given up, only her master persevered. This wasn't just a desperate attempt. It was his firm determination to grow stronger together with her. Hong Ling felt an immense sense of pride and contentment, silently vowing, Master, I will follow you forever, rising to the vast sky, embracing the moon, and overlooking the world with you. Gu Yuan completed the inscription, and Hong Ling instantly raised the water temperature to 60 degrees. She urgently called out, Master, please stop, it's already sufficient. Your soul power is only 32 points. You can't sustain the soul sea for long. Please, give up before you hurt yourself. But Gu Yuan replied resolutely, No, I want to give it my all and achieve my best score. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes focused on the problem before him. Attempt after attempt, racking his brain each time, Gu Yuan's score surprisingly reached 80. In the 8-star difficulty question bank, he drew a calculation problem involving the ratio coefficient of a beast spirit elixir. Sustaining the soul sea made him feel breathless, let alone solving this complex math-like problem. So Gu Yuan decided to guess. The decimal had 2 places, ending in 3 and 7. He vaguely remembered the formula involving multiplication and square roots. 3 times 7 is 21, and after taking the square root, the end might be 5, so he chose C, which indeed ended with 5. Outside the exam hall, excitement was palpable as everyone focused on Yi Feng's final score of 94. Oh my heavens, what a genius, someone exclaimed in the crowd. Everyone noticed the first place, but failed to see another name quietly climbing to the top. It was astonishing. Someone bet that today he would be the highest scoring candidate. However, Song Yingying's followers sneered on the side. Why hasn't Gu Yuan come out yet? That loser probably only scored in the teens, too embarrassed to face anyone. At that moment, Gu Yuan approached the final question. It was about the Ensure Rebellion, wherein Lushan stormed the imperial palace, plundering for 3 days and nights just to find a mysterious soul artifact. Based on the shape described in the blood book, it was speculated to be A wooden stool, B, a wooden shoe, C, a wooden basin, D, a wooden bracelet. Gu Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety, thinking to himself, last year's watch purchase. This wasn't in history books. Was it a deliberate trap? Rather than waiting to be carried out when his soul power ran out, he guessed D. The 9th seal was lifted, and Hong Ling went all out, her fiery feathers flashing with a sudden burst of red light. The water temperature continued to rise, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Inside the exam hall, everyone smelled something burning, originating from exam room 241. Thick smoke rose as the invigilator rushed in, only to find that a student had boiled the dew in the pot dry, completely evaporating the cold dew into gas, and even the pot was scorched. What a terrifying power. Quick, investigate if someone is taking the exam for someone else. It's absolutely impossible for a high school student to have such skills. Clearly, someone else took the test for them. People hurried around, trying to identify the impersonator. However, after a thorough search, they only found Gu Yuan and Hong Ling. The proctor's claim of a second-class beastmaster sneaking into the exam with a 13th-level beast was unfounded. At that moment, as the water reached a boiling point at around 100 degrees Celsius, Gu Yuan's name appeared prominently on the big screen with a score of 100, a perfect score. The room erupted into applause and disbelief. How could this be? Song Yingying rushed at the proctor in a near frenzy, shouting angrily. He must have cheated. A high school student has never scored full marks on this question before. Gu Yuan, however, walked past her silently, as if his demeanor said, the facts are here for you to see, which only further enraged Song Yingying. The surrounding classmates watched her, knowing that if this scene reached the school, she would be the one humiliated, seen as someone deceived and mocked. Unable to accept this, she grabbed Gu Yuan and angrily declared, I'm talking to you. At that moment, Hong Ling's eyes blazed with fury like a wild beast. It suddenly lashed out, leaving 3 bloody marks on Song Yingying's face. Screaming in pain, she touched her face and realized she was disfigured. Furious, she yelled, Ling Feng Eagle. This 3rd-level stupid bird dared to scratch me, avenge me. However, the Ling Feng Eagle did not move. The large red bird perched on Gu Yuan's shoulder turned its head, and with a sharp gaze, the Ling Feng Eagle immediately lowered its head, not daring to take flight. Even more astonishing, Most of the bird-type spirit beasts around were perched on branches and the ground lower than Gu Yuan's shoulder, as if paying homage to a phoenix, creating an awe-inspiring scene. Various bird species stood still, reminiscent of a royal court where the empress appears, and the concubines and maids can only bow their heads. Only bird-type beasts of over 13th level dared to maintain their position on higher branches, while others did not even dare to spread their wings. Gu Yuan left the examination hall, while Song Yingying, in a fit of rage, cursed loudly and helplessly tore at the grass on the ground, throwing it forward. This scene didn't attract much attention, but Gu Jun felt something was amiss. Chairman, my mistake. I accidentally engraved the wrong inscriptions during the test, swapping them with the secret documents of the Tang dynasty. Working late last night was exhausting. An internal secret had accidentally become a test question and leaked out. Why did he choose the bracelet? Gu Jun didn't respond to him, but watched Gu Yuan's departing figure, thinking to himself. He probably guessed it. Just picked one from A, B, C, D. Maybe, you're my most promising student. Be careful in your future work uncovering ancient soul artifacts, and issue a notice stating that there was a problem with the inscription system. This perfect score doesn't really count. If it becomes a big deal and someone investigates, revealing confidential information, Gu Yuan could end up in jail. So, his score was changed to 90, and the last question was hidden. However, the scholarship was still awarded based on a perfect score. When he received the news from Zhongshan University that he could join the training camp, he didn't feel much excitement. After all, he guessed the last two questions, thanks to Hong Ling's help. If it had been an ordinary beast, he might have struggled to even pass. Looking around the empty room, his mother was in Putian for studies, and his father was busy at a construction site in another city. For the next half-month, Gu Yuan and Hong Ling would be taking care of the house. He reckoned that before his parents returned, he would have to leave Dingguan for Guangzhou to attend the training, meaning he wouldn't see his parents for quite some time. Lying on the sofa, Gu Yuan felt a wave of fatigue and thought to himself, damn, I'm still too weak. In this world, opening the soul sea is as easy as holding one's breath, but the duration varies from person to person. Some have a higher capacity, while others have a lower one. Even though he gained the same ability after crossing over, his soul power seemed relatively low, only 32 points, far below the average level for high school students. Wanting to take a hot shower to relax, he opened the bathroom door only to see Hong Ling in human form, having prepared the hot water for him and neatly laid out the towel, soap, and shower gel on the floor. My strength is still not enough. Gu Yuan lay in the bathtub, one hand on his forehead, staring at the ceiling heater. Someone wanted to kill him, and they were quite formidable, yet he didn't know who they were. The opponents seemed to know him well, aware of his movements, and believed they had an overwhelming advantage, which is why they chose to let him wait for death. However, it was clear the adversary didn't want to expose themselves. Checking the surveillance, Gu Yuan found that the place where he was knocked out was in a blind spot, with no traces along the way, and reporting it to the police was futile. Although Hong Ling is a mythical being, its level is still too low, and the difficulty of increasing its power rises significantly as it progresses. Guessing correctly on 2 consecutive questions put a lot of pressure on Hong Ling. It managed to achieve 100 degrees only at the last moment. Moreover, the contract between a beast and a beast tamer is an unequal one. The notion that a beast is the tamer's most trusted partner is just rhetoric. If the tamer dies, the beast dies as well, but if the beast dies, the tamer doesn't. Essentially, the beast is like the tamer's property, obligated to obey the master's commands and do anything required. I must become stronger. Gu Yuan stood up and dried himself off. As he stepped out, he saw Hong Ling had already laid out his clothes, pants, and slippers neatly, quietly waiting for him to leave. With a gentle smile, Hong Ling appeared completely different from her usual aloof demeanor around others, resembling a gentle maid. She carefully dressed Gu Yuan, tidied his hair, and even styled it handsomely with a comb. Her nimble fingers altered his clothes with needle and thread, significantly enhancing his appearance. Truly multi-talented, she was the perfect companion for both domestic life and daring adventures. Soon after, Hong Ling brought over a fragrant meal of hot rice and stir-fried pork, respectfully inviting her master to enjoy it. What will you eat? Gu Yuan asked, feeling uneasy as he noticed the bird feed his uncle sent yesterday was nearly gone. Hong Ling pointed to the crooked tree opposite them and softly said, I wouldn't ask you to spend extravagantly, master. I'll eat insects as I usually do. That old tree has plenty of them. Memories flashed in Gu Yuan's mind, realizing that the money he saved for Song Yingying should have been spent on Hong Ling's feed. Although birds love insects, Gu Yuan understood. He stood up, pushed away the meal Hong Ling prepared for him, and firmly declared, Hong Ling, from today onwards, you are only to eat the best spirit pet feed, as I say. Hearing this, Hong Ling's cheeks flushed slightly, and she placed her hands on her chest, but her heart was resolute as she replied, No buts, just watch me. Gu Yuan glanced at his wooden bracelet, formulating a plan. By evening, He arrived at the waste meat processing plant from the day before. He observed the heaps of waste meat awaiting incineration, while the incinerator manager looked anxious, as if on a hot griddle, with a large hole in the alloy top, causing operations to halt. What are you doing? Why isn't the incinerator running? Yuan wondered. If the waste meat rotted, the consequences would be dire. He signaled to a homeless man he had hired for 500, who discreetly donned a uniform from Yuan's father's time at a large trucking company. Hello there. Yuan greeted, waving his hand. We're from Pingqing Transport Company. We've recently started a new service and heard you have waste meat that needs handling. We can help. The factory executives gathered, checked his credentials, and exchanged glances, confirming Yuan's identity. Indeed, you are a driver from Pingqing. But since when did your services include waste meat disposal? One manager asked, puzzled. It's a new service we launched, haven't you heard? 17,000 per ton. Yuan replied with a slight smile, feeling secretly pleased. As soon as Yuan spoke, the executives in the factory exchanged glances, filled with suspicion. This price is over 10,000 cheaper than the black market. Could this be a scam? They've heard of scams to steal money, but never of someone trying to scam with something worthless and troublesome. Suddenly, the factory director waved his hand and decided to trust them just this once. Take it. Take it all. No backing out. Once you leave through that door, it's not our problem anymore. If you dispose of it improperly, that's your problem, not ours. We need to sign a contract. Yuan thought to himself that he couldn't possibly leave any of the material unprocessed, as he was short on spiritual material. That was nearly a ton of waste meat. Not only did he get over 50,000 worth of spiritual material for free, but the factory also had to pay him over 100,000. If something like this happens again, remember to call me. Yuan left his contact information and then settled the bill with the homeless man. After leaving the incineration plant, Yuan went to a Walmart and directly asked, give me a bag of your most expensive fire-type bird feed. Initially, his plan was to buy just a small spoonful, but now that he had over 100,000, he could speak with more confidence. After all, buying just a spoonful in such a high-end store would be embarrassing. A bag of high-grade feed made with the inner core of a fiery sky insect, combined with spirit grains cultivated by a high-level Phaselon breeder, was the most premium in the store. It was specially prepared for 30 days and cost 53,000 yuan for a 500-gram bag. 53,000 for 3 meals. Wouldn't feeding Hong Ling for a year cost over 17 million? However, after absorbing the 500 grams through his wooden bracelet, Yuan calculated that nearly a ton of waste meat could be converted into about 3,000 grams of the same feed. The feed was graded by different colors of labels, from low to high: white, blue, purple, and orange. Legend has it that there is a special red label feed that can't be bought in stores, only available in secret research institutes and reserved for the elite. The feed sent by Yuan's uncle was purple, while the one he bought was orange, a significant difference in grade. He calculated that if he could monopolize the waste meat of a city, he could fulfill his promise to let Hong Ling eat high-grade feed every day. However, if the incinerator's ceiling got fixed in a few days and they stopped paying him to dispose of it, what then? Well, he could always take Hong Ling and smash it down again. At this moment, Yuan returned home with Hong Ling, facing a mountain of orange-labeled feed. Hong Ling was so moved, she covered her mouth and knelt down, thinking, this is too much. I'm merely the master's plaything, yet I receive such honors. I'm truly touched. Clearly, Hong Ling wasn't concerned about her transformation into a phoenix. Perhaps in her eyes, she would always be a 5-cent colorful ornamental chick in front of Yuan. Using the power of his bracelet, Yuan shaped the feed into something resembling crispy snacks and packed them into bags. This way, when Hong Ling turned into human form, she could carry them around and enjoy them like snacks. Yuan wanted to show Hong Ling how to eat the snack by balancing it on his finger and bringing it to his mouth, but then he realized that humans wouldn't gain anything from eating beast feed. It's too expensive, a few $100 a bite, no way. Better let Hong Ling have it. Just then, Hong Ling excitedly stood up and playfully ran to Yuan, opening her small pink mouth. Yuan even saw the strands of saliva when she opened her mouth. Her delicate mouth gently bit the snack off Yuan's finger, and the warmth and softness of her lips brushing against his fingertip made Yuan blush. Meanwhile, Hong Ling clasped her hands behind her back and smiled slightly, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Hong Ling's body shimmered with a dazzling red light. She tilted her head slightly, her hair cascading like a waterfall, as her pristine body gradually became enveloped in a soft white glow. Her voice transformed into a high-pitched phoenix cry. Hong Ling had unexpectedly reached the 4th level. It seemed the orange-labeled feed was indeed extraordinary. Just one meal had allowed her to break through to the 4th level. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Yuan opened the door to find a delivery man with a flushed face, holding a package and trembling slightly. You're slower than expected, Yuan remarked. Yes, I just heard a phoenix's cry. What's going on? The delivery man glanced at the elegant beauty sitting in the living room, her posture graceful and her aura exceptional. Connecting this to the cry he had heard, a pang of jealousy arose within him, as if that jealousy transformed into a sharp blade wanting to cut Gu Yuan into pieces. Gu Yuan blocked his view and said coldly, "What are you looking at? You can leave now." After closing the door, he sat on the floor, eagerly opening the package. It was sent by Zhongshan, evidently the reward for first Placia scholarship worth tens of thousands. Quite valuable. As he opened the box, a smile crept onto his face. Inside was an object resembling an oil lamp. The base was light blue, containing a special liquid, with the wick extending upwards, covered by a glass shade carved with white clouds and red flowers. This was a soul artifact to aid in cultivation. Gu Yuan was astonished, thinking to himself that Zhongshan University was truly generous. Soul artifacts are similar to equipment used by soul masters. Some strengthen their beasts, others release special skills, and some help enhance the user's cultivation. Lamp-type soul artifacts are called soul lamps, which consume soul oil when lit, enhancing the efficiency of cultivating the soul sea. He decided to give it a try, lighting the soul lamp and entering a state of meditation, arriving at the soul sea. This time, the world Gu Yuan saw was no longer blank but flickered with blue light, clearly the auxiliary energy produced by the soul lamp. To increase his soul power, he needed to create as many imagined things as possible in his mind, trying repeatedly. In the blank space, various beautiful scenes appeared: mountains, oceans, lakes, towering peaks. However, these sceneries could only materialize when Gu Yuan focused his consciousness. Once distracted, they would vanish. Although the soul lamp made creating these scenes easier, they still couldn't maintain stable existence, and his soul power remained unchanged. "Master, let me assist you." Suddenly, Hongling's body floated in the air, spiritual energy continuously flowing out and merging into Gu Yuan's body. This was nourishment. Gu Yuan had read about it in books. Spiritual pets could transfer spiritual energy to their masters through nourishment and even replicate combat techniques for them. However, this nourishment was limited, and the ultimate improvement still depended on the beast master's own efforts. A red aura flowed from Hongling's lips into Gu Yuan's mouth, carrying a fragrant scent that quickly permeated his senses. His right hand lifted involuntarily, and as Hongling traced her fingers through the air, fragments of red tiles began to fall, and intricately carved stone pillars extended upwards, eventually forming a grand gate with a distinct Tang dynasty style. "Where is this?" Gu Yuan wondered, as the Danfeng Gate appeared before him. This gate, the southern entrance of the Tang Daming Palace's central axis, was renowned for its grandeur, quality, and scale, epitomizing the unmatched royal majesty of the Sui and Tang city gates. As the gate emerged, Hongling spread her wings, transforming into a magnificent phoenix that gracefully landed atop it. Gu Yuan exhaled deeply, suddenly collapsing backward, drenched in sweat, having exhausted the oil in his lamp. He realized he had been cultivating for an entire day and night. Meanwhile, Hongling, feeling fatigued from the process of nurturing, transformed into a phoenix and quietly fell asleep on the television. Gu Yuan attempted to sense his progress and discovered his soul power had increased to 64, effectively doubling. Closing his eyes, he entered his soul realm, where the imposing Danfeng Gate stood proudly. He marveled at the potent effects of the nurturing and soul lamp, realizing his cultivation speed was at least twice that of an ordinary person. In the soul realm, created entities displayed different effects based on their ambience. For instance, beast masters attuned to earth elements might create pits, mountains, mud ponds, or statues to enhance their earth element beasts. But why had he inexplicably created the Gate of Daming Palace? What effect did it have? Was it for group discounts at scenic spots? Pressing his right hand, he sensed 3 effects: a 10 increase in all Tang Dynasty beast combat power, plus 1 level, an upgrade of sub-earth level Phoenix beast skills by 1 grade. After Hongling evolved into a mythical creature, her innate skill, 1000 reverse fire slash, rose from the profound level to the earth level. Exiting this state, Gu Yuan noticed Hongling's aura had increased by a 10th, filling him with joy. However, he was reminded of another issue. The soul lamp's oil was depleted. This lamp oil was incredibly rare and more expensive than high-grade feed. Gu Yuan wondered if lamp oil could be considered a spiritual substance, and if he could use his bracelet to consume spiritual material to produce it. Furthermore, Hongling had reached level 5, where spiritual beasts could learn or inscribe new skills, requiring substantial funds to purchase beast spirit bones or wild beast inner cores. Inscription demanded mental effort, but as a scholar skilled in writing and memorization, Gu Yuan was up for the task. Yet, where would the resources come from? Where would the money come from? The bracelet required equivalent exchange was he to wait for spiritual material to fall from the sky. Just then, the phone rang. "Hello, who is this? I'm really stressed right now, just get to the point." "Is this Gu Yuan? You're the young agent from the waste meat disposal department, right?" "I'm the owner of the incineration plant." Gu Yuan was utterly confused, pondering to himself. What on earth is going on? How could they be overwhelmed with waste meat again in just one day? It's impossible for so many brainless wild beasts to come to their deaths every day, is it? One of them, appearing to be a level 13 warrior-grade wild beast, had died over by the wetland park. If it wasn't dealt with within an hour, the surrounding crops and spiritual fruits would be at risk. This year's spiritual goods production value in Guanxing might suffer a severe blow. Where are your disposal experts? He asked. They went to attend an important meeting. The situation is so dire that commercial handlers either refuse to come or demand outrageous fees. Don't you have a cheap and efficient solution? Please, help us out. Wild beasts have special classifications, corresponding to ordinary, rare, legendary, and mythical strengths of beast tamers. These wild beasts possess a certain level of spiritual power, enabling them to command other beasts. Humans categorize them into warrior grade, minister grade, king grade, and emperor grade, with the ability to command 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000, 1,000 to 10,000, or 10,000 to 100,000 beasts, respectively. There are even higher-level beasts capable of commanding over 100,000. Comparatively, these beasts also have slightly stronger combat abilities than those of the same level. Yuan arrived at the wetland park, where the waters of Huayang Lake flowed under the arched bridge, with the scent of orchards wafting around. On the bridge hung a bizarre creature. It resembled a giant boil, with a head like a turtle's without eyes, and its entire body was pale red, oozing red liquid from the boil. These droplets fell onto the bridge, causing a corrosive effect like flames. If they accidentally hit the lawn, a 10-meter radius of grass would be poisoned. If these liquids seeped into the lake and entered the irrigation system for the orchards and surrounding drinking water, the consequences would be disastrous. The disposal team had managed to construct a large funnel under the bridge to barely contain it. The level 13 warrior-grade beast, a fire poison bug, had inexplicably emerged and could self-destruct upon impact with an enemy. It was eventually suppressed by a sealing array and died on the bridge. The arch bridge could hold for at most another hour. If not handled promptly, the creature would fall into the water. Someone needed to extract its spirit bone to stop the secretion of the toxic fire liquid. Why not just carry it away? Yuan asked, glancing at the staff responsible for handling the situation. The staff looked troubled. It's extremely unstable. The glands responsible for compression and self-detonation remain active even after death. Any mishandling could cause it to explode like a live bomb. Yuan nodded, understanding that this was why no one wanted to deal with it. This was a significant matter. There was personal danger involved, and mishandling could lead to being blamed for any fallout. However, Yuan wasn't afraid, because he had a bracelet that could absorb spiritual matter. As long as he got close enough, the corpse could be disassembled directly. No matter how toxic it was, it wouldn't explode. Huh, look at that. The handler they brought in today is just a high school kid. Ha ha ha. When I was defusing bombs, he was still in diapers. In the distance stood other privately hired beast tamers, who were brought in but were priced slightly higher than Yuan, so they were placed in the second tier for now. Kid, go home and find your mom. If you mess this up, people could die. Don't wet your pants before you even get close. Hong Ling, perched on Yuan's shoulder, shot them a fierce glare. Yuan patted Hong Ling's head, signaling her to stay calm, and then he walked straight toward the bridge. To prevent any splatter from an explosion, the logistics team had set up a large antitoxin tent over the entire bridge. Once Yuan entered, the others waited outside. This was good, as Yuan didn't want to reveal the power of his bracelet in front of others, fearing it might lead to danger if its miraculous abilities were exposed. Absorb. Yuan raised his right hand, aiming at the fire poison bug, but nothing happened. What's going on? Master, watch out, it's playing dead. At that moment, the fire poison bug stood up and curled into a ball, rolling toward Yuan like a massive boulder with a 10-meter diameter, causing the entire bridge to tremble. Oh no, the fire poison bug suddenly came back to life. Was it pretending to be dead by putting its organs into a dormant state? The factory manager was so scared his legs gave out, and he fell to his knees. The onlookers felt a chill in their hearts. It's over. Although the fire poison bug has weak defenses and was severely injured by the suppression array, it still has enough strength to self-destruct. This young man is doomed today. Hong Ling grabbed Yuan and flew from the left end of the bridge to the right. The fire poison bug missed and rolled back like a ball without needing to turn. Damn, it's so agile. After landing, Hong Ling said, Master, the fire poison bug has two critical parts, the inner core and the gland responsible for spraying. You must release the 1,000 reverse fire slash with me, severing both the gland and the inner core to prevent an explosion. Got it. Yuan understood Hong Ling's intention. She wanted him to use her combat technique. Yes, Yuan could use Hong Ling's combat technique, thanks to a feedback effect where the beast's abilities could be replicated to its tamer. Although Yuan's soul power was still weak, this was a high-level combat technique. Yuan stepped forward, and Hong Ling followed beside him. They stood side by side, each gathering fiery feathers into two flaming swords. In near-perfect synchronization, they slashed down, crossing the fire lines and simultaneously shattering the fire-poison bug's gland. The two sword lights, like fiery phoenix feathers, intersected and sliced the fire-poison bug into 4 pieces. Gu Yuan immediately lunged forward, raising his right hand. The bracelet emitted a faint glow, absorbing all the red toxic liquid from the explosion and the fire-poison bug's remains. Gu Yuan's eyes widened. This wasn't a soldier-level beast. It was a minister level 1. Spiritual matter 100,000. This wave added a whopping 100,000 spiritual matter, and at the same time, a blue light flickered brightly. Gu Yuan gradually realized the intentions of the giant insect. It was clever and cunning, risking its life to sneak into the human wetland park to steal the spiritual fruit, hoping to advance from the soldier rank to the minister rank. However, as its power grew, it also faced increasing pressure from the protective city array, eventually being completely immobilized under its immense force. In a desperate situation, it decided to gamble everything, halting all bodily functions and playing dead to force an advancement. As it completed this advancement, it was at its most vulnerable, and Gu Yuan managed to take advantage. Had this been in the wild, even with Hong Ling's help, Gu Yuan would have struggled to defeat a minister-rank beast, given its astonishing level and ability to summon other beasts for assistance. At this moment, a spirit bone resembling a centipede appeared in the center of the massive rupture gland. This was definitely a spirit bone, and a minister-level beast spirit bone at that. Gu Yuan was delighted, thinking it could be used to engrave skills for Hong Ling. He attempted to have his bracelet decompose the spirit bone, but unfortunately, the bracelet couldn't break it down. He had a rough understanding of the bracelet's decomposition rules. Spiritual matter corresponded to organic matter from his original world, including corpses, plant fruits, various potions, solutions, elixirs, inner pills, and even excrement, but spirit bones were not included. Gu Yuan switched to his left hand, and his ring flashed. After buying feed, he had spent another 100,000 to purchase a storage ring. Made of spiritual steel, the storage ring couldn't be decomposed by the bracelet and had to be bought with money. Sadly, after spending 17,000, only 2,000 remained, but the spirit bone was still valuable, as a minister-level spirit bone could engrave a profound-level skill. If he ran around with this spirit bone, tonight he would surely have a dozen assassins with greedy intentions lining up to fight him. Gu Yuan carefully stored the spirit bone in the storage ring and walked out, satisfied. Outside, police cars filled the area, with special beast trainers and ambulances on the scene, equipped with professional toxin-handling equipment, and even 2 people who looked like they were from a funeral home. Clearly, they hadn't realized there was a chance he might walk out of there alive. When Gu Yuan appeared, several staff members were startled. Are you human or ghost? How can a high school student with a spirit power of just over 60 deal with such a beast? They found it unbelievable that Gu Yuan could survive the attack of a soldier-ranked beast playing dead unless he possessed Earth-rank combat skills. Hearing this, Gu Yuan didn't intend to explain the truth. He walked straight to the crematorium director, hands in his pockets, with Hong Ling resting on his shoulder, tilting its head slightly as he said, I'm fine, but your wallet's about to be in trouble. With that, he grabbed the director by the collar and said seriously, that thing was alive. If I hadn't reacted quickly and teamed up with my spirit pet to kill it, I'd be dead here. Double the pay, or you can't blame me for being ruthless. The director's face showed anger, just about to erupt. You better think this through. There are police and security personnel everywhere, and that chubby guy is your boss, right? Your evasive look gives it away. There are 2 explanations for this. First, you wanted to save money and handle things discreetly, so you hired a high school student and got the information wrong, almost letting the situation spiral out of control. Second, I'm here specifically to kill this beast, and the recent chaos was me fighting the fire poison bug. Everything is under your control. Think carefully before you answer. The factory director thought to himself, are high schools now training beast tamers, or are they producing extortionists and criminals? This double rate is really a bit high. Can you make it cheaper? You bastard, you lied to me. You said that thing was dead, but it's alive. Gu Yuan suddenly started yelling, even looking like he was about to throw a tantrum on the ground. Stop, 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 my little ancestor. I owe you from a past life, all right. The director rushed over to cover Gu Yuan's mouth. Payment via WeChat, 50,000 yuan. Gu Yuan followed the script, and in an instant, everyone present was stunned. This young man actually possesses such terrifying strength, and he has plenty of courage too. A beast tamer specializing in handling venomous creatures? And he's already doing this kind of work at such a young age. Incredible. To defeat a level 13 warrior class beast, even if it was already severely injured in the magic array, such strength promises an unlimited future. As they were saying this, Gu Yuan had already left. After receiving the money, Gu Yuan eagerly got into the car to go home. 5 years of beast taming, 3 years of college entrance exam simulation. Gu Yuan looked at the content on it. A level 5 engraving is the passing score of 60 for the college entrance exam, which isn't too difficult for most high school students. But Gu Yuan was just starting to study, and this was the spirit bone of a minister-class beast, making it at least twice as difficult. Although Hongling transforming into a human form would significantly reduce the difficulty, once the engraving is complete, removing it would harm the beast's body or even seriously injure it, and it would consume the spirit bone. So it's quite challenging. Are you ready? Gu Yuan approached Hongling, who had transformed into human form and lay flat on the bed. Hongling had a great figure, and lying on the bed with her chest rising and falling with each breath gave Gu Yuan a bit of a headache. Hongling was very beautiful, which could easily distract him during the engraving process. I am ready, my lord. Hongling floated in the air, looking at Gu Yuan. Master, you don't need to be nervous. I will cooperate well. The engraving might hurt a bit. I'll try to go slow. Gu Yuan released spiritual energy, lifting the spirit bone, which slowly turned to powder in the air. Gu Yuan closed his eyes, feeling his vision becoming unusually clear. In front of him, Hongling seemed completely transparent, everything visible to his eyes. Master, my transformed structure is entirely the same as a human's. You can treat me as a human. Don't have any psychological burdens. Okay. Gu Yuan brought his two fingers together and jabbed downward, pressing on Hongling's shoulder. This time the engraving area is the right hand. The floating bone powder still hovered in the air. Get in there. Gu Yuan exerted force, and the white bone powder entered Hongling's skin from his fingertips. Oh, did I go too hard? No, not at all. Your touch is gentle, and I feel perfectly fine, even comfortable. Hongling's cheeks were flushed red, and she forced a small smile, her eyes fixed on Gu Yuan. I'll continue then. Gu Yuan's fingers lightly traced Hongling's shoulder, gliding over her smooth, fair skin as if sketching a pattern in his mind. The night deepened and time slipped away, until finally, the engraving was completed in the dawn's light. Both were covered in sweat, Gu Yuan from exertion, while Hongling, though sitting still, was drenched in fragrant sweat due to the stimulation of the engraving. The scent was oddly enticing, making Gu Yuan swallow involuntarily. This method of enhancing a companion through engraving is indeed quite challenging. Did we succeed? Gu Yuan sat up, his gaze falling on Hongling's fair and delicate face. Checking her status, Hongling's level was 5, with the potential of a mythical race. She naturally possessed the battle skill hundreds of birds pay homage to the phoenix, and her 1000 reversal fire slash was at earth level, as was her phoenix feather flame, engraved battle skill. Her fire scorching poison was at the profound level. Due to the effect of the Danfang gate, her right claw evolved to earth rank in her phoenix form, and her human form's right fingernails became exceptionally sharp. Whether through scratching or spiritual energy release, any wound inflicted on an enemy would be infected with the fire-scorching poison, leaving a burn-like mark that caused excruciating pain. The wounds could absorb the enemy's spiritual energy, eventually forming a large abscess that would explode when reaching a certain size, burning all enemies within range. What a vicious skill, truly reflecting the round, dangerous toxicity of the fire poison bug. But this skill is indeed powerful, Gu Yuan sighed in relief. Hongling also sat up, channeling her spiritual energy, which flowed along her right arm. At this moment, a cluster tattoo of 9 pale red peonies appeared across her jade white arm, the very inscription Gu Yuan had engraved. When using the fire-scorching poison, this tattoo would appear, and Hongling's fingernails would also turn pale red. It's beautiful. Master, the inscriptions in the textbooks weren't like this, were they? No, the book suggested using toxic creatures for poison engravings, but flowers are also an option. However, flowers are more difficult. That's why it took me 4 extra hours. After all, engraving a toxic creature would have been too ugly. Thank you, Master. I truly don't deserve such effort from you. Hongling was deeply moved and, realizing it was already 7 o'clock, hurriedly tried to get up. However, exhausted from the night, she slipped and sat back on the bed, one hand supporting herself on the bedside table as she struggled to stand again. Master, I deserve punishment for sleeping in and missing the time to prepare your meal. Please, punish me. Why are you always so formal? You were exhausted last night. Just eat your feed and rest well. I'll go downstairs for a bowl of snail noodles. I need to continue my training today. Gu Yuan left Hongling in the room and went downstairs to eat snail noodles, his mind still pondering over his training. Which brand of lamp oil is the best to buy? Even though Gu Yuan has a wealth of 100,000 spiritual resources, she still can't unlock the second lock. The remaining 8 locks required just as many spiritual resources as it took to unlock the phoenix, formed by Red Feather. To unlock these, she must have a contracted beast, and the power gained from unlocking will be infused into this beast. Every beast master initially has only 1 contract slot in their soul sea, and must reach the second rank to acquire a second slot and contract another beast. Besides Red Feather, Gu Yuan doesn't have another beast she can trust completely. If she were to infuse the spiritual energy into another beast without a contract, it might fly away, leaving her in tears. Therefore, She must use the 100,000 spiritual resources to create expensive cultivation materials. Besides red feathers feed, the lamp oil she uses for cultivation is her top priority. She headed to Walmart again, determined to buy the most expensive lamp oil available. Walmart only sells lamp oil with the highest purple label, as its production materials are rare and supply is extremely limited. Orange-labeled feed is readily available, but lamp oil is unobtainable even with money. Upon searching, Yuan discovered that orange-labeled lamp oil is controlled and specially allocated. However, there are urban legends circulating in forums about Dongguan City. It's said that a level 30 monster alligator was found in the sewers, with terrifying combat power and exceptional intelligence. How did such a fearsome beast come to be? According to a graduate student from the Department of Spiritual Medicine at Dongguan Beastmaster University, there's a secret lab in Dongguan that disposes of waste spiritual medicine through pipelines into the sea. Some of these medicines are highly toxic, while others can nourish a person's soul, with lamp oil being one of them. The alligator, after being abandoned by its owner, stumbled upon this pipeline in the sewer and rested nearby. Gradually, the toxins, spiritual medicines, and various strange substances soaked into it, causing it both pain and ecstasy, while significantly boosting its strength. By consuming the raw essence of the orange-labeled lamp oil, its mental capacity increased, making it extremely intelligent. Some forum users even posted videos showing the alligator emerging from the pipes, glancing at the person filming before quickly retreating into the sewer. This incident was linked to a theft at a meat shop in Dongguan that same night. It was later confirmed that the password lock on the stolen freezer had been opened with the correct code. Despite this, the shameless original poster insisted this was solid evidence, claiming the alligator had gained intelligence, memorized the password, and committed the theft at night. In every world, there are always people fascinated by paranormal adventures and conspiracy theories. Yuan wasn't interested in the alligator. Her real focus was on that drainage pipe. Imagine if she could extract a drop of these secret spiritual medicines, poisons, or even weapons of mass destruction with her bracelet. She could easily mass-produce them with spiritual resources. Though it might be illegal, isn't murder illegal too? The person who threw her into the furnace is still at large and could come after her life at any moment. She must act first, strengthening and arming herself as much as possible. So, Yuan decided to find the sewer entrance shown in the video. She arrived at Sherpai Town, a popular spot for adventurers and the largest industrial wasteland in the country. The entire industrial area was eerily silent, with towering chimneys looming menacingly against the overcast sky. Walking through this desolate land felt like a journey back to the 1980s. Yuan wasn't interested in this ghostly place, but rather in the underground drainage system. Just as he was about to descend, Hong Ling gracefully landed on his shoulder. Her appearance was no surprise. Yuan had long sensed her concern, clearly uneasy about him wandering alone. She had been circling above the clouds, keeping a close watch on him since he left. Entering the sewer, the central channel continued to flow, seemingly directing wastewater towards the sea. As Yuan followed the waterway, he suddenly heard a noise behind him. Hong Ling's feathers stood on end as she spread her wings warily. From the shadows, a crocodile slowly emerged. It was only 2 meters long, but its aura was unusually strong. Yuan's heart tightened as he realized he was dealing with a level 30 beast, possibly even a subordinate level creature, causing cold sweat to break out as he thought. The worst-case scenario has appeared. What should I do next? To Yuan's astonishment, the crocodile spoke, its deep voice carrying a rolling accent. Young man. Yuan was taken aback, puzzled by the creature's intent. Was it threatening him, mocking him, or did it have ulterior motives? As he pondered, the crocodile pulled out 5 or 6 DVDs, looking smug. Wanna buy some discs? These are all about inspectors, teachers, nurses, $30 per gig, 300 per terabyte. Buy more, get more. I've got games, anime, movies, you name it. A flood of disbelief washed over Yuan, and the tense atmosphere evaporated. He found it hard to believe that the crocodile in front of him was selling discs. The crocodile introduced itself. I'm Yuan, the information broker for all coastal sewers in Yangqing and Guangqing, specializing in smuggling goods. I don't eat people. You can't earn a penny by eating people, but doing business can buy you truckloads of meat. As Yuan listened, he felt a sense of dissonance, but couldn't quite pinpoint why. Yuan led him to a clean lounge, complete with a table, afternoon tea, and even cookies. This left Yuan even more stunned, realizing urban legends were indeed true. After secret research lab experiments, the crocodile had gained human-like intelligence, even though it hadn't reached the royal level or the 40th level required to take human form. Yet it understood business and even maintained a ranking of female teachers. Selling discs is just one type of smuggling of contraband goods. My main work is trading information. Yuan continued. You're an hour's drive from the city center, and there's not a soul around. How do you gather information? Yuan asked, puzzled. People aren't necessary. Don't forget, I'm at the king level. At this moment, The crocodile's eyes glowed with a golden light, and countless mice formed ranks like an army, swarming forward. Yuan thought to himself that things seemed far more complex than he had imagined. The sewer system is incredibly useful, sprawling across the city and connecting every corner. I can control 1,000 spirit rats that climb walls and slip silently into company archives, secret research facilities, sewage outlets, and even the archives themselves. I am linked to their consciousness, using their paws to pick locks, operate computers, and even read documents with their eyes, all while administering poison discreetly. I've uncovered many secrets that can be exchanged for a good amount of money. I even know you, Phoenix Tamer. You may not realize how dazzling you've been lately, securing a scholarship at Zhongshan University, achieving an unprecedented perfect score, and even defeating a minister-level monster. Many people want to connect with you, including secret organizations overseas that have given you this code name. Your most distinctive feature is the large, beautiful phoenix perched on your shoulder, like a regal presence in a court. Personally, I don't care much for such brilliance. Don't be modest. I have a soft spot for newcomers, especially the dazzling ones, he said with a slight smile, pointing at the notification on his phone. That message was sent to you by a friend of mine. I hope our first collaboration is pleasant. With you? Why should I trust you? Yuan responded coldly. I never ask anyone to trust me, but surely there's something you want to know. Everyone does, whatever it is. Be it a celebrity's affair video, original clothing, or even childhood scandals, I can get it for you. For a higher price, I can even bring the person to you. Yuan pondered for a moment, thinking it was time to end all this. 2 days ago, on the afternoon of December 20th, someone ambushed him at the low-rent apartment complex in the Marin district of Dongguan City and threw him into an incinerator. He wanted to know who attacked him. Judging by your look, checking the surveillance might be tough, he said calmly. But I have my ways, including secondary surveillance, satellite monitoring, and people in detective agencies and criminal investigation departments. It might take 3 days. The other party smiled slightly. Do you need me to bring you his head? I'll handle it myself. Yuan replied firmly. All right then, let's discuss the next matter. I've done so much, what price will you offer? Yaya spread his hands, crossing his legs as he sat. Yuan glanced at the hard drive on the table and said casually, I have 2 terabytes of seeds in my Baidu cloud. Do you want them? Tisk, I'm not into women, more into female crocodiles. Yaya teased, then handed Yuan a USB drive labeled Black Crystal Pearl. 3 days ago, an undisclosed organization unearthed a treasure called the Black Crystal Pearl in Black Bear Mountain. It emitted a strange spiritual aura, attracting a level 13 warrior-class Black Bear King. The miners all perished, and the Black Bear King disappeared. I need you to retrieve this gem. But that's outside the safe zone. Yuan frowned. So? It means extra pay. Yaya was unapologetic. You're too greedy. No wonder the manager of the waste meat processing plant was on his knees all night. Yuan retorted. It won't be too painful for you. Just tell me how you awakened your spiritual intelligence. Yaya's eyes gleamed with cunning. TSK. I did encounter a non-compliant sewage outlet back then, but it was rectified later, and the research lab moved, leaving only a bit behind as a keepsake. Yuan smiled slightly, feeling secretly pleased. Even if it's just a drop, as long as it's decomposed with a bracelet, it can be mass-produced, he thought to himself, sensing that the transaction before him might change everything. Could you spare some for me? Yuan thought to himself. It's a pity. He knew what the other person was thinking. They wanted to analyze it, right? He had tried countless methods, but there was always one substance he couldn't figure out. He only knew it was an aggregate of spiritual energy. Just tell me how much. If you're really unwilling to part with it, I'll leave. We can just say it's not meant to be. Yuan stood up, ready to go. All right, young man. After all, it's just sitting here anyway. Ye Chuan tapped the table, his tone laced with helplessness. With that, he walked into a secret room. About 5 minutes later, he returned with a slice, his tone turning serious. I've turned the last bit into 500 slices, using every possible method, and 239 have already been consumed. No spiritual research institute has given an answer. If you want to try, go ahead. It's so little that once opened, it evaporates. It's useless except as a sample. After obtaining the slice, Yuan left the basement. Back home, he secured all doors and windows, checked himself for tracking devices, and ensured there were no eavesdroppers before bringing the bracelet close to the slice. Instantly, the bracelet separated a stream of blue energy from the slice. The bracelet, heating up like an overclocked computer, began to tremble. Yuan vaguely saw a swirl of pale blue spiritual energy within. In the spiritual material recombination project, a very peculiar item appeared, ancient spirit lamp oil, with no description. It seemed extremely rare. It could produce 100 grams. Yuan was furious. Are you kidding me? Why don't you just rob me? 100,000 units of spiritual material could only be exchanged for 100 grams, which was dozens of times more expensive than Red Feather's feed. But then again, it was something completely inexplicable. Even someone as well-connected as Ye Chuan couldn't understand what kind of exquisite lamp oil this was. Gu Yuan thought to himself that if the crocodile knew he could mass-produce it this way, it would probably cry itself to death. At this moment, Gu Yuan used the ancient spirit lamp oil. The soul lamp lit up, its light dazzling. The blue light illuminated his face, and Gu Yuan's eyes slowly closed, feeling an unusual comfort. He then began to meditate calmly, feeling the continual integration of blue light into his body, absorbing its power. In the Sea of the Soul, the city walls of the Danfeng Gate successfully extended on both sides, a familiar sensation guiding him towards a more effortless path. The lamp oil was telling him what kind of mindset to create. At this moment, Red Feather, perched on Danfeng Gate, took off in surprise. On the Danfeng Gate, vermilion would span across, golden light radiated, and splendid buildings rose majestically, exuding grandeur. Atop the imposing structure, a jade roof formed into a massive palace, the Danfeng Tower, and the main gate transformed into the five-door vermilion Phoenix Gate. This was the complete version of the Danfeng Gate, extending left and right, with the shadows of the Jianfu Gate and the Wangxian Gate gradually appearing. Suddenly, the blue smoke dissipated, and Gu Yuan realized he had unknowingly been cultivating for 4 hours. The pitiful 100 grams of lamp oil had also been exhausted. The construction failed. Gu Yuan sighed helplessly, his spiritual power stuck at 100. The efficiency was truly astonishing, at least 5 times faster than the average person's cultivation. 5 times. Not only was it fast, but the lamp oil seemed to guide him in constructing things related to the Daming Palace in his mind. However, it was still too little. He had thought that finding a corpse would provide enough spiritual power for a few days with 10,000, but it turned out the path of cultivation was still long and far from enough. He would need to find more corpses in the future. At this moment, he checked the completed Danfeng Gate and discovered it provided an additional 10 movement speed bonus for Tang Dynasty beasts and increased the combat skill damage of all Phoenix-type beasts by 20. With a thud, Gu Yuan collapsed onto the bed, exhausted from cultivating. Master, I've already heated the water for you. Hongling approached with her signature caring smile and continued. Master, you always refuse to let me assist you with bathing. I mean no harm. I just wish to help you relieve your fatigue. You have so many responsibilities. Let me handle the trivial matters. Gu Yuan didn't know how to refuse her, so he agreed to let Hongling scrub his back. Feeling Hongling's gentle touch, Gu Yuan realized she was meticulous in cleaning every speck of dirt, far better than his own haphazard washing. He noticed Hongling's level had already reached 6, an incredibly fast progression. Just like humans, the higher the level of a beast, the harder it is to upgrade. It seemed that leveling up today was more challenging than the previous day's consecutive upgrades. Apparently, it's not just feeding. More activity is key to leveling up. Gu Yuan recalled that Hongling's speed boost occurred after battling the fire poison insect. He decided to take a good rest the next day, as the past few days had been exhausting. Once ready, he planned to set out the day after tomorrow. As he got dressed, he asked Hongling to turn around. The day after tomorrow, where are we heading? Gu Yuan pondered as he stood by the door, thinking about the line between Danyu and the lawless wilderness beyond the suppression array, where beasts roamed freely. The next day, Gu Yuan first went to find the manager of the waste meat factory. The two quietly reached an agreement. Gu Yuan would only charge 5,000 per ton to help process the waste meat, while the manager would embezzle the funds allocated by the company for repairs, using inferior steel to cover it up and regularly pocketing the maintenance fees. Initially, Gu Yuan didn't propose this deal directly, as starting with conditions would sound too much like a scam and likely be rejected. He seized the opportunity when the manager's boiler broke to facilitate their first cooperation. Trust was built from that first interaction. Then, Gu Yuan asked for 50,000, an unexpected surprise that left the manager's savings depleted. A person in need of money is more likely to stray, and that's when deception becomes possible. Now that the secret agreement was in place, Gu Yuan essentially monopolized half of the region's waste meat, making a tidy profit. When the manager realized all this, he felt a chill in his heart. Although he couldn't understand why this young man needed so much waste meat, it was clear that from start to finish, he had been led by the nose. The manager had no chance to back out. He was already on Gu Yuan's ship, a vampire who wouldn't let go of his prey. What a clever young man, the manager thought to himself. I've never encountered such a smart and agile high school student before. Welcome back, master. Today, Gu Yuan unexpectedly acquired over 10,000 spiritual materials and 10,000 yuan. He bought a variety of feed flavors to give Hongling a change of taste. However, he didn't exchange the spiritual materials for ancient spirit lamp oil. He only engaged in regular training today, which, although somewhat beneficial, was not as effective as the lamp oil. The goal of his outing wasn't just the black crystal pearl, but also spiritual materials. In the city, all the demonic beasts have owners, and the unclaimed ones that survive are hard to capture, but it's different in the wild. With enough spiritual materials, Gu Yuan can achieve 5 times the usual speed in his training every day. He began organizing the supplies he purchased, including various medicines and compressed biscuits. He only bought a small pack of these, intending to deconstruct them with his bracelet, which is one reason he saved the spiritual materials. In case he needs a large quantity of these items, he can immediately produce them with the bracelet. As for the remaining 500,000 yuan, Yuan plans to buy some soul artifacts, not the kind that aids training, like soul lamps, but combat-type soul artifacts. It's like preparing to enter a dangerous dungeon. He is going into the wild for survival tomorrow, so if he doesn't spend the money today and encounters danger tomorrow, it might be too late. On the other hand, if this equipment plays a crucial role in a battle and wins it, the money spent can be recouped. However, the question is, where should he buy this equipment? Yuan had nothing to do today and was just lying on his bed playing with his phone. Hongling transformed into a human form, kneeling on Yuan's back, massaging him with her slender jade hands. Master, is my strength suitable? Hongling asked softly. Yuan responded, it's about right. Despite his repeated insistence that Hongling take a good rest, she always looked at him with slightly resentful eyes until he agreed. Just as Yuan was feeling anxious about the Tendra guarantee, a WeChat friend request came through. As soon as he saw the name, he knew who it was. Yaya Chuan. Yaya Chuan. Is this what high schoolers are naming themselves now? I won't change my name unless I draw a 6-star heavy armor. Get to the point, he replied. Yaya Chuan said, I should change the note. I got your hunter's license sorted. Phoenix Tamer, great. Yuan was delighted. Not everyone can freely leave the city's magic array. Ordinary people can only move through specially hidden train routes and glass pathways. Those who can leave the city alone are called hunters, and only hunters with special credentials can pass through the city's security. Yuan went downstairs to pick up a package, which contained a magnetic card with his personal information. His code name was Phoenix Tamer, but the level was plastic. Yuan was speechless. Hunters are ranked from bottom to top as plastic, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. Damn, why is it plastic, he thought to himself. Just getting through is good enough. Your age, experience, and soul power have only just reached the point where you can leave the safe zone. Do you know how much effort it took? Yaya Chuan explained. Besides, with a hunter's license, you can legally own combat-type soul artifacts. Got it. Yuan nodded. Generally, people are not allowed to use soul artifacts with lethal capabilities. Like gun control, soul artifacts with destructive power are prohibited for ordinary people, and only professional combat beast tamers and hunters can purchase and possess them. Yuan finally found a good use for his money and downloaded a hunter's app. He also received a surprise gift message revealing a 10 discount card for purchasing regulated soul weapons on the app. As he browsed through various battle soul weapons, he thought to himself that this discount card should be put to good use. He selected 3 soul weapons. First, a Bailey brand night cloak made from shadows and silk, which is lightweight, breathable, and offers excellent cold protection while concealing spiritual energy fluctuations, making it undetectable to beasts below level 30. It was priced at 300,000, but with the discount, it was 270,000. Next was the latest 2021 model of the Westwind Military Shadow Gauntlet, capable of launching hard-to-detect shadow arrows to injure enemies, priced at 200,000, discounted to 180,000. Lastly, he chose the Nike Spirit boots, designed with air cushions to reduce leg pressure, ideal for mountain terrain, allowing for greater distance and speed. The price was 20,000, discounted to 18,000. With everything ready, Yuan planned to pick up his gear from the Hunters Guild when he left Anjie the next morning. The outfit was highly discreet. The gauntlets could be hidden under the cloak, and both the cloak and boots were casual in style, resembling ordinary clothing fit for city wear. Yuan prepared this way to confront the person who was after him in the city. The night passed quietly, and Yuan left Anjie to collect his package at the Hunter's Bar. As soon as he entered the changing room, Hongling transformed into human form again, playfully saying, Master, I'm here to help you change. The small, enclosed space forced them close together, their noses nearly touching, breaths mingling. Yuan donned his new attire, hiding the shadow gauntlets under his clothes, and changed into the new boots, storing his old clothes in his storage ring. Master, you look really handsome in this outfit. Hongling remarked, settling back on his shoulder. As soon as Yuan opened the door, he felt the unfriendly gazes of various beast tamers in the tavern. These people were unlike anyone he had encountered before, exuding a strong aura of menace. It was said that a murderer's gaze differs from that of ordinary people. These hunters had slain countless beasts and perhaps even engaged in unethical acts of murder and theft in the wilderness, their eyes betraying a disregard for life, and their looks towards Yuan were particularly cold. See that pretty boy? That's the big bird on his shoulder, right? The newbie who's been quite popular lately, the Phoenix Tamer. I never thought I'd run into him at the Hunters Guild, one man sneered. Huh, it's just a big bird, not a phoenix. Still in high school, and already wandering around. We've seen bold kids like him before, and 9 out of 10 never come back. I wonder about his phoenix. If it transforms, will it be a beauty? Maybe we should find a way to take it. Hearing this, Yuan's eyes turned icy. With a flick of his right hand, a fiery feather blade shot from his fingertips. The man with the bullet haircut who was mocking him quickly dodged to the left, avoiding the attack. "Missed, kid," he taunted. But as he straightened up, Gu Yuan flicked his hand again, and the fiery feather boomeranged back. Caught off guard, the feather grazed over the man's head, instantly igniting his hair. "Hot, hot, hot, my hair." The bullet head rolled on the ground in agony, while the white wolf behind him exhaled a chilling breath. However, the earth-level flames were not so easily extinguished. Finally, wincing in pain, he cried out for help. Everyone around was astonished by the fierce fire and dared not approach. At that moment, an elderly man who had been sitting silently in the corner stepped forward and snuffed out the flames on his head. A few fellow hunters wanted to surround Gu Yuan, but the old man stopped them. "This is a hunter's tavern, not a place for fighting. Anyone who causes trouble will be thrown out." The elder walked up to Gu Yuan, who realized he was a 7th-grade beastmaster. Although modern beastmasters are generally more powerful than those during World War II, this man's strength was akin to a small atomic bomb. Seeing the elder rise, the hunters returned to their seats, none daring to continue the commotion. "You must be the one introduced by that crocodile." The old man's words startled the hunters. Though they didn't understand what crocodile referred to, if it was a code, it meant this young man was an acquaintance of the Northwest hunting chief. The chief making this clear was a warning to leave the boy alone. The hunters averted their hostile gazes. Gu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking that Yaya had some influence, which might spare him from unnecessary trouble. The elder retrieved a file from under the counter and tossed it to Gu Yuan. It read Black Bear Mountain Mine Clevel Mission. Gu Yuan was taken aback. He was to handle a Clevel mission at Black Bear Mountain. This mission had already claimed the lives of 2 black iron-grade beast masters, yet he dared to take it on. It was practically a death sentence. Gu Yuan understood that the crafty crocodile wasn't offering him benefits for a leisure trip. Danger surely awaited him ahead. "A plastic grade going to Black Bear Mountain for a Clevel mission. What a joke," said the hunter with the singed bullet head, still reeking of burnt smell, with a sneer. "Looks like I don't need to trouble you. You'll die out there yourself." Gu Yuan was unfazed and even suggested, "How about a bet? I bought hunter accident insurance. If I die on the mission, my parents will receive $500,000. If the insurance pays out, the money is yours. If I return, you pay me $500,000 in cash, deal?" Hearing this, the hunter with the charred head was visibly taken aback. "What? Scared already?" he retorted. "Who's scared? A sure death, and you think I'd be afraid?" Gu Yuan smiled slightly, and the wager was set. The hunters present served as witnesses. Afterward, Gu Yuan left the Hunters Guild, heading further south. Black Bear Mountain wasn't far, but this wasn't a city. It was within the beast territory along the Great Bull Line. Gu Yuan couldn't let Hongling carry him. It would be too conspicuous. Instead, Hongling flew above the clouds, following him as he moved along the route in the dossier. It wasn't until near nightfall that Gu Yuan reached the foot of Black Bear Mountain. He hid in the tree canopy, watching as a level 26 warrior class beast darted past below. This was already the second beast along the way, and if it weren't for the trench coat hiding his presence, Gu Yuan might have had a hard time making it this far. He clutched his forehead, realizing that the real wilderness was 100 times more dangerous than what was described in textbooks. Initially, Gu Yuan thought the chance of encountering a beast in the no man's land was like in a wilderness survival documentary, perhaps 1 or 2 dangerous animals a day. However, the reality was that these creatures were the true rulers of the area, and encountering a mature beast of level 10 or 20 was as common as meeting an adult on the street. There were countless packs of creatures, and occasionally, he would encounter beings capable of commanding large numbers of beasts. Gu Yuan's attention was suddenly drawn to a group of lazy, fat pigs basking in the sunset in a muddy swamp. The sunlight glinted off them, making them appear golden, but to Gu Yuan, it was like discovering a gold mine. He had seen these pigs in textbooks. They were the oil pigs native to the southwest of China. In this world, weaker beasts evolved along various paths to avoid predators, some specializing in concealment, others in burrowing, speed, or agility, and some by becoming unappetizing. Despite their plump appearance, these oil pigs were made entirely of inedible fat. Their internal oils were black and foul-smelling, causing stomach issues if consumed, offering no energy, and being so complex that extracting anything useful was nearly impossible. As a result, humans didn't hunt them, and predators didn't eat them, allowing the pigs to live comfortably as long as they didn't wander into the territory of more powerful creatures. But Gu Yuan was different. His bracelet could break down the foul-smelling, unusable meat. More importantly, these pigs didn't dwell in the territories of other dangerous beasts, meaning the swamp was safe, and he could simply collect them. The pigs were enjoying the sunset when suddenly, a shadowy arrow flew by, striking one of them in the head. The defenseless level's even oil pig died instantly. Gu Yuan approached the edge of the swamp, finding the pigs utterly relaxed. He had worried about alarming them and planned to sneak closer, but even after killing one, They continued to bask in the sun. Gu Yuan cautiously stepped out, surprised that the pigs remained unresponsive. He dismantled one pig's carcass, instantly gaining 5,000 points of spiritual material. They were so fat 5,000 points. Such a bounty clearly. Their fat wasn't for nothing, he thought with a laugh. The pigs glanced at him and continued to sunbathe, unfazed. With a swift motion, Gu Yuan shot another arrow, killing another pig right in front of them. The pigs seemed stunned, as if thinking, why are you breaking the rules? We're worthless and inedible, so why are you killing us? After Gu Yuan took down another, the remaining pigs finally couldn't sit still and attempted to flee. However, their round bodies and tiny legs made them incredibly slow. Watching these 1 meter-wide balls trying to escape at 10 centimeters per second, Gu Yuan thought that even if he were blind, he couldn't miss. Thus, Gu Yuan continued up the mountain from the base of Black Bear Mountain, slaughtering the oil pigs that lived leisurely in the area until none were left, not even sparing the piglets less than half a month old. Laughing heartily, he relished the 10,000 points of spiritual material he had gathered, eager to complete his mission and return to exchange for ancient spirit lamp oil for cultivation. Night had fallen, and Gu Yuan knew that with the darkness, more large and dangerous beasts would emerge. According to the hunter's manual and his high school textbooks, he understood that it was crucial not to start a fire at this time. Many beasts are intelligent. Once they see firelight, they become aware of human presence and may come to investigate and launch a surprise attack. If it were a large hunting party with someone on watch, it might be safe to light a fire in a secure location. However, since he was alone, it was best for him to rest in a tree near the train tracks. Gu Yuan wore a cold-resistant dark night coat. Despite the biting cold wind of December's wilderness that could chill a person to the bone, he remained unafraid. He leaned against a tree next to the high-speed rail, preparing to take a nap, when suddenly a red-feathered creature swooped down from the clouds and landed steadily on his leg. The creature spread its fiery red wings and gently lay on his chest. Hey, what are you doing? Gu Yuan asked. Master, please wait to blame me when we're back. The wilderness is cold at night, and I worry you'll catch a chill. The creature's wings emitted a warm heat from its inner core, releasing warmth. Its wings were as soft as a quilt, warm and comfortable, and Gu Yuan found himself deeply drawn to its warmth, feeling a sense of relaxation, able to enjoy a moment of peace even in the wild. Just as he was immersed in this warmth, there was a sudden thud as something fell from the treetop. Gu Yuan and the creature immediately became alert. The creature perched on his shoulder as Gu Yuan's right hand quickly gathered spiritual energy, forming a shadow arrow to prepare for any sudden situation. He cautiously crawled over to inspect what had fallen and was stunned at it was a barbecue grill. Next, he saw people jumping down from the train tracks. A few youths with suitcases were descending, assisted by a wind element canine beast that was releasing spiritual energy to help them land safely. Gu Yuan's heart tightened. These people had jumped off the train? 1-1. I told you, didn't I? I'm bringing you to experience an outdoor cookout. The leading youth was dressed in trendy designer clothes, and the beast by his side, which Gu Yuan recognized as a Famu, was a wind attribute noble canine spirit beast with a pure coat, legendary status, and extremely expensive. Following them were 3 others, one of whom was a girl in a pink furry coat with bunny ear hood, her face indistinct, while the other 2 boys were also wearing designer clothes. Cold sweat dripped from Gu Yuan's forehead. These rich kids, though wealthy, seemed bored and were seeking thrills, but their choice was dangerously reckless, having a cookout outside the safe zone. Didn't they know that beasts are most attracted to the scent of meat? Moreover, he himself didn't even dare to light a fire. Gu Yuan was anxious, wanting to jump down to save them, but rationality quickly took over. For ordinary people with only one spirit pet, all at level 7, high in rank, but likely to lose their will to fight when faced with man-eating beasts, taking them along would just be a burden. Gu Yuan decided to make one last humanitarian effort by shooting a shadow arrow that accurately landed on the grill. Stop, don't light the fire. Throw the meat far away. You'll attract beasts like this. Stay away from raw meat, the farther the better. The 4 of them turned to look at Gu Yuan. The leader, Feng Mu, was taken aback to see someone appear afar without him noticing, feeling a tinge of apprehension. What a joke. Why should we listen to you? He retorted angrily. I'm a hunter. Even if you haven't read the hunter's code, you must have read the books, right? 9th grade, 2nd semester, wilderness survival textbook. Uft, why would we read subjects not tested in the college entrance exam? For a moment, Gu Yuan didn't know how to respond. Why should we listen to you? The leader, Feng Mu, shook his head disdainfully and said arrogantly, my name is Wang Ya. Go back and ask around. My father is the head of the Iron Wind hunting group. I've attended plenty of high-end hunter banquets. I don't know you, which means you're not in the same league. An out-of-league hunter flaunting book knowledge here. My family is all hunters. They know way more than you. Listen to me. It's safe here near the railway. Gu Yuan left helplessly. The reason was simple. His men had unwrapped the lamb leg. The smell had already spread, and he had touched it with his right hand, so the scent was on him. It was too late to save them. Haha, did you see that? He was so ashamed by my wealth of knowledge that he ran away. These are just scammers, Wang Ye boasted, turning to leave. The two male students following him echoed, Brother Wang really knows a lot. Just then, a clear female voice rang out. A massive black wolf burst through the woods, lunging forward to grab the lamb leg, tearing it apart wildly. More black wolves followed, but they didn't even reach the meat. The roast, enough for 4 people, was devoured in seconds by the first ravenous wolf, while the others fought over it, even injuring each other, but couldn't get a bite. They were starving, ready to eat anything that wouldn't poison them. Gu Yuan moved to another spot, continuing to nap in the tree canopy, deliberately avoiding their potential escape routes to not be disturbed by their noise. He had done his best, but they didn't listen, so he couldn't risk himself. That night, Gu Yuan slept soundly and continued his journey the next day. His dossier recorded that the mine where the deceitful crocodile was located lay on the mountainside of Black Bear Mountain. Gu Yuan arrived outside the mine. It was abandoned, with only skulls left of the miners. Good, they were eaten clean a week ago, meaning there was no worry about the scent attracting other beasts. Plus, with no grass or herbivores around the mine, there wouldn't be new predators, so there was no fear of the site being disturbed during inspection. Bang! Just as Gu Yuan was about to open the door, it was pushed open from inside. Help! Wolves, wolves! They're eating people. Xiao Feng was eaten. The one who burst out was Wang Ye, followed by the girl with pink rabbit ears, supporting a man whose right hand had been bitten off. Only 2 of them, one already dead, though the girl didn't know it, thinking he was unconscious and running while supporting the corpse. The blood had stopped flowing from the right wrist, as they escaped from the mountain's mine tunnel, crossing a pond, where the blood had drained in the water. Gu Yuan's first instinct was to retreat, but this was his destination. He couldn't back down. How? A wolf's cry echoed as green wolf eyes gleamed in the cave, densely approaching him. Cold sweat dripped down Gu Yuan's forehead as he faced a pack of 7th-level blackbone wolves, with their leader reaching an intimidating 10th level. Realizing there was no escape, Gu Yuan grabbed the corpse of a dead man and hurled it towards the wolves. What are you doing? A young girl cried out in horror, seeing her companion being discarded. She tried to stop him, but was no match for Gu Yuan's strength. The body tumbled into the mine, and the wolves immediately swarmed after it. Hongling! Gu Yuan shouted. Hongling soared into the air, unleashing a burst of fire that burned through the mine's supports, sealing the entrance. They were saved. Wang Ye collapsed to the ground, all arrogance and pride gone, now begging desperately for help. Please, take me away from here. I'll give you 100,000. No, 1,000,000. Just get me out. However, Gu Yuan shook his head. No, you're all covered in blood. The wolves will keep tracking you. I have less blood on me. When the wolves came, I didn't even take my dog. I dragged Black Brother away. It was that woman who had the most blood on her. You abandoned her, but please, don't abandon me. Wang Ye knelt, covering his face, sobbing like a child. Meanwhile, the girl with pink rabbit ears turned pale, her facade shattered. Wang Ye, what are you saying? I thought you were a brave hunter, but your survival strategy is just to abandon your friends one by one? The wolves pounding and the sound of falling rocks were like death's tolling bell, tightening the fear in their hearts. Having devoured the corpse, the wolves were now seeking new prey. Knowing they couldn't run, Gu Yuan instructed, Hong Ling, follow my lead. We need to deal with them here. Hong Ling took to the skies, while Gu Yuan retreated to climb a tree. If you don't want to die, jump into the well over there. The water will mask your scent. Stay submerged as long as you can. Standing on a branch, Gu Yuan sliced open his palm with a dagger. Those around him watched in terror, thinking, this guy's insane, bleeding himself to lure all the wolves. Run, don't follow this lunatic. Once the wolves eat him, we won't escape from the well either. But the girl with pink rabbit ears was already by the well. Wang Ye, if I listen to you again, I'm a fool. I'm out of here, you can go die if you want. By now, the wolves had broken through the collapsed area, howling as they advanced. High up in the trees, Gu Yuan's dripping blood immediately caught their attention. The girl surfaced from the well for air, startled by how different this man was compared to those so-called hunter teenagers. Ordinary people often lose their wits when encountering a pack of wolves, especially when witnessing a companion being bitten. However, at this moment, Gu Yuan remained steadily perched on a branch, his blade slicing through his palm, allowing the scent of blood to agitate the wolves below. Despite his inner panic, he maintained a calm judgment. Red Feather. Before his call even faded, Red Feather shot across the sky like lightning, its sharp right claw leaving deep gashes on the backs of several blackbone wolves. Faced with the onslaught of 5 or 6 wolves, Red Feather nimbly dodged and soared back into the air. The black-boned wolves below, using their spiritual energy, climbed upward, while Gu Yuan expertly shot them down with his shadow gauntlet before they could reach him. Red Feather circled above, persistently harassing the pack. The wolves gathered more densely beneath the tree, unaware that the wounds of their companions, scratched by Red Feather, were undergoing a strange transformation, each wound swelling into a molten-looking blister. Bang! 4 or 5 red blisters burst simultaneously. Drawn by the scent of blood, the black-boned wolves, crowded together, were nearly all caught in the explosion, left battered and bruised. Gu Yuan and Red Feather seized the moment, swooping down to finish the job. Chen Wenwen was the school beauty of Yangqing No. 3 High School, with looks as delicate as a lotus and a privileged background, earning her the title of the school's goddess. Despite having many admirers, she was uniquely drawn to the hunter profession. To her, the image of someone alone at sunset, facing the wilderness and beasts, accompanied by a spiritual beast, had a special allure. This was why she agreed to go on a date outside the safe zone with Wang Ye, who had boasted of being an experienced hunter capable of ensuring a safe picnic. However, in reality, during a critical moment, Wang Ye abandoned his companions, He Gu and Xiao Feng, to save himself, leading to their demise. Now, Chen Wenwen watched the real hunter before her. Gu Yuan as he efficiently dispatched the last black-boned wolf, blood splattering with the motion of his left hand. The majestic bird, Red Feather, had just flung a still-breathing black-boned wolf into the air to its death and now landed steadily on his arm. Gu Yuan fed it with his bandaged right hand, and Red Feather ate docilely, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Seeing this harmonious scene, Chen Wenwen couldn't help but blush, covering her mouth with her hand. In her eyes, this was the true demeanor of a hunter, and Red Feather seemed like a mythical phoenix, perfectly matched with its master. Suddenly, Red Feather turned sharply towards the mine, diving in like an arrow, and soon emerged with a wolf pup in its beak. As the pup's whimper echoed, a shadow darted from the woods. It was the Wolf King, with Wang Ye's arm in its mouth. The Wolf King had initially assumed its pack could handle Gu Yuan and had pursued Wang Ye alone. It intended to maximize its prey by dividing its targets, but hadn't anticipated its pack being entirely wiped out by Gu Yuan and Red Feather. Now, with Red Feather holding its pup, the distant Wolf King fixed its gaze on its offspring, its chest heaving, clearly having rushed over following the pup's cries. Suddenly, the Wolf King gently placed a core on the ground. It was Feng Mu's core. Then it let out a long howl, evidently willing to trade the core for its pup. Gu Yuan stared at the Wolf King in front of him, noticing the continuous low growl coming from its throat, as if trying to soothe the wolf cub pinned to the ground by Hong Ling. The sound was filled with anxiety and concern, confirming without a doubt that this was its child. "All right, but you need to do me a favor," Gu Yuan said as he took out a map from his pocket and moved closer to the Wolf King. The Wolf King immediately backed away cautiously, picking up the inner core while letting out a threatening howl. Its eyes conveyed a clear warning: if Gu Yuan took another step, it would swallow the core on the spot and fight to the death. Seeing this, Hong Ling pressed down harder on the wolf cub, her sharp claws piercing its fur. The pain made the cub howl in distress, which was undoubtedly meant to intimidate the Wolf King. "I accept your deal," Gu Yuan said, pointing to a cave not far away and clumsily mimicking a bear's walk. "Tell me, where's the Black Bear King?" The Wolf King watched Gu Yuan's ridiculous act in confusion, clearly unable to grasp his intention. At this moment, Hong Ling let out a clear cry. The Wolf King seemed to understand the meaning in the call, responded with a low growl, picked up a stick, and marked a spot on Gu Yuan's map with mud, followed by a few more low howls. "Master," Hong Ling communicated, "the Wolf King has marked the location you seek on the map. It requests you release its child and take the inner core with you." Gu Yuan slowly squatted down, and Hong Ling took flight, releasing the wolf cub. As Gu Yuan retrieved the inner core, the cub quickly dashed to the Wolf King's side, and the two wolves disappeared into the depths of the forest in an instant. "That was amazing," Chen Wenwen exclaimed excitedly, running up to Gu Yuan and gripping his right hand with both of hers. "Is this what a hunter does? Communicate and negotiate with such fearsome beasts, get what they want, and avoid a brutal fight." She looked up at Gu Yuan. "Hi, I'm Chen Wenwen. What's your name?" Noticing the bloodstains on her, Gu Yuan turned to leave without a word. "Hey, don't leave me here," Chen Wenwen called out in a panic. "It's too dangerous here. I'll die. Please save me. Take me back. I'll pay you lots of money." At this moment, Hong Ling had already flown to the cave entrance and relayed important information to Gu Yuan through their soul connection. "Master, inside the cave there's not only the Black Bear King, but also other bears that serve it, all in hibernation." Damn it, Gu Yuan thought to himself. He had planned to act quietly while the Bear King was hibernating, but now it seemed that with the bears hibernating together, killing one would surely alert the others. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly looked at Chen Wenwen and said, "If you want to survive, follow my lead." Okay. Chen Wenwen eagerly moved closer. "Are we going to the place the Wolf King marked? Are we going hunting?" She cheered, raising her right hand over her head. "Awesome. This is my first wilderness hunt. Let's go hunt those beasts." "Do you think this is a picnic?" Gu Yuan sighed helplessly as he surveyed the scene before him. "Is the first step to help me find a wild beast to bond with." Chen Wenwen asked eagerly. Even though I'm only a freshman, my soul power is already 74, so I can form a contract with my first beast. Can you help me find one that's both cute and strong? Gu Yuan immediately dismissed the idea. You should just buy one from a pet store. Wild beasts have fierce temperaments, and if the contract fails, you'll pass out from soul power exhaustion. You might freeze to death out here before any beast even has the chance to eat you. So what's my first step? First, take off those bloodstained clothes and take a bath. Remember to use this scent masking spray so you don't attract other beasts. But I'm afraid of the cold. Chen Wenwen blushed and lowered her head. It's December now, and it's only a few degrees. If I get drenched in this cold water from the mine, I'll freeze. You're really hard to please. Gu Yuan rubbed his temples. I'll heat the water for you. He fetched water from the well and used spirit fire to warm it. When he returned with the hot water, he found clothes scattered outside the dilapidated shed. The hot water's here. This isn't the city, so wash up quickly and come out. Okay. After Gu Yuan left, he threw the bloodstained clothes into the well to prevent attracting other beasts. He then began to deal with the wolf corpses, collecting all 30 of them into his bracelet. These fierce predators were rich in spiritual energy, with 19 of them having developed inner cores, yielding Gu Yuan 70,000 spirit matter. Hong Ling perched on Gu Yuan's shoulder and remarked, harvesting 30 wolves isn't as good as 60 fat pigs. Pigs are better. Each one is cute and packed with lots of spirit matter. Gu Yuan led her to the backyard, where Hong Ling transformed into human form and respectfully asked, Master, are we going to engrave again? No need. Only beast bones require engraving. The inner core is directly integrated into your body. Then, I'm ready. We can only do this in the wild, since soon we'll face a real level 14 warrior beast. Gu Yuan said as he used his spiritual energy to guide the inner core. Hong Ling floated in front of him, naturally extending her arms. Gu Yuan controlled the inner core with his right hand, gradually merging it into Hong Ling's body. As the fusion process unfolded, ferocious waves of flames swept the area, scorching the surrounding grassland to barren ground. After absorbing the inner core, Hong Ling's level increased by 2, reaching level 8. Hong Ling acquired a new dual attribute combat skill called Blazing Storm. This skill, originally of the profound rank, was upgraded to the earth rank after being enhanced at Gu Yuan's Danfeng Tower. When activated, she can conjure a fiery tornado in front of her that charges forward in a straight line, causing burning damage to enemies in its path, and leaving scorched marks on the ground that continue to burn any subsequent enemies passing through. Clearly, this is a skill suited for a frontal assault. At that moment, the bathroom door was gently pushed open a crack. Chen Wenwen peeked her head out, her damp long hair clinging to her fair shoulders, with her lips slightly pouting in a hint of grievance. I don't have any clothes left. How about lending me yours? Gu Yuan shook his head. I've worn all my clothes. This only made Chen Wenwen blush more. But I can't find my clothes. Are you expecting me to just wander in the jungle like this? With no other choice, Gu Yuan retrieved a spare set of clothes from his storage ring and placed them at the door. It was the Hunter's Guild outfit he had worn the previous morning and intended to wash. Chen Wenwen emerged wearing the noticeably oversized clothes. The t-shirt's neckline hung loosely, the sleeves covered her hands with only her fingertips visible, and the jeans, lacking a belt, hung precariously, causing her to blush as she walked. It's so uncomfortable, she complained, twisting her body. Wearing your clothes without any undergarments. What if I chafe during vigorous movement? How about lending me your boxers? She tilted her head and looked at Gu Yuan. Without a word, Gu Yuan shot a shadow arrow with his shadow gauntlet, creating a hole in the wall. Change into whatever you like once we're home. But stop causing trouble here. Mina. Chen Wenwen made a face and stuck out her tongue when Gu Yuan turned his head, muttering, You don't know how to treat a lady. Little did she know, there was more disregard for her comfort to come. Gu Yuan discovered a hidden beehive underground and extracted a drop of white honey from it. The white honey produced by the white bees has a pure scent, with a fragrance that lingers, and is indeed the favorite food of all bear-like spiritual beasts. In this cold winter, the black bears in the cave should come out to replenish their energy. What should I do next? Chen Wenwen eagerly asked Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan succinctly explained the plan. You stand at the cave entrance with the honey. When the bears wake up and chase you, run outside the Black Bear King's spiritual perception range. Hong Ling and I will attack simultaneously. Chen Wenwen realized she was the bait and was about to refuse but hesitated and asked, Brother Gu Yuan, there's only a drop of white honey. Will the bears fall for it? Gu Yuan had already dismantled the honey drop with his bracelet and casually explained, This white honey, though fragrant, is not a rare treasure. A large barrel is only worth 100 spiritual materials. Didn't you say you like hunting? Here's your chance. Holding a large barrel of white honey, Chen Wenwen broke into a cold sweat as she cautiously approached the cave entrance. The scent wafted into the cave, waking 2 black bears near the entrance, who charged out to chase her. Hong Ling seized the moment and swooped down, leaving scratches on their necks before quickly ascending. As they neared the mud pit, Chun Wonwin deftly sidestepped to the left, tossing the white honey into the pit and shouting, go down, stop chasing me." The bewildered black bears were oblivious to the faint red pustules growing on their necks. One plunged directly into the mud pit, while the other, regaining its senses, tried to halt, only to be shot in the hind leg joint by Gu Yuan's shadow arrow from the treetops, causing it to kneel. Gu Yuan and Hong Ling coordinated perfectly, unleashing a fiery tornado. Mud splattered from the pit, fire raged, and with the explosion at the bears' necks, the two prey met their end. Gu Yuan landed by the mud pit, waved his right hand, and his bracelet collected the remaining white honey and bear carcasses. The spiritual materials in hibernating bears are especially abundant. To store spiritual energy for the winter, they eat heartily and grow fat. These two, along with their inner cores and bear gall, can be broken down into over 20,000 spiritual materials. "You scared me to death." Chun Wonwin collapsed to the ground, about to rest, when she saw Gu Yuan approaching with a meaningful smile. "What are you going to do?" She instinctively shielded her chest with her hands, suddenly realizing they were in the lawless wilderness. Remembering his prowess in taming the phoenix, her resistance subtly weakened. "Get up, we need to deal with all the black bears in the cave before dark." Gu Yuan's words left Chun Wonwin inexplicably disappointed, quietly wondering if these black bears were more appealing to him than she was. Thus, she was dragged to the cave entrance, experiencing a second, third, and even fourth wave of hunting on the brink of life and death. Huffing and puffing, Chun Wonwin collapsed onto the ground, clutching her heaving chest as she gasped for breath. She was wearing Gu Yuan's shirt and jeans, now completely soaked with sweat. "Brother Gu Yuan, please, have mercy," she pleaded, panting heavily. "I can't go on for a sixth time. I'll really die." "These 5 laps are only 800 meters, about the same as a high school girl's physical test," Gu Yuan said calmly. "And you took 4 breaks in between. But if I can't run 800 meters, it's just a retake. This can be deadly." Gu Yuan's expression suddenly turned serious. "So, until you're ready to become a hunter, don't venture beyond the peaceful zone. It's dangerous out here." Chun Wenwen suddenly covered her mouth, a thought flashing through her mind. Was he not using her as bait, but instead trying to show her how dangerous the outside world can be? She couldn't help but think, he's so mature and cool, unlike any guy I've met before. However, Gu Yuan was calculating in his mind. This bait is no longer useful, only the Black Bear King remains. She definitely can't outrun a warrior-level monster, so I might as well take her back home. After all, her family is a shareholder in the Bauhinia community in Yangcheng, so they're likely to give a generous reward. Find a place to hide. Gu Yuan suddenly raised his hand to signal. It's time for the boss fight. With the level 8 red feather, he felt confident enough to take it on. The Black Bear King was still asleep, unaware that its subordinates had been picked off one by one. I'm about to witness a real beast hunter battle a warrior-level monster. Chun Wenwen's eyes sparkled with excitement, anticipating the intense and glorious battle about to unfold. Gu Yuan whispered to Red Feather, "Listen, it's still asleep. We're right behind it. I'll count to 3, then aim for its neck and unleash all your battle skills. Make sure to leave a few more claw marks on it. If the poison doesn't kill it, we need to blow it up." Red Feather nodded obediently. "Go." The sound of continuous impacts accompanied by a burst of spiritual fire filled the air. The Black Bear King, still in its dreams, was suddenly struck with a brutal assault. Chun Wenwen watched, wide-eyed, and couldn't help but mutter to herself. These youngsters have no sense of honor, attacking by surprise. That old Bear King is over 60. Is this really okay? I advise these young people to be more cautious. It's not breathing anymore. Gu Yuan checked for a pulse, happily slapping his thigh, ready to start dissecting the corpse. Suddenly, the mission target, the black crystal pearl, emerged from the bear's body. Just as Gu Yuan was about to celebrate, the black crystal emitted a dark light, and the bear's chest skin rolled up, embedding the black crystal within. To Gu Yuan's shock, the fallen bear's corpse stood up, tears and drool streaming from its eyes and mouth, blankly staring at him. The stench of decaying flesh filled the air. The black bear stood in the cave with its head tilted, covered in scars and torn flesh, with its knee bone piercing through the skin. It let out a deafening roar at Gu Yuan, and the black mist it expelled instantly blackened the cave walls. Impossible. Gu Yuan swiftly dodged to the left, shocked. It was clearly dead. How can it stand again? Is this a zombie? The zombie bear king turned and swung its paw at Gu Yuan. Earning this money isn't going to be easy, Gu Yuan thought to himself, preparing to retreat to the open area outside the cave, where Red Feather could fully utilize its flying advantage. Just then, the black crystal orb on the zombie bear king's chest emitted 2 eerie beams of light. Under the glow, 2 corpses silently blocked Gu Yuan's retreat, a middle-aged male corpse missing an arm with blackened skin, and a female corpse pale as paper and barely clothed. Codenames Radish and Blueberry. Gu Yuan recognized the two as the missing black iron rank hunters from the guild. Even you are here to welcome me. Gu Yuan quickly shot two shadow arrows, but two figures dashed out. A white zombie fox and a black zombie wolfhound leaped in to block the attack. The arrows pierced their decayed bodies, black liquid oozing out. Yet these legendary level 10 zombie beasts continued their relentless approach. Damn it! Gu Yuan realized he was trapped. What he thought was a two-known ambush had turned into a 5-on-2 encirclement. Red Feather transformed into human form, summoning a raging firestorm that engulfed the four zombies in front of them. However, under the power of the black crystal orb, even as their flesh was incinerated, they continued to advance like hellish specters, eventually becoming burning skeletons. Master, don't come over. I'll hold them off, Red Feather shouted. Gu Yuan swallowed hard and focused on the zombie bear king. I have to destroy that orb. He dodged while continuously shooting shadow arrows, but the bear king guarded its chest with both hands, protecting the black crystal orb. Seeing the shadow arrows couldn't penetrate the bear's hide, Gu Yuan gritted his teeth and charged up for 3 seconds, unleashing a firestorm. The flames engulfed the bear, and as the swirling tornado slightly lifted its paw, the fire seared through the gap. Sensing the threat, the black crystal orb made the bear's body leap back. Gu Yuan immediately used his remaining spirit power to release another firestorm. The black bear, forced back by the double flames, charged directly at Gu Yuan, disregarding the loss of its burning arm. This is insane, Chen Wenwen, watching from the sidelines, thought. Zombies don't care about body damage and can perform actions unimaginable to humans. As the half-bodied zombie bear king was about to crush Gu Yuan with its remaining paw, Gu Yuan leaped forward, pressing his right hand directly onto the black crystal orb. Disassemble. In an instant, a dazzling black light flashed as the black crystal orb disintegrated into countless black spiritual energies, all of which were absorbed into Gu Yuan's bracelet. The spiritual matter value displayed on the bracelet suddenly skyrocketed to 500,000. Gu Yuan gasped for breath, clutching his chest, his stance unsteady. At that moment, a powerless bear paw struck him, causing him to stagger a few steps. The black crystal orb, not only incredibly hard but also possessing a certain intelligence, perceived the real threat as Hong Ling. While this human seemed easily manageable, its plan was simple. Even if it couldn't defeat the Phoenix, killing her contract master would cause the Phoenix to die due to the contract, allowing it to acquire a zombie evil fire Phoenix. Seeing through this, Gu Yuan deliberately exposed a flaw. He released 2 consecutive firestorms, seemingly exhausting his soul power, but in reality, he was lulling the black crystal orb into a false sense of security. Indeed, the black crystal orb believed that even if he had an opportunity, he couldn't penetrate its indestructible shell. However, it overlooked one thing. As a lifeless spiritual matter, Gu Yuan could directly use the power of his bracelet to disassemble it. As the black crystal orb disintegrated, the surrounding bodies fell to the ground. In the distance, Chun Wenwen watched, her cheeks flushed, murmuring in disbelief. How is this possible? Just now, Hong Ling was struggling, yet this man instantly wiped out all the zombies with a single black light battle technique. Incredible! She excitedly ran forward, circling around Hong Ling in admiration. Brother Gu's battle technique is so cool. And Hong Ling, you can transform. Even though you're only level 8, you can transform. I get it. You must be mythic level, right? She scrutinized Hong Ling with awe. So beautiful. The red robe, the ancient style long dress, and that noble demeanor, just like a royal concubine from a TV series. Hong Ling had an instinctive aversion to humans other than Gu Yuan, and being watched so fervently made her quite irritable, prompting her to revert to her phoenix form and fly away. Chen Wenwen was about to turn to Gu Yuan when she saw him raise his right hand, his shadow gauntlet locked and loaded, pointing directly at her head. You know too much, Gu Yuan said coldly. Always cautious, he was well aware of the rare value of a mythic-level beast, worth tens of billions, making them targets for many covetous eyes. While Yun Tianxiang had also exposed the fact that he possessed a mythic-level beast, he was backed by a family enterprise with hundreds of billions in assets, deterring ordinary people from recklessly making a move. Even those with the capability would weigh whether it was worth risking the family's furious retaliation. Gu Yuan, on the other hand, was alone, with no background to rely on, and once the news leaked, it would invite endless peril. This was why Hong Ling never easily transformed in front of others. The recent battle was extremely dangerous, and if Hong Ling maintained her phoenix form, she couldn't exploit her flying advantage, significantly reducing her combat effectiveness. Only by transforming into human form could she fully utilize the versatility of human form to create a combat advantage. You actually have a mythic-level spiritual beast. You are truly amazing. Hearing Chun Wenwen's sincere praise, Gu Yuan merely sighed softly. He knew the secret of having a mythic-level pet was eventually impossible to keep forever, but at this moment, he offered no response to Chun Wenwen's admiration. Enough, stop shouting like that. What if other beasts hear us? Gu Yuan whispered. Chen Wenwen immediately realized her mistake, quickly covered her mouth with her hand, and glanced around cautiously, whispering back, got it, got it. O wise and mighty hunter, I'm listening to you. Gu Yuan ignored her flattery. The scent of blood in the air had spread far, and staying any longer would put them at a disadvantage. As he led Chen Wenwen away, he said, let's focus on getting out of here first. We can discuss everything else once we're back in the city. Seeing their fallen comrades and noting Gu Yuan's serious expression, Chen Wenwen understood the urgency of the situation and nodded in agreement. Gu Yuan took out a specially designed satellite phone. In this wilderness, ordinary phones not only lacked signal, but also emitted electromagnetic waves that attracted beasts. Only this hunter-specific waterproof and fireproof mini phone could maintain communication. He quickly sent a message to Yaya. I've got the item. I knew I could count on you. Phoenix Tamer. Yaya replied, excitement barely contained in her words. Head to the nearest train tracks. A train from Pingxing to Yangqing is coming by at 3:20. Jump onto the third carriage, and a mouse will give you a ticket to get back to safety. I need 2 tickets. Gu Yuan replied briefly. What? Yaya could sense the urgency in his message. I picked up someone out here camping. I need his ID info for the ticket. Chen Wenwen, from number 3 high school. You should be able to find the rest. The school beauty, huh? You sure? You took an extra day, and you managed to find such a catch in the wilderness? I came close to losing my life 4 times. Do you think I care who she is? Bringing her along is just a token of gratitude. They jumped onto the train's tempered glass tracks and entered the carriage through a maintenance window. A friendly conductor greeted them warmly. Oh, you must be the 2 who forgot to have your tickets checked, right? Come with me. I'll take you to your room. Room? Gu Yuan asked, surprised. Yes, and it's a bunk bed. Other passengers, catching sight of Chen Wenwen's pure and beautiful face, looked on with envy, wondering if the young pair were a couple out on a romantic trip. Amidst these envious glances, Gu Yuan led Chen Wenwen into a private compartment, uninterested in the speculative whispers. Once the door was closed, Gu Yuan could no longer hold himself up and collapsed to the floor. His nerves, tense for so long, finally relaxed, and he let out a long breath safe at last. I'm going to take a nap, so don't disturb me. Gu Yuan had exhausted his spiritual power after using the flame storm too many times and fell asleep as soon as he got into bed. When Gu Yuan woke up, he saw Chen Wenwen sitting quietly at a distance, blinking but saying nothing, watching the red feather on his bedside table with lingering fear. She reached out to touch it, but was glared at so fiercely by the red feather that she took several steps back. Chen Wenwen's heart was still pounding. This phoenix usually seemed so calm, and all she wanted was to help brother Gu Yuan tidy his blanket and perhaps get a closer look at his sleeping face. But remembering how the red feather had flared up, she sat even more upright, with goosebumps all over her skin. Hey, let's exchange WeChat. Chen Wenwen suggested. When I get home, I'll send you the security fee, and your clothes will return them once I've washed them. The train was heading to Yangcheng, but Gu Yuan was getting off at Guangqing. Before he got off, Chen Wenwen said this, and Gu Yuan took out his phone, scanned each other's WeChat QR codes, and then headed home. Gu Yuan opened WeChat and received a friend request from someone with the code name Bullet Brother from the Shana hunting group. I won't change my name until I draw Wu Zetian. Who are you? Bullet Brother wrote. Is this how high schoolers choose their usernames these days? I'd better add a note for you. Trainer of Phoenixes, who are you? Bullet Brother replied. The one who lost 500,000 to you. You actually completed a clever mission. If your spiritual power weren't so weak, you could have been directly promoted to a bronze level hunter. Trainer of Phoenixes responded. You even added me on WeChat to give me money. Bullet Brother replied. At Shana Hunting Group, we prioritize credibility. 500,000 means 500,000. However, he thought to himself, I was planning to default, but our leader told me not to offend such a rising star. Completing a clever mission with just spiritual power, the future is limitless. When he's fully grown, and you want to pay him back with interest, what will you do? Better to win him over now. Bullet Brother sighed, touching his burnt bullet head. Our leader really likes you and is willing to provide you with various high-quality resources, including feed, lamp oil, elixirs, and even experienced hunters to teach you combat skills. However, Gu Yuan was not interested at all. After accepting the money, he replied, I'm going to college, so I won't be hunting often. I have stuff to do, so I'm logging off now. Bullet Brother was so angry that he almost blew steam out of his ears. He wanted to smash his phone but realized he could only blame himself for not recognizing a great talent. Gu Yuan lay on his bed, looking at the last message from Yaya. The person responsible for receiving it will come to find you tomorrow. Although the black crystal pearl had been successfully disassembled by Gu Yuan, the bracelet could use up spiritual material to reassemble a new one. But this process would consume the 500,000 spiritual materials it had been disassembled into. These 500,000 spiritual materials were a fortune for Gu Yuan now, but the Hunters Guild had rules. If you don't turn in the target reward on time after completing a mission, your credit points will be deducted, and you won't receive the mission reward. which was another headache for Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan carefully examined the file folder in his hands, meticulously verifying all the materials. The documents indicated that the black crystal orb only exhibited dark attribute spiritual energy fluctuations. Although the people above knew of its considerable power and its potential to turn corpses into zombies, they were unaware of its exact size. After all, except for him and Hong Ling, everyone who had seen the orb was already dead. With this in mind, Gu Yuan's lips curled into a smile. If that's the case, why hand over a full-sized black crystal orb? He promptly used the power of his bracelet to create a smaller version of the orb, which only consumed half of the original spiritual substance. Yaya Chuan dared to book a couple's room to tease me. Consider this your interest payment, Gu Yuan thought smugly. This plan was flawless because the black crystal orb was so rare that the inspectors couldn't determine its exact size, only its authenticity. They couldn't possibly guess he possessed such a powerful soul artifact bracelet capable of perfectly disassembling and reconstructing items. Just then, a message from Yaya Chuan arrived. After a long investigation, we finally identified the most likely person to ambush you. Who is it? Gu Yuan immediately became alert, as the moment for his long-awaited counterattack had finally arrived. Lin Yumpeng. Gu Yuan fell silent for a moment. He was all too familiar with that name. It was his former class monitor. Impossible. I have no grudge against him. Why would he want to kill me? Someone hired him to do it. Who? That'll cost extra. Forget it. I'll find out myself. Gu Yuan was about to disconnect the communication. Hold on, Yaya Chuan warned. Don't forget, your class monitor is a top student with a soul power of 157. If you confront him directly, he'll crush your neck with his own hands. But considering you have Hong Ling, I'll handle it personally. If your life is in danger, I'll save you, but you'll owe me a favor. After the communication ended, Gu Yuan looked at his remaining 450,000 spiritual substances, leaving 50,000 for Hong Ling's feed, and converting the rest into ancient spirit lamp oil for five-fold accelerated cultivation. He filled the soul lamp, and upon lighting it, a clear white aura rose. Gu Yuan arrived outside the grand door in his soul sea and began intense cultivation. As he absorbed the guiding spiritual energy from the lamp oil's white fragrance, his spiritual power rapidly increased. His soul power soared. 110, 120, 130, and finally, he broke through. At the moment of breakthrough, a faint blue light flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. On the side wall extending from the Danfeng Gate, Jianfu Gate emitted a pure white light. A system notification appeared. Jianfu Gate enhances feedback ability. Battle skill damage gained during feedback increases by 10. If skin contact is made with a beast during feedback, the engraved battle skill on the contact area can also be copied. Nourishment from Phoenix-type beasts during feedback is increased by 10. Wow! Gu Yuan was overjoyed. Directly copying engraved battle skills? This ability is difficult even for third-grade beast tamers to achieve, and I've mastered it so quickly. The inscribed battle techniques are indeed superior to those obtained through inner alchemy, particularly due to their passive traits. Although the technique of feedback can only replicate the battle techniques within a contracted beast and cannot replicate those inscribed as they rely on the beast itself for activation, the Jianfu Gate breaks this limitation. Not only can it directly replicate, but it also enhances the effect by 10. Such capability surpasses the feedback level of many third-grade beast masters. However, Gu Yuan had no time to celebrate this discovery. The precious ancient spirit lamp oil, which allows for 5 times the cultivation speed, was too valuable for him to waste a moment in fleeting joy. As he delved deeper into his cultivation, the numbers continued to climb. 140, 150, 164, 170, but progress noticeably slowed as he approached 200. This was a formidable barrier to overcome. The venerable immortal gate flickered in his mind, requiring his full concentration to sustain it, as any distraction would cause it to collapse. Yet, focusing entirely on it left him feeling exhausted, as if an unseen force was dragging him into an abyss. The moment he acknowledged this fatigue, the venerable immortal gate would vanish, forcing him to gather his soul power anew to reconstruct it. Gu Yuan was not deterred. With a full 6 hours of lamp oil left, he resolved to work through the night if necessary, determined to fully construct the venerable immortal gate. Since building this mental state was so challenging, he was prepared to push through with sheer determination. His thoughts drifted back to his time in the wilderness, recalling the 3 wealthy young heirs who met their end. Those who strutted arrogantly in the city were no more than frightened, fleeing dogs before the wolf's fangs. He remembered the pack of ravenous wolves and the people in the city, basking in their false sense of prosperity and safety, oblivious to the truth. The government had never revealed even a tenth of the real dangers lying beyond the safety barriers to the city's residents. But Gu Yuan had seen the world outside with his own eyes. He had witnessed the vast landscape and the ferocious beasts that roamed it. Could the safety barrier truly hold forever? If these beasts breached human defenses, the facade of prosperity would vanish in an instant. Strength, only greater strength, was real and reliable. The surface-level peace and happiness were merely illusions people used to deceive themselves. Gu Yuan silently vowed that he would not be fooled by these illusions. He would become stronger not for exams, not for wealth or status, but simply to survive in this world. As this resolve solidified within him, Gu Yuan's eyes began to gleam with a faint light, as spiritual energy flowed around him in a blue-white aura. The venerable immortal gate finally began to take shape. Blue-white stone bricks stacked orderly, forming a grand triple-arch gateway. Pristine birch beams rose from the ground, supporting the gate's frame, while azure tiles descended from the sky, seamlessly assembling into a complete roof. On the rooftop, 3 white jade stones rose from the ground and, enveloped in golden light, automatically carved themselves into 3 palm-sized statues of celestial beings, each standing at the left, center, and right ends of the roof. This is the Gate of Immortal Aspiration, a magical structure that grants a 10 bonus experience when engaging in beast battles, fusing inner cores, or consuming heavenly treasures. Even more astonishing is the special ability it bestows upon phoenix-type beasts. They will not truly die from lethal damage, but instead transform into a fragile phoenix egg. As long as the egg remains unharmed for a day, the beast can be reborn at full strength. Few finally broke through 200. Gu Yuan lay on the bed, panting heavily, immersed in the joy of his breakthrough. The cost of exhausting all the lamp oil was rewarded with his soul power reaching 200 points, a level that could rival the prodigies of the top 10 high schools in Guangqing. 400,000 spirit materials well spent, haha. At this moment, Hong Ling had reverted to her human form, kneeling by Gu Yuan's bedside, looking at him with eyes full of concern. She sensed the special protection she received in Gu Yuan's soul. See the power of rebirth granted by the Gate of Immortal Aspiration. As long as the phoenix egg remained intact, she could be revived infinitely. Master, you've worked so hard, staying up all night to cultivate for me, Hong Ling said softly. I've already heard about the completion of the 2 subsidiary gates of the Danfeng Gate. I'm truly overjoyed. No need to, Gu Yuan began to say, but was interrupted by Hong Ling. Chill. Master, don't speak. Let me ease your fatigue. Hong Ling floated gracefully, releasing gentle spiritual energy into Gu Yuan's body. The 2 streams of spiritual energy intertwined and permeated each other in the air. Gu Yuan felt the comfort emanating from his right hand, understanding that Hong Ling not only helped him replicate the engraved glyphs, but also used her own spiritual energy to alleviate his exhaustion. This meant that the shadow spike shot from his shadow nail gauntlet would now carry a fiery poison effect. Meanwhile, elsewhere, hey, I know Gu Yuan isn't dead, but it was according to your instructions that he was thrown into the furnace, not my fault. Now even more people know he's alive. Ling Yunpeng glared at the last text message on his phone, a cold glint in his eyes. Just lucky to have a powerful beast. Just wait. This time I'll make sure he dies a miserable death in my own way. You need these resources, the message continued. Your current achievements are impressive, but to secure a spot in the 211 universities and rise above others, it's far from enough. Ling Yunpeng walked down the alley, his murderous intent barely concealed. Gu Yuan, today is your doomsday. Is that so? A calm voice echoed from the end of the alley. Ling Yunpeng looked up to see Gu Yuan standing there, with the intimidating red giant bird perched on his shoulder, staring coldly at him. Gu Yuan, well, I wasn't looking for you, but here you are. Ling Yunpeng. Gu Yuan enunciated each word clearly. It's you who walked into a trap. Ling Yunpeng sneered, a look of contempt in his eyes. You think you can challenge me with just that bird on your shoulder? You really don't know your limits. I've dealt with plenty of useless people like you who can't do anything without their beasts, if not 100, then at least 80. Before he finished speaking, a shadowy figure appeared behind him, revealing a monkey wielding a metal staff. The monkey moved with uncanny agility, leaping through the narrow alley before suddenly appearing behind Gu Yuan, its staff aimed directly at Hong Ling. In an instant, both Hong Ling and the monkey vanished without a trace. Shadow teleportation. Gu Yuan blurted out. That's right. Ling Yunpeng smirked triumphantly. The shadow monkey's battle skill can teleport its target up to 33 kilometers away. That's how I plan to send you and Hong Ling straight into the incinerator. Now, without your bird, it's just you and me. With your pathetic soul power, you're not even a match for a fraction of mine. Crushing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Ling Yunpeng lunged forward, his hands transforming into shadowy staffs, aiming a blow at Gu Yuan. But Gu Yuan was undaunted, unleashing his soul power and summoning a fiery storm to counterattack. The blast sent Ling Yunpeng flying, crashing heavily onto the rooftop of a 5-story building. Ling Yunpeng crouched on the rooftop, staring incredulously at his scorched right arm, his sleeve reduced to ashes. Impossible. Your soul power has broken through 200. He could hardly believe it. It had taken him a year of hard training just to raise his soul power from 30 to 157. while Gu Yuan had skyrocketed from 32 to 200 in just 5 days. Before he could regain his composure, Gu Yuan attacked again, unleashing twin fiery tornadoes. Everything in their path bags, stones, moss, grass was incinerated to ash in an instant. Earth-level battle technique. Ling Yunping's eyes widened with jealousy burning inside him. I'll fight to the end. He drew a white longsword, slicing through the fiery tornado and charging at Gu Yuan. Recognize this? The wind-cutting sword, a battle soul weapon worth 400,000. I bet you didn't expect this. I got my hunter's license, so I can legally buy soul weapons now. Ling Yunpeng laughed maniacally. The sword's edge tore through the air, but Gu Yuan remained calm, waving his right hand to unleash the 1,000 reverse fire slash. The fire blade clashed with the sword, sparking brilliantly and forcing the longsword aside. Another earth-level battle technique. Ling Yunpeng shouted in disbelief. Gu Yuan's figure flickered as he deftly dodged the sword, bringing them face-to-face, almost chest to chest. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, and a shadow arrow shot precisely towards Ling Yunpeng's neck. In that split second, Ling Yunpeng's wind-cutting sword also struck Gu Yuan's gauntlet, producing a piercing metallic clang. The shadow arrow hit Ling Yunpeng's throat directly, and blood gushed out immediately. He staggered back a few steps before finally collapsing to his knees, clenching his hands tightly around his bleeding throat and letting out a painful scream. Shadow Gauntlet. Ling Yunpeng's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you have a combat soul artifact? Because, Gu Yuan said calmly. Like you, I am a hunter and have traveled the outside world. A pale red blister rapidly swelled on Ling Yunpeng's neck. He tried to channel his spiritual energy to resist it, only to discover in horror that the blister was absorbing his energy voraciously. The blister grew larger and finally burst with a pop. The excruciating pain caused Ling Yunpeng to faint. When he awoke again, a searing sensation made him scream in agony. My face! My face! The left side of his face was completely burned, the flesh charred. It was then he realized he was tightly bound to a wooden stake, with a boiling furnace of molten lava beneath him. Remember this place? Gu Yuan asked coldly, standing by the furnace. You threw me down here once. Now it's your turn. At that moment, Hong Ling returned, clutching the corpse of the shadow monkey in its claws. Seeing this, Ling Yunpeng broke down in tears. That was his companion of 3 years, and for the sake of getting into a top university for beast taming, he had poured all his efforts into their training. His parents had even taken on hundreds of thousands in loans to support them. Now that the shadow monkey was dead, not only was his college entrance hope shattered, but all his life's work was in vain. Murder is punishable by life imprisonment, Gu Yuan continued. I only have one question for you. Answer wrong once, and I'll cut a rope. Remember, there are only 3 ropes holding you. Now tell me, who sent you to kill me? Ling Yunpeng glared viciously at Gu Yuan. He had lost everything: his handsome appearance, his beast for the college entrance exam, and even the wind-cutting sword he saved for a year to buy had fallen into Gu Yuan's hands. Gu Yuan, I will tear you to pieces. With a snap, Hong Ling cut the first rope. Ling Yunpeng felt himself drop slightly, and the fear of death instantly consumed his anger. But just as he was about to speak, the terrifying image of a mysterious man and organization flashed in his mind, cutting into his spine like a blade. Brother Gu Yuan, I really don't know. Snap, the second rope was severed. Afraid of retaliation? Gu Yuan sneered. At least in prison, the guards can protect you. But if you lie again, you'll die now. With only 1 rope left, Ling Yunpeng dangled above the scorching lava, truly experiencing what it meant to be hanging by a thread. Seeing Gu Yuan's indifferent expression and menacing aura, he finally broke down. It's Yun Tianxiang, the son of the chairman of Tianyun Group. Ling Yunpeng screamed hysterically. I don't know how you offended him, but he promised me countless cultivation resources to kill you. Gu Yuan suddenly remembered Yun Tianxiang, the prodigious youth who, along with Song Yingying, was directly admitted to the Guanxing Beast Taming Academy. Like him, Yun Tianxiang possessed a mythical-level beast and was also the son of a major conglomerate's chairman. At that moment, a red feathered claw flashed and severed the last rope. Ling Yunpeng's body began to fall freely, the whistling wind filling his ears. The fear of death made him scream hoarsely. I really didn't lie. Gu Yuan, damn you. If you want me dead, even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Hearing the shrill scream echoing from the gorge below, Gu Yuan nodded slightly, feeling that such an intense reaction confirmed the truth of Ling Yunpeng's words. The red-feathered beast immediately understood, its fiery wings creating a powerful force as it dove to catch Ling Yunpeng. However, at the critical moment, an eerie black shadow appeared above the magma, forming a swirling vortex that instantly swept Ling Yunpeng away before he could plunge into the lava. Gu Yuan glanced at the dead shadow monkey on the ground and immediately realized that this was far beyond the shadow combat skills of a level 10 beast. It exceeded normal limits in terms of distance, range, and precision. Student, you shouldn't use private punishment so casually, a gentle female voice suddenly said. But since you sent the phoenix to save him in the end, I'll forgive you this time. Don't let it happen again. Gu Yuan turned to see a composed and elegant woman. She wore a professional outfit, a fitted black blazer over a white shirt, the buttons of which seemed ready to pop at any moment, a pencil skirt that accentuated her curvaceous figure, and sheer stockings paired with black high heels that highlighted her perfect-shaped silhouette. She appeared to be in her late 20s, with short hair styled into soft waves that added a mature allure to her fresh appearance. Her delicate face was adorned with a kind smile that drew people in. Are you his accomplice? Here to save him? Gu Yuan was about to argue when he heard a hurried warning from the red feathered beast in his soul sea. Master, don't get close. It was then that Gu Yuan noticed 5 shadowy figures behind the woman, transforming into 5 identical black shadow butterflies with distinct patterns, gracefully fluttering around her. The realization that she was a 5th-level beast tamer sent a shock through Gu Yuan. Suddenly, 5 lights flashed simultaneously, and the butterflies transformed into 5 petite and adorable little girls. They looked like quintuplets, their backs adorned with spotted black wings, resembling 5 flower fairies as they surrounded the woman, their smiles warm and comforting. 5 shadow-type beasts circled in the air, each emanating a powerful aura exceeding level 40. At that moment, a mysterious woman clapped her hands gently and offered Gu Yuan a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'm not his accomplice. I'm just here to retrieve something. Her eyes showed a hint of surprise. I never expected boys these days to be so brave, venturing into the wilderness and completing a clever mission at such a young age. Gu Yuan felt a stirring in his heart. Could this be the person Yaya Chuan mentioned who would receive the black crystal orb? He took out the black crystal orb as the mysterious woman gracefully approached and accepted it from him. Well done on completing your mission, she said in a gentle tone, as if speaking to a kindergarten student. Keep it up and strive to become a pillar of society. But punishing bad guys is a bit too early for a boy your age. In a daze, Gu Yuan felt that the woman before him seemed less like a spy from an assassin organization and more like a kindergarten teacher, with himself unwittingly becoming her student. Hey, that person is mine. As she turned to leave, Gu Yuan took 2 steps forward. The mysterious woman turned her head, placing a slender finger gently on his lips, her expression suddenly serious. Young man, protect yourself when you're out there. Don't meddle with dangerous things. Leave this to me. A teacher will protect you. What the heck? What are you talking about? Gu Yuan was about to retort, but the woman's gaze fell on his sleeve and the exposed shadow spike gauntlet. Your soul weapon is damaged. There are 3 cuts on your clothes, and the spirit-gathering device on the gauntlet is broken. Repairs will probably cost a lot, right? She pressed down on Gu Yuan's sleeve, and a small shadow butterfly immediately flew over, emitting black silk to instantly mend his coat. Somehow, she already had Gu Yuan's shadow spike gauntlet in her hand. You did very well. The teacher will reward you, she explained. The shadow butterfly evolved from an adult shadow silkworm. Clothes mended with its silk can help you temporarily become invisible and increase your speed. I'll return this gauntlet to you tomorrow. Before she finished speaking, a flash of black mist enveloped her, and she disappeared without a trace along with the 5 butterflies and Ling Yunpa. Gu Yuan stood there, momentarily bewildered and at a loss. Hey, Yaya Chuan, what's going on? Your contact person, is she out of her mind? Suddenly, Yaya Chuan sent a file with a warning. Listen carefully, at 9:50 tomorrow morning, open this file, and everything will be revealed. Remember, don't open it early, or it'll be dangerous. Although Gu Yuan couldn't make sense of the situation, his instincts told him this woman probably wouldn't harm him. Even though she took the shadow spike gauntlet, she strengthened his coat before leaving, allowing him to increase his speed and temporarily become invisible when gathering spiritual energy. Given her demonstrated strength, she wouldn't need to say so much if she intended to rob him. Finally, Gu Yuan confirmed his bank account was unharmed and chalked up the encounter to a bizarre episode. Before leaving Guanqing, Gu Yuan made a point to visit the supermarket run by Ling Yunpeng's parents. What he saw were 2 elderly people with tears streaming down their faces as they were taken away by police cars, a scene that left Gu Yuan deep in thought. This kind of handling did not seem like the style of an ordinary secret organization. The mysterious woman was likely part of a special group closely collaborating with judicial authorities. To unravel these mysteries, Gu Yuan knew he had to wait until the next day to open the mysterious file sent by Yaya. However, the immediate priority was to head to Yanqing for a training session at Zhongshan Beast Training University. On the overnight train, Gu Yuan managed to get some sleep. Upon arriving in Yanqing, he settled his luggage at the hotel before heading straight to the university. At precisely 8 o'clock, the training began. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, Gu Yuan felt the piercing stares of others. Whispered conversations were clearly audible around him. That's him, the one who scored a perfect 100. It wasn't 100. I heard there was an error in the test markings, and his score was lowered to 90. He must have used some tricks. I heard he nearly failed all 3 subjects in the unified exam. Listening to these discussions, Gu Yuan suddenly realized that in just a few days, he had embarked on a completely different path from these classmates. His name, Gu Yuan the Phoenix Tamer, was rapidly rising in prominence within confidential files of the Hunters Guild, City Logistics Department, and various organizations, becoming a new star attracting attention. Meanwhile, these ordinary students, much like the wealthy kids wanting to picnic outside the safety zone, were confined to the simple campus environment, oblivious to the outside world. Their focus remained on exam scores and whether or not someone cheated, completely unable to grasp the major issues Gu Yuan faced, such as the struggles between interest groups and the battles between humans and mythical beasts. Sitting in his seat, Gu Yuan silently awaited 9:40 when he planned to check the decompressed file on his phone. In the classroom, the topic of conversation shifted to the upcoming practical class. I heard the training is different from regular classes, with more hands-on courses. Oh my gosh, what if we get injured? What about my baby rabbit? A senior said the instructor for this course is terrifying, a former officer from the Special Beast Taming Army, and last year someone fainted during training. In their minds, the students all envisioned the same image, a muscular, dark-skinned man wearing sunglasses and carrying a massive soul weapon, walking towards the classroom. Finally, 9:40 arrived, and Gu Yuan took out his phone to open the mysterious decompressed file. Squinting at the content above, cold sweat dripped down his forehead, his heart raced, and his mouth twitched. His slightly trembling fingers couldn't even accurately touch the screen, where a few bold words stood out. "Teacher, why are you here?" Below was an inappropriate image, seemingly of a beautiful teacher embracing one of her students right in the classroom. What does this mean? Gu Yuan was full of questions, but he noticed a little mouse scurrying past his feet. Boys shouldn't look at such things, especially during the teacher's class. Suddenly, a fair, jade-like hand confiscated Gu Yuan's phone. Hearing the familiar voice, he swallowed hard and turned to see. Indeed, it was that mysterious woman from yesterday. "I'll hold on to this for you," she said. "Good morning, everyone. I'm your practical class teacher, Zheng Hanyue. I hope each of you can become a pillar of the nation." As teacher Zheng Hanyue stood on the platform, her aura, her figure, and her looks caused the entire class to erupt. "Ah, beautiful teacher. Wow, such a pretty teacher. She's so beautiful." All the male students started clapping, whistling, and even screaming. "Damn Yaya Chuan." Gu Yuan clutched his head, cursing inwardly. That bastard must have planned this, playing a joke on me. Watching a notebook during class is exciting. Watching a beautiful teacher's notebook during class is exciting. Watching a beautiful teacher's notebook while the teacher watches you from behind is exciting. One day, I'll turn it into a leather sofa and sell it to the proctology department's first floor, letting patients sit on your skin one by one and fart. Humph. On the side, someone was enthusiastically talking about how the Special Beast Unit evacuated overseas Chinese from Africa, invaded by demonic beasts. However, instead of a military officer from the Special Beast Unit, a beautiful woman with an impressive figure and delicate skin appeared. He was somewhat dissatisfied. "Humph, just a vase. Oh, I forgot to introduce my teaching assistant." Suddenly, the smallest of the butterfly sisters from last night, with the most vivid black dotted wings and the tallest stature, appeared. She waved her chubby little hand, greeting all the students. "Hello, I'm Big Ball. I'm Second Ball. I'm Third Ball. I'm Fourth Ball. I'm Fifth Ball." Suddenly, a group of butterfly lolas burst out, and these little ones started arguing on the podium. "You don't have to show up. I'm the teaching assistant. I'm the oldest among you. Sister, you're just 6 levels higher than us. We're all level 50. Why should you be the teaching assistant? We want to be one too." Bam, bam, bam. Teacher Zheng Hanyue promptly gave each of these lowly heads a tap. "Quiet. This is the classroom. Big Ball stays, the rest go back." The students below, many of whom had beasts only at level 5 or 6, were stunned to see a group of shape-shifting, level 50 beasts. Who would dare call them a vase now? Wow, so many level 50 beasts. This is practically a special forces team in one person. So strong, such a powerful beauty. At that moment, Zhang Hanyue became the dream woman of all the male students in the class. Beautiful, strong, and mature. Gu Yuan's mind conjured up one word: mysterious. Ms. Zhang Hanyue's legs, wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, were clearly visible, yet shrouded in an aura of mystery that was hard to decipher. On stage, Ms. Zhang Hanyue finished teaching a lesson on basic knowledge. As the bell rang, she suddenly said, "Gu Yuan, come to my office. Let's talk about last night." This statement caused a stir in the classroom. The students whispered among themselves, speculating whether Gu Yuan and the attractive teacher shared some secret from the previous night. Gu Yuan was stunned, thinking to himself, "Teacher, your words are too easily misunderstood." In the office, it was just the two of them. Ms. Zheng Hanyue elegantly crossed her legs, her long legs swinging gently in the air. She retrieved Gu Yuan's shadow bracelet from a drawer. "Here you go. I had someone upgrade it for you." Gu Yuan received the bracelet with delight and put it on. As he activated his spiritual energy, 3 shadow arrows appeared simultaneously. This was a triple-shot device. He remembered that this upgraded version was priced at 600,000 online, far beyond his means. He hadn't expected Ms. Zheng Hanyue to upgrade it for free. He couldn't help but marvel at her wide network, one that included connections with both influential figures and the state-run Shifeng military industry. How impolite, Ms. Zheng said softly, with a gentle reproach on her face. A young man shouldn't speculate about a lady's secrets. I won't harm my students, but you must learn to protect yourself. The Tianyin group has been around for decades, a major threat, and you are insignificant in their eyes. Just as Gu Yuan was about to ask more, Ms. Zheng picked up his phone, displaying a notebook that shouldn't have been there. In the empty office, watching his teacher with such content was awkward. With a slight blush, Ms. Zheng said with a hint of playful anger, "Curiosity is normal for a teenager, but this kind of content isn't good for you." She deleted the files and handed Gu Yuan a health education book. "If you have questions, feel free to ask me." When Gu Yuan opened the office door with the book in hand, he found a group of curious boys gathered outside. Seeing the health education book, the classmates who had been joking were now shocked. Could it be he really was getting extra lessons? Could he really have a special relationship with the beautiful teacher? Just then, Gu Yuan received a text message on his phone. "Did you finally get your phone back?" It was from Yaya Chuan. "Yaya Chuan, just wait," Gu Yuan replied. "One day, I'll turn you into crocodile shoes." "Don't be mad, it was just a joke. You're asking for it." Gu Yuan turned off his phone and returned to his hotel. Gu Yuan stood at the entrance of the real estate agency, carefully examining the rental listings. As someone accompanied by a red feather, staying in a male dormitory wasn't suitable, so he had to rent an apartment off campus. His gaze fell on an advertisement. Upscale community with a monthly rent of 3,000, while a regular community was only 2,000. In a top-tier city like this, that's probably the cheapest option, Gu Yuan mused to himself. I've heard that over in the Magic City, it can go up to 5 or 6,000. He had no intention of buying a house in Yangcheng. Rather than spending 5 or 6 million on a property, he'd rather invest in cultivation resources once he had power. Making money would be no problem. The address was 3601 Zijing Community. The name seemed familiar to Gu Yuan, though he couldn't quite place where he'd seen it before. He carried his suitcase to the entrance of the community, ready to negotiate the price with the landlord. The landlady eyed Gu Yuan, taking in his student appearance, a shrewd glint in her eyes. She signaled to someone nearby, and a young girl rushed over, clinging to the landlady's leg, crying out that she would pay 5,000 for the apartment. "Young man," the landlady turned to Gu Yuan, her face plastered with a fake smile. "Since you're a student, I'll let it go for 4,500. Gu Yuan inwardly sneered, seeing through the clumsy act immediately. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the landlady started talking about school district housing and rental rights from above, hinting that he wouldn't be able to rent in the area for that price. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared. "This apartment is free of charge for him. Transfer it directly to his name." A clear female voice rang out. "Miss." Everyone present, including the security guards, was stunned. Gu Yuan took a sharp breath. It was Chun Wenwen. Today, she was dressed to impress, looking even more radiant than when she'd worn his clothes before. "Brother Gu Yuan, we meet again," Chun Wenwen said, approaching him with a bright smile. At this point, a middle-aged man with a commanding presence arrived. It was the chairman of the Chen group. The surrounding security and cleaning staff immediately greeted him with respect. "You are my daughter's savior. What's a few million for an apartment?" the chairman said kindly. Gu Yuan, however, coldly replied, "Is this because you heard I could complete a clever task before or after?" With that, he turned to leave, unwilling to be tied down by an apartment. "Brother Gu Yuan, why are you leaving?" Chen Wenwen called after him persistently. A middle-aged woman, Madam Chen, walked up to the chairman. "That's a hunter who could complete a clever task in his senior year of high school. Haven't we always wanted to cultivate our own protector? That young man isn't easy to win over." The chairman shook his head. "Humph, men are unreliable." Madam Chen turned to her daughter. "Wenwen, do you truly like him?" "Yes, Mom." "All right, I'll search every rental agency in Yangqing for you. This isn't for the company, it's for your happiness." Chen Wenwen bit her upper lip and nodded firmly. Gu Yuan dragged his suitcase into his newly rented apartment. As he pushed the door open, he was met with an unexpected scene. Chen Wenwen was already lounging on the sofa, dressed in a white, sheer nightgown. Her feet were clad in pink, fluffy bunny slippers, which she swung back and forth while her eyes remained glued to her phone screen. "You're back," Chen Wenwen said without looking up. "What are you doing here?" Gu Yuan asked, surprised. "I'm your landlord. I live in the room next door," Chen Wenwen replied, rolling over on the sofa. "Oh, by the way, I've already put your clothes in the wardrobe." "Wait, isn't this property yours?" Gu Yuan questioned. "It wasn't before. After you moved in, my dad bought it and put me in charge," she explained casually. Gu Yuan sighed, thinking that at this rate, even if he were to sleep at an internet cafe, she'd probably buy the place just to be near him. "Stay out of my room," he declared, quickly retreating to his own room and shutting the door behind him, collapsing onto the bed. A red feather landed on the ground and transformed into a human shape, with a surge of spiritual fire rising behind it. Rest assured, master. If she dares to intrude, I'll make sure she learns her lesson, it said. Calm down, don't burn the place down. This apartment is expensive, Gu Yuan quickly reassured. It doesn't matter what she does. I'm not interested in her. Lately, despite Gu Yuan buying a lot of feed for Hong Ling, her level seemed stuck, not improving at all. He suspected there might be an issue with the General Bird Training Manual, so he made a special trip to the library at Zhongshan University to do some research. Although information on inscriptions, potion crafting, and spirit beast training could be found online, there was no information on how to raise a phoenix. Gu Yuan speculated that Hong Ling might be the only phoenix in existence, which is why many people doubted her identity. In a world where even beast cosmetic surgery was commonplace, most people saw her as just a fire-type bird altered to look like a phoenix, thinking this was merely Gu Yuan's attempt to gain attention. Gu Yuan hoped to find some historical fragments related to the Tang dynasty, the phoenix, and the Enlushan rebellion in the library. He knew that a university library like Zhongshan, founded in the early days of the fall of the Qing dynasty, should not be underestimated. During those tumultuous times, much ancient knowledge was lost to revolution and war, but many valuable books were secretly preserved by those dedicated to tradition, escaping the fate of being burned. Eventually, Gu Yuan arrived at the Zhongshan Library. After passing the statue of Sun Yat-sen and swiping his card to enter, he was greeted by a modern scene. Bright lights illuminating rows of neatly arranged bookshelves and plastic tables and chairs, even a milk tea shop and a computer room. All the clues were telling Gu Yuan that this was not the place he was looking for. He continued forward and arrived at an inner area that required real name registration to enter, but the atmosphere there was still too new. Just then, his eyes caught a glimpse of a hidden corner leading underground. You can't go in there. As he approached, the librarian immediately stepped forward to stop him. Gu Yuan knew he couldn't leave empty-handed this time, so he pretended to comply and retreated to a corner. Suddenly, his dark night coat shimmered with a glow, rendering him invisible for a brief moment, and he dashed into the underground passage. Master, I can't sense you. Hong Ling called out anxiously in the Sea of Souls. Hong Ling, don't worry. The coat's invisibility has a 1-hour cooldown. I can't come up for now, but I'll take care of myself. Since the coat's invisibility effect couldn't cover Hong Ling, Gu Yuan had to proceed alone. The underground space was filled with a classical ambience, with neatly arranged solid wood bookshelves forming a labyrinth with no signs or directions. He randomly took down a book and found it was written in traditional characters with a brush, the pages bound with white thread. Damn, an hour might not be enough to even read the contents page. Gu Yuan climbed up the bookshelf and looked around, shocked by the scene. Each bookshelf held about 200 books, with an 8-byte formation of shelves, and there were 9 such formations in the entire underground space. Over 900,000 books, adding the booklets. There might be 1,000,000 volumes here. This isn't a survivor camp. It's practically a densely populated area. Student, a voice suddenly came from behind, startling Gu Yuan into a jump. Turning around, he saw a talking parrot spirit beast. Please don't climb the shelves. Young people these days have no respect for books, all because of online reading. Gu Yuan hurriedly jumped off the shelf, only then noticing a hunchbacked old man watching him. Sir, I meant no offense. Gu Yuan waved his hands, but the old man didn't respond. Sir, my master had his tongue cut out and can't speak. I'm his voice. The parrot settled on the old man's shoulder. You sneaked in, didn't you? Normally, someone as young as you wouldn't be allowed in. So, are you going to kick me out? That depends on what type of books you're looking for. History. Gu Yuan feigned eagerness. I love history, but I find many historical records contradictory. I've heard the library at Zhongshan University has a lot of ancient books. I like students with ambition. If it's modern history, I can tell you from personal experience without needing these books. I was there during the revolution. You fought in the War of Resistance? No, I fought against the Qing army. Sir, you really are something. Gu Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. But I'm looking for information from the end of Emperor Xuanzong's reign to the beginning of Emperor Daizong's reign. The Enlushan rebellion? The old man scrutinized Gu Yuan. Follow me. I'm trapped down here by a magic array, living and dying with the library. I don't like breaking rules of any era. It allows me to live on. But the longer I live, the more I understand these books' intentions to tell the right person the right thing when they appear, then continue to sleep, waiting for the next person to appear or vanish. With that, the old man led Gu Yuan to a section where the shelves were filled with documents related to the Tang dynasty. Gu Yuan's attention was drawn to an ink painting in the style of the Tang dynasty. In the painting, a graceful beauty was surrounded by numerous maidservants and eunuchs. It was Yang Yuan, known as Yang Guifei, one of the 4 beauties of ancient China. Yang Yuan was no ordinary character, the old man said, lowering his voice mysteriously. To claim the title of the most beautiful woman of the Tang dynasty, She personally killed 9 divine maidens who were more beautiful than her. Yang Guifei was a hunter too? Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. The old man shook his head with a smile. Quite the opposite. Yang Guifei herself was a shape-shifting mythical beast. He paused, then continued. The strength of the Tang dynasty lay in its openness and inclusivity. Not only did they trade with foreigners, learn from them, and appoint them to official positions, but more importantly, they also accepted mythical beasts that could transform into human form. As he spoke, the old man carefully unfurled a yellowed parchment scroll. The Tang dynasty became powerful through alliances with intelligent mythical beast clans. The organizational skills, Taoist magic, and inscriptions of humans combined with the formidable power of mythical beasts created an unprecedented golden age. In fact, the first mythical beast revolution didn't occur in England, but in the Tang dynasty, though it ultimately failed. Why did it fail? As recorded in history, the emperor's infatuation with beauty led to the downfall of the nation. Each Tang emperor would choose a transformed beauty from a renowned mythical beast clan as a consort. By the time of Emperor Xuanzong, he desired the true, most beautiful woman of the Tang dynasty, Yang Yuan. This fox spirit wanted that position but discovered through a clan's secret method that she ranked only 10th. Thus, her clan launched the 9 Heavenly Maidens plan to secretly eliminate the 9 beauties ahead of her. Did these 9 maidens really die? The old man shook his head. Not necessarily. Yang Guozhong was a master of secret arts. These 9 maidens were candidates for queen from various clans, possessing mythological bloodlines. With the old fox's nature, he would certainly find a way to seize their power. The exact method remains a mystery. The subsequent Enlushan rebellion may well have erupted over this very power struggle. The old man continued to marvel at the splendor of the Tang dynasty, but Gu Yuan's attention had already shifted to the room's collection of books. Most volumes documented Tang customs and culture, while a few intriguing tomes on secret arts were tightly bound with chains. After several unsuccessful attempts to open them, his gaze finally settled on an ancient book titled The Phoenix Taming Manual. How do I open these books to read them? Gu Yuan asked as he stood in the library, gazing at the ancient tomes before him. The old man gently touched the clasp of the Phoenix Taming Manual, his expression solemn. Since the Tang dynasty, the phoenix has been extinct. Yet, generation after generation of scribes have passed down this book. Their bodies may have faded away, but there will remains within these pages. At that moment, Gu Yuan placed his palm on the book and immediately felt a probing force sweep through his soul, like a radar. When this force touched the red plume, the book's clasp unexpectedly unlocked. The old man witnessed this and looked at Gu Yuan in astonishment. A phoenix tamer. Go on, I won't tell anyone you were here. With that, he snapped his fingers. Gu Yuan was instantly transported outside the library. Red plume descended from the sky, landing on his shoulder. Master, you scare me to death. I couldn't find you in the Soul Sea for a whole hour. I'm fine, Gu Yuan said, looking back at the library. Let's go home and train. I'll be back. Red plume nodded, her tone tinged with disappointment. As you command, master. Gu Yuan understood that Red Plume had been stuck at level 8 for a long time. It wasn't something that could be overcome with diet alone. It required a specialized training method. Until now, he had been training Red Plume using general bird techniques, which had little effect. But now, he had acquired the specialized phoenix rearing manual. Gu Yuan struggled to read the classical manual using translation software. It stated, the phoenix thrives in fire and should train where magma flows backward. He pondered for a moment and began searching for a suitable training site. With an introduction from the director of the Dongguan waste meat plant, Gu Yuan arrived at the larger Guangzhou waste meat processing plant. The volume of waste meat processed here was several times that of Dongguan, primarily from the Zhuhai area, where beast carcasses were eliminated by suppression arrays. Enough talk, the foreman shouted at Gu Yuan. You must process the 5 tons of waste meat accumulated last week today. I can help you process it for free, Gu Yuan confidently replied. The director laughed loudly. Huh, young man. Do you even know what 5 tons means? Gu Yuan thought to himself. Of course I do. That's equivalent to 850,000 units of spiritual matter, enough to exchange for 2 days and nights of ancient spirit lamp oil, meaning 5 times the training speed. He said, just let me try a little, and you'll see. After weighing the pros and cons, the director agreed to let Gu Yuan test in one of the waste processing rooms. Gu Yuan entered alone, quickly breaking down all the waste meat, then commanded Red Plume to unleash flames that scorched the floor black. He opened the door and showed the results to the director. My spirit beast can use Earth-grade spirit fire to completely incinerate the waste meat. This is exactly the training project we need. Are you convinced now? Gu Yuan's explanation put the factory director at ease, leading him to agree to let Gu Yuan handle the disposal of all the waste meat. Once he got the go-ahead, Gu Yuan found a secluded spot and transformed all the waste meat into spiritual material. Seeing the spiritual value in his bracelet soar to 850,000, he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Before heading back to the furnace, Gu Yuan opened the package he had received. Inside were various precious materials needed for Hong Ling's cultivation, sourced from all over the country. Unlike the predecessors mentioned in ancient texts who had to traverse mountains, cross snowy peaks, and venture deep into forests and lakes to gather a full set of materials, Gu Yuan needed only to click a few buttons to purchase them online. Although some rare materials are hard to obtain even with money, this posed no problem for Gu Yuan once he had a sample. He could use his bracelet to consume spiritual material and replicate them in bulk. He then decomposed all the materials into his bracelet, adding a wealth of usable materials to the spiritual material reorganization options, ready for instant production when needed. With this done, Gu Yuan returned to the furnace. Open the furnace's molten gate. Gu Yuan's voice echoed through the vast waste meat furnace, reaching the control room. This request shocked the control room staff. Gu Yuan and Hong Ling were standing in the center of the incinerator, and opening the molten gate would effectively engulf them. Faced with the staff's hesitation, Gu Yuan insisted, "Don't worry, just do as I say. If anything goes wrong, you won't be held responsible." Recalling the director's instructions, the staff nervously opened the molten gate. Immediately, molten lava surged from various pipes towards Gu Yuan and Hong Ling. The familiar heat and suffocating sensation washed over Gu Yuan, causing him to swallow hard. At that moment, Hong Ling took flight, letting out a cry amidst the lava. All the lava near the center rose into the air, circling around Hong Ling above Gu Yuan's head, forming a massive fireball. Gu Yuan then added materials like the inner core of the celestial silkworm, red maple charcoal, and melted snow water from Tianshan. These materials caused the lava to behave strangely. It retained its heat, but no longer radiated it outward, making Gu Yuan feel as though he wasn't in the midst of a fiery sea. As ancient texts noted, these materials significantly enhanced Hong Ling's ability to absorb the flame's spiritual energy. For the next 6 hours, Gu Yuan continuously consumed spiritual material to replenish the materials, while the fireball maintained its size. If not for sensing Hong Ling's presence in the Soul Sea, Gu Yuan might have thought it had perished, as Hong Ling showed no signs of life throughout the process. Finally, Hong Ling let out a phoenix cry, absorbing all the lava, and then with a flap of its wings, the flames spread outward. As soon as Hong Ling landed gracefully, her feathers turned a vibrant shade of red never seen before, with the phoenix plume on her head emitting a dazzling golden light. She had reached the 10th level. Yes! Gu Yuan cheered excitedly, waving his hand in celebration. Hong Ling immediately flew to his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. "Master, thank you so much. I've finally reached the 10th level." Breaking through 2 levels in one afternoon, the power of this skill book was indeed extraordinary. With the rise in levels, Gu Yuan began to reconsider Hong Ling's diet. He realized he had been mistaken in thinking that the most expensive feed was the best choice. After researching, he discovered that the ideal feed for a phoenix should be composed of 3 precious ingredients: saffron from the ancient snow plateau, snow silkworm inner core, and a special feed harvested once a year from the ancient capital's spiritual valley. He promptly contacted the Pet Feed Guild for a custom order, but their reply posed a challenge. Materials were scarce, and fields needed to be redeveloped. Although this feed didn't carry an orange label, its effectiveness was close to the special red-letter grade. While its secret production wasn't illegal, the price was a staggering 100,000 per gram, 10 times that of ordinary orange feed. Fortunately, Gu Yuan only needed a small bag to extract the formula, after which he could mass-produce it with his bracelet. However, hiring an alchemist to make this small bag was still costly. He calculated that the tens of thousands he had recently acquired were quickly dwindling. From an initial 85,000 spirit value, only 40,000 remained after Hong Ling advanced 2 levels. At that moment, Gu Yuan noticed a black crystal on the ground. It was black gold stone. He recalled reading in the Phoenix Taming Manual that when ice-cold auxiliary materials were used during cultivation, the molten substance would fuse with them to form incredibly sturdy black gold stone, useful for crafting heavy weapons. The yield of black gold stone was directly related to the phoenix's potential. The higher the potential, the more it produced. Looking at the pebble-sized black gold stone, Gu Yuan couldn't help but feel proud of Hong Ling. Her output exceeded that of any phoenix recorded in the Tang dynasty at the 10th level. When he took the black gold stone outside, an engineer from the waste processing plant lit up and approached quickly. "Young man, where did this black gold stone come from?" "It's a byproduct of my beast's cultivation," Gu Yuan replied honestly. After examining it closely with a magnifying glass, the engineer explained, "This rare metal is valuable. The Academy of Sciences has been purchasing it as a stabilizing agent for the internal reactions of large-scale destructive soul weapons. Their purchasing price is 10,000 per gram." Gu Yuan was stunned, quickly calculating. At this price, Hong Ling's cultivation could generate millions in revenue, with a net profit of 500,000 after deducting material costs. Truly a mythical beast. While others burn money during cultivation, she makes money. After completing their training, Gu Yuan and Hong Ling returned home for a night's rest. The next day, he went to class as usual but felt unusually restless. At the front of the class, the teacher was enthusiastically lecturing on the theories of beast cooperation tactics and soul sea state construction. However, to Gu Yuan, these seemed far removed from actual combat. He once found these theories exciting, but after experiencing real battles, he knew the unpredictability of the battlefield was far more complex than textbooks suggested. Moreover, with that mysterious bracelet, he could dismantle spiritual materials at the scrap factory to refine lamp oil, which was a more effective way to enhance his abilities. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the front of the classroom. Several students holding acceptance letters were embracing each other, tears of joy in their eyes. What's going on? Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. Early admission, his deskmate explained excitedly. They don't have to endure the third year of high school. Wasn't it required to complete all the training sessions to take the exam? Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. Of course not. Training students can undertake hunter combat missions, and completing certain levels allows for direct admission. Bang! Gu Yuan stood up abruptly and strode towards the door. Student, skipping class will disqualify you from the training program, the teacher reminded him, adjusting his glasses. Without looking back, Gu Yuan replied, Teacher, I'm going to participate in the early admission assessment and take on hunter missions. Laughter erupted in the room. Another one overestimating themselves. Wasn't he the top student by cheating? He has no idea how tough hunter missions are. The teacher on the podium barely suppressed a smile, managing to keep a straight face. Student, would you like to hear the statistics? I'm from the academic office. Of the 1,000 selected training students at our school, only 30 advance, and just one get early admission. Every year, students tired of studying try it, only to return to their studies or never come back. So where do I sign up? Gu Yuan asked, undeterred. The teacher sighed. First, you need a level 10 beast and 200 soul power points. If I remember correctly, you entered with a soul power of 32 and a level 4 spirit beast. You still. Before finishing, the teacher activated the observation eye and was stunned on the spot. Soul power 232, and that seemingly unremarkable bird had already reached level 10. How is that possible? The teacher stepped back in shock, his suit brushing against the blackboard with a screeching sound. The students in the classroom collectively gasped, their eyes all fixed on Gu Yuan. Your level and soul power have both met the requirements. The teacher's voice was filled with disbelief. It's only been a few days. How could you have improved so much? Where do I sign up? Gu Yuan asked calmly. The teacher regained his composure and nodded. At the administration office. However, meeting the requirements isn't enough. You also need a guarantor to prove that you're truly qualified to take on this task. A guarantor. This requirement made Gu Yuan frown. Unlike the previous level tasks, this hunter mission could truly be life-threatening. If something happened to the student, or if the task failed causing major financial loss, the guarantor would bear full responsibility. Gu Yuan quickly scanned through his list of friends. Neither Qin Wenwen nor her father could be asked, so what about Brother Bullet? He immediately sent a voice message. Can you be my guarantor? I want to participate in the Zhongshan University's direct admission exam. Dear God, Brother Bullet exclaimed, I really can't help you with this. Zhongshan University is one of the top schools in China, and their tasks are extremely difficult. I'm just at a bronze level. How could I be a guarantor? At least a platinum level qualification is needed, or a 6th grade beast tamer, or at the very least, a billionaire. Just as Gu Yuan found himself in a bind, Yaya sent a message offering to help find a contact, but for a price of 1 million. Gu Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. These people who usually talked a big game always wanted money or looked to profit when it came to real responsibilities. Boys shouldn't skip school lightly. A gentle voice came. Gu Yuan looked up to see teacher Zheng Hanyue walking towards him. Her delicate face showed a bit of reprimand. Her cheeks puffed, hands on her hips, pretending to be angry. Teacher, I want to take the direct admission exam. Facing Zheng Hanyue, Gu Yuan inexplicably felt nervous, like every mischievous student facing their nemesis. He turned to leave, but Zheng Hanyue held him by the shoulder. Don't run away, the teacher won't bite. Zheng Hanyue suddenly realized something and exclaimed in surprise. Oh, your cultivation level is enough? Then go ahead. Boys should try new things. You're naturally more lively and active than girls. But I don't have a guarantor. Gu Yuan said softly. No problem. I'll be your guarantor. Zheng Hanyue's words shocked everyone present. Think it over, teacher. The male students shouted urgently. You're basically tying your future to him. The male teacher beside them also quickly advised against it. However, Zheng Hanyue simply took Gu Yuan by the hand. Come on, let's get the paperwork done. Gu Yuan was taken aback by teacher Han Yu's remark. To him, teacher Han Yu had always been a respected mentor, and he had never thought of her in any other way. But soon, teacher Han Yu clarified her intent. Getting a hunter's license is your first step to becoming a hunter. At that moment, a male teacher stepped forward to intervene, but teacher Zheng Han Yu firmly held Gu Yuan's hand and refused to back down, saying, Step aside, this is my decision. She turned to Gu Yuan with a determined look in her eyes. Can't you see? He already has the necessary skills. Keeping him confined to the classroom to learn basics he has long mastered would only waste his talent. As teachers, our duty is not to cage students in classrooms, but to prepare them to soar. He is ready. The male teacher was evidently aware of the black crystal pearl and might belong to the same secret organization as teacher Zheng Hanyu. He stepped closer and whispered in her ear, "Don't complicate matters further. We are not teachers." In the position, do the job, Zheng Hanyu responded calmly. I love children, especially watching them grow day by day. With that, she pushed the male teacher aside and led Gu Yuan to the academic office. After completing the registration procedures, Zheng Hanyu handed Gu Yuan a task USB. Gu Yuan pondered silently. Teacher Zheng Hanyu is neither a 6th grade beast master, nor does she seem like a billionaire. Could she be the legendary platinum-level hunter? Don't let me down, Zheng Hanyu said. Once the task starts, you're automatically on leave, and the other processes are the same as a clever task. Gu Yuan clutched the USB tightly, filled with gratitude. Thank you, teacher. He knew that vouching for a student was a thankless task, but Zheng Hanyu took on this responsibility without asking for anything in return, simply because, I am a teacher. Even when he daydreamed in class, he could feel her patient guidance for every student. Even though I know you can't really be a teacher, Gu Yuan said sincerely. You are the best teacher I've ever known. Shoot, Zheng Hanyu suddenly became serious, leaning in close to Gu Yuan, her sharp gaze fixed on him. I'm also surprised that you're both my contact and my student. It's a kind of fate. But my identity, you better never guess it right, because if you do, she said, flicking Gu Yuan's forehead lightly. Gu Yuan rubbed his forehead instinctively after being flicked. At that moment, teacher Zheng Hanyu passed by and turned to advise him. Boys must protect themselves when they're out. If you can't handle a level task, use the hunter satellite phone to dial 4582, then enter 782. With that, she hurried off, clearly having more pressing matters to attend to. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment, then inserted the two-way USB drive into his phone. The task guide appeared on the screen, and the words, Yangcheng Lily, left him stunned. The task location wasn't in the wilderness, but in Yangcheng? This puzzled him. A newcomer, right? Taking the Zhongshan exam. The dozing security guard at the counter pushed up his hat, stretched, and stood up. Hunter tasks aren't just in the wild. There are monsters hidden in the city too. Gu Yuan was taken aback by this. The security guard approached him and asked in a low voice, Young man, do you know how many people go missing in Huahua every year? Tens of thousands. Gu Yuan guessed tentatively. 8 million. The guard returned to his seat, sipping tea leisurely. That's equivalent to the population of some small Middle Eastern countries. Some die at the hands of monsters, others due to human causes. Strange things happen every day. With so many people and cases, it's impossible to handle them all. When ordinary people go missing, it's one thing, but the wealthy always demand answers. What the police can't handle, they call in hunters for. Gu Yuan suddenly understood that this was a reminder. Hunters deal with not just monsters, but potentially human cases as well. After all, there are many powerful beast tamers in the world, both good and bad, and hunters sometimes have to act as private detectives for the rich. You've got a good teacher, the guard continued, rocking in his chair. She found you a city-based level task. Although it's not easy to get yourself killed in the city, compared to the wolves and dense forests outside, there's a lot more hidden in these bustling high-rise buildings. I won't fail. Gu Yuan clenched his phone, convinced that the task raiders were experienced. Could a level city task be tougher than escaping a black-bone wolf chase or retrieving a black crystal pearl from a zombie bear's belly? He was ready for the bloody and violent scenes that might unfold. Lilies? It sounded dangerous, perhaps a code for some poison? However, the video revealed a cute girl in a creamy Lolita outfit. She was young, flat-chested, with twin tails swaying as she moved her head. Despite the winter cold, she wore white patterned stockings and Lolita shoes. Wah, finally, someone took the task. Mr. Hunter, Xiao Bai is missing, the girl sobbed. Gu Yuan gazed helplessly at the video of Xiaobei on the other side, unsure where to start his critique. The girl on the screen alternated between looking up at him with her big, watery eyes and anxiously pressing her lips with her fingers, her slender legs stomping the ground, as if her little feet in white stockings might drill a hole. Her adorable demeanor made Gu Yuan's heart melt. Xiaobai is missing. Please help me find Xiaobai. Xiaobei pleaded tearfully, clutching a photo of a cat and swaying as she begged. A levels even white cat? Gu Yuan frowned, puzzled by the task. Helping a girl find her lost pet seemed more like a D or even E level task, rather than a B level one. I really miss Xiaobai. Please help me. Xiaobei continued to whine. Although this task is too simple for you, I'm really anxious. I'll pay extra if needed. Gu Yuan suddenly realized that this was clearly a D level task, but the girl was so eager to find her pet that she elevated it to a B level with the promise of a higher reward. He couldn't help but feel grateful to teacher Zheng Hanyue for assigning him such a simple task. However, The last few seconds of the video revealed something unusual. Xiaobei suddenly became serious, raising a finger and saying, "Finding a pet is a tough task, so be careful. Find the correct location." Her tone was noticeably more rigid than before. Hongling, perched on Gu Yuan's shoulder, nodded in agreement. Yes, her expressions were smooth before, but that last part was stiff. Gu Yuan replayed the last few seconds, noticing Xiaobei's emphasis on correct location and careful. He began jotting down her words. During the day, at 5, I searched for a long time but couldn't find Xiaobai. Soon, I have a concert. What should I do? It will be hard to find food. Xiaobai will starve. So, you must find it. Before 8 o'clock, in the evening. If you find it, contact me. Please, okay. When he connected the first letters of these sentences, he was astonished to uncover a hidden message. White Horse Club, number 8. Coupled with the hint, before 8 o'clock, in the evening. This was the real task location and time. Now this feels like a B-level task. Gu Yuan raised his hand, and Hongling immediately soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. After taking a taxi, Gu Yuan arrived at the prestigious White Horse Club, known for catering to wealthy ladies and affluent women. As soon as he stepped onto the entrance steps, he was immediately stopped by several burly security guards. "Sorry, kid, this isn't a place for high schoolers, especially not guys like you," one of the guards remarked, sizing him up. "And what's wrong with guys like me? You think I can't afford it, right?" Gu Yuan stared back at them. "I'll have you know, I'm here to work." "Work?" The guards exchanged knowing glances. "You must be joking. Even if clients wanted a real high schooler, they'd come late at night." "I'm looking for number 8, Gu Yuan said calmly. As soon as he spoke, the guards' earpieces buzzed with a notification. The most dashing of them quickly changed his demeanor. "Please, follow me." In the dressing room for number 8, a makeup artist scrutinized Gu Yuan. "You're the hunter assigned to the task? So young to be handling a level mission? Never mind, there's no time. Let's get you made up, then head out through corridor 3. Despite his doubts, Gu Yuan placed his coat and weapons into a storage ring and cooperated with 7 or 8 makeup artists as they busied themselves. Foundation, makeup, hair washing, styling, perfume, each step was executed meticulously. When he saw his transformed reflection, he had to admit the makeup artists were truly skilled. Afterward, Gu Yuan joined other young men near a curtain. Through it, he saw several elegant women seated on a row of luxurious red sofas in the center of the venue, including Xiao Baihe. She was a far cry from the innocent and cute persona seen on stage and in videos. Lounging on the sofa, one hand propping up her head, the other swirling a wine glass. Her backless gown paired with black stockings and platform shoes casually placed on the table portrayed a lowly version of a wealthy woman, her gaze full of disdain. "Next batch," Xiao Baihe suddenly shouted harshly. A handsome man with a faked effeminate voice quickly approached. "Xiao Baihe, you've been dismissing people for 3 nights straight without choosing anyone. What type do you actually like? Tell us, and we'll find them." "Nonsense." Xiao Baihe slammed her fist on the table. "Do you need to know what kind of man I like? Is it that I haven't paid? Or do you think I'm hogging the spot?" "No, no, absolutely not. Here, next batch." The man hurriedly gestured. As Gu Yuan walked out with the others, Xiao Baihe's gaze immediately locked onto the pale blue pin on his chest, a smile playing at her lips. "Him." The room erupted in an uproar. The other candidates voiced their discontent. "So Xiao Baihe likes this type? I spent a whole day on my makeup. I don't want to go back." Watching their disheartened faces, Gu Yuan couldn't help but reflect. This line of work is indeed tough. Stop whining and get back to work. Then, a few handsome guys from the club were dragged away. You could vaguely see a few women, roughly the size of a black bear, clapping happily, and even accidentally breathing fire. Gu Yuan thought to himself, what kind of game is this? Why are there fire techniques involved? Seeing their burly figures, one might mistake it for fire-type death combat training. Gu Yuan sat on the sofa in front of his client. Although the outfit was a bit too revealing and mature, he firmly believed it was all fake. She was actually very cute and pure. It was just an act. "You finally came." At this moment, little Lily's fair face, with a mischievous smile, slid up from his waist to his chest, looking up at him. Her pink lips blew air at his chin. Her short, black stocking legs slid up, feeling too thin and too short, like a normal woman's arm caressing instead of a thigh. "Do you know how tired I was waiting for you?" Something in Gu Yuan's mind cracked. The beautiful dream of his idol was all fake. This was her true self. The cute girl he saw on screen was all a facade, an act, just special effects. Gu Yuan swallowed. "I'm not here to sell myself. That's not part of my mission." TCH. Little Lily jumped to the floor, shouting, "Waiter, room card. Are you leaving, sister?" Several women giggled, covering their mouths. "We were hoping to play a bit longer." "Yes, yes. No need. Ladies, come with me. My swordsman, it's time to wield your sword for me." Little Lily grabbed Gu Yuan's hand and led him forward. Once inside the room, little Lily breathed a sigh of relief, jumped onto the bed, spread her limbs in a star shape, and said, "I'm exhausted." So many steps just to see you. Gu Yuan sat at a distance in this damned room, with its soft red lighting. Little Lily's body was enveloped in a hazy red mist on the bed before him. Looking at his idol, he swallowed. He was really sharing a room with her. Listen up, I'll only say this once. I need you to burn all the private photos of me from the computer of the boss of 7th Media. At this moment, little Lily began to recline on the bed, applying lipstick. I'm not their puppet to manipulate. If they think they can threaten me with those things, they're 100 years too early. She flipped over. Gu Yuan sighed. How does this relate to the hunter mission? Don't worry about it. As long as you complete this task, Little White will consider you successful in saving me. If you don't, I'll let you know. Xiao Bai has stood in front of Gu Yuan, tilting her head with a smile. My pet, Xiao Bai, has already died from illness. Either you go to the underworld to retrieve it, or you fail the mission. Gu Yuan thought to himself that this would determine whether he had to return to that damned school for the next 6 months. Understood. As soon as Gu Yuan turned around, he heard Xiao Baihe call him back. Turning his head, he saw Xiao Baihe walking up to him. We need to play the whole act, the full show. After all, my bodyguards and manager are all spies. When you leave, you should have some sort of mark on you. At this moment, Xiao Baihe smiled like a little succubus. Huh. Gu Yuan didn't have time to be puzzled. Her leg, clad in black stockings, kicked his calf. It didn't hurt at all. She was so weak that she nearly bounced back and fell over. Don't ask, you're too tall. Squat down. As Gu Yuan squatted, Xiao Baihe lunged forward, planting a kiss on his neck. The scent of her perfume wafted past his nose. Was this the so-called dream come true? When Gu Yuan looked up, he saw Hong Ling perched on a branch outside the window, smoke rising from its head. Stop, I have a task to do. Let's leave it at that for now. Gu Yuan stood up, pushed open the door, and left. At this moment, the bodyguards and other staff saw the lipstick mark on Gu Yuan's neck. Here, your money. A bodyguard handed Gu Yuan 10,000, then waved him off. Get lost, there's nothing for you here. Don't show up in front of us again. As Gu Yuan left, some of the bodyguards were pounding the wall with their fists, envious beyond measure. So lucky, that damn bastard got off easy. And we still had to pay him 10,000. Too envious, too envious. I really want to shoot him for 10 minutes. As Gu Yuan walked away, he felt the eyes of all the men around him. If jealousy could turn into bullets, he imagined he would be under fire right now. After leaving, Gu Yuan headed towards the 7th Entertainment Avenue. To enter the company's inner circle, he needed to steal an internal ID card, which only their manager, Wang Fenghua, had. He would have to visit his house. Hello, young man. Under the dim light, a figure slowly approached Gu Yuan. It was a middle-aged, overweight man, who smiled to reveal large teeth stained yellow from smoking. I heard you were just at the club, right? Just as expected. Gu Yuan recognized that face full of flesh. It was General Manager Wang. Everything was unfolding according to Xiao Baihe's real plan. After he left with the lipstick mark, this manager, who hoped to gather more leverage to blackmail Xiao Baihe, would come to him on his own. Young man, how much did you earn this time? Just a few thousand? Here, you help me be a witness. As long as you assist me in threatening Xiao Baihe, all this can be yours, he said, producing a pile of cash, grinning wickedly in the shadowy alley. Gu Yuan's eyes were fixed on the money in the suitcase, a peculiar gleam flashing in his gaze. Manager Wang, noticing this, nodded with satisfaction and said, what do you think? You like it, don't you? Then go ahead and take it. Without a word, Gu Yuan immediately stored the money in his storage ring. Manager Wang, confident in his plan, continued. Great. Next you'll come to the company and record a video. Be as detailed as possible. Huh. Gu Yuan's expression turned blank after pocketing the money. What video? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Manager Wang felt as if he had been kicked hard from behind, incredulously asking, didn't you just take the money? What money? I don't understand. Gu Yuan appeared puzzled, as if he had suddenly developed selective amnesia. Veins bulged on Wang Fenghua's forehead, and his mouth twitched as he laughed in anger. Oh, you have some nerve, trying to double-cross me. He turned to his bodyguards and ordered, beat him halfway to death and get my money back. 2 bodyguards stepped forward, summoning 2 level 16 legendary bloodline Biasa water spirit turtle and a ghost hummingbird. Wang Fenghua sensed that Gu Yuan had only 200 soul power points and could at most have a level 12 or 13 beast. He thought disdainfully, humph, this kid thinks he can mess with me. However, Gu Yuan showed no fear in the face of this threat, calmly responding, all right, you want to die? Wang Fenghua shouted in fury. A ghostly shadow flashed in the air as the ghost hummingbird swooped down on Gu Yuan, tracing a crescent line. At that moment, a red featherbird descended onto Gu Yuan's shoulder, radiating intense heat. The ghost hummingbird veered away from the flames and circled around, locking eyes with the red featherbird. All birds bow to the phoenix. In an instant, the small ghost hummingbird landed on the ground, bowing its head as if in surrender. The bodyguard controlling it was secretly pleased. This big red bird might look imposing, but my ghost hummingbird specializes in stealth attacks. How could a mere level 10 beast stop Shadow? Watch as I deliver a fatal blow from behind. He sensed the flow of spiritual energy in his soul sea and found no shadow energy behind Gu Yuan, becoming even more delighted. When did shadow become so strong that even I can't detect its position? Hey, old Lu, what's your bird doing? Why is it lying on the ground not moving? The shout from the other bodyguard broke his reverie, and he realized his ghost hummingbird was cowering on the ground, not daring to lift its head, let alone fight. Damn it, what are you doing? Get up and fight. But the ghost hummingbird remained unresponsive. I'll have to handle this, said the other bodyguard, rushing forward and swinging his arm in the air. The owner of the water spirit turtle confidently commanded, use the mystic level battle technique, high-pressure water cannon. This large, light blue turtle had the upper hand water counter's fire. Its defenses were formidable, and its level and soul power surpassed its opponent. Facing the fiery red bird, the turtle's owner was assured, don't worry, boss, I'll get your money back. The turtle's shell displayed light blue inscriptions that extended along its neck and converged at its mouth. A powerful stream of water shot out, targeting its opponent. The red-feathered bird quickly ascended to evade, while Gu Yuan also retreated. Just then, the bird performed a graceful turn in the air, flapping its wings to conjure a flaming feathered longsword, thousand reversal fire slash. Amazingly, the flaming sword sliced through the high-level water stream. Impossible, a 10th level beast skill cutting through a 16th level mystic skill. The bodyguard realized the danger and quickly drew his soul tool, the soul-guarding jade. The pendant hovered between him and the water spirit turtle, bathing the turtle in a green light that turned its shell a deep green, resembling a moss-covered hill. The feathered sword struck the shell but only inflicted minor damage. What immense power! That's an Earth-level battle technique. The bodyguard decisively changed tactics. Focus on that pesky kid first. However, when they turned to find Gu Yuan, he had already vanished. When his 1-second invisibility ended, Gu Yuan appeared behind the water spirit turtle, landing 3 precise shadow spike shots. One hit the opponent's chest, another pinned the pendant to the ground, and the third, though slightly off target, struck the opponent's inner thigh as they dodged. With the soul tool's support gone, the water spirit turtle's defenses plummeted, just in time for the red bird's second Earth-level battle technique. Blazing Firestorm created a fiery tornado with the flapping of its wings, leaving the water spirit turtle charred inside and out. My water spirit turtle, the bodyguard wailed, kneeling. Yet a greater crisis loomed as the fire-branding poison took effect, causing his inner thigh to swell rapidly. Gu Yuan, sensing the danger, quickly retreated. You brat, you're dead, the bodyguard shouted in rage, lunging at Gu Yuan. But as he rose, a violent explosive force suddenly erupted. This unexpected crotch-concealed grenade was truly mind-blowing. Seeing his comrade's miserable fate, the other bodyguard immediately dropped to his knees, pleading for mercy while instinctively covering his groin with his hands. Boss, I was wrong. Please spare me. His posture was almost comical. Gu Yuan's icy gaze shifted to the general manager, Wang, who was already kneeling on the ground. Wang was also clutching his groin, trembling all over. "Tu don't want the 200,000 anymore. Just let me go." "Let you go." Gu Yuan sneered, striding forward to pull a black wallet from Wang's arms, pocketing the 30 yuan in change and the ID card inside. No, no, that's the company's." Wang's words were cut off as Hong Ling knocked him out from behind. Gu Yuan secured the ID card and, with Hong Ling, headed to the 7th entertainment building. Hong Ling, in her phoenix form, gripped Gu Yuan's shoulders with her talons and flew up to the 37th floor. They slipped into the pitch-black office area through a window, navigating only by the light of their phone flashlight. After swiping into the general manager's office, Gu Yuan immediately accessed the computer. In the folder mentioned by Xiaobei, he found only photos of her smoking and drinking, with nothing particularly compromising. However, one photo caught his attention, a picture of Xiaobei cosplaying as a white cat girl. The fluffy white cat tail bore a striking resemblance to the white cat she had been searching for earlier. Gu Yuan found it odd. Why would such an innocuous cosplay photo be stored with images that could potentially damage her reputation? Why was Xiaobei so concerned about this? While deleting the folder, Gu Yuan discovered more folders on the hard drive containing private content of other female celebrities from 7th Entertainment, including Fan Bing and Lu Chu. There were even intimate videos and photos of them with General Manager Wang. The truth was clear: Wang had a notorious history, and Xiaobei was merely one of his Yetoba-targeted victims. These files were his leverage to coerce the actresses. At that moment, Gu Yuan's hunter phone rang with Xiaobei's delighted voice. "Great job. As expected of a phoenix tamer, you're truly the strongest newcomer. Delete my files and bring back the others. You know how to remove a computer hard drive, right? What do you want with these files?" Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. "Phoenix tamer, don't forget who the employer is. This is an additional task. Bring them back, and I'll give you another 200,000. Hearing this, Gu Yuan crouched down and began to dismantle the hard drive. On the rooftop opposite the 7th Entertainment Company, Moonlight poured down like water. Xiaobei stood silently at the edge, holding a white cat in her arms. Her twin ponytails swayed gently in the night breeze, and the silver moonlight cast a soft halo around her. She looked down at Gu Yuan, a cold smile playing on her lips. I wasn't wrong, was I, Xiaobai? Humans will do anything for money. He's no exception. Even with the special ability to help beasts level up quickly, he's nothing but a profit-driven scoundrel. Signing a contract to recognize him as a master? Absolutely impossible. At that moment, Gu Yuan suddenly raised his hand and tossed the hard drive high into the air. The red-feathered creature on his shoulder immediately spewed a burst of flames, turning the hard drive to ashes in an instant. Sorry, your call came too late, Gu Yuan said calmly. I couldn't find the files you wanted, so I just burned the entire hard drive. Now there's nothing left. Xiaobei's mouth twitched on the rooftop. Meow. The white cat in her arms suddenly cried out. Xiaobei's expression froze, and she turned to leave quickly. Shut up. I said no, and I mean it. Gu Yuan looked at the ashes of the hard drive and sighed softly. I was thinking of keeping a copy to watch myself, but seeing Manager Wang's ugly mug as the male lead, it's better to burn it. As he was about to leave, a file folder fell to the ground. Gu Yuan crouched down and took out a photo from Ida picture of a strange red flower. Its petals overlapped like slender tendrils, and a faint red flame flickered at its center, resembling an eternal lamp, yet exuding the vibrant aura unique to plants. This is the Firecliff flower. Gu Yuan recognized the legendary flower with shock. His beast taming manual recorded 3 battle techniques that the phoenix could engrave, all located on the chest, and could not be possessed simultaneously. Phoenix Shadow for speed enhancement, Fire Phoenix Heart for faster leveling, and the most powerful offensive engraving, Phoenix Fall. Phoenix Shadow requires a secret realm of fire and wind elements, consuming 3 fire and 3 wind elemental cores. Fire Phoenix Heart needs a secret realm rich in fire elements, 3 Vasa-level cores, plus 3 pounds of high-grade spirit oil. These 2 are Earth-tier techniques, achievable with enough money despite their demanding requirements. The Heavenly-tier technique, Phoenix Fall, has the most stringent requirements. It must be engraved in a fire element secret realm filled with the aura of death, using a large number of Firecliff flowers. If the engraving is completed in the blooming area of the Firecliff flowers as per the manual, the red-feathered creature could acquire this immensely powerful heavenly-tier technique. Unfortunately, despite Gu Yuan scouring various books and nearly wearing out Baidu maps, he could never find the whereabouts of the Firecliff flower. According to historical records, the Hoya flower was deemed extinct due to its dangerous nature several centuries ago. While there's a slim chance it might still survive in some remote wilderness, the likelihood is extremely low. However, when Gu Yuan discovered a photograph of the Hoya flower in the archives, it sparked his curiosity. Could General Manager Wang also be searching for this mysterious flower? This unexpected discovery in the archives was undoubtedly a delightful surprise for him. The next day, the news of Gu Yuan completing a level mission caused a stir at the school. At his admission ceremony, the atmosphere was unusually quiet, in stark contrast to the usual celebratory scenes. The students present wore expressions of discontent, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. How did he do it? He's been at the school for less than half a month and already got his admission letter, like he's got some cheat code. He'll never have to endure the hardships of senior year now. In truth, Gu Yuan's success was partly due to luck. According to Xiao Bai's plan, Gu Yuan was supposed to face 4 level 16 beast-taming bodyguards when meeting with General Manager Wang, a challenge that would typically require a silver-level hunter. However, General Manager Wang, possibly underestimating Gu Yuan's soul power, divided his bodyguards, sending 2 to gather other evidence. This decision significantly reduced the mission's difficulty, allowing Gu Yuan to benefit unexpectedly. Nevertheless, the mission rewards and the Hunter Guild certification were still executed at a level standard, enabling him to pass the school's test and secure early admission. Teacher Zheng Hanyue appeared at Gu Yuan's personal admission ceremony with a gratified smile, while the male teacher beside her looked worried. Congratulations, it seems I wasn't wrong about you, Zheng Hanyue said, stepping forward and gently patting Gu Yuan on the shoulder. Although you won't be at school anymore, continue taking on tasks to enhance your skills. I have high hopes for you. Gu Yuan merely nodded silently. With that, Gu Yuan set off on his journey back to Guan City. Dad, Mom, I'm back, he called out as he entered. Before he could finish, the glass in his mother's hand slipped and shattered on the floor. Son, why are you back? His mother asked, tears welling up in her eyes. His father looked equally shocked. Were you expelled? His mother hugged him tightly. It's okay, son, don't be sad. You can still attend a regular college. Mom, I came back because I received an early admission letter, Gu Yuan explained awkwardly. At this moment, his parents' expressions froze. They briefly thought they must have misheard or that Gu Yuan was making up an excuse because he was expelled. It wasn't until Gu Yuan produced the admission letter that they realized the truth, as if waking from a dream. Accepted. Gu Yuan tightly held the admission letter from Zhongshan University, and his parents' cheers instantly filled the room. Overjoyed, they picked up the phone, eager to share the exciting news with relatives. Keep it up, child. Your future is limitless. Tears of joy glistened in his parents' eyes. As the only student in Zhongshan University's history to receive an admission letter from the training camp in less than a month, Gu Yuan's achievement brought unprecedented brightness to the family. This moment felt like the best reward for his parents' years of hard work. However, while his parents were still immersed in happiness, Gu Yuan sat alone in his room, frowning. He browsed the rankings of early admitted students from major universities and found that his performance was far from the best. Especially notable was Yuan Tianxiang's name, prominently in the top 10, with a soul power of 554, making him a prospective second-grade beast tamer, and his beast had reached level 21. This disparity in strength meant Yuan Tianxiang could trouble him at any time. At that moment, Hong Ling gently placed her hand on Gu Yuan's shoulder. Master, I will grow stronger with you. No matter how powerful the enemy, I will never allow anyone to harm you in the slightest. This firm vow warmed Gu Yuan's heart. The feeling of fighting side by side far exceeded a simple contractual relationship. It was a deep bond forged through shared trials. After returning to Dongguan City, Gu Yuan immediately began dealing with the remaining waste meat. He exchanged 10,000 spirit materials for a brand new high-grade soul lamp specifically prepared for future seed students of Zhongshan University, priced at 1 million, far more efficient than the ordinary 500,000 per lamp. With Gu Yuan's specially made feed and the spiritual herbs recorded in the Phoenix Taming Manual, Hong Ling began her rigorous training in molten lava. Although 90,000 spirit materials were far from enough, Gu Yuan exchanged the black gold stones obtained from Hong Ling's upgrades for 50,000, and combined with the 100,000 reward from a level mission, the total savings of 200,000 were sufficient to support the training needs. He consumed 70,000 spirit materials to acquire enough ancient spirit lamp oil for 35 hours of training. Hong Ling always trained in sync with Gu Yuan, and despite her training being far more challenging, she never complained, demonstrating her unwavering commitment to live and die together with her actions. Inside the abandoned meat factory, Gu Yuan and Hong Ling had been training for 35 hours straight. If Gu Yuan hadn't informed the factory manager beforehand, assuring him that he would take full responsibility for any consequences, someone might have already called for an ambulance. Throughout these 35 hours, apart from occasionally consuming some food to maintain their strength, neither of them took a break. With a soul lamp worth millions combined with ancient spirit lamp oil, their training speed increased by 1.5 times. This meant Gu Yuan was cultivating at 7.5 times the speed of an average person. With ample spiritual resources as his support, he decided to simultaneously construct 2 new gates in his Soul Xixingan Gate and Yanjing Gate. If successful, these 2 gates would connect with Jianfu Gate, Danfeng Gate, and Wangxian Gate to complete the southern wall of the Tang Daming Palace in Gu Yuan's Soul Sea. At that moment, his soul power would surge to 300, achieving in a short span what would typically take half a year for an ordinary person. However, constructing 2 gates at once posed significant risks. If he couldn't complete them before the lamp oil ran out, both gates would vanish, and all efforts would be in vain. This meant Gu Yuan's soul power would remain at 200, rather than reaching 250 if he succeeded with one gate, but failed with the other. As the lamp oil was nearly depleted, the 2 gates were still on the brink of collapse. Gu Yuan was drenched in sweat, waves of mental strain crashing over him like the sea, threatening to destroy the unfinished gates. Time was no longer his ally but a force tipping the scales towards failure. If the lamp oil completely ran out, he would lose tens of thousands worth of spiritual resources and all his hard work. Rise for me. At this critical moment, 2 beams of light suddenly illuminated the scene. Gu Yuan finally broke through the bottleneck, and the oppressive feeling dissipated instantly, revealing a clear path ahead. Both gates stood tall simultaneously, completing the construction of the southern wall. The Xing'an Gate was particularly grand, featuring a large central arch flanked by smaller arches on each side, all in a festive vermilion hue. A small bridge extended behind the gate, with handrails meticulously crafted from white jade, exuding extraordinary elegance. Congratulations, Master, on surpassing 300 soul power. Hong Ling, now in human form, appeared behind the small bridge, joyfully spreading her arms and spinning in a circle. Gazing at the magnificent gatehouse, she remarked, Xing'an Gate. This was where princesses and noble women would depart for their marriages. It was from this very place, near the Eastern Palace, that Princess Taiping set off when she wed. Hong Ling suddenly lowered her head and said, Master, I have an unusual request. May I cross this bridge, pass through this gate, and come to your side? Gu Yuan, unfamiliar with the customs of Tang's Daming Palace, simply replied, In this Soul Sea, it's just you and me. You can go wherever you wish. Hong Ling nodded, a blissful smile on her face as if this was the happiest moment of her life. She almost skipped as she rushed over, running across the vast, empty bridge and through the deserted archway. Her red, ancient-style long dress fluttered in the wind like open wings, as if she was about to fly to Gu Yuan. Hongling leapt forward, embracing Gu Yuan, and in a joyful spin, transformed into a phoenix, resting on his shoulder. Does this hold any meaning? Or is it some sort of ritual? Gu Yuan was puzzled by Hongling's words. Hongling blushed, lowering her phoenix head. May I not say? All right, Gu Yuan scratched his cheek. Master has reached 300 soul power. You're 3/5 of the way to becoming a second-tier beast master. More beasts will come here in the future. Hongling looked at Gu Yuan with pleading eyes. What's wrong? Gu Yuan noticed something unusual about Hongling today. When the time comes, you won't be mine alone. Can I choose a place where only I can go, and no other beasts? Hongling asked excitedly. Can you promise me that? Gu Yuan, seeing Hongling's excitement, thought about how she had saved him more than once, and was his first beast. It might be similar to an animal's territorial instinct. All right, I promise you. Hongling soared with excitement, circling the southeast side of Shingen Gate. Here, master, I want to stay here forever. No other beasts can come, until the seas dry up, until the palace fades in the sands of time, until the world collapses, until mountains lose their peaks, and rivers cease to flow. If Gu Yuan checked the map, he would know that the southeast side of Shingen Gate is the East Palace. Of course, it's still a blank space, but Hongling no longer wants to return to Danfeng Gate. She waits here. Shingen Gate effect. All your beasts' combat power increases by 7.5, and speed increases by 7.5. If the beast is non-male, the effect doubles. Why non-male? Gu Yuan was puzzled. Because in the Tang dynasty, it wasn't just the emperor's concubines who lived on this side, but also eunuchs. Hongling's answer left Gu Yuan dumbfounded, thinking how unexpectedly this could be explained. On the other side, the Yanjing Gate was built much more majestically. The entire two-story city tower was made of blue bricks, red pillars, and a vermilion gate with golden round studs arranged in a matrix for defense. Unlike the East Palace, north of the Yanjing Gate was the Longzhou Hall, though still a blank space. 1,000 years ago it was where the emperor commanded the army, akin to the modern Pentagon in the United States. Hongling introduced it like a tour guide. Gu Yuan nodded, and the effect of Yanjing Gate provided him with a brand new Taoist technique. Not a combat skill or a beast technique copied to humans, but a Taoist technique only humans could use, unique to him and not possessed by Hongling. Yanjing Gate. You gain a new Taoist technique. Command. Command. You can select one of your beasts and issue one of 4 commands. Attack command. For the duration of 1 incense stick, attack ability increases by 100, defense ability decreases by 50. Defense command. For the duration of 1 incense stick, defense ability increases by 100, attack ability decreases by 50. Void command. For the duration of 1 incense stick, the beast becomes pure Taoist spirit energy, without a physical form, immune to physical damage. Taoist technique damage increases by 150, cannot cause physical damage. Brutal command. For the duration of 1 incense stick, the beast loses the ability to use Taoist technique skills, converting all spirit energy into physical abilities, increasing physical attack by 150, immune to 80 of Taoist technique skills. Gu Yuan felt a surge of happiness in his heart. He finally had his own unique Dao technique. He turned to Hongling and asked, Hongling, how is your cultivation progressing? Hongling smiled slightly and respectfully replied, Master, you can temporarily exit the Soul Sea to personally review my cultivation results. Gu Yuan then withdrew his consciousness back to the real world, and his gaze was immediately drawn to 2 black gold stones on the ground. Level 14, he exclaimed, shocked not by the unexpected windfall of 1,000,000, but by Hongling's incredible speed of advancement. Her progress was faster than his burning of ancient spirit lamp oil, and crucially, Hongling didn't need those scarce resources. Each breakthrough even produced valuable black gold stones. This could only mean one thing. The Phoenix bloodline truly lived up to its reputation, a noble among birds, incomparable to ordinary spirit beasts. After resting at home for a day, 2 days had passed since completing the Little Lily task. Without the support of spiritual matter, Gu Yuan's cultivation speed had noticeably slowed, and by January 5th, his soul power had only increased to 321. In contrast, although the rare materials needed for Hongling's upgrades were expensive, they were available on the market. In the past 2 days, she had advanced 2 more levels to reach level 16, consuming 1,000,000 in cultivation materials. But after selling the black gold stones produced from her breakthroughs, they actually made a net profit of 50,000. This brought Gu Yuan's savings back to 50,000. Master, today is minor cold, and according to Guangdong customs, we should enjoy glutinous rice balls. Hongling came over with a plate of fragrant glutinous rice balls. Since his parents were not home, Gu Yuan's daily life was taken care of by Hongling, and her culinary skills were so exquisite that Gu Yuan was starting to become unaccustomed to his parents' cooking. Gu Yuan lay on the sofa playing with his phone, while Hong Ling, like a considerate wife, picked up a glutinous rice ball with chopsticks to feed him, carefully catching any crumbs that might fall onto his clothes. The 2021 New Year promotion kicked off, and the mall launched a service to upgrade the Dark Knight Windbreaker, extending the invisibility duration by 2 seconds, priced at $1 million. Gu Yuan sold the wind-cutting sword he got from Ling Yunpeng in the second-hand market, and together with the 50,000 he had, he took advantage of an 8.5 discount available to him as a newly promoted Black Iron Hunter, spending 85,000 to upgrade the Dark Knight Windbreaker, leaving him with only a few thousand left. But Gu Yuan considered it worth it, as tomorrow, January 6th, he would commence his action. The Firecliff flower is cold in nature, and in winter, its petals close up, entering a state similar to hibernation. Before this, the spiritual energy gradually concentrates in the flower's core, making it the optimal time for harvesting. Gu Yuan carefully studied the conditions for the best time to pick according to the ancient Feng Luo inscriptions in the Phoenix Taming Manual. The day after minor cold is the most suitable for harvesting. Time was of the essence, and Gu Yuan was acutely aware of the urgent need to enhance his abilities. According to the records, the target, a Firecliff flower, grew in the tomb of an ancient official located in the ancestral mountains of Baiyu Mount Luofu. To reach his target, Gu Yuan left his rented house in Yangcheng and, upon returning to Guanxing, immediately boarded the express train heading to Icheng. Midway through the journey, he acted decisively in the astonished eyes of a few young girls. He opened the train window, grasped the upper edge, and pulled himself up onto the roof with a swift move. He navigated along the maintenance path and leaped into the expanse of the mountain forest. Compared to his first venture, Gu Yuan was noticeably more experienced. He no longer chose to enter through the official border crossing and trek for long distances. Instead, he calculated precisely and disembarked from the train at the point closest to his target, advancing in a straight line. This world's Mount Luofu was entirely different from the tourist attraction Gu Yuan knew in his previous life. It was rich with spiritual energy, with powerful spiritual treasures growing everywhere, attracting numerous ferocious beasts to inhabit the area. It was a perilous place rarely visited by people, with only a few death-defying hunters occasionally coming to seek treasures. From the moment he left the train, Gu Yuan moved swiftly northward for 3 hours, eventually reaching the orange wilderness zone of Mount Luofu. On the Hunter app's hunting map, areas were color-coded by danger level: green, yellow, orange, red, and black, with deeper colors indicating greater danger. The last location, Daniu Ku Ishian, was mostly yellow, with only a few orange areas. However, the entire Mount Luofu range was orange, with some parts marked red. Gu Yuan used the same tactic as before, sending Hong Ling to hide its presence in the high-altitude clouds while he, concealed by his windbreaker, navigated through the forest, ultimately reaching the mountaintop. Perched on a tree branch, he gazed at the vast mountain range, cold sweat beading on his forehead. How was he supposed to find the underground tomb in such a massive mountain range? He took out the file again, carefully studying the mysterious document that had appeared on General Manager Wang's desk. The file was unusually concise, containing only a few images and a passage of classical Chinese text. The tomb of the Tang official, designed to sit facing the mountain and water, gathers the moon's bounty in March, and rests upon a 9-foot jade bed. The night breeze gently rustled the leaves, startling the birds into flight. Numerous beasts were stirred, moving stealthily in the shadows. The endless treetops swayed in the breeze, reflecting the silvery moonlight like a flowing silver tide, stirring Gu Yuan's emotions. In the distance, the lake mirrored a full moon, its shimmering surface resembling a grand stage, twinkling under the gentle caress of the night breeze. Surrounded by mountains and towering ancient trees, a gentle wind brushed through the treetops, creating a perfect natural tableau. However, Gu Yuan's goal for this journey, the entrance to the mysterious tomb, remained elusive. 80 yuan for a train ticket. Might as well enjoy the scenery, Gu Yuan mused wryly. The current predicament left him in a quandary. To decipher the classical text code, a comprehensive map of the entire mountain was necessary. Yet, in this hazardous orange-level wilderness, any exploration skills or spells might attract powerful mythical beasts. The complexity of the terrain rendered conventional surveying methods ineffective. Drone flights were restricted, and low-altitude reconnaissance by flying beasts was prone to attacks, while high-altitude views were obscured by clouds. No wonder the officials from 1,000 years ago set such precautions, Gu Yuan thought to himself as he sat on a sturdy tree branch. At that moment, the figure of Hong Ling suddenly appeared in his spiritual sea. Master need not worry. I am willing to assist you. Before the words had fully settled, Hong Ling let out a resounding phoenix cry from above the clouds that echoed through the valley. This call, Bai Niao Chao Feng, instantly attracted the valley's low-level birds, which ascended as if summoned, forming a dense swarm in the sky. Each bird's perspective was transmitted in real time to Gu Yuan's mind, creating a network of aerial surveillance. with Hongling acting as the central control. Through this makeshift, avian surveillance network, Gu Yuan's view expanded significantly. Suddenly, through the perspective of a blue shadow sparrow, he captured a crucial clue from its unique vantage point. The entire mountain range resembled a giant bowl, with moonlight pooling like water in two ponds at the bottom. The moon's reflection in these ponds, combined with the real moon in the sky, formed a triangle, with an ancient locust tree standing at the center. That's it. Gu Yuan was about to rejoice when Hongling's warning blared in his spiritual sea. Master, be careful. A massive blue shadow sparrow king suddenly appeared in the sky, charging toward Gu Yuan. This level 39 king-class mythical beast had been enjoying an evening with its level 25 mate when Hongling's call interrupted them. Though it dared not confront the king of birds directly, it clearly redirected its fury toward Gu Yuan, standing on the treetop. Cold sweat beaded on Gu Yuan's forehead as he realized he was about to face a fierce battle. Damn it, a king-level beast, and it's level 39. Gu Yuan was startled and quickly retreated. He immediately used his invisibility skill, but the giant blue shadow sparrow king seemed to have already locked onto his presence, relentlessly pursuing him. Under the moonlight, the blue shadow sparrow king let out a deafening screech. Its wings, shimmering with blue light, formed a deadly arrow aimed directly at Gu Yuan. In that critical moment, a shadow appeared in front of Gu Yuan. Young man, you need to take care of yourself out here. This is the third time I've reminded you. A familiar voice was teacher Zheng Hanyue. Gu Yuan's tensed nerves relaxed slightly. At this moment, Zheng Hanyue was nothing like her usual quiet self at school. Dressed in a sleek gray-black hunter's outfit, with black stockings accentuating her white legs, she resembled an elegant, yet dangerous young leopard. She landed lightly on a branch, raising her right hand, forming a gun gesture with her fingers, aimed at the level 39 king-level beast, her eyes exuding a mysterious black aura. Bang! Zheng Hanyue's red lips parted slightly, lifting her fingers upwards. Instantly, the blue shadow sparrow king's body began to be corroded by the black aura, its feathers decaying and losing their power to ride the wind, crashing heavily onto the branch and falling into a slumber. Zheng Hanyue lifted her black-heeled foot, firmly stepping on the king-level beast. "Deqiu, Erqiu," she called softly. Here, two butterfly fairy girls emerged from the shadows, sweet smiles on their faces. "Use the battle technique, Shadow Ball." "Yes." The two girls raised their delicate hands, conjuring two massive shadow balls, hurling them simultaneously at the slumbering sparrow king, instantly finishing it off. "Amazing," Gu Yuan exclaimed, but before he could finish, Zheng Hanyue was already in front of him. Honestly, running around again. There are dangerous beasts like this everywhere. Let me take you somewhere safe. No, Gu Yuan said firmly. Today is the first day after Shaohan. I can't leave. Zheng Hanyue's eyes flashed. The first day after Shaohan, January 6th, 2021. Why does this date matter to you? Are you here for the Millennium Fire Cliff Flower too? What? It's not just any Fire Cliff Flower. It's the Millennium Fire Cliff Flower. Gu Yuan realized with delight that he had stumbled upon another unexpected find. He recalled that the older the Fire Cliff Flower, the better the effect when engraving it, and the stronger the power of the Feng Luo engraving technique. "This is absurd," Zheng Hanyue said, hands on her hips, her expression stern. "This matter involves many forces, some even from abroad. Gu Yuan, if you insist on getting involved, I will be very upset." Gu Yuan knew that Zheng Hanyue could use shadow teleportation to send him away at any moment. There was only one way to stay. "Teacher, I know where the civil officer's tomb is. I can take you there." Zheng Hanyue was shocked. "Impossible. We've even used military satellites and couldn't find the location described in the poem Song Feng Yin." Gu Yuan chuckled to himself. Of course, because the satellites couldn't capture the moon behind him, and naturally couldn't see the phenomenon of three moons appearing. "Teacher, I really know," he reaffirmed with determination. "Are you really going?" Teacher Zheng Hanyue lowered her head in thought for a moment, a hint of concern flashing in her eyes. Gu Yuan nodded firmly. Zheng Hanyue smiled warmly. "All right, consider it as a training session with me. If we encounter danger, I'll use shadow teleportation to move you to safety. Moreover, if the mission is successful, I can help you earn a civilian Beastmaster medal." A medal? Gu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he involuntarily swallowed. He had long heard of this prestigious medal. In this world, civilian Beastmasters are a formidable force, and those who make outstanding contributions receive special recognition from the state. This medal is not only a symbol of honor, but also grants various privileges, including access to special training resources and red-marked pet food. For Gu Yuan, this was an unexpected delight. Originally, he just wanted to find the Fire Cliff Flower, and now he had the powerful protection of Zheng Hanyue and the chance to earn a medal. How could he pass up such a win-win opportunity? "All right, teacher Zheng Hanyue, I will humbly seek your guidance." Gu Yuan quickly took out a map and marked his estimated location of the ancient tomb. Zheng Hanyue chuckled at his actions. "You little schemer, claiming to humbly seek guidance when you're really after the medal. Teacher Zheng Hanhua, Gu Yuan couldn't help but ask, who exactly are you? Not only can you secure a national-level medal, but you also have access to military satellites. The two of them leapt gracefully from treetop to treetop, swiftly moving toward the ancient tomb. As they traveled, Zheng Hanhua asked, have you heard of the Beastmaster Security Bureau? Of course I've heard of it. Gu Yuan almost blurted out, so you're a cop, but swallowed the words just in time. The Beastmaster Security Bureau is a special task force responsible for capturing wanted criminals, with the authority to eliminate rogue Beastmasters on the spot. I'm one of them, Zheng Hanhua explained. This time, I'm in Guangdong province to investigate a foreign terrorist organization, the Black Lotus Gang. It's a group made up of overseas Chinese, operating under the guise of theft, robbery, and antique trafficking, with its own armed forces. But these are just fronts. Their real target is the Millennium Soul Artifact. The Millennium Soul Artifact. Gu Yuan instinctively put his right hand in his pocket, ensuring the bracelet on his wrist was well hidden. What is that? Are antiques really that in demand abroad? Ordinary antique cases don't require our special task force, Zheng Hanhua continued. This is about soul artifacts from 1,000 years ago. Can ancient soul artifacts really compare to modern ones? Teacher, you must be joking. Gu Yuan was incredulous. Zheng Hanhua lightly touched down on a treetop, her tone serious. You don't understand the power of the Tang dynasty. The craftsmanship of soul artifacts from that era was not inferior at all, and those that have survived 1,000 years are the finest. If they fall into the hands of terrorists, it could pose a threat to the entire world. Gu Yuan followed closely, probing. Yesterday, that general manager Yuan. That's right, he's with the Black Lotus Gang. Zheng Hanhua confirmed Gu Yuan's suspicion directly. Gu Yuan was well versed in the true history of the Tang dynasty. During that era, the collaboration between the Tang dynasty and mythical beasts reached an unprecedented level of closeness, potentially leading to the creation of mysterious soul artifacts that even modern experts cannot comprehend or replicate. He was almost certain that the bracelet on his wrist was one such millennia-old soul artifact, and that the ancient spirit lamp oil was also a product of the Tang dynasty. It had been researched in an underground laboratory in Guangdong province before a leak occurred. The position of general manager Wang was merely a facade, perhaps a cover he whimsically chose to satisfy his personal desires. This also explained why ancient tomb documents appeared on his desk. This was his true occupation. As for teacher Zheng Hanhua, she must have been investigating this ancient tomb for a long time. It seemed that the terrorist organization had already gained the upper hand. Teacher Zheng Hanhua suddenly landed on a thick tree branch, signaling Gu Yuan to stop. Hidden in the shadows of the dense foliage, Gu Yuan's gaze pierced through the layers of leaves to witness a surprising scene. A three-member hunting team was operating below. They wore matching hunting attire, and two wolf-shaped spirit beasts crouched on the ground, sniffing intently. It seems a third force has arrived, Gu Yuan thought to himself. A bead of cold sweat formed on teacher Zheng Hanhua's forehead. At that moment, one of the wolf-shaped spirit beasts abruptly lifted its head, as if sensing something. This is not good. It's a level 40 wind shepherd, with highly acute spiritual perception. Were going to be discovered? Before Gu Yuan could finish his sentence, teacher Zheng Hanhua leaped towards him, pinning him tightly against the branch. She covered his mouth with one hand, pressing her body against his to hold him in place face-to-face. Don't emit any spiritual energy fluctuations, she warned in a low voice. This was Gu Yuan's first time being so close to a mature woman, let alone his teacher, and his heart pounded uncontrollably. Black spiritual energy emanated from teacher Zheng Hanhua, gradually enveloping Gu Yuan completely. The wind shepherd twitched its nose, cocking its head in confusion before eventually lying back down, leading the group onward. Tianyun family. Gu Yuan's eyes sharpened as he recognized the family to which Yun Tianxiang, the one who wanted him dead, belonged. The Tianyun hunting team, better not let them spot you, teacher Zheng Hanhua advised. These wealthy, powerful families not only wield influence in the city, but also possess their own hunting teams. Gu Yuan carefully observed the team's spirit beasts: Wind Spirit Wolf, Black Wind Bear, Swift Wind Eagle. All three were over level 50 and belonged to the wind element. This indicated that the Yuan family had deployed their core forces, as the Yuan family, being a wind element family, primarily cultivated with wind attributes. Hey, second cousin, why are we here? The impatient young playboy controlling the swift wind eagle jumped up to block the path of the person in front. There is something here that is extremely important for the development of our Yuan family. The leading young master replied, while directing the wind spirit wolf and wind shepherd to search the surroundings. The burly man with the black wind bear silently followed behind. The Millennium Fire Cliff Flower, announced the owner of the spirit wind wolf with great seriousness. What? The playboy widened his eyes in disbelief. Big brother, are you kidding? We gave up $1 million mission and traveled 1,000 miles for a flower. The nobleman explained gravely. Xiao Mu, the Firecliff flower is not just any flower. This Millennium Firecliff flower is an extremely rare spiritual flower, originally a burial item of a Tang dynasty official. Its most valuable aspect is that it can be used to engrave heaven-tier battle techniques. Upon hearing this, the playboy's previous discontent vanished instantly. Heaven-tier battle techniques? He stammered with excitement. In our Yuan family, only one beast has a heaven-tier battle technique, and I heard it cost billions. Don't get too excited. The nobleman dampened his enthusiasm. Even though the Firecliff flower can engrave heaven-tier techniques, the method has been lost. Only a few Tang dynasty archaeologists might know how to use it. We can't use it ourselves. We'll have to sell it. A few billion is enough to buy 3 top-tier soul artifacts. The playboy exclaimed with excitement. Stop. The burly man suddenly raised his hand to block the playboy. There's someone ahead. Please stop. A voice with a foreign accent called out. Immediately, a massive pangolin-like creature burst from the ground, kicking up a storm of dust and sand. Atop this level 52 beast stood an unusual manha, had a creamy yellow complexion, brown hair, and wore black clothes. His Mandarin was noticeably unpolished. Leave this place, Chinese, the man said in broken Mandarin. Who do you think you are? The playboy from the Yuan family retorted defiantly. I haven't even gotten my flower yet. Why should I listen to you? The burly man from the Yuan family recognized the stranger and drew his sword cautiously. A subterranean beast, dragon claw pangolin. At this moment, Zheng Hanyue stood up from Gu Yuan's waist, allowing Gu Yuan to finally catch his breath and focus on the situation. That's Bruto Yang, an Australian Chinese and a cadre of the Black Lotus gang. But it seems he hasn't had the chance to gather the Firecliff flower underground yet. Gu Yuan silently criticized the mixed-race man's awkward name. Suddenly, the ground erupted with a loud bang, cracking open with fiery red fissures, and hot magma surged through them. 2 magma turtles appeared out of nowhere, transforming into 2 burly men covered in fiery scales and bearing turtle shells, flanking either side. That's right. We're here to take the treasure beneath your land. Bruto Yang laughed arrogantly, not taking the 3 Yuan family prodigies seriously. Get lost if you don't want to die. 3 level 50 beasts. Although all 4 present were grade 5 beast masters, the 3 Yuan family juniors had only recently advanced, each having only 1 level 50 beast, with the rest being low level and practically useless. Don't let him intimidate you. We have the numbers, the leading nobleman shouted angrily. 3 wind formation. The 3 of them formed seals simultaneously, and their spirit wind wolf, black wind bear, and swift wind hawk were enveloped in inscriptions. 3 gusts of wind intertwined in the air, forming a fierce current that surged forward. The fierce gales roared in, pushing back the 2 lava turtles with strong gusts, scattering lava and debris into the air. 3 massive tornadoes converged from different directions, with the runes on the 3 beasts intertwining in the air to form a mysterious array, trapping Bruto Yang in the eye of the storm. Damn it, Burrow. Bruto Yang staggered in the wind as his dragon-clawed pangolin immediately began digging underground, trying to take its master to safety. Don't underestimate the power of the Yuan family. The 3 Yuan family members exerted their strength simultaneously, causing the entire ground to heave, forcibly pulling Bruto Yang into the air. By law Earthfall, Bruto Yang summoned his 4th level 50 Biasta, giant pure white koala. As it fell, it gradually transformed into a humanoid form, becoming a girl with koala ears who punched the ground. The explosive debris forced the 3 back, but failed to break the Tristorm array. Enough, let's call a truce, my friends from China. Bruto Yang smiled, hands in his pockets. There are plenty of Firecliff flowers below. Why not split them and cease fighting for now? Boss, he has 1 more level 50 beast than us. The playboy was the first to waver. Bruto Yang continued, though I was born abroad, my father is Chinese. Aren't we compatriots? The Yuan family nobleman stepped forward. Indeed, if we end up destroying each other here, it will only benefit the surrounding beasts. Watching from the sidelines, teacher Zheng Hanyue's forehead was slick with sweat. Although the opponent had 1 more level 50 beast, the power of the Tristorm array was formidable enough to ensure mutual destruction. However, the 3 beasts had already severed their rune connections, and the wind began to weaken. From a higher vantage point, Gu Yuan observed a strange silver glow flickering in the air, becoming more apparent under the moonlight. Dark Nightblade, use Shadow Strangle. Bruto Yang suddenly raised his hand and shouted. A shadow mantis leapt from the shadows, its claws as sharp as surgical knives. The 3 Yuan family members realized the danger too late. One was instantly dismembered, blood splattering everywhere. His spirit eagle fell from the sky with his death. Damn, this guy also has a level 40 shadow mantis. The remaining 2 were terrified. With 1 corner missing, the Tristorm array collapsed, and the remaining 2 level 50 beasts were no match for the opponent's 4. The battle was decided, with all 3 of the Yuan family's prodigies falling. Standing in the moonlight, Bruto Yang covered his face, laughing maniacally. Ha, how laughable. Privileged rich boys, choosing to compromise at the slightest threat to their lives, only to lose them in vain. his face twisted, showing no trace of his earlier friendliness. Teacher Zheng Hanyue sighed deeply and turned to the boy, saying, "Make sure to protect yourself in a while. I might have to step away for a bit." However, Gu Yuan's attention was elsewhere. His eyes were fixed on the corpses of the 3 level 50 beasts, a gleam of excitement in his gaze. Those untouched inner cores were precious spiritual materials. If no one else wanted them, wasn't this his opportunity? Teacher Zheng Hanyue noticed Gu Yuan's barely concealed excitement and lightly knocked on his head. "Hey, boys should have some compassion. Even if the ones who died were from the Yuan family, your enemies, you shouldn't be this thrilled." "No, that's not it," Gu Yuan quickly explained. "Teacher Zheng Hanyue, it's just that this is my first time seeing so many level 50 beasts in battle, and I'm a bit excited." "Humph." Teacher Zheng Hanyue crossed her arms. "I don't know how you managed it, but your red feather has indeed leveled up quickly. With your talent, you could easily join a major faction. They would provide you and Red Feather with all the resources you need. However," she paused, "the cost might be that once you grow stronger, you'll be bound by them, becoming their guardian." Gu Yuan nodded to himself. This was exactly why he didn't want to join a big family. It was too much trouble. Besides, his 1,000-year soul artifact and the 9 heavens goddess were too valuable, and who knows which envious faction might stab him in the back. With a sudden thought, he joked, "How about this, Teacher Zheng Hanyue? You're so powerful, your family must have plenty of resources. Why don't you take me under your wing? I'll be at your beck and call in the future." Teacher Zheng Hanyue puffed her cheeks in mock anger. "Don't joke about your teacher. Speaking disrespectfully to your teacher is not knowing how to respect your elders. I might have to arrest you and give you a good lesson." At this moment, Pluto Yang had already entered the tomb. Teacher Zheng Hanyue used her shadow power to follow closely with Gu Yuan. The entire tomb was eerie and sinister, the air dry yet filled with a strange aura of death. The black walls were covered with Tang Dynasty murals, depicting a prosperous era where humans and beasts coexisted peacefully. Beasts tilled the fields while humans cast spells for rain, sharing spiritual grains, and even celebrating together at court. The diligent Tang king and his noble consort were portrayed against a backdrop of rainbow clouds, creating a harmonious scene. However, at the end of the murals was a bloody battlefield. Gu Yuan squinted, trying to look closer, but was suddenly interrupted by a crazed shout. "Finally found it." Pluto Yang violently pried open the coffin of a civil official, brutally tearing apart the remains. Kaiyuan wood, the glory of the Kaiyuan era, spirits flourishing, noble for all eternity, surpassing all treasures, capable of bearing any inscription, a 1,000-year soul artifact. You're mine. Gu Yuan shook his head in disapproval. These were valuable cultural relics. If archaeologists saw him opening a coffin so crudely, they'd probably faint on the spot. Gu Yuan watched as Pluto Yang roughly handled the bones worth millions, feeling a pang of heartache. However, Pluto Yang paid no mind, his attention entirely captivated by a thumb-sized piece of wood. He held it up with both hands, licking his lips with a greedy expression. "Take care of yourself." Teacher Zheng Hanyue shouted a warning before charging at the enemy, without hesitation. She appeared behind Pluto Yang in an instant, her delicate hand waving to summon 5 charming shadow butterfly girls. "Pluto Yang, face your judgment. This tomb will be your final resting place." 6 shadow spheres formed in the hands of Zheng Hanyue and the shadow butterflies, launching towards Pluto Yang like a barrage. The power of these 6 earth-tier combat skills was astonishing, and the black storm of shadow energy threatened to tear the entire tomb apart. Pluto Yang was prepared, using his flicker belt to teleport to a distant spot. Simultaneously, his Dragonclaw pangolin emerged from the ground, deploying the Fortress combat skill to protect him, while 2 magma turtles charged forward to intercept the shadow spheres. The explosion was deafening, the tomb's ceiling blown away, revealing the night sky. Surrounding cloud murals were torn apart, and the shells of the magma turtles began to crack under the assault of shadow energy. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously unleashed volcanic eruption, their shells swelling and spewing molten lava to dispel the remnants of the shadow spheres. The cost of battle was heavy. The 2 magma turtles fell, their shells shattered, and the fire elements in their eyes extinguished. On Zheng Hanyue's side, the 4-ball and 5-ball were weakened by burns and had to be recalled to the pet space to rest. A 0 for 2, or rather, 2 for 2. Gu Yuan calculated the odds. At this point, Zheng Hanyue held the upper hand, with 3 pets above level 50 remaining, and the largest ball reaching level 56. Pluto Yang, on the other hand, had only a level 40, a level 50, and a level 54 pet left. Pluto Yang remained unfazed, instead showing a sly grin. Really, the local cops have no sense of honor, resorting to sneak attacks. "Hey, pretty girl, is your main job busting brothels?" Interrupting me at my most excited moment. He licked his lips. "But I don't mind lady cops at all. Last time in Dongguan, during a bust, that lady cop, hee, I'll let you taste the pain she did." Zheng Hanyue snorted coldly. "Enough with the slick talk, Pluto Yang. Cherish the last few minutes of your life. She remained vigilant, keeping shadow threads wrapped around his waist, ready to have her spider pull her away with shadow teleportation if danger arose. Just then, Yuan noticed something unusual. The lava previously sprayed by the magma turtles was converging towards a point behind the murals. Following the flow, he saw it was a sea of fire cliff flowers. The flowers in the eerie tomb resemble eternal flames, each with a burning crimson core. As the cold wind from outside sweeps through, all the flowers sway, creating an indescribable eerie beauty, as if one has entered a mass grave. The lava doesn't harm them. Instead, it is absorbed by their roots, transforming into nourishment, making the entire sea of flowers even brighter. The tomb exudes a strong aura of death. These are the legendary fire cliff flowers, a rare secret realm needed to imprint the heaven-tier martial skill, Feng Luo. Seize the opportunity first. Gu Yuan jumped into the sea of flowers, confident that teacher Zheng Hanyue could handle herself. They needed to complete the imprinting first. Teacher Zheng Hanyue is a good teacher, and Gu Yuan didn't want to see her in danger. However, it was evident that she had a significant advantage now, so there was no real danger. He needed to make use of the site before the authorities arrived to take control. Just then, a ghostly white figure flashed by. A ghost. Gu Yuan saw a white fox spirit appear before him, its shape vaguely resembling a fox, with blue ghost flames flickering in its eyes. 9 large, white tails spread out. The fox then lunged towards Gu Yuan. He could faintly see 2 bells around its neck, its pristine fur dazzlingly beautiful. Master, there's no need to panic. This is indeed a ghost, but merely a spirit of a buried beast, only at level 14. I can handle it, Hong Ling said. With that, Hong Ling raised her right hand, summoning a crimson phoenix fire, and unleashed the 1,000 reverse fire slash. The spirit was no match for Hong Ling, and was quickly sent flying before it fled. Meanwhile, on teacher Zheng Hanyue's side, things took a dramatic turn. She knew she had a significant advantage, but was aware that this was an orange alert wilderness area. The explosion had scared off most beasts below level 50. However, if a stronger beast was slumbering here, and that boy was taken by a wolf, it would be her failure as a teacher to protect him. During the explosion, a jar broke, releasing a mysterious fox spirit. Not knowing if it posed a threat, she decided to act swiftly. Teacher Zheng Hanyue split her forces into 4, launching simultaneous attacks. The main target was the strongest, a white koala girl. With a flourish of her hands, 2 shadow swords materialized, executing the earth-tier martial skill, Shadow Dance. Her small frame moved at an incredible speed, becoming a blur as she left a trail of afterimages, engaging in close combat. The second force, using shadow teleportation, appeared behind a pangolin. Unlike the first group, which excelled at close combat, the second group spread butterfly wings, releasing pollen like stardust, putting the pangolin to sleep with the earth-tier martial skill, Sleep Powder. Then, raising her right hand, she conjured a sword resembling a butterfly's proboscis, piercing between the pangolin's scales to drain its life force. The 2 main forces found themselves in a crisis. Just as the shadow spider was about to use its web to help its master escape, it was hit precisely by Sanchio's shadow ball, severing the web. Bruto Yang lost all hope of escaping, and at this moment, teacher Zheng Hanyue was already upon him. As a beast master strengthened by 5 lowly, Zheng Hanyue's power was formidable. She launched a shadow ball attack right away, and as Bruto dodged it, she unleashed a cloud of sleep-inducing powder from her mouth, enveloping the area. Bruto quickly summoned a tornado to disperse the powder, but Zheng Hanyue had already activated her Shadow Dance. With the boost from the Shadow Dance, her speed increased dramatically, leaving only graceful afterimages. The shadow sword formed in her hands easily sliced through the earth-level tornado, cutting through the air, and one hand precisely pierced Bruto's abdomen. At this time, Bruto's 3 beasts were being chased by Deikyu, Urkyu, and Sanchio, leaving them no time to rescue their master. Zheng Hanyue gradually applied more force, lifting Bruto like a skewer, his feet leaving the ground, and a searing pain tearing through his abdomen. Ah! Bruto cried out in agony, while murder gleamed in Zheng Hanyue's eyes as she gradually increased the pressure with her hands. Spare me! Spare me! I confess. Bruto suddenly begged for mercy. Confess. Zheng Hanyue paused. Speak, and I will give you your final judgment after your confession. Assaulting an officer, attacking a beautiful you. Bruto abruptly changed his tone, raising his right hand suddenly as shadow energy gathered instantly. The ground cracked open, and a giant spider exuding a deathly aura burst forth, with a massive skull on its back. Its forelimbs and fangs glinted coldly, each strike accompanied by the wails of lost souls, successfully leaving marks on Zheng Hanyue. Impossible. Zheng Hanyue recognized it at a glance as a rare spirit beast extinct for a millennium, the level 60 bone spider. Aren't you only a rank 5? How do you have a 6th beast? Bruto clutched his wound, swaying as he sat down, a smug smile on his face. A millennium soul artifact, the Bienen coffin. He pulled out a tiny wooden pendant. It can only be used once by a person, capable of guiding the souls of nearby deceased beasts back to their bodies. If combined with ancient and modern inscriptions, it can also reduce the difficulty of occupying a soul sea contract position by 20. Zheng Hanyue's face changed drastically. She had heard of the heaven-defying power of the Millennium Soul artifact, but she never imagined that this small piece of wood could possess such terrifying power. She recalled the broken porcelain when she entered and realized it contained the soul of this spider, and its remains were buried here as a burial offering. Through the bien and coffin, the soul was reintroduced into the remains, not only resurrecting but also completing a contract. The situation had reversed, and the advantage was no longer hers. Bruto's cunning shocked her. He hadn't used this trump card immediately, but instead lured her into a trap step by step, even at the cost of being stabbed twice. Cold sweat beaded on Zheng Hanyue's forehead as she looked down at her wounded skin, where a strange mix of blood and purple powder appeared. A wave of intense pain hit her, causing her to let out a whimper and kneel before Bruto Yang. Her once flawless skin was now covered with scars, with blood slowly dripping from the wounds. Yet, her gaze remained unwavering as she stared at her opponent. Bruto Yang wore a wicked smile as he proudly explained, Earth-level combat technique ghost poison synthesis. He tilted his head towards the deathbone spider. This beast can transform the souls of the deceased into a specific toxin to inject into its enemies. See the wailing female faces on its back? A Tang Dynasty official loved using it to torment women. Now, it will help me achieve new heights, and you will be its first exquisite prey. You scum. Though unable to stand, Zheng Hanyue could still command her beast. The large sphere behind her rose high, its butterfly wings unfurled, revealing black inscriptions. This can't be. Bruto Yang's expression changed dramatically. That's a heaven-level combat technique. Dark Tide. At Zheng Hanyue's command, the sphere curled into a ball, its entire body becoming as deep as black gemstone. A vast black ocean formed in the air, with black lights swirling like flowing water, coalescing into a distorted vortex. The air was filled with countless shadow particles, bursting forth like bullets. Yuan watched the entire scene unfold from the sidelines. The shadows of Bruto Yang's 3 level 50 beasts were sucked into the black vortex. Their bodies instantly turned pale and collapsed, dying on the spot. Bruto Yang was filled with despair at the sight of the heaven-level technique. If not for the Deathbone Spider blocking the way, he would have been doomed. There's no choice but to sacrifice you, Deathbone Spider. He had to abandon the prized level 60 beast he had painstakingly acquired. The Deathbone Spider let out a roar, charging towards the vortex's center. Heaven-level technique 100 Ghosts Parade. Centered on the Deathbone Spider, countless white skull ghosts emerged, spinning and knocking both the sphere and Zheng Hanyue away. However, the spider's shadow was also absorbed, and it perished immediately. After the explosion, all 3 spheres lay on the ground. Zheng Hanyue recalled her 3 beasts and approached Bruto Yang step by step. Losing all his beasts, Bruto Yang retreated in fear, his legs trembling. However, a sudden thud broke the tense atmosphere. Zheng Hanyue was the first to collapse. Yuan was about to rise to help her, but Hong Ling stopped him. No, Master, it's dangerous here. Besides, he has already noticed us. He simply ignores us out of arrogance, thinking of us as ants. Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on Hong Ling, who had taken human form amidst the flowers. Her expression was grave as she stepped forward slowly. Master, we are at a critical juncture. My abilities are limited, and I fear I cannot contend with the 5th-rank Beastmaster, even if he is without his beasts. However, I have one strategy that may work. As she spoke, Hong Ling loosened her collar and looked at Yuan with a serious gaze. Heavenly Technique Phoenix Descent. Yuan nodded in agreement. Although he was unsure of the technique's effects, its heavenly rank suggested it might be effective against Bruto Yang. Opening the description, his pupils suddenly contracted. Phoenix Descent, a secret art from the Tang Dynasty, the strongest heavenly technique in existence. The description began dramatically. It detailed 2 major taboos. First, its destructive power was terrifying, with pure phoenix flames capable of killing enemies beyond one's rank, directly shattering meridians and leaving victims in a tragic state. Just as a look of joy appeared on Yuan's face, his gaze froze on the second taboo. Required the life of a phoenix to be consumed, falling under the otherworldly flower. No, Hong Ling, I won't allow it. Yuan shouted vehemently, unwilling to witness the worst outcome. But Hong Ling had already grasped his hand, her eyes glistening with tears. Master, do you remember our first meeting? It was at the entrance of an elementary school, where I lay dying in a cage. At that time, city inspectors drove away vendors daily, forcing them to throw sickly chicks into the incinerator. Those who survived faced a fate of being played with to death. Her eyes reddened, her voice choked with emotion. But you were willing to spend 5 cents to buy me, not only sparing me, but helping me cultivate. Such a great kindness, I can never forget. Her expression was fervent, like a beast on the brink of frenzy. The greatest fortune of my life is to watch you grow day by day. Whether today or tomorrow, if any villain wishes to harm you, they must first step over my body. Tears fell, landing on her chest. Hong Ling looked at Gu Yuan with deep affection. In this perilous moment, I only ask that you take care of yourself. In the next life, I will surely serve you again. She lifted Gu Yuan's hand, gently placing it on her chest. Gu Yuan was stunned. Since his arrival in this world, Hong Ling had cared for him like a devoted wife, providing warmth he had never imagined. Memories of their tender moments flashed through his mind. Was she truly going to leave him? It was only then he realized where his hand was placed, his face turning crimson. Seeing this, Hong Ling laughed through her tears, clutching his hand tightly. Being with you, even in death, is a happiness. I love being with you the most. No matter if everything turns to ashes, I am willing to die for you. Gu Yuan knew that if he died, even if Hong Ling flew to the ends of the earth, she would not escape death. He gently touched Hong Ling's chest and smiled wryly to himself. Never good at interacting with girls, his first time touching a female's chest was that of a spirit beast. At this moment, all he could do was fulfill her destiny and, in the process, save teacher Zheng Hanyue, repaying her for vouching for him to receive his admission letter. Gu Yuan quickly activated the formation from the book. Hong Ling understood, spreading her wings and swiftly skimming over the fire cliff flowers at an extremely low altitude, her nimble claws dancing among the blooms. Gu Yuan was prepared, taking out the formation flags and offerings: 5 candles, 5 skulls, and 5 bottles of fresh black dog blood. With a flick of his wrist, the skulls landed accurately on the formation, candles ignited, and the black dog blood splattered. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuan pressed his right hand to the ground. Instantly, countless incantations surged from his palm, spreading like a tide across the formation and quickly covering the entire flower field. Pluto Yang laughed maniacally nearby. Inscriptions? Haha, kid, do you think those are ordinary fire cliff flowers? These are Millennium Fire Cliff flowers. Even if they're only a year old, not just anyone can pick them. Holding his abdomen, he stood up, too lazy to approach the flower field, knowing that the picking process would release a deadly amount of deathly bone energy. You brat, Pluto Yang sneered, turning to Zheng Hanyue. It's too troublesome to crush you with a finger, better deal with your teacher first. His eyes glinted with malice as he approached her graceful figure. Dare to put a hole in my belly? If I don't make you wish you were dead, I won't be called Yang. However, an anomaly appeared in the flower field. The skulls absorbed the blood back, their eyes glowing red, and the candles atop them turned crimson. More complex ancient inscriptions spread outwards, and the fire cliff flowers bloomed fully, their fiery wicks rising into the air as the petals turned pure white, like a final blaze of life. The red wicks, entwined with the breath of death, danced in the air, eventually merging into Gu Yuan's fingertips, transforming into a single red light. All the fire cliff flowers in the field expelled their wicks, countless light points swirling in the air, centering around Gu Yuan. In an instant, the red sea of flowers transformed into a pure white ocean, as if turning from a festive bridal chamber to a solemn altar. Although the materials for this engraving were hard to find, the process was not complicated. Gu Yuan turned, his fingers lightly tapping Hong Ling's chest, then sliding down as mysterious patterns gradually spread. A fiery red pattern of a flare blossom began to form from the center of his chest, extending towards his shoulder blades. Hong Ling absorbed a significant amount of energy from the flare blossom, not only completing the engraving, but also advancing 2 levels, reaching the 18th level. Let go of teacher Zheng Hanhua. Gu Yuan kicked open the wall. Pluto Yang, startled by the blaze, turned to Gu Yuan, eyes widening in shock. What was once $1 billion sea of millennial flare blossoms had withered to pale white. What have you done? Pluto Yang trembled with rage, forgetting about the gasping Zheng Hanhua on the floor. You damned fool, you're courting death. Indeed, someone will die today, but it won't be my master, it will be you. Hong Ling appeared before Gu Yuan and instantly transformed into a phoenix. Pluto Yang was speechless with shock. That 16-level big bird. How? How can it reach the 18th level and take human form? This is a mythical beast. He quickly calmed down, greedily saying, Kid, if you break your bond with it, I'll not only let bygones be bygones, but also take you as my godson. Gu Yuan remained silent. Pluto Yang sneered. You don't think a mythical beast can match me, do you? Call me father, and I'll spare your life. Grandson, Gu Yuan coldly retorted. A mythical beast indeed isn't your match, but what if I have a heaven-tier battle technique? Before he finished speaking, flames swirled around Hong Ling, morphing into a phantom phoenix made entirely of fire. Gu Yuan activated the Yin Zheng Gate, and under the power of command, Hong Ling's flames intensified by 150. With the effects of the Danfeng Gate and Xing and Gate combined, a resounding phoenix cry echoed across the sky. This wasn't an ordinary phoenix fall, it was the millennial phoenix fall, engraved with the millennial flare blossom. Bluto Yang's expression changed dramatically as he turned to flee. Damn, I can't take this heat in. But the burning Hong Ling, like a shooting star, pierced through his chest in an instant. With a thunderous explosion, the sky was illuminated by a towering blaze. Beasts within several miles, even those above level 50, fled in panic. The raging flames evaporated the surrounding lake water and snapped the encircling trees in half. Gu Yuan was thrown dozens of meters by the shockwave. 5 minutes later, the flames gradually subsided. Gu Yuan cautiously approached the center of the explosion, where a pristine and translucent fire phoenix egg lay silently in a massive crater. This is a phoenix egg. The effect of the Wangxian sect manifests at this moment. The phoenix, before dying, transforms into an egg, thus granting itself immunity from death once. However, the battle is not yet over. Bruto Yang crawls laboriously through the crater, despite his torn veins, bleeding from all orifices and dislocated joints. This wreck of a man still clings desperately to a blood-red dagger, stubbornly dragging himself towards the phoenix egg. You damned firebird, just die already. Bruto Yang roars, pushing his broken body forward. The phoenix egg resembles a meticulously cut ruby, with sharp angles, but only the hardness of tin, easily breakable. Just as he raises his hand to strike, Gu Yuan's shadow arrow slices through the air, piercing his arm and pinning it to the wall. The dagger falls to the ground with a clatter. Gu Yuan strides over to Bruto Yang, frowning slightly. By all rights, you should be dead. Why are you still hanging on? Gu Yuan strokes his chin, carefully tucking the egg of the red plume into his robes, a realization dawning upon him. The power of the phoenix fall has been diminished, unable to instantaneously kill an opponent 3 levels above, leaving the enemy with a final breath. This is because the effects of Phoenix Fall and Rebirth by Fire conflict. Phoenix Fall should exhaust life to achieve a cross-level kill, while Rebirth by Fire preserves a sliver of life before death, transforming into a phoenix egg. This conflict led to the current situation. The phoenix turned into an egg at the last moment of impact, and the target of the impact was severely injured but not dead. What? Bruto Yang's face is filled with shock. Damn it. Your phoenix can be reborn from the egg? That eliminates the biggest drawback of Phoenix Fall. You should be worrying about yourself. Gu Yuan's eyes flash with cold light as he raises his crossbow, the mechanical clatter and the soft whistle of arrows slicing through the air like the death knell of a reaper. No, don't kill me. Bruto Yang cries, tears streaming down his face, pleading desperately. Send me to court. I'm not a citizen of Huagua. I can be deported. Australia doesn't have the death penalty. Give me hundreds of years. Just don't kill me. This is Huagua, not a place for your insolence. Gu Yuan advances step by step. If there's a next life, think twice before coming here to steal again. Don't. Bruto Yang's words are cut short as 3 shadow arrows pierce through the air, accurately striking his throat, forehead, and crown, pinning him dead to the ground. His body convulses violently a few times before finally becoming still. Gu Yuan carefully secures the red plume's egg, then rushes towards teacher Zheng Hanyue's direction. Don't come any closer. Teacher Zheng Hanyue's voice trembled. She was curled up on the ground, covered in a fine sheen of sweat, breathing rapidly. Her slender fingers had left marks on the floor. Teacher, it's me, Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's heart raced as he had never seen his usually composed teacher so disheveled. I know it's you, but I'm not in a good state right now. Hanyue writhed as if trying to hold something back, clearly affected by the local specialty of guanching. Despite the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Gu Yuan reminded himself that this was his teacher and turned to retreat. Unexpectedly, teacher Hanyue suddenly embraced him tightly from behind, causing them both to fall to the ground. Her body heat seeped through their clothes, and her sweat had soaked his back, her scent lingering by his ear. I shouldn't refuse. Gu Yuan began to speak, but Zheng Hanyue regained some clarity and pushed him away, sitting on the ground. Gu Yuan, are you okay? He asked with concern. Zheng Hanyue stood up, brushing the dust off her clothes, trying to maintain her composure. I'm fine, perfectly clear-headed. Sorry to disappoint you. Her voice barely regained a fraction of its usual calmness. Oh. Gu Yuan started to reply, but Zheng Hanyue swayed, holding her head. Her gaze fell on Gu Yuan's slightly parted lips, her rationality slipping away. She turned and walked away, struggling to maintain her last bit of clarity. Suddenly, she raised her right hand. I can't. It's too dangerous here. It's up to you now. With that, she unleashed the earth-level combat skill Sleep Powder. The powder dispersed, and she inhaled it all, immediately collapsing onto Gu Yuan's lap, falling into a deep sleep. Did she just anesthetize herself? Gu Yuan felt a mix of emotions. The bigger problem was, without Red Feather's help, how was he supposed to get his unconscious teacher through this dangerous forest? The nearest high-speed train line was a 4-hour journey away. Around them, the forest was filled with countless beasts watching with predatory eyes. Although the earlier fierce battle with 3 heaven-level combat skills, 10 level 50 beasts, and two fifth-grade beast masters had temporarily deterred them. Once they realized the fight was over, the beasts would surely reclaim their territory. Gu Yuan quickly decided to drag teacher Zheng Hanyue into an underground tomb, carefully hiding her behind a coffin. Now, he needed to gather all useful items as quickly as possible, with the primary task of using his bracelet to dismantle the slain beasts from the battle. The bodies of Bruto Yang's 6 beasts lay scattered on the ground, 5 at level 50 and 1 at level 40, yielding a total of 1.3 million spiritual matter. Not far away, the 3 beasts of the Yuan family's 3 brothers, each at level 50, transformed into 700,000 spiritual matter. 2 million spiritual matter. Gu Yuan thought with delight. Although the battle was perilous, he managed to land the final blow on the boss and reaped such a rich reward. If he were to convert all this spiritual matter into ancient spirit lamp oil for cultivation, his power would significantly increase. Gu Yuan crouched down and began to carefully search each corpse, hoping to find an intact soul artifact. His fingers moved over each body, but the battle had been too fierce, and most of the soul artifacts were damaged. Just as he was about to give up, he noticed a thumb-sized wooden pendant in Bruto's loosened right hand, a millennium soul artifact known as the Bianan coffin. As Gu Yuan reached out to pick up this soul artifact made of Kaiyuan wood, the wooden pendant suddenly flew up on its own, heading straight for his bracelet and merging into it. After the fusion, the bracelet gained 2 effects. The first was a one-time spell called Return with the Coffin, which could draw a beast's soul back to its body before it dissipated, reducing the difficulty of occupying a soul, see contract slot, by 20. Bruto had mentioned this effect, so Gu Yuan wasn't surprised. The second effect was the Eye of Bianan. Gu Yuan tried to activate this effect, and the bracelet emitted a faint glow. His gaze fell on an unfamiliar plant in the distance, and he could directly see its attribute panel. Canna species, plant aptitude, ordinary level, 0 combat skills, none. He looked down at the egg of red plume, and detailed information also appeared. Phoenix egg species, blazing jade, celestial phoenix aptitude, myth level, 0 combat skills, in incubation. Absorbing flame energy, estimated to hatch in 22 hours, 17 minutes, and 29 seconds. I see. Gu Yuan realized. This explained how he could know teacher Zheng Hanyue's combat skill configuration and immediately recognized the power of Red Plume Phoenix's fall. These Millennium Soul artifacts were like advanced cheats beyond their time, making him marvel at the wisdom of the ancients. From the documents he found, most Millennium Soul artifacts were made from Kaiyuan wood, a magical material capable of engraving incredible effects. His bracelet was even more unique, as it could assimilate other Millennium Soul artifacts made from Kaiyuan wood. Gu Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. Although he had obtained so many treasures, whether he could live to enjoy them was another matter entirely. Gu Yuan carefully sprayed the disinfectant made from spiritual materials around him, eliminating the pervasive scent of blood. Then, he took out the Fingyu flame of the earth rank and methodically set the mountain ablaze. This was to deceive the surrounding beasts into believing that a fierce battle was still ongoing with powerful beast tamers engaged in combat. However, this was merely a stopgap measure. Watching the trees gradually consumed by flames, Gu Yuan knew that if he didn't come up with a solution before the forest was entirely burnt, the consequences would be dire. Looking down at the 2 million spiritual materials in his hand, a single solution came to mind. Without hesitation, he converted all the spiritual materials into ancient spirit lamp oil. His plan was straightforward: break through to a soul power of 400. Although this value was not enough to reach the second tier, the thought of the white spirit beast soul from earlier sparked an idea. Even though Hong Ling had left, he still had the bloodlines of the other 9 heavens goddesses to utilize. Creating another mythical beast to aid his escape was an idea only Gu Yuan would dare entertain. It's important to understand that a single mythical beast is a rarity that commands respect and admiration from thousands, with powerful families vying for it. Owning 2 would be enough to drive an entire city into a frenzy. According to Gu Yuan's calculations, to increase his soul power by 100 points, he needed to construct the Eastern Palace in his Soul Sea. Beyond the Danfeng Gate, there were 4 significant structures in sequence: the Eastern Palace, Guangjai Square, Yushan Square, and Chang'e Square. He decided to build them one by one from left to right, starting with the Eastern Palace. Recalling the last time he met Hong Ling in the void, her longing for the Eastern Palace was evident. The memory of her burning herself and sacrificing her life for him was still vivid. Gu Yuan secretly vowed to give her a surprise when she returned to the mortal realm. He took refuge in a tomb, ignited the ancient spirit lamp oil that enhanced training speed by 7.5 times, and immersed himself in cultivation. This process was akin to a student practicing calligraphy, repeatedly tracing the image in his mind until it was firmly fixed in his soul sea, achieving a level of fluidity akin to an adult writing. Constructing the Eastern Palace was far more complex than an ordinary gate. The entire palace was built with vermilion bricks and red timber, adorned with murals of phoenixes spreading their wings towards the morning sun, exuding opulence and splendor. In the center hung a gilded plaque inscribed with the words, Eastern Palace. Just imagining such a majestic structure instilled a sense of insignificance, highlighting the future owner's noble status. However, fully constructing such a grand and intricate building in the Seoul Sea was no easy feat. 12 hours passed, and Luofu Mountain was nearly consumed by fire, while Gu Yuan's soul power only reached 360. Although the first level of the Eastern Palace had begun to take shape, the upper levels remained incomplete due to their complexity. Gu Yuan felt the immense pressure from the roof of the Eastern Palace, as if a massive weight was pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. With each additional brick, the heaviness became more pronounced. However, time was of the essence, and he had to break through. Focusing all his mental energy, Gu Yuan summoned the energy from his soul sea. The spiritual energy surged toward the second level of the Eastern Palace, eventually forming into resplendent red tiles and bricks, shining brilliantly. This effort nearly exhausted all his strength, but he successfully elevated his soul power to 400, meeting the conditions to form a pact with the fox spirit. Dragging his weary body, Gu Yuan reached a corner of the tomb, where he found all the clay pots shattered. The spirits of the burial items wandered in the air, bound by some force, filling the underground space with a sense of resentment. Gu Yuan pondered how Pluto Yang had summoned the spider, his gaze falling on the hole left by the skeletal spider. Following the tunnel downward, he discovered a pitch-black burial chamber. It was filled with decayed remains, except for a striking patch of white that caught his attention. It was the corpse of a nine-tailed fox spirit, its fur still smooth and pristine despite the passage of 1,000 years, like a sleeping beauty. As Gu Yuan approached, a flash of white light appeared, and the fox's spirit lunged toward him. He attempted to reach out and touch its forehead, but the fierce white fox bit his right hand. Blood flowed from the wound, and Gu Yuan quickly used disinfectant and ointment from his bracelet to treat it, fearing the scent of blood might attract other creatures. The fox's spirit seemed unable to stray far from its body, circling back to confront Gu Yuan again. Seeing this, Gu Yuan unleashed 1,000 reversal flames slash at its feet, while his right hand summoned a fiery storm to cut off its retreat. Forced by the flames, the fox dodged to the lower left. Gu Yuan seized the opportunity, using the invisibility effect of his night cloak to stealthily approach and grasp the fox's neck. The pact officially began. In the Soul Sea, Gu Yuan needed to connect the fox's spirit with threads. If it were as compliant as Hong Ling, the connection would be instant, but clearly, this stubborn white fox would not yield easily. As the ritual unfolded, Gu Yuan's consciousness entered a vast, pure white mental ocean. Dong, 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 the sound of the bronze bell echoed through the cold wind. Gu Yuan stood atop the bell tower, over 20 meters high, and the view before him unfolded magnificently. In the distance, the mountains were cloaked in silver, surrounded by ancient wooden structures with snow-covered eaves, creating a picturesque scene of winter. From this height, the entirety of the snow-laden city lay spread out before him. You don't need to waste your efforts, the white fox said, lounging on the bell tower's lookout, gazing at the snowy landscape below. Using the one chance of the otherworldly coffin is futile. I'm doomed to remain in this half-human, half-ghost state. In Gu Yuan's vision, an eerie sight appeared. Above the soul of this nine-tailed white fox hung the corpse of a white fox. The body dangled in the air, a deep knife wound at its neck, long drained of blood. In the cold wind, the corpse swayed gently, coated in layers of frost. Where are we? Gu Yuan asked, feeling a pang of unease. Chang'an City in July, the white fox replied softly. It shouldn't be snowing in July, Gu Yuan murmured, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Indeed, but my name is Qi Shui, the white fox continued, ignoring the small piles of snow forming on her ears. I possess a rare ice jade body and divine bloodline. On the day I was born, this unusual snowfall descended upon Chang'an in July. That should be a good thing, Gu Yuan said. The Tang dynasty has always valued talented spirit beasts. With such a powerful bloodline and physique, you should have become a high-ranking official. You jest, the white fox said with a bitter smile. I was born in the 14th year of the Tianbao era, just as the Enlushan rebellion began. Gu Yuan suddenly understood, recalling the words of an old scholar in the library. Enlushan was originally a defeated warrior spirit beast who rose to power due to his dancing skills. He later conspired with the fox demon family of Yang Guozhong to rebel, becoming a military governor in the northeast, leading the Fanyang cavalry, which was composed entirely of human soldiers. Emperor Xuanzong, to divert attention, labeled it a spirit beast rebellion, ending the era of coexistence between humans and spirit beasts, marking the decline of the Tang dynasty's power. Many common folk began to derogatorily call women fox demons and seductive spirits. The white fox continued. At my birth, I was disregarded and cut down in my swaddling clothes. My kin, Yang Yuhuan, not only did not help, but used the Yang family's secret arts to steal my bloodline, hanging me from the bell tower, claiming, the demon fox is dead, and the Tang dynasty will prosper. Gu Yuan sighed deeply after hearing this. Please don't waste any more time on me. The nine-tailed white fox turned her head, her enchanting eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. Without a mythical bloodline, I cannot return to my body. Besides, what I despise most is humanity. Even if you were to make a pact with me now, all you'd gain is a corpse. Yes, she was right. The fox demon's body outside, which belonged to her, had been preserved for millennia without decay due to the extreme cold of the ice crystal body. However, the fact that it lacked blood was undeniable. Even if her soul were brought back, an empty shell without blood would still mean death for Qixue. Gu Yuan looked up at Qixue and said, I have another way. I can restore your bloodline and give you an even more powerful mythical bloodline. But the condition is that you must form a contract with me and become my companion. What? Qixue turned her head in shock, looking at Gu Yuan. I just bit you and defied you. Yet not only are you not angry, you want to help me escape this painful state of lingering death. I can hardly believe my ears. This man actually wants to help me. I need your strength. Gu Yuan replied simply and directly. But I am a fox demon, born under the inauspicious sign of the July snowfall. If you accept me, the world will shun you as if you were dealing with an evil creature. Qixue said, growing more agitated. She even took a few steps back, shaking her head warily. You are a good man. I don't want to drag you down. Gu Yuan thought to himself, this fox is still living in the Tianbao era, unaware that it's already 2021. There's no longer any danger in having a companion. It's all about nationwide beast companionship now. Gu Yuan continued walking forward. Don't worry, just follow me, listen to me, and I promise you'll have food and drink. Qixue's fox eyes scrutinized Gu Yuan's eyes carefully. She saw no trace of deceit or fear of the fox in them. So, Gu Yuan's eyes were sharp, waiting for Qixue's final answer. I am willing to try. If in the process of protecting me, you have any needs, I am willing to assist you. Qixue said, jumping in front of Gu Yuan, shaking off the snow on her body, and looking up at him. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, and a red thread extended toward Qixue, finally connecting around her neck. In Gu Yuan's soul sea, the contract position reconnected. At this moment, a beam of black light from the bracelet connected to the white fox corpse on the ground. Activate the second function. Gu Yuan silently chanted in his heart. His bracelet formed 8 unbroken seals. Once again, the other 8 goddesses of the 9 heavens appeared before Gu Yuan, still as graceful and striking as the first time he saw them. If only I could choose them all, but I can only choose one. Gu Yuan thought to himself, but he still asked, is there a fox bloodline? After consuming 100,000 points of spiritual material, one of the 8 seals suddenly shattered into a pale blue light, while the other 7 goddesses exchanged glances, shrugged, and returned to their seals. A pale blue light infused into the white fox remains on the ground, and the black light from the waiting soul casket followed closely, enveloping a pure white soul. What just happened? At this moment, the other agents rushing to rescue teacher Zheng Hanyue all looked up. Whoa, 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 no way. Even though it's winter now, this is unexpected. It's snowing in Guangdong province. Are we really in a subtropical monsoon climate zone? At this moment, Gu Yuan felt a chill. A white mist of cold air spread around, resembling a winter snow scene suddenly brought to life before his eyes. Emerging from the snowy landscape was a stunningly beautiful woman, with a pair of snowy white fox ears on her head. 9 white tails peeked out from beneath her skirt, and she gently caressed one with her hand, like an ancient beauty from an ink painting of a snowy scene. Her white gown outlined her impressive figure, moving gracefully, with her jade white feet stepping barefoot on the snow, yet she seemed unaffected by the cold. Her toenails were painted blue, and a red string with 2 bells was tied around her ankle, reminiscent of the bells she wore around her neck in her spirit beast form. Her skin, white as cream, was dazzling, and she turned to face him, placing her hands gracefully over her chest, bowing her head. My lord, I offer my respects, she said. Gu Yuan had seen this formal gesture in palace dramas, a great bow reserved for the most respected individuals. Although he knew it was just a gesture, Gu Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that she was deliberately showcasing her beauty and allure. Her eyes, especially, had a captivating, almost bewitching quality. The fox spirit moved gracefully, like a floating fairy, with the elegance of a consort by the emperor's side in a palace drama, particularly one of those villainous characters. Gu Yuan felt as though her eyes had hooks that could capture him at any moment. The 7 snow race, with the 9-tailed snow fox lineage, was of mythical rank with 14 battle skills, possessing a blizzard constitution that could cause dramatic weather changes, making it snowstorm, reducing the combat effectiveness of fire attribute spirit beasts, and enhancing those with ice attributes. The ice fox charm bloodline caused any male who made eye contact with the 9-tailed snow fox to experience mild enchantment, gradually losing rationality and falling under her complete control, with the time required for the effect depending on the level difference. The icy world Earth tier skill released cold air, rapidly freezing all surrounding enemies. The ice ball mysterious tier skill involved freezing an ice ball to hurl at enemies. The riding stance human tier skill allowed the nine-tailed snow fox to temporarily enlarge, becoming a mount for its master. Gu Yuan gulped. According to their contract, without the master's permission, spirit beasts could not use any aggressive or mind-controlling skills on their master. Seven Snow hadn't used that skill on him, meaning the sense of enchantment he felt wasn't from a battle skill but simply the fox's natural allure, which was enough to unsettle him. However, Gu Yuan was no longer interested in other women. His heart belonged to one spirit beast, Hong Ling. No matter how beautiful Seven Snow was, to Gu Yuan, she was just a powerful spirit beast, with no extra thoughts. Compared to Hong Ling, Seven Snow had an innate blizzard battle skill, but she couldn't match Hong Ling, who had two engraved battle skills, one of which was heaven tier, and Hong Ling's level was higher than Seven Snow's. All beast tamers were like this. The ones they started nurturing first were often the strongest in battle. This land has just endured a torment. In the snow, an agent scanned the surroundings warily. A large portion of the midsection of Mount Luofu was missing, a scar left by 3 heavenly-level combat skills. Worse still, someone had used Earth-level combat skills to set the mountain ablaze, leaving half of the mountainside charred black. Leader Linbo. An agent quickly approached, respectfully presenting the body of a sparrow with both hands. If Gu Yuan were here, he would recognize the leader as the male teacher who had once taught alongside Zheng Hanyue. Linbo took the sparrow's body, examining it carefully in the moonlight. The body was eerily transparent, leaving no shadow. This is a misfire from Hanyu's heavenly-level combat skill, Shadow Tide. She must be nearby. Everyone listen up. Conduct a thorough search and find Hanyue. Linbo. An elderly yet authoritative voice suddenly echoed. Linbo swiftly turned, finding an elder with white hair standing behind him, vigorous despite his age. Director General. Linbo immediately bowed deeply. We are close to finding Hanyue. I paired you with Hanyue to protect her. Yet you let her pursue someone as dangerous as Pluto alone? The Director General's tone carried reproach. My apologies. Linbo hurriedly admitted, but Hanyue was insistent on going, and I couldn't stop her. Sigh the Director General sighed. Such a strong ice attribute talent, capable of causing snow across the entire Guangdong province. I wonder what kind of formidable beast trainer could raise such a terrifying creature. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan was climbing out of a tomb, carrying Zheng Hanyue on his back. As soon as he surfaced, he noticed 2 level 13 soldier-class wild wolves cautiously approaching. Damn, these are just scouts. If any noise is made, the entire pack will swarm us. Don't worry, my lord. They'll be right back, Qixue said, gracefully crossing the snow without leaving a trace. She leaned forward, her foxtail swaying elegantly, and approached a black wolf. She crouched down, gently cradling the wolf's face with her hands, her eyes filled with captivating charm. Gu Yuan's heart tightened. The wolf could bite her throat at any moment. However, Qixue's gaze seemed to have a magical power, locking the black wolf's eyes. Suddenly, she smiled alluringly, and the fierce black wolf immediately displayed a mesmerized expression. Ice fox charm. Qixue withdrew her allure, stood up, and patted the wolf's head with a laugh. She lifted the black wolf's chin, turning its head toward its companion, smirking disdainfully. Block for me. The bewitched black wolf immediately lunged at its companion, biting its neck fiercely, and the 2 wolves began to wrestle. Gu Yuan was secretly alarmed. Qixue must be an extraordinary figure. She should have been dead for a long time, yet these skills seemed to be innate. As a fox spirit, she was naturally adept at enchantment. My lord, it's time to retreat. Qixue suddenly dashed to Gu Yuan, then bent down and slipped under his legs. Gu Yuan felt a strange sensation in his lower body as Qixue, the alluring fox spirit, writhed beneath him, making it hard for any man to resist. Don't worry, my lord. Qixue said with a seductive smile, half covering her face with her jade-like shoulder while lying beneath him. I just want you to ride me from behind. With that, she swiftly transformed into a large white fox. Carrying the unconscious teacher, Zheng Hanyue, on his back, Gu Yuan mounted Qixue. In an instant, the white fox leaped forward, breaking through the thicket. The pack of wolves, ready to attack, was startled by the sudden white blur. It wasn't until the level 32 Wolf King let out a howl that they began their pursuit. Qixue raced through the moonlit night, with Gu Yuan and Zheng Hanyue on her back, moving as gracefully as the wind. However, Gu Yuan couldn't appreciate the poetic scene, as the wolves behind them grew in number, chasing relentlessly like a storm scattering leaves. Any slight delay or misstep could lead to them being devoured by the pack. Suddenly, the wolves seemed to sense something terrifying and turned to flee. An old man appeared out of nowhere in front of Gu Yuan, and, with a wave of his right hand, took Zheng Hanyue away. There's residual poison in Hanyue's body. Such an evil toxin, the old man exclaimed in shock. Lin Bo immediately jumped up. You traitor! What did you do to Hanyu? I've long suspected you were a secret member of the Black Lotus gang. He prepared to strike Gu Yuan with a chilling blow. Stop, Lin Bo, he saved me. Zheng Hanyu managed to say weakly before coughing and passing out again. The old man snorted and effortlessly pulled Lin Bo into the air. What kind of attitude is this? Gu Yuan shouted angrily. I helped you so much, and this is how you treat me. Just then, a report came through the walkie-talkie. Boss, this is Unit 3. Confirmed Pluto Yang is dead, killed by the triple-shot shadow bracelet. The old man looked at the shadow bracelet on Gu Yuan's right hand and laughed heartily. Young man, you need to stay calm. You must be Gu Yuan, the beast tamer. We're not blaming you. In fact, I must thank you. Not only did you save my daughter Hanyu, but you also killed an internationally wanted criminal. Only then did Gu Yuan recognize the old man before him as Zheng Long, the director of the Beast Security Bureau in the Southern Beast Defense Zone. China is divided into 5 beast zones: West, South, Central, East, and North, each responsible for monitoring powerful beasts in the wild to protect the cities. Gu Yuan broke into a cold sweat. His teacher Hanyu was the daughter of the highest official in the Southern Beast Defense Zone. I owe you one, the old man said from midair. In the hospital room of the first beast hospital in Goose City, teacher Zheng Hanyu lay on the white bed. As Gu Yuan looked up, she quickly grabbed his collar, pulling him close. Listen carefully, young man. Teacher Zheng Hanyu whispered, her voice low. I'll only say this once: what happened in the forest, you can't tell anyone. Otherwise, I'll be really upset. What are you talking about? Gu Yuan asked, feigning surprise. Is it Hongling's heavenly skill, or your heavenly skill, or that of Bluto's? Before he could finish, teacher Zheng Hanyu pressed her fingers against his lips. Don't play dumb with me. She turned her head, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. You know what I mean. I almost. She glanced at the bouquet on the table, clearly unwilling to continue the topic. It's fine, it's fine. Gu Yuan waved his hands, trying to ease the tension. By the way, teacher Hanyu, I think I also saw. Bang! Before he could finish, Gu Yuan was swiftly sent out of the room by teacher Zheng Hanyu. He scratched his head helplessly as he left. Through the window, teacher Hanyu watched the boy's figure fade into the distance, a contented smile playing at her lips. He's a good, optimistic boy, not scarred by anything. That's probably the power of youth. Though the mission was fraught with danger, Gu Yuan gained a lot from it. As the hero who ultimately killed Pluto Yang with 3 arrows, he received the entire bounty. 10 million Australian dollars, approximately 50 million RMB, and an international civilian beast tamer bronze medal. This medal was far more valuable than the regular beast tamer medal. Teacher Hanyu had promised that it allowed him to purchase restricted cultivation materials in China and offered a 20% discount on regulated equipment and materials from the International Civilian Beast Tamer Organization. Given that teacher Hanyu was the one who fought desperately throughout the ordeal, Gu Yuan intended to give her the prize money, keeping only the medal for himself. However, teacher Zheng Hanyu refused and gave him the money as a token of gratitude. Gu Yuan thought to himself, well, someone like teacher Hanyu wouldn't care about a few million anyway. Armed with his new medal, Gu Yuan visited the Hunter Mall. The staff escorted him onto a special vehicle, through numerous tunnels, until they reached a pristine hall. Display cases showcased an array of soul tools, feed, lamp oil, and soul lamps, all dazzling in their variety. The most striking item was the M7 Impaler, a standard issue weapon for the CIA. It appeared to be a knife handle the length of a water bottle, but when infused with spiritual energy, it extended into a 36-centimeter bayonet. The entire weapon was crafted from aerospace-grade black aluminum steel, exuding a chilling aura. It was not only lightweight and concealable, but also remarkably resilient, resisting deformation even when Gu Yuan tried to burn it with Hongling's ground-level Phoenix Feather Flame. The newly acquired black silk has significantly upgraded Gu Yuan's night cloak, making it undetectable even to a level 50 king-tier beast. Just as he was satisfied with this upgrade, a large-screen TV in the store caught his attention. The screen displayed an enticing product, the Shadow Nail Gauntlet Upgrade Module. Developed by Shifeng Military Industry over 3 years, this 2021 cutting-edge technology uses breakthrough shadow nail virtualization techniques, allowing shadow arrows to penetrate obstacles and directly hit enemies behind cover. This advanced technology isn't something money can easily buy, but Gu Yuan secured a beta testing spot thanks to his medals. Upon seeing the price, Gu Yuan gasped at it was a staggering 10 million. He checked it several times, almost turning away. But words like 2021, latest, cutting edge, and limited time kept stimulating his nerves. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to make the purchase. After arming himself, Gu Yuan began shopping for equipment for his pets. Although the Feng Mastery Guide could instruct him on the engraving, feeding, and training of Hongling, the training method for Qi Shui was still unknown, so he had to follow the conventional training plan for ice-type foxes. While searching for training materials, a thermoglass display cabinet caught his eye. Inside was a snow-white bone claw, emanating blue chills. This was the hind leg bone of a Kruger white lion from North America, a level 17 king-tier beast. The store clerk explained that this top-quality ice-type engraving material was hard to come by, costing the lives of 5 members of the M country's 7th National Beast Taming Corps. Even more surprising was another recommended treasury, a crimson Cortana falcon bone wing, which came from a fierce predator in Central Europe, ideal for windfire dual cultivation birds. However, when checking out, Yuan was stunned by the bill, totaling over 32 million, and without discounts, it would exceed 40 million. A closer look at the bill revealed that aside from the domestically produced shadow nail gauntlet, other items included hefty shipping fees, customs taxes, licensing fees, and even urban maintenance and construction taxes. The unit price of the M7 alone is 10 million, and that's the discounted price, the clerk explained with a smile. As for the urban construction tax, since it's made in California, it's charged according to their standards. I'm not living in M country. Why should I pay their urban construction tax? Yuan argued vehemently, but was met with the clerk's standard smile and the question, card or cash? Before leaving, Yuan added an upgrade to the shadow nail gauntlet, reducing spiritual energy consumption. Although this was a rarely chosen and seemingly useless feature, he bought it without hesitation, as a way to support domestic products. This shopping experience made him deeply realize, compared to made in China, what they truly need is invented in China. Yuan returned to his empty home and gently closed the door. As soon as he sat down, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. My lord, may I come out? Since his promotion to the second rank, Yuan had gained the ability to use the magic of the pet space, allowing him to keep Hong Ling and Qi Shui within it. Responding to his call, Qi Shui emerged and curiously looked around, soon captivated by the scene outside the window. She pressed her face against the glass, holding the window frame with both hands, and gazed intently at the modern cityscape. Towering skyscrapers, crisscrossing roads, and large screens flashing various advertisements. In my day in Chang'an, I never witnessed such a prosperous scene. I wonder how Chang'an is now. Qi Shui marveled. Yuan, while opening a food delivery app, explained, we're in Dongguan now. Chang'an's GDP is over 10 billion lower than Dongguan's, and the gap is widening. I'll take you to Guangzhou someday. That's where the real prosperity is, with a GDP more than 3 times that of the ancient capital. Hearing this, Qi Shui couldn't help but sigh. The once glorious Chang'an, which echoed with the purple star, symbolizing power and overseeing the world, now can't even compare to the counties of Baiwei. All the splendor eventually succumbs to time. Suddenly, Qi Shui seemed to remember something important. My lord, I discovered something peculiar in your pet space, she said, taking out Hong Ling's egg. When Yuan explained that this was due to Hong Ling's connection to his soul sea, allowing it to be reborn in a day, Qi Shui's expression froze. So, I can only have the second pet slot, while the phoenix still occupies the first, she said, her tone tinged with disappointment. Yuan quickly consoled her. Qi Shui, although you and Hong Ling have had your differences, you must get along. For university, graduation, and reaching the pinnacle of life, I'll need the help of you spirit pets. Qi Shui immediately put on a sweet smile. My lord, I've always respected my elder sister and would never cause you unnecessary trouble. With that, she began a unique cooking performance. Tomato and egg stir-fry in the wok, omelette rice in the pan, boiled eggs, blooming cupcakes, egg drop soup, and meat and egg scallion chicken, all served one after another on the table. My lord, there's no need to call outsiders to cook. I'll handle the kitchen. This is a 6-egg feast, a royal delicacy to replenish your energy after a hard day, Qi Shui said as she moved behind Yuan, gently massaging his shoulders. Yuan looked at the table full of egg dishes, clearly sensing the intense resentment emanating from Qi Shui. Qi Shui's movements as she chopped the eggs were exceptionally swift, as if she were executing a miniature execution with her knife flashing in the light. However, the dish that was finally served was quite delicious. After dinner, Yuan finished washing up and was momentarily stunned as he opened his room door. Qi Shui had transformed into her fox form, elegantly lying on the floor, her 9 snow-white tail swaying gracefully in the air. Her fox eyes sparkled with charm as she lightly covered her lips and said, My lord, I am ready. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The egg with the red feather on the table trembled violently, cracks spreading across its surface before it burst into a fireball and shot into the sky. The newly reborn red feather, engulfed in flames, burst into the room, grabbing Yuan and pulling him back. Master, be careful. This is a 1,000-year-old white fox, skilled at bewitching the heart. Let me handle her. Before she finished speaking, she unleashed a fiery slash. Qi Shui deftly dodged, retreating swiftly along the table. Red feather, stop. Yuan hurriedly intervened. She is Qi Shui, my second contracted beast. What? Red feather sighed. Why does it have to be a fox? Upon hearing this, Qi Shui stood up, crossing her arms, looking displeased. Is sister going to discriminate against fox spirits too? Red Feather's expression immediately softened, and she smiled. How could I, dear sister? With a 1,000-year-old fox spirit like you serving our master alongside me, he is sure to make a name for himself at the academy. Oh, it's all thanks to you. Qi Shui chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. The tense atmosphere between them instantly transformed into harmony. Gu Yuan took out 2 spirit bones and said, I earned 50 million on this trip and bought quite a few good things. These are 2 spirit bones that can inscribe Earth-level combat skills, one for each of you. Red Feathers will be on the back, and Qi Shui's on the leg. As soon as he finished speaking, both contracted beasts moved simultaneously. Qi Shui, in her fox form, bit Gu Yuan's left hand and pulled to the left, while Red Feather, as a phoenix, grabbed his right hand with her claws and pulled to the right. My lord, you promised me first. Master, I contributed the most on this trip. I should go first. With one pulling left and the other right, it was like experiencing fire and ice. Red Feather's core was as hot as fire, while Qi Shui's was as cold as ice. The strength of the 2 spirit beasts in their forms was astonishing. Gu Yuan found himself caught in the middle, his joints creaking and cold sweat beading on his forehead, his mind a jumble. It took a considerable effort to calm down and finally begin the inscribing work. After 4 or 5 hours of intense focus, Hong Ling and Qi Shui finally completed their acquisition of new combat skills. Hong Ling obtained the Earth-level skill Meteor Fire Rain. In her phoenix form, she can spread her wings in the sky and summon a rain of burning meteors. Qi Shui mastered the equally ranked Ghostly Ice Claw. When her 9-tailed snow fox channels spirit energy through its claws, it can deal double damage if the target is already frozen. These complex Earth-level skills left unique marks on them. A majestic red bird pattern appeared on Hong Ling's back, while a crystalline blue rose bloomed on Qi Shui's beautiful leg. Just then, the doorbell rang. When Gu Yuan opened the door, he saw a familiar yet awkward facade was the same delivery guy from last time. Apparently, he had been outside the whole time, drawn in by the duet from the 2 women during their skill acquisition. Seeing not only the ancient beauty in the red robe he remembered, but also an enchanting woman dressed in white, his eyes reflected double the shock and envy from before. You aren't secretly a billionaire, are you? The delivery guy sized up Gu Yuan. No, I'm broke. Gu Yuan quickly took the package and closed the door. Sitting on the floor, he opened the package to find an invitation the size of a business card. It was a notification for the Guangdong Province Collegiate League Spring Tournament, scheduled for January 13, 2021, in Yangqing. In this world, college students are highly valued as this age group experiences rapid enhancement in spirit power. To motivate colleges to improve student training, a collegiate league is held every spring, with students from different grades competing against each other. Now, even early admitted students are placed in a special division. Such competitions hold great significance for colleges. The combat prowess of battle system Beastmasters is directly showcased in these matches, and broadcasting the events can yield substantial advertising revenue. The higher the school's reputation, the more it can attract outstanding students, who, in turn, achieve success in politics, the hunter community, and business, thereby enhancing their alma mater's prestige in a virtuous cycle. Although controlling admissions and graduate placements can be challenging, victories in the league serve as the most direct promotional tool. Just like last year, when the 15th-ranked South China Beast University defeated the 8th-ranked Sun Yat-sen University in the sophomore division, gaining instant fame. The skyline of Yangqing was illuminated by billboards, as the entire city buzzed with excitement for the final match of the championship. When scenes from the game were broadcasted on screens throughout the city, no one anticipated the significant impact it would have. The results of that year's university admissions were released, with Sun Yat-sen University dropping to 10th place nationwide, while South China Beast Taming University climbed to 13th. If this trend continued, the president of Sun Yat-sen University would surely be anxious. However, for Gu Yuan, the rankings of schools were never his primary concern. He understood well that what truly mattered was the cultivation resources a school could offer its students. This was the fundamental reason he was determined to choose a prestigious university, because the educational resources allocated by the state to each university were controlled and distributed by the schools themselves. To excel in the league and bring glory to the school, these valuable resources would inevitably be focused on outstanding students. Compared to battling life and death with king-level beasts in the wilderness, this was undoubtedly a safer and more efficient path to enhancing his soul power. In Gu Yuan's hands was a handwritten letter from the president of Sun Yat-sen University, exuding a faint scent of ink. This was not a mass-printed notice, but a personal letter from President Luo Jun to each student selected for the early round of the National University League, accompanied by precious cultivation resources. This prominent figure from the Southern Beast Taming District was the second major personality Gu Yuan had encountered that week. The letter read, "Hello Gu Yuan, I am Luo Jun, president of Sun Yat-sen University. Congratulations on being accepted to our university. But this is merely the starting point of your life journey. You have stepped onto a stage that surpasses the ordinary, where you will join other exceptionally talented young people, all of whom are cultivation prodigies with formidable beast-taming skills. Whether you soar or stumble on this platform depends entirely on your choices. I have discussed your situation at length with Old Zheng. Although you were defeated in the duel with Pluto, securing a kill and receiving international accolades has already proven your capabilities. Therefore, I am allowing you to participate in the University League, disregarding your disadvantages in soul power and beast-taming levels. Here are 2 crystalline spirit beads, 1 ice and 1 fire. May they aid you. Yuan chuckled softly, realizing that in the president's eyes, he was merely there to gain experience, following in the footsteps of the greats. He carefully examined the 2 crystalline spirit beads in his hand, extremely rare spirit aggregates that naturally form in the wild, capable of significantly enhancing the combat power and level of spirit pets. Even with his bronze holder status, he could only admire them from afar, having no right to purchase them. He never expected the president to be so generous, directly gifting him 2 natural crystalline beads. Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Although the beads were small and their enhancement effect limited, their true value to him lay in their potential as samples. With this foundation, he could use his bracelet to decompose them and then consume spiritual material to replicate more. He immediately began the decomposition process, and in an instant, the 2 identical-sized crystalline beads transformed into 1 blue and 1 red stream of spiritual energy, merging into the bracelet. Each bead was decomposed into 300,000 units of spiritual material. Discovering that a single crystal orb could decompose into 300,000 units of spiritual matter led Yuan into a brief contemplation. He quickly decided to create 2 crystal orbs, one with ice attributes and the other with fire attributes, for testing. The test results were impressive. After absorbing the spiritual energy from the crystal orbs, Hongling and Qi Shui's levels soared to 19 and 16, respectively. Compared to the red character feed that consumed the same amount of spiritual matter, although the crystal orbs lacked the ability to restore physical strength, they were nearly twice as efficient in raising the levels of the spirit beasts. The only downside to the crystal orbs was their rarity. They could only be harvested in the wilderness and couldn't be mass-produced. However, this wasn't an issue for Yuan, as he could directly produce them using spiritual matter. Even better, he found a perfect use for the large amount of spiritual matter he had obtained from his last wilderness battle. The principle had inadvertently pointed him in the right direction. Yuan immediately put all the spiritual matter to use. Hongling's level rose to 21, and Qi Shui reached level 19. Meanwhile, he exchanged for an ample supply of ancient spirit lamp oil, and with the 7.5 times speed boost in cultivation, his soul power soared to 500 points. During this process, the Guangzhai workshop, located on the side of the Eastern Palace, was also completed. The Eastern Palace brought in affection effect, allowing a selected spirit beast to reside in the Eastern Palace within the Soul Sea, gaining a 2-level increase. Yuan fulfilled his promise to Hongling, selecting her as the target of affection. Hongling's level immediately jumped from 21 to 23. The scene was quite amusing. Hongling perched proudly atop the Eastern Palace, looking down at Qi Shui in the Soul Sea, while Qi Shui glared up at her from the ground. The Guangzhai workshop, as the gateway to the Daming Palace, brought a radiance effect, which enhanced the entire Daming Palace's feng shui, increasing all mental state effects by 30. Under this boost, all of Yuan's mental states were strengthened. The effect of the Danfeng Gate, which increased all Tang Dynasty Spirit Beasts' combat power by 10 and level by 1, and increased the level of Phoenix-type Spirit Beasts techniques below the Earth level by 1, was enhanced to a 13 combat power increase, a 1.3 level increase, and a 1.3 level increase for techniques below the Earth level. This meant that Hongling's mysterious level techniques would be elevated to Earth level and be 30 stronger than ordinary Earth level techniques. The effect of the Wangxian Gate was also enhanced, increasing the experience gained by spirit beasts during combat, fusion of inner alchemy, and consumption of heavenly materials and earthly treasures from 10 to 13, and shortening the resurrection time of phoenix eggs by 30. The Jianfu Gate increased the damage of counterattack techniques from 10 to 13, with the nurturing effects of counterattacks for phoenix-type spirit beasts also enhanced. The Xingyin Gate increased the boost to combat power and speed from 7.5 to 9.75. The enhancement effects of the Yanzheng Gate were the most significant. Yuan's command abilities underwent a qualitative leap, allowing him to issue 4 different commands. The attack command boosts attack by 130 for the duration of 1 incense stick, but decreases defense by 50. Conversely, the defense command increases defense by 130 while reducing attack by 50. More uniquely, the void command transforms the beasts into pure Taoist energy for 1 incense stick's duration, making them immune to physical damage, while their Taoist technique's power surges by 195. In contrast, The brutal command sacrifices Taoist abilities, converting all spiritual energy into physical strength, enhancing physical attacks by 195 and providing 80 resistance to Taoist damage. The effect of the Eastern Palace also increased by 2.6 levels. Combined with the previous 1.3 level boost, Hongling effortlessly reached the height of level 24. You're playing favorites. Qi Xuan knelt on the ground, one hand on her chest, her voice tinged with grievance. All the good things go to sister, but I want them too. Gu Yuan scratched his head, looking troubled. That was unexpected. He sighed and continued. But once we win this competition, we'll be able to enter the secret realm for training. Then we can gather all the valuable materials, and you can reach level 24 too. 3 days later, Gu Yuan pushed open the door to the Zhongshan University's preparation room and was greeted by 3 figures. He had heard of these talented students from the same school: Yi Feng, Lu Jihong, and Mo Hen. Yi Feng was the top student in the fire element, Lu Jihong in earth, and Mo Hen, the doll-like yet aloof girl, was the top ice element student from Yangqing's Mo family, an influential ice clan. She was engrossed in her phone, without even sparing him a glance. Gu Yuan, what are you doing here? Yi Feng stepped forward, his tone laced with obvious displeasure. As the top fire element student from Guangdong province, he had scored an impressive 94 on the notoriously difficult Jiangsu test, expecting it to be his moment of glory. However, Gu Yuan had emerged unexpectedly, stealing the spotlight with a perfect score. Hoping to regain his honor, Yi Feng aimed to break the early admission record for the Zhongshan University training camp, only to find Gu Yuan had already done so 3 days earlier. Yi Feng consoled himself internally. At least my soul power and beast levels are higher, with my 2 beasts at levels 17 and 24. In a competition of strength, the dean would naturally choose me. It was rumored that when Gu Yuan left school, his soul power was only 300, not even reaching the 2nd grade, with just a level 14 beast. Even with divine intervention, he couldn't possibly represent Zhongshan University in the single recruitment division. Once we win and enter the secret realm to enhance our skills, he will be left behind in my shadow for life. As he was lost in these thoughts, Gu Yuan entered the room calmly and said, "Hello, I'm Gu Yuan. The principal asked me to join the elite group." This nearly made Yi Feng choke in disbelief. Struggling to contain his shock, he put his hands on his hips, tilted his head, and feigned a friendly expression, though his tone was dripping with sarcasm. "Gu Yuan, what are you doing here? With your level, not even reaching the 2nd grade, and a beast barely in its teens, you belong in the regular group. The door's over there. This is the elite group's lounge." Gu Yuan's lips curled slightly as he shrugged. "Really? Take a closer look." Mo Hen lifted his gaze coolly and enunciated. "Soul power is exactly 527 less than Yi Feng's. As for his pets, one is a level 25 fire type, and the other a level 19 ice type." "Impossible." Yi Feng seemed thunderstruck, his voice trembling. "Mo Hen, you must have made a mistake." "No." Mo Hen replied concisely and firmly. Gu Yuan gave a soft whistle, and a red shadow streaked across the sky. Landing on his shoulder, it was his red feather. He then raised his right hand, revealing his pet space, and Qishue gracefully landed. The appearance of the level 25 crimson bird and the level 19 white nine-tailed fox left Yi Feng utterly speechless. Yi Feng knelt on the ground, clutching his chest, and exclaimed in disbelief, "You must be cheating. Your growth rate is faster than a rocket." He felt frustrated, knowing he had secretly used so many training resources, yet he still couldn't surpass Gu Yuan. At this moment, a tall, crew-cut man school coach approached. "Sorry, Yi Feng. According to the rules, his overall strength surpasses yours, so the number 3 position will be given to him. You'll now compete as a regular participant." "What?" Gu Yuan looked puzzled. "Didn't the principal say I was just here to observe? Why am I now in the main competition?" The coach then explained the competition rules. The event is divided into 2 levels, the elite group and the regular group. The regular group uses a unknown duel format, with 1 point awarded per victory. The elite group follows a ring battle format, earning 3 points for defeating the first opponent, 6 points for the second, and 9 for the third. Only then did Gu Yuan understand the principal's intention. Originally, he was meant to earn some points with the regular group and, by winning, join the team in exploring the secret realm, thus repaying Old Man Zheng for saving teacher Hanhua. But who would have thought that in just a few days, he'd surge from 300 to 500 soul power, not only advancing to a 2nd-grade soul master, but also acquiring the exceptionally talented Qishue as his spirit pet. As a result, his overwhelming strength turned him from a mere participant into a key player. Regular group. The words hit Yi Feng hard, like a public slap from Gu Yuan. He gritted his teeth. "That bastard took everything from me." Gu Yuan discreetly activated the ability of his bracelet to assess the strength of his new teammates. Mo Hen had 2 pets, a level 22 ice lizard and a level 23 snow spirit with a soul power of 627. The strongest, Captain Lu Jihong, was even more formidable, with a soul power of 702 pets at levels 25 and 27. In the competition arena, Yuan was leisurely watching the ongoing matches. His team boasted two powerful rock-type beast masters, both commanding rock golems from Europe, which spoke volumes about their substantial backing. No wonder the headmaster was confident in sending him here to score points. With these two powerhouses, entering the secret realm was almost guaranteed. The Colosseum buzzed with excitement, resembling a festival. As the third contestant of the elite group, Yuan watched Mo Hen and Lu Jihong effortlessly take on three opponents. The ordinary group matches were nearing their end, and the two powerhouses ahead were so dominant that he didn't even need to step in. "Hey, good luck out there," Yuan lazily called out as the team from Guangzhou Ocean Beast University exited via the stairs. "If you can't beat those two, I'll be stuck here eating takeout all the time, wasting precious training hours." This remark infuriated the defeated contestants from Guangzhou Ocean Beast University. "Damn it. What right do you have to talk, you slacker?" they shouted angrily. "We heard you only got into the main team through connections, not on merit. You're just a freeloader hiding behind the big shots." Such discussions had been circulating since Yuan was seen enjoying his fifth bowl of snail noodles that morning. Many spectators felt that this main contestant seemed too relaxed, not fitting the image of a serious competitor. At the end of the first day, a vibrant student host stood on the podium to announce, with two matches concluded, only 4 of the original 16 top-tier universities remain: Sun Yat-sen University, South China Beast Academy, Jinan University, and Dongguan Beast Academy. Dongguan Beast Academy, originally ranked 11th, not only made it to the top 8, but also swept past Guangzhou Beast Medicine University to reach the top 4, much to everyone's surprise. However, facing the formidable South China Beast Academy, second only to Sun Yat-sen University, the general consensus was that their journey would end here. Sun Yat-sen University, as the top institution in Guangdong Province, indeed lived up to its reputation, dominating the field without even needing their third contestant. The mysterious elite group contestant, all we know about him is his love for snail noodles, the host joked, drawing laughter from the audience. "Useless freeloader. Just here for fun. He'll wet his pants at the first sign of trouble." Mocking comments echoed throughout the venue. Yet, Yuan merely frowned at these remarks. To him, it was absurd that people mistook his composure for laziness. Having experienced 2 wild hunts, he was far beyond the courage of an average high school student. This was just a competition, no one was going to die, so what was there to panic about? The news that Guangxing Royal Beast University had made it to the semifinals left Yuan in a daze. His mind raced as he tried to make sense of these puzzling events. Song Yingying and Yun Tianxiang had dramatically increased their strength in just a few days, were admitted to Guangxing Royal Beast University through special admissions, and quickly joined the elite group, now advancing to the semifinals. It all seemed too sudden. As members of the elite group and key players in the competition, their abilities seemed to continue growing at an abnormal rate after enrollment. Yuan sat in the audience, looking around. Although the special admissions division was newly established this year and had the fewest spectators, the third arena in Yangcheng was still packed, with nearly all of the 50,000 seats filled. In the center of the venue was a standard arena measuring 120 meters long and 90 meters wide. Competitors would enter from opposite entrances, and above them hung 16 giant 4K screens arranged in a circle, each with a diagonal of nearly 10 meters, ensuring that the entire audience could clearly watch the match. Starting from the semifinals, the matches would be streamed live online. Standing in the spotlight of the arena, Yuan felt his blood boil. The atmosphere here far surpassed that of the small school arena during the top 16 matches. However, the previous 10 matches seemed like mere formalities, with Guangxing Royal Beast University trailing 3:7. How did they make it to the semifinals? They don't seem capable of competing with the 985 and 211 universities. At best, they're just a top-tier regular college, came a skeptical voice from the stands. The real show is just beginning. Just wait, they have 3 monster-level students, another voice retorted. First up is the beautiful academic star from Guangxing Royal Beast University, Song Yingying. As Song Yingying took the stage, Yuan's eyes widened. He immediately activated the spiritual energy sensing of his artifact, Bianenjiu, and detected a familiar black aura surrounding her. Ancient spirit lamp oil. But this aura was different. It was impure, mixed with industrial compounds, only about twice as effective as usual, and clearly had side effects. The black aura swirling around her resembled the death energy emitted by the black crystal pearl. Song Yingying's stats were displayed. Spirit power, 668, with 2 spirit pets. Shadow worm level 25, legendary quality, possessing 3 earth-grade combat skills, death condemnation, wither, and soul departure. It's a giant worm covered in sharp barbs, 19 meters long, capable of burrowing underground, surrounded by an aura of death, commonly found in ancient tombs. Dark Spirit Wind, Eagle level 17, legendary quality, mastered 3 earth-grade combat skills, Dark Storm, night, and celestial wind departure. It's a spirit wind eagle that has absorbed dark energy and undergone transformation, emanating an aura of death. Seeing all this, Gu Yuan's sense of foreboding grew even stronger. The first contestant from the South China Beast Academy stepped onto the field. With a soul power of only 561 points, his two beasts were at levels 22 and 17. From the sidelines, the coach's encouraging voice rang out. Xiao Lu, don't be afraid. Even if there's a gap in strength, do your best to wear down the opponent. However, the South China Beast Academy's team was already in shock. They watched in disbelief as their opponent, Song Yinjiang, student admitted through early admission, managed to transform her initially level 3 Wind Eagle to level 17 in a short time. Even more astonishing, her second beast's combat power surpassed the first. This rapid increase in strength clearly indicated support from a powerful organization. The battle's outcome was unsurprising. Song Yingying easily defeated her opponent. Next, the South China Beast Academy sent out their second contestant, who had an overall advantage. Two beasts at levels 21 and 26, a personal soul power of 676 points, and legendary aptitude. Against the somewhat depleted Song Yingying, victory seemed within reach. Yet, the battle took an unexpected turn. Song Yingying's beasts coordinated seamlessly, one diving from the sky, the other launching a surprise attack from underground. In a fierce 30-minute melee, she achieved the feat of fighting Tunon. The score moved to 118, with Song Yingying single-handedly turning the tide. Unless the final contestant from the South China Beast Academy could achieve a 3-0 comeback, the Dongguan Beast Academy would advance directly to the finals. This final contestant was Lu Feng, the top Wind Attribute student from Guangzhou, with a soul power of 745 points and two beasts at level 27. Facing the exhausted Song Yingying, he easily evened the score to 11-11. At this critical moment, the Dongguan Beast Academy unveiled their ace, Yuan Tianxiang. He summoned only one level 27 beast, but when the word mythical spread, the heartbeat of the entire audience quickened. In the sky, a fierce wind cleared away the clouds. A giant serpent with wings soared across the sky and, upon landing, transformed into a muscular man with angelic white wings. This was the crane-winged serpent with mythical bloodline. Just hearing the word mythical shook the South China Beast Academy's final contestant's confidence in certain victory. Yuan Tianxiang laughed arrogantly. Insects, watch closely. This is the truly powerful bloodline of a beast. The battle was more overwhelming than expected. Upon seeing the mythical beast, the opponent was already inclined to retreat. Their symbolic counterattacks appeared even more futile. Yuan Tianxiang spread his arms wide, and his beast reverted to its serpent form, spiraling in the air as he declared to all of Guangzhou, "Top student? What use is such a hollow title? My goal is to become the guardian of Guangzhou. How can insects stand in my way?" The atmosphere was electric as the students looked at each other in disbelief, awed into silence by Yuan Tianxiang's display of power. Despite being a newly admitted student, he was younger than both freshmen and sophomores, yet he had already earned the title of strongest graduate in Yangqing. His words were arrogant, but no one dared to challenge him. Suddenly, Yuan Tianxiang made a throat-slitting gesture, which the cameras captured perfectly as a moment of provocation. His gaze was fixed on Gu Yuan in the audience, and with a dismissive flick of his thumb downward, he arrogantly repeated, "Ants cannot halt my stride." As soon as the words left his mouth, a giant serpent above him opened its gaping jaws and roared thunderously in Gu Yuan's direction. The violent gust from the arena's center swept through, lifting Gu Yuan's coat and ruffling his hair. At that moment, Song Yingying, who had just left the stage, quietly appeared behind Gu Yuan. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered menacingly, "Gu Yuan, why don't you know when to quit? We've let you off the hook time and again, but since you're here today, don't blame us if things get out of hand." With that, she left a storage ring and walked away. Gu Yuan opened the ring to find a pair of slippers made from the fur of a spirit rabbit. His brow furrowed slightly as he examined them. "How malicious," Qi Shue remarked from within the Soul Sea. "These slippers are made from rabbit skin, still bearing the marks of being torn by a swift eagle's claws. It's a blatant threat, clearly indicating that they'll show no mercy in the next battle." "And there's another implication," Gu Yuan said with a slight smirk. "They're flaunting their wealth and family background, unafraid of any police investigation for such threats. In their eyes, I'm as powerless as a rabbit. Do you know why they made them into slippers? Because they think it's only right to trample me underfoot." Gu Yuan tossed the storage ring into the trash and headed to the preparation area. The semifinals for early admission were about to begin. In the preparation room, Mo Hen and Lu Jihong had been waiting for some time. "Do you have a grudge with them?" Mo Hen asked, maintaining her usual aloofness as she applied makeup, her eyes fixed on her phone. "A real man speaks with his fists." Lu Jihong clapped Gu Yuan on the shoulder. "Don't worry, we're here for you. We know your strength. Win this semifinal, then get to the finals and crush those arrogant fools." "Yeah." Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. As the first 10 matches concluded, the score was 6-4. Zhongshan University, the top school in Guangdong, had already demonstrated its superior strength over the third-ranked Jinan University, establishing an early advantage. But the real battle was just beginning. When Mo Hen took the stage, the crowd erupted. The appearance of the Ice Queen sparked waves of cheers from the audience. Ice Goddess, I love you. Mo Hen, please, just look at me. Mo Hen, I love you. Mo Hen's first match ended in an unexpected defeat. His opponent was a fire-type beastmaster who used the advantage of his element to defeat Mo Hen. These people are bought out, Lu Jihong said, wiping sweat from his brow as he drank some water. Bought out? What does that mean? Gu Yuan asked, looking puzzled. You've just stepped into the world of academic elites, so you don't know much yet. Lu Jihong shrugged and explained, those 3 academic elites on the other side are actually strong enough to get into prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking, but they've been bought out. For instance, Jida offered them 10 million to give up on Tsinghua and Peking and apply to Jida instead, promising them the same resources. It's a strategy to sacrifice the pawn to protect the king. Yi Feng, who had unknowingly entered the lounge, continued. They gave up investing in freshman, sophomore, and junior competitions because they believed they couldn't win against Zhongshan University in those arenas. So they poured all their resources into the single admission competition. This isn't just a case of Tianji's horse racing. It's like they're sending their strongest directly against us. He sat on the table, looking up with a sigh. And just like that, we're stuck at the top 4. I won't stand for it. Lu Jihong suddenly burst out with a surge of energy. Gu Yuan, you hold off the last person. I'm going to teach those despicable people a lesson. With that, he summoned 2 stone giants, and the 3 massive figures charged toward the arena. The opposing beastmaster, seeing this intimidating Linupa man of flesh and blood alongside 2 stone giants, was already at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Despite this, he managed to hold out for 19 minutes before being carried off the field. Jida quickly adjusted their strategy, sending out a water-type mage to try and win through elemental suppression. However, the arena became a chaotic scene of flying rocks and surging water, as if it were about to be torn apart. This grueling 30-minute battle was the longest of the morning, and Lu Jihong ultimately won by sheer force against the elemental disadvantage. But as the third match began, an exhausted Lu Jihong was knocked to the ground by a crushing punch from his opponent. Wei Qingsong. The audience erupted in shock. Wasn't he already accepted early by Tsinghua? How is he a Jida? Don't you know? Jida spent 20 million, plus nearly $1 billion in future resources over the next 4 years, to secure Wei Qingsong, just to ensure victory in the single admission competition. The discussions in the crowd were lively. A student aiming for Zhongshan University angrily said, Lu Jihong just took on 2 opponents and earned us 9 points. Now Zhongshan University has 15 points, while Jida only has 12. But if Wei Qingsong can also take on 2 opponents, add 6 more points, and Jida would have 18, surpassing Zhongshan University. Don't forget, Zhongshan University still has one last competitor. All eyes turned to the competitor's bench, seeking the last hope, Gu Yuan. But to everyone's shock, the bench was empty, and Gu Yuan was nowhere to be found. The audience collectively cast puzzled looks at the host. Although the host appeared embarrassed, for the director, this was not an issue at all. Each contestant wore a specially designed signal badge on their chest, ensuring the cameras could track them accurately. The director quickly directed the tracking cameras to locate Gu Yuan. The large screen soon pinpointed the target. A delivery rider was opening a delivery box and taking out a serving of luosafen. It turned out that Gu Yuan had somehow made his way to the back of the audience. The seating area extended upwards in a tiered fashion for over 30 rows, and following the direction indicated by the screen, people easily spotted Gu Yuan standing at the very top. You're about to go on stage. Why are you picking up a delivery? He's not taking the competition seriously at all. Looks like Zhongshan University might not make it past the semifinals this time. The audience's chatter grew louder. Contestant Gu Yuan, please come down immediately, or you'll be disqualified. The charming host called out urgently. Before he even finished speaking, Gu Yuan leaped from the entrance dozens of meters high. The audience gasped, only to see a giant red bird swoop down suddenly, its sharp claws accurately grasping Gu Yuan by the shoulders. It glided gracefully over the audience's heads like a hang glider, heading towards the center of the arena. That's his battle pet. A level 25 red plume, gasped the crowd. Although this red bird wasn't top tier in level, its powerful aura and magnificent feathers made everyone feel its extraordinary presence. He can tame such a beast with only 500 soul power? Maybe he's invested all his resources into nurturing his beast. Impossible. He was the top scorer in the entrance exam. Raising his soul power from over 60 to now must have cost a fortune. Could he be supported by a wealthy patron? But he's up against Wei Qingsong. Wei Qingsong stepped forward calmly, a confident smile on his lips. His soul power was as high as 639, and his two level 25 battle pets were quite impressive. One was a legendary green army buffalo imported from Australia, and the other was a legendary native Xianbin crane from China. After landing, Yuan didn't look back, casually handing the packaged luosafen to the host. The host accepted the delivery with a meaningful smile, thinking, could this be his way of trying to win me over? Although known as a lackluster participant, the student host from the Zhongshan University elite group was currently blushing while carefully holding a bowl of snail noodles. You hold this for me, Yuan said calmly. I'll take it back once I'm done. Hey, it's December. The host called out to Yuan's retreating figure, unable to resist. Aren't you worried it'll turn into cold jelly when you get back? Yuan turned slightly, flashing a confident smile at the camera. I'll just make sure to come back before it gets cold. This remark immediately stirred the crowd. The audience whispered among themselves. Isn't he being too cocky? The fastest match so far still took over 10 minutes, and he's up against Wei Qingsong, whose spirit beast power is even stronger. As Yuan stepped onto the competition stage, Wei Qingsong had clearly heard his bold words. You seem quite confident, Wei Qingsong sneered. Your second spirit beast isn't over level 25, is it? No, it's only level 19, Yuan answered calmly. Wei Qingsong was taken aback by this straightforward response and coughed twice. You're trying to fool me, aren't you? Don't think I don't know your game. You must have a second beast over level 25. Summon it. No need. Yuan replied, hands behind his back, appearing composed. So you can't say I'm bullying you. I won't summon my second beast. I'll just use Hongling alone. This statement instantly electrified the crowd. The audience erupted in disbelief, and those watching on TV and live streams were abuzz. Is this guy crazy? Only using one spirit beast? He must be joking. However, the referee wouldn't pause for the audience's shock. As the countdown 3, 2, 1, fight began, Hongling took the initiative. It spread its wings, a majestic light flashing in its eyes, and a phoenix cry echoed throughout the arena. All birds pay homage to the phoenix. All the bird-type spirit beasts on the field trembled involuntarily. Even the level 25 Xian He, after just a glance at Hongling, landed and bowed its head, like a vassal paying homage to a queen. Hey Xian He, what's wrong? Go fight. Wei Qingsong urgently called out, but Xian He continued to shiver, unmoving. The green army bull let out a low moo, signaling its owner to abandon directing Xian He. By then, Hongling had drawn a graceful arc in the air, its wings shimmering with the power of an Earth-level combat skill meteor firestorm. Burning meteors rained down from the sky. Seeing this, Wei Qingsong immediately ordered, Green Army Bull, use the terrain skill, Rainforest. The Green Army Bull stomped heavily on the ground, and the shattered earth instantly sprouted countless green vines, quickly covering the entire battlefield. Hidden seeds began to germinate, and in no time, a dense rainforest had formed on the arena. This sudden change caught Yuan off guard. He could have used the Cloak of Night to escape invisibly, but the opponent's skill covered the entire arena, making evasion futile. He decisively unleashed the 1,000 reverse fire feather, slicing through the encroaching vines. Humph! How dare you use a large-scale wood element skill in front of me, laughable. Hongling let out a phoenix cry, its wings sweeping inward, forcefully blazing firestorm. A swirling tornado of flames gathered in the air, sweeping across the field. Although it ignited some trees, the fire did not spread extensively. Rainforest, an earth-level combat technique, though typically associated with the wood element, is actually effective against fire. The host's voice carried a note of excitement. He went on to explain. Wei Qingsong made an unconventional choice during the inscription process by using a water elemental core instead of the usual wood one, causing the rainforest technique to evolve. Each tree in this forest is saturated with moisture, naturally resisting fire attacks. Observing the situation on the field, the host speculated to himself, Yuan might find himself at a disadvantage now. He inwardly mocked those inflexible male competitors. Clearly, Wei Qingsong's team aimed to defeat Zhongshan University. Wei Qingsong, the final competitor, had been meticulously preparing to face Yifeng, the fire element champion, but unexpectedly encountered Yuan, who also used fire. This targeted strategy was proving effective. Yuan, I've spent 3 whole months crafting this fire element death trap specifically for Yifeng. Wei Qingsong, perched on the treetop, sneered and raised his wrist, launching a shadow arrow through the air. Yuan swiftly dodged, a hint of surprise in his eyes. His opponent was equipped with the same shadow gauntlet. This weapon was notable for its limited range of 20 meters, but in the rainforest setting where visibility was also only 20 meters, it was the perfect choice. More importantly, the shadow gauntlet fired almost silently and without any telltale flashes, making it an invisible killer. The host added, the terms rainforest and shadow first made their mark on the world stage during the Vietnam War. Back then, Shifeng Arm's first-generation military equipment included a sole weapon called the Shadow Crossbow, known for its stealth and precision, which gave country M a hard time. Today, Wei Qingsong's use of the Shadow Gauntlet is the evolved version of that legendary weapon. Gu Yuan. This is the 2020 latest model of the Shadow Gauntlet, complete with a triple shot feature. Wei Qingsong boasted, unleashing another round of triple shots. Gu Yuan nimbly ducked behind a tree, trunk to his left, and the three shadow arrows embedded themselves into the bark. The audience's comments flooded in, joking that Gu Yuan might end up enjoying hot snail noodles in a hospital bed. The referee also advised security to be more vigilant, as these students had smuggled military-grade equipment into the competition, prompting the need for new rules prohibiting part-time hunters from using regulated military soul weapons in official matches. It seems you've put in a lot of effort to deal with Yi Feng. Gu Yuan suddenly turned, speaking calmly. However, you seem to have overlooked something. Before he finished speaking, he triggered his own shadow gauntlet, firing a triple shot. Caught off guard, Wei Qingsong hastily flipped backward, avoiding the attack, but landing awkwardly in the mud. Damn, you're a hunter too? He cursed, sprinting to the left. The two began a parallel chase through the dense forest, exchanging fire. But as Wei Qingsong ran, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his waist. Looking down, he saw 5 or 6 black shadow arrows embedded in his abdomen. Shadow arrows. Wei Qingsong exclaimed in disbelief. He thought he had dodged all the arrows or that the trees would block them, but suddenly he felt intense pain throughout his body. Even more shocking, the arrows had pierced through the trees. He dropped to one knee as his waist swelled and blisters appeared. Poisoned arrows. Realizing the danger, he quickly summoned his pet, the Green Army Bull. The Green Army Bull burst through the underbrush, radiating green light from its Earth-level combat skill, Gentle Purification. The light enveloped Wei Qingsong's wounds, suppressing the poison, though the pain and weakness persisted. Red plume shot across the sky like a fiery rocket, setting treetops ablaze. It spread its wings, gathering flames to unleash a meteor firestorm that bombarded the ground relentlessly. Haha, Jidao is really pulling out all the stops, commented the judge from the commentary booth. Wei Qingsong gritted his teeth and invoked his auxiliary soul artifact, the Green Heart. This artifact could drive plants into a frenzy, absorbing underground water and draining themselves to enhance water-based combat skills. Instantly, the plants across the Baiyun district withered, while those in the underground pipes crazily absorbed water, causing a 3-minute water outage in the area. The air became thick with moisture, gradually forming a massive water spout. Gu Yuan, Wei Qingsong shouted, raising his hands high. I don't know how you put my celestial crane in that state, but don't forget the master can share power with their pet. If you have the guts, don't summon a second pet, and take this heat in. Earth-level combat skill, Heavenly Lake. A huge lake materialized in the sky, with streams of water obstructing Red Plume from approaching Gu Yuan, while water columns shielded Wei Qingsong and the Green Army Bull. Isn't this against the rules? Directly drawing from underground water, shouted a teacher from Zhongshan University. No wonder Jida chose this arena. They had it all planned. Gu Yuan, however, smiled and raised his right hand. I only said I wouldn't use a second pet, not that I wouldn't use the skills from it. He recalled the scene from last night when he shared power with Kiksui Fox spirit sniffing around him, her lips slightly parted, skin like snow, and eyes enticing. Why are you blushing? We're in a duel. Wei Qingsong yelled. Gu Yuan snapped back to focus, his right hand gathering cold air, unleashing the Earth-level combat skill Frozen World. As he clenched his fist, the extreme cold spread, instantly freezing all the water flows. As the pure power of ice spread outward, a dazzling blue light illuminated every astonished face in the audience. This scene made everyone realize it was an Ice-type Earth-rank battle skill. Gasps of surprise echoed through the crowd. Not only did Gu Yuan's first pet master an Earth-rank skill, but now his second pet also displayed terrifying power at the Earth-rank level. Even more incredible was his choice of an Ice-type pet. The key to all of this lay in Gu Yuan's little-known special advantage. His spiritual sea state far surpassed the understanding of ordinary people. Regular beast tamers often avoid choosing pets with conflicting attributes because it's difficult to focus their mindset on two different elements. But Gu Yuan was different. His mindset was neither biased towards fire nor ice, but focused on a unique direction: Tang Dynasty pet mastery. This unique inclination allowed all pets with the Nine Heavens goddess bloodline to gain significant enhancements, perfectly avoiding the attribute conflict issues that troubled other tamers. On the battlefield, the water attribute battle skill that had been rampaging like a wild dragon suddenly froze. The chill released by Gu Yuan instantly froze the raging water, trapping the Green Army Bull and Wei Qingsong in an icy cage. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, and within his spiritual sea, a surge of spiritual energy rose, forming the phantom of a Tang Dynasty general holding a command flag behind him. At the command, Hong Ling let out a thunderous phoenix cry, as if to prove its flames were superior. It unleashed a scorching power, releasing a fiery tornado that swept the man and bull, trapped by ice, into the sky. Match over, Gu Yuan wins, the referee announced excitedly. Emergency personnel quickly rushed onto the field, and after Hong Ling withdrew, they carried Wei Qingsong and his pet off the arena. Amazing, someone exclaimed, reminding everyone to calculate the battle duration. However, the timing no longer mattered. Gu Yuan calmly approached the host, picked up a bowl of luocefen, and as he opened the lid, steam still rose from it. This scene was akin to a resounding slap in the face to all who had ever mocked him. He did it, the crowd exclaimed in awe. He really did it. A student from Zhongshan University not only defeated Wei Qingsong, but did so with one pet against two, in such a short time, with the luocefen still hot. Yet Gu Yuan seemed indifferent to the commotion around him, quietly returning to his seat to leisurely enjoy his luocefen. Gu Yuan looked up and saw Song Yingying and Yuan Tianxiang at the entrance. Their expressions were as grave as if they had just come from a funeral. After exchanging a glance, they hurriedly left the scene. Damn Gu Yuan, why is he haunting us like this? Back in the contestants' lounge, Song Yingying angrily punched the wall, leaving a large hole in the marble surface. Calm down, Song Yingying, Yuan Tianxiang said with a slight smirk, a hint of malice in his eyes. If he dares to come, we'll just kill him again. If he still doesn't die, we'll keep at it until he's minced meat for the dogs. But Song Yingying started to say something with her hands open. Hirue Mola won't listen to our explanations. Yuan Tianxiang cut her off with a single sentence. Understood. Song Yingying lowered her head, her eyes gleaming with a blade-like coldness. I'm up second. Before the judges have a chance to intervene, I'll strangle that scum with my own hands. Exactly. In recent years, the names of those who died accidentally in the arena are engraved on the stone tablets outside. Yuan Tianxiang drew down the blinds and gazed at the three towering stone tablets outside. Each was about 30 meters tall and 10 meters wide, covered with densely packed names, each 10 centimeters in size. Tomorrow, Gu Yuan's name will be on them. The two began their preparations. Song Yingying took out a bag and poured out the white powder inside. They each picked up a straw, pinched one nostril closed, and started inhaling the powder. As the substance entered their bodies, their soul power surged, and their muscles trembled uncontrollably. Red, swollen bumps appeared on their faces and mouths, like insect bites, densely covering their cheeks with an eerie red hue at the tips. Their eyes quickly developed dark circles, as if they had gone from being alert to sleep-deprived in an instant. That night, Gu Yuan's name spread like wildfire online, in forums, and even at his former school. People buzzed with discussion. This Gu Yuan is terrifying, especially that final freezing skill. How can someone known as a fire-type prodigy perform an ice-type combat technique? How is that even possible? Gu Yuan was lying in his rented room in Yangqing. In the kitchen, Hong Ling and Qi Shui were cooking, one chopping vegetables, the other stirring the pot. The sudden knocking at the door made them revert to their original forms of phoenix and a white fox, lying on the floor and the television, respectively. Chen Wenwen went to open the door, and outside stood a stunning woman. Cold as icy it was Mo Hen, the eldest daughter of the Mo family who had been severely injured in today's match. Her arm was still wrapped in bandages, and with a cool gaze, she asked softly, "May I come in?" Chen Wenwen puffed out her cheeks, showing a look of reluctance. Watching through the hallway surveillance footage, Chairman Chen, who was secretly observing, angrily slammed his fist on the desk, cursing inwardly. Damn, another young and beautiful woman. Although Wenwen has moved in with that young man, she hasn't completely secured him yet. He regretted not being more decisive earlier, wishing he had encouraged Wenwen and the young man to get together sooner. When Gu Yuan walked out of the room, Mo Hen's eyes lit up, and he waved enthusiastically. Brother Gu Yuan, your performance today was amazing. You're now the talk of students nationwide. Really? Gu Yuan smiled faintly. I don't really like being famous, but in today's situation, I had no choice. Mo Hen's eyes narrowed as he said directly. Brother Gu Yuan, if I'm not mistaken, your second pet must possess the extremely rare ice jade body, right? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was visibly taken aback, and the large white fox, Qi Shui, lying in the center of the living room, also stood up alertly. How did you know? Mo Hen explained expressionlessly. Our Mo family has always prided itself as a family of ice and snow. For the past 30 years, the top ice element practitioner in Yangcheng has come from our family. The ice jade body is extraordinarily rare throughout history, and with my innate spiritual eyes, I can naturally perceive it. Gu Yuan sighed. Just say what you want. Our Mo family has always favored ice element talents, Mo Hen said, bowing slightly with a blush on his cheeks. The strength you demonstrated today is extraordinary. Would you be willing to join our Mo family? Upon hearing this, Chen Wenwen immediately tensed up. Gu Yuan shook his head and said, What? Do you want me to be your security guard? You misunderstand, Brother Gu Yuan. Mo Hen explained with a reddened face. Our Mo family is predominantly female. If you're willing to marry into our family, we will provide you with all the resources you need. Chen Wenwen's reaction was even more intense than Gu Yuan's. She stepped forward and pushed Mo Hen aside. Ridiculous. Brother Gu Yuan would never become a Livian son-in-law in your Mo family. Our Chen family owns more than 30 residential areas in Yangcheng, with assets worth billions. What is your poor little family compared to that? Mo Hen's eyes were cold. Just a bunch of nouveau riche. Our Mo family possesses unparalleled ice element cultivation secrets. How could Brother Gu Yuan associate with such a woman? Humph, see the charm of this young lady. Chen Wenwen said smugly, crossing her arms. Gu Yuan lightly tapped her on the head. I just moved in, and her family bought the entire building. Then she forcibly became my landlord. Hearing this, Mo Hen seemed relieved and continued to persuade. Brother Gu Yuan, it's not safe to stay here for long. Why not come to our Mo family temporarily? No matter what you ultimately decide, our doors are always open to you. Gu Yuan noticed the burns on Mo Hen and asked with concern. Can you still compete the day after tomorrow? Those who took money really didn't hold back. It's fine, Brother Gu Yuan, Mo Hen said firmly. We were supposed to stop at the semifinals. If it weren't for your help, we would have been out already. In the match the day after tomorrow, we have to win the championship. As Mo Hen spoke, his excitement caused his wounds to suddenly reopen. Gu Yuan frowned at the sight and said, How are you going to compete like this the day after tomorrow? Don't worry, Mo Hen replied, taking out an exquisite small box from his pocket. My family managed to get a Jushua pill from the top alchemist family in the capital. It cost 3 million, but we only got one. This pill not only gathers ice element spiritual energy and nourishes the mind, but also heals burns on the body. Your family is so wealthy, why not buy more? Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. Mo Hen shook his head and explained, the Jushua pill from the top alchemist family in the capital is rare and hard to come by, even if you have the money. Hearing this, a gleam flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. If possible, could I have a look at your pill? Though suspicious, Mo Hen handed over the precious box. As soon as Gu Yuan took the box, he communicated with Hong Ling through his mental sea. Hong Ling immediately understood and dashed into the kitchen, fanning a blaze under the pot, causing the water to evaporate completely. Oh no, the lunch is burnt. The sudden black smoke from the kitchen caught the attention of the two women. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yuan quickly opened the box. In the instant the two turned to check, he dismantled the pill into his bracelet and reassembled an identical pill. The bracelet's calculations showed that the spiritual material content of the pill was only 30,000, even less than some beast feed. But this wasn't surprising, as the pill's high cost was due to the alchemist's years of experience and labor fees, not the materials. For Gu Yuan, with the bracelet's automatic dismantling and reassembling function, he didn't need to consider labor costs. Earlier, he had dismantled a large amount of waste meat at the incineration plant, now accumulating about 600,000 spiritual materials. While Chen Wenwen went to deal with the burnt pot, Mo Hen reached out to retrieve the pill. Brother Gu Yuan, this pill is extremely valuable. I hope you understand. Actually, I have pills of the same grade, Gu Yuan said, pretending to take something from his pocket while using spiritual materials to reassemble 5 identical pills. I'm willing to sell them to you at the same price. What? Mo Hen's eyes widened in disbelief as he repeatedly checked the pills. Brother Gu Yuan, you must be joking. Even with our connections as the top ice element family in Yangcheng, we could only get one. Seeing these 5 identical pills, seemingly made by the same hand, Mo Hen was astounded. Could it be that Brother Gu Yuan has connections so powerful that the top alchemist family in the capital makes pills just for you? In Mo Hen's mind, the image of Gu Yuan had completely transformed. He was no longer just an ordinary high school student, but a complex and enigmatic figure. This realization prompted her to immediately turn around and call her father. On the other end of the line, Mo Hen's father was initially furious that Gu Yuan refused to join their family. However, upon hearing that Gu Yuan had produced a large quantity of Jushue Dan, his tone shifted dramatically, and he was nearly speechless with shock. These pills were as valuable as gold in the ice element family. After the call, Mo Hen turned to Gu Yuan and cautiously said, Brother Gu Yuan, these Jushue Dan are extremely precious to our ice element family. Each one is worth a fortune, and 5 would cost 15 million. I'm afraid my father can't afford to buy them. Gu Yuan shook his head slightly. Well, that's a pity. Although the ingredients for these pills were merely waste from meat processing plants or carcasses of powerful beasts found in the wilderness, he was never one to suffer a loss. However, Mo Hen's expression suddenly turned serious, with a hint of solemnity in her tone. If Brother Gu is willing, we can trade for another treasure. The Record of the Fox in the Snow. Hearing this title, Gu Yuan's eyes lit up, immediately connecting it to the snowy 9-tailed fox. Mo Hen admired him, saying, Brother Gu Yuan, you are indeed knowledgeable. Since the Tang dynasty, creatures like the red plume and 7 snow have either gone extinct or become extremely rare. Their training methods and care techniques have been lost. No one today can accumulate experience through long-term care as they did 1,000 years ago, especially with the suitable inscription patterns being completely untraceable. She continued, It's no accident that our Mo family has grown into a great family in modern times. My great-great-great-grandfather once served in the palace. When Qianlong revised the Siku Quan Shu, many ancient Han books were destroyed. One set of books on ice element beast cultivation was secretly preserved by our ancestors. The record of the fox in the snow contains the methods for raising the nine-tailed beauty in the snow. All right, Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. This book is worth 15 million. Imohen added. This book isn't very useful to our family because the nine-tailed fox with the ice jade body has been extinct for hundreds of years. It's uncertain if there are any survivors in the wilderness. I don't know if Brother Gu Yuan has ever been to the extreme north. This book seems to be useful only to you at the moment, said the Mo family member. We're willing to make a trade, but we can only give you a copy. We need to keep the original. That's fine, Gu Yuan nodded. But I need to verify the original content first to ensure it's exactly the same. In truth, Gu Yuan was well aware that the Mo family had their own reasons for keeping the original. On one hand, they were considering the possibility that someone in their family might one day form a contract with the legendary snow nine-tailed fox in the wild. On the other hand, the ancient book itself, with its centuries-long history, was a priceless artifact. Even without the secret techniques for raising an ice snow nine-tailed fox, as an antique, it could be worth millions. At the Mo family home, Gu Yuan was given a grand reception, with the head of the family personally attending and continuously praising his young female companion for her elegance and kindness. However, Gu Yuan's focus was solely on verifying the accuracy of the copy, as he needed to face Song Yingying and Yuan Tianxiang soon. He couldn't understand how they had managed to enhance their soul power so quickly, or why they were shrouded in such dense, dark death energy. Unable to figure it out, he resolved to train relentlessly and take on anyone who challenged him. After obtaining the copy, Gu Yuan immediately returned home to study it. Just like when he first got the Phoenix Taming Manual, he felt as if he had finally found the solution to a long unsolved math problem. He discovered that most of the materials needed to upgrade Qixue had already been used by Hongling before, and the few missing ones could easily be purchased online. Gu Yuan promptly used the remaining funds in his bank account to buy all the materials. He then spent a significant amount of spiritual essence to condense a fire crystal bead and an ice crystal bead, subsequently helping Qixue advance to level 21, while Hongling's level barely reached 26. The most astonishing discovery in the Snow Fox quest was a recorded heaven-tier combat technique called Absolute Zero. Despite its extremely demanding requirements, Gu Yuan planned to seek out the necessary materials in a secret realm after securing victory in the competition. After pouring ancient spirit lamp oil into the soul lamp, Gu Yuan trained for an entire day. Even with a 7-fold acceleration in progress, his soul power only increased to 552 points. Although a 50-point increase in one day would be impressive for an average second-tier beast tamer, Gu Yuan was clearly not satisfied. Finally, January 16th arrived. The competition venue was set in the first beast arena of Yang City, capable of holding 100,000 spectators, and every seat was filled. Unlike the first day, which had only one host, today there were two, a man and a woman, both dressed formally, conducting themselves with poise, and delivering announcements in clear, pleasant voices. Wasn't it said that no one would watch the matches of pre-admitted students? Why is it so hard to get a ticket? Someone in the audience asked, puzzled. It's all because of the astonishing performances by Gu Yuan and Yuan Tianxiang yesterday. Their prowess shocked the entire Guangdong province, and now everyone wants to witness their duel firsthand, someone nearby explained. I heard that the viewership across platforms and TV broadcasts has exceeded 50 million, and many schools even suspended classes for half a day just so students could watch this match. The charming host flashed a captivating smile as she began introducing the special guests present at the event. Please welcome the famous actress, Xiao Baihe, the president of Zhongshan University, Luo Jun, and the president of Dongqing Beast Academy, Ma Weihong. The audience erupted with excitement. The presence of the heads of two prestigious institutions signaled that yesterday's battle had caught the attention of the higher-ups. Suddenly, chants of Xiao Baihe, I love you, rose from a group of fervent fans waving support banners. The host approached the newly adult and popular actress, gently asking, since you couldn't attend the Beast University due to your singing career, is there a particular contestant you have a special connection with? I'm really scared of violence. Xiao Baihe replied sweetly. I just wanted to see what Gu Yuan is like. If something goes wrong at Dongqing Beast Academy, I might even want to kick him a couple of times. Her words immediately stirred up a commotion among the audience. What? She knows Gu Yuan. So lucky. I wish I could be kicked by Xiao Baihe's slender, fair legs. Hey, you're drooling. Gu Yuan seems to have quite the luck to be joked with by Xiao Baihe like this. The competition officially began with the regular group matches. 10 individually recruited students would compete unknown, with the winner earning a point. Zhongshan University sent out their original third seed player, now the leader of the regular group, and fire element top scorer, Yifeng. With a look of resentment and embarrassment, he arrogantly declared, Just a regular group player. Am certain to win this point. It doesn't matter who you send. However, the contestant from Dongqing Beast Academy shocked everyone. This boy, about 1.6 meters tall, appeared sullen and sleepy, but when he unleashed his beast domain, two faint black shadows appeared behind him, identical dark elves closely intertwined. These are European beasts. Looks like Yi Feng is in for a tough battle. The audience buzzed with speculation. The boy raised a shadow staff and shouted, "Dark elves, use great dark sky." The two dark elves transformed into dark stars, and the sky above the arena suddenly filled with clouds, contrasting sharply with the clear weather surrounding it. To everyone's surprise, the contestant then turned and left the field, conceding the match. The regular spectators were baffled by this seemingly pointless display, but the elite contestants, including Gu Yuan and all the guests except Xiao Baihe, understood the deeper meaning. Although Xiao Baihe was inwardly cursing the boy, she feigned a gentle and confused demeanor, saying, "How did Dongqing just lose a point? He could obviously summon two beasts." The headmaster of Guanxing Beast Academy, Ma Weihong, had a subtle, knowing smile on his lips. Everything was unfolding according to his plan. Luo Jun, the headmaster of Zhongshan University, let out a cold snort, his eyes showing a hint of seriousness. These two companion beasts are no ordinary creatures. They are a pair of twin dark elves. This unique twin constitution allows them to share a single inscription and jointly unleash a celestial combat skill. Great Dark Heaven. The host, holding a phone, explained to the audience, Great Dark Heaven is an environment-altering celestial combat skill. While it does not directly cause damage, it changes the weather conditions of the battlefield. All creatures suffer from impaired vision and may even lose sight completely. However, shadow tribute beasts are immune to these negative effects, and their combat power increases by 50. The students were in an uproar. How can a beast at level 20-something master a celestial combat skill? The answer soon became clear. It was because this legendary pair of twin beasts could achieve it. To inscribe this powerful skill, they had given up all other combat abilities, which explained why they conceded the first round. Gu Yuan observed the opposing team silently, noticing that all the contestants in the ordinary group were shadow-type beast tamers. It was a carefully crafted strategy, sacrificing the first point to secure the remaining 9. As the second match began, a light black fog enveloped the arena as soon as the Zhongshan University contestant entered. The contestant and their companion beast seemed lost in an endless shadowy mist, their visibility drastically reduced. The opponent's shadow mantis thrived in such an environment, with its speed and stealth significantly enhanced, launching attacks from all directions. In less than 5 minutes, the contestant was knocked off the stage. The score became 1-1. The subsequent matches plunged Zhongshan University's students into despair. The opponent in the third match sent out an agile black snake, and the fourth match also featured a shadow-type beast. With limited visibility, a misstep by the Zhongshan University contestant allowed the opponent to seize the opportunity and push them off the stage. With each loss, Headmaster Luo Jun's expression grew darker. The final score settled at 1-9, with Zhongshan University's ordinary group utterly defeated under the Great Dark Heaven. Yes, Xiaobei cheered inwardly. Today is truly my lucky day? With this powerful dark combat skill, it won't be long before I see Gu Yuan being completely outmatched. Then you'll understand, he's just an ordinary, unreliable kid. The small white cat on her lap lazily turned over, letting out a soft meow, as if it too believed the outcome of the upcoming battle was already decided. Finally, the battle of the elite group commenced. To the audience's surprise, the arena remained in its previous state, extending the unfair conditions to the elite group's match. In this Beastmaster duel, both of Song Yingying's pets possessed full shadow attributes, allowing them to perfectly harness the effects of the dark sky. This time, Dongwen Beastmaster Academy adjusted their battle order. As soon as the host finished speaking, the third elite group contestant, who had been sitting quietly among the participants, stood up and removed his hood, revealing a handsome, pale face. This contestant, who exuded an aura of a heartthrob, was none other than Ma Feng, the top shadow student from Guangzhou. Hasn't he already been accepted into Huaqing University? The audience exclaimed in shock. It turned out that Dongguan Beastmaster Academy had discreetly recruited this contestant to secure victory in the league. With the arena's dark sky effect and the strength of Guangzhou's top shadow student, coupled with a daunting 9-point gap, the outcome seemed predetermined. Many spectators even began to leave early. Mo Hen from Zhongshan University had already taken her place on the field. Facing a daunting 1-9 score deficit, she decisively changed her strategy, abandoning all previous preparations. To turn the tide, she needed to win the next 3 matches consecutively. However, with the dual advantage of the Shadow Champion and the Dark Sky, conventional tactics were unlikely to succeed, requiring a novel approach. Ice Lizard, use the Ice Spike formation. At Mo Hen's command, the Ice Lizard crouched low, and frost instantly formed around it. Countless ice spikes shot up like a phalanx of spears, forming a protective barrier around Imohen. Is this a defensive tactic? Murmurs arose from the audience. Given the limited visibility, such a defensive strategy was indeed a wise move. But the question remained, how would she counterattack? As the camera focused on Imohen, she was seen slowly closing her eyes, with an ice sprite dancing around her, resembling a snow fairy descending, scattering circles of ice dust. Is that? Zhongshan University's principal Luo Jun suddenly widened his eyes in excitement and said, "That's a blizzard." "What is blizzard?" Xiaobai asked, puzzled. Luo Jun explained, "It's an environmental altering technique similar to the dark sky. She aims to cover the dark sky with blizzard conditions, which would not only weaken Song Yingying's advantage, but also strip Ma Feng of his boost. She's betting on her two teammates being able to defeat the remaining opponents." But, someone voiced concern, the opponent's technique is of the celestial rank. Environmental techniques weaken over time. The icy chill rapidly gathered, and the falling snowflakes heralded the start of a fierce showdown. Imohen, drenched in sweat, watched the power of this celestial-level environmental combat skill with a grave expression. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't unravel the mystery of the technique. Opposite him stood Ma Feng, the top student of the shadow element, whose two legendary bloodline pets, the shadow wolves, were ready to pounce. The cold air swirled frantically in the sky, as if tearing through endless darkness. Ma Feng felt a thrill inside. This battle was crucial. The principal's promise of a 30 million reward was within reach. "Damn it, your desperate struggle won't change the outcome." Ma Feng roared, charging with his two shadow wolves toward the icy spike formation. The ground surged with ice spikes, piercing upward. The shadow wolves, using their void combat skills, easily passed through the ice spikes, while Ma Feng maneuvered with astonishing speed between them. Imohen's blizzard was continually suppressed, and both he and Ma Feng were racing against time. A ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, causing the snowflakes to melt before reaching the ground. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Ma Feng and the two shadow wolves, empowered by the great dark sky, broke through the ice spike formation with incredible force, closing in on Imohen. Before Imohen could counter the great dark sky, the two shadow wolves simultaneously released shadow balls, sending him flying. The announcer immediately declared, "Score, 1-12, the two sides are not on the same level." Coughing, Imohen apologized. "I'm sorry, my hasty actions were useless. Your plan was flawed. In this subtropical monsoon climate of Guangdong, attempting to make it snow is a stretch." Lu Jihong, enraged, slammed his fist on the ground. "No problem, let me teach him a lesson." With that, he leaped onto the arena, accompanied by his two rock golem pets, pounding the ground. The lava emerging from the cracks under the Hellfire combat skill revealed over 30 shadow wolves. It was a ground-level combat skill, Shadow Clone. Another sneak attack trick. "Ma Feng, today I won't let you off." Lu Jihong roared, charging forward with his two rock golems, sweeping through the shadow wolves like a whirlwind. The fierce battle lasted 30 minutes, with Lu Jihong relying on brute force rather than strategy. Yet in the limited visibility, every punch felt like hitting cotton. Finally, he caught sight of Ma Feng's figure, eagerly lunging at him. "Haha, Ma Feng, got you." But after landing a punch, he realized it was just an illusion. Ma Feng had replicated the shadow wolf's counterattack skill. Caught off guard, Lu Jihong lost his balance and fell off the arena. Lu Jihong crashed heavily to the ground, the impact creating a deep crater. At that moment, everyone's hearts sank. Luo Jun, the principal of Zhongshan University, looked grim and twisted. The scores had been tallied. Ma Feng had accomplished the feat of defeating two opponents single-handedly, earning 6 points for defeating the second opponent, in addition to the 3 points for defeating Imohen. With the complete defeat of Zhongshan University's regular team, Yuan City Royal Beast Academy's total score reached 18 points. The scoreboard now read 1-18, a gap so wide that only a theoretical comeback seemed possible. Except for Yi Feng, who was allowed an easy victory, none of Zhongshan's competitors had won. At this point, Zhongshan University had only one contestant left, Gu Yuan. Some spectators began to leave, thinking there was no point in watching such a lopsided match. But just then, Gu Yuan stood up and said, "Leave the rest to me." He walked slowly up the steps to the ring, appearing on the screens of millions of viewers. Standing in the arena, Gu Yuan coldly stared at the dark mist before him and suddenly shouted, "Qixue, no need to hold back any longer. Show your true strength." As Qixue landed, it let out a cry, and a fierce white wind blew across the sky, dispersing the black clouds. To everyone's astonishment, heavy snow began to fall in Guangdong province, and with just one howl, Qixue had dispelled the great dark sky. The atmosphere was so intense it felt as if even the air had frozen. Impossible, how did he do that? Ma Feng looked up at the swirling snow, incredulous. A single combat skill had neutralized such a powerful environmental technique in an instant. Exhausted, Ma Feng stood amidst the dissipating black mist, revealing 6 of his silhouettes, 5 of which were shadow clones. You've lost, Gu Yuan said calmly. Red plumes soared into the air, and with a flap of its wings, 3 fiery storms gathered amidst the snow, occupying a quarter of the arena. These mobile firestorms swept away all the clones like leaves in a gust of wind. Damn it, Ma Feng exclaimed 3 times. At least drain his energy. Although he could no longer threaten Gu Yuan, he still wanted to create some advantage for his teammates. Ma Feng charged at Gu Yuan with 2 shadow wolves, heading straight for the wall of fire tornadoes. Witnessing Ma Feng's near-suicidal charge, the audience assumed he would be severely burned. However, Gu Yuan remained calm, having already discerned the shadow wolves' attributes through the eye of the beyond from the coffin of the other shore. The stats of the shadow wolves are intimidating qualifications of 23, a legendary race, innate skills of virtual form, along with Earth-level shadow clone and shadow blink engraved battle techniques. Trying to wear me out? Humph. Gu Yuan smirked, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Just as Ma Feng and the 2 shadow wolves were about to collide with the fiery storm, all 3 simultaneously used shadow blink, appearing instantly in front of Gu Yuan. Shadow balls formed in their hands, though not as powerful as teacher Hanyu shadow balls. A direct hit could still seriously injure Gu Yuan. However, Gu Yuan, who had already seen through their tactics, had instructed Qi Xue to lie in ambush where they might appear. Qi Xue's ice and snow battle technique activated instantly, freezing the foes on the spot. Following that, the ghost ice claw engraved technique sliced through the air, 3 cold glints flashing by. Amidst the shattering ice shards, the sounds of screams and wolf howls echoed. The fiery tornado from behind had already swept in, engulfing the enemies who had just endured the icy baptism into a sea of flames. This brutal scene of ice and fire left the audience gasping in shock. In the end, Ma Feng and the 2 shadow wolves were carried off the field. The score became 4-18. Although the gap remained vast, this victory was a morale booster for the students of Zhongshan University. Ma Feng's fierce counterattack, with Shadow Blink as a trump card saved for the last moment, was still perfectly countered by Gu Yuan. The plan to exhaust Gu Yuan's strength instead allowed him to win effortlessly. Gu Yuan, I still haven't forgotten how your damn bird scratched my face. Song Yingying limped forward, bandaged all over, leaning on a crutch, yet laughing aloud. Watch how I finish you off today. Gu Yuan was taken aback after scanning with the netherworld coffin. Song Yingying's soul power had reached 700, and her 2 pets were terrifying. One was a shadow worm, a legendary race with a qualification of 25, possessing Earth-level battle techniques Death Condemnation, Wither, and Soul Departure, nearly 20 meters long, covered in sharp barbs, capable of burrowing, and shrouded in a deathly aura. The other was a flame spider, also a legendary race with a qualification of 25, mastering the Earth-level battle techniques Fire Web and Fiery Storm, living in lava, reducing enemies to ashes with burning webs. Where's your spirit, Wind Eagle? How does this spider possess both wind and fire attribute Earth-level techniques? Gu Yuan asked slowly. You sure know a lot. Song Yingying sneered. I killed it, and gave its inner core to my new pet. It was too weak, and you know, any bird would go berserk facing your monster bird, right? The entire venue fell into a dead silence. To avoid potential disadvantages when facing Gu Yuan, Song Yingying had killed her first pet herself, freeing up the contract spot for a more powerful pet. This ruthlessness sent chills down the spine of everyone present. Why not release it after breaking the contract? Why must you kill it? Hearing this, Song Yingying's lips curled into a cold smile. A glint of cruelty flashed in her eyes. What's mine is mine. Its inner core can still be useful to me. Trash that I don't need should be crushed. She turned to stare coldly at Gu Yuan. You're the same already useless trash. I gave you the chance to be my wallet before, but you tried to escape. Now, there's no chance left. I will personally carve out your heart. Before she finished speaking, Song Yingying had already drawn a dagger-like soul weapon, charging swiftly at Gu Yuan. Her 2 spirit pets remained still, while Gu Yuan signaled Hong Ling and Qi Xue to stay in place as he faced Song Yingying alone. I'm a soul master with 700 soul power, and you dare to oppose me with just over 500? Song Yingying sneered. Your 2 spirit pets, one at level 25 and the other at 21, are no match for mine. As the dagger thrust down, Gu Yuan deftly dodged. He quickly drew a handle the size of a USB drive from his waist, pressing it to release an M7 military knife. With a swift motion, he knocked Song Yingying's dagger away. Song Yingying caught the flying dagger with her left hand, leaning forward to unleash the battle skill Fire Web, acquired through feedback. The burning web enveloped Gu Yuan, but he raised his right hand to release Icebound World. Under the blizzard's effect, fire-based skills were greatly weakened while ice-based skills were enhanced. Despite Gu Yuan's lower soul power, this move completely froze the fire web. He then flipped backward, shooting 3 ice spikes from his shadow handguard. The ice spikes shattered the frozen web, grazing Song Yingying's waist and planting the firebrand poison. However, the pustule on her waist turned an eerie pinkish black, as if some toxin had settled within. Song Yingying was shocked, retreating rapidly. Death worm, use soul resignation, she commanded sharply. A giant worm burst from the ground, opening its layered, circular mouths to absorb the firebrand poison from her body. Why is the pustule on her waist black? Luo Jun, the president of Sun Yat-sen University, wondered aloud. The president of Dongguan Beast Academy, though usually his rival, was also deep in thought and set aside their differences. I'm not sure, but she's clearly anxious. I've asked her and Yun Tianxiang why their cultivation improved so quickly, but she never answered. Could it be that something unsavory is hidden in her blood? At that moment, the giant worm turned in midair, charging directly at Gu Yuan. Hong Ling immediately soared up, spreading its wings to unleash a fiery storm. Yet the worm, undeterred by the flames, continued its assault on Gu Yuan. The crazed woman had completely disregarded the safety of her own creature. The massive worm, covered in burn marks and with broken bone spurs, relentlessly charged at Gu Yuan. He raised his M7 combat knife to block, only to have it flung far away by the immense impact. Immediately, he activated the acceleration and invisibility effects of his shadow cloak to dodge. However, the gigantic worm suddenly began to spin rapidly doomsday retribution. Countless bone spurs, searing with poisonous fire, shot out like a torrential rain from the worm's body, at least 32 sharp bone needles fanning out to cut off Gu Yuan's escape. With the M7 combat knife lying in the distance and no way to evade, Gu Yuan had no choice but to reveal his final card. Qi Shue suddenly dashed forward like an arrow, heading straight for the M7 combat knife on the ground. The onlookers were puzzled. Even if the fox could pick up the knife, it couldn't wield it to block. Was Gu Yuan planning to let this beautiful fox spirit take the hit for him? That would only worsen their position in the battle. However, a pure white light suddenly burst forth. The crowd watched in astonishment as the snow-white fox transformed gracefully in midair, its fur becoming a flowing, traditional white gown. Delicate hands picked up the combat knife. In an instant, a fox spirit beauty, resembling a celestial being, stood before Gu Yuan. She deftly wielded the combat knife, deflecting each bone spur, then leapt lightly and tossed the knife into the air. She turned and struck a captivating pose towards the worm. Although the worm had no eyes, its sensory skin seemed to perceive the elegant figure of another female worm, and it was immediately enraptured. Song Yingying had been confident in her victory, relying on her superior soul power and creature advantage. But when she saw the fox transform, her expression changed dramatically. Death worm, come back. That's a mythical creature. But it was too late. The death worm was completely entranced by Qi Shue's allure, swaying in infatuation. At that moment, Gu Yuan caught the M7 combat knife as it fell from the sky, dashed forward with a swift step, holding the knife in his left hand and executing a combat technique with his right thousand flame slash. Amidst the crossing blades, the death worm's body was sliced in two. It fell to the ground, its severed body twitching slightly, its face frozen in an expression of eternal infatuation. Meanwhile, Hongling had already knocked the incapacitated fire spider out of the air. Song Yingying, having lost both her creatures, was left with the choice of surrender or continuing the fight against Gu Yuan and his two formidable creatures. Weighing her options, she angrily turned and left the scene. Gu Yuan had defeated Song Yingying, who had 700 soul power, with just 500 soul power. Yet, what shocked everyone even more than the unexpected victory was the fact that Gu Yuan possessed a mythical creature. This, however, was all part of Gu Yuan's plan. Qi Shue effortlessly dismantled the high-level combat technique jointly executed by the two dark elves, even though the technique was nearing its end. This swift counter left everyone present in awe. Anyone with a keen eye could discern that Qi Shue's bloodline must far exceed the legendary level. Since concealment was no longer an option, Gu Yuan decided to let Qi Shue reveal his true strength and completely turn the tide. Gu Yuan actually possesses a mythic-level beast companion. This explosive news swept across various forums within a minute after the match ended. Even before the second match began, this news had already topped the trending lists. The appearance of a second mythic-level beast companion in the College League trials quickly spread throughout China, and Gu Yuan's name began to frequently appear in media reports. However, despite having the support of a mythic-level beast companion and achieving the feat of defeating two opponents single-handedly, earning an additional 6 points, the score remained 10-18, with Guangcheng Beast Academy clearly at a disadvantage. Even more challenging was the fact that Gu Yuan was their last remaining contestant, and his next opponent was Yuan Tianxiang, who also possessed a mythic-level beast companion of a higher level. At this moment, Yuan Tianxiang was in the preparation room, watching Gu Yuan stand in the center of the arena through the screen. Although Gu Yuan's soul power and beast companion level were inferior to his, a strange sense of unease crept into Yuan Tianxiang's heart. Damn it, do you think you can make my victory difficult? The first place is mine. I must become the top student of the Beast Academy. Yuan Tianxiang angrily slammed the table, then took out the familiar white powder. This time, instead of snorting it, he dissolved the powder in saline and injected it directly into his arm with a syringe. Just then, Song Yingying burst in, her face full of urgency. Tianxiang, don't go on stage. The police have noticed us. We need to leave immediately. Seeing Yuan Tianxiang injecting such a large dose, she shook her head and sighed. What are you doing? Forget about Gu Yuan. Let's go. Go? Where to? Yuan Tianxiang looked up at the ceiling, breathing heavily. I am the top student of Yangqing Academy. Everyone should admire my victorious figure. I'll crush that ant in a few minutes before the police arrive, and then leave. Song Yingying suddenly put on a flattering expression. Tianxiang, you're amazing. Go ahead, I support you. With such a large dose, I'm invincible. Yuan Tianxiang said, gently stroking her forehead. Wait for my victory news. As Yuan Tianxiang walked away, a contemptuous smile appeared on Song Yingying's face. Fine, foolish man. Useless, trash, you go and distract the police so I can escape. With that, she quickly packed all the white powder from her storage ring and turned to leave. The arena was packed with people eager to witness the battle of mythical beasts. The entire Colosseum was filled, and even the tall buildings around it had spectators with binoculars. Yuan Tianxiang finally stepped onto the field. Gu Yuan's eye of the other shore immediately assessed his opponent's strength, revealing a soul power of 745, higher than any high school student Gu Yuan had ever encountered. Yuan's two beasts were a crane-winged flying serpent and a wind shepherd. The crane-winged flying serpent had a level of 28 and possessed mythical combat skills like Monsoon and Storm Eye. The wind shepherd, at level 26, had legendary skills such as Spirit Wind Claw and Heavenly Wind Stab. Yuan's soul power surged by 50 points, and both his beasts leveled up. This was the Yuan family's secret wind attribute beast mastery technique, and it was incredibly powerful. Gu Yuan realized that even with a mythical beast, he stood no chance of winning. All the students watching felt a pang of despair and looked at Qixue with sorrowful expressions. Qixue, who had taken human form, turned her head, smiling and waving at the audience as if greeting them. She truly had the potential to be a star. Her mere smile and wave captivated the men in the crowd. Some members of the Xiaobei fan club were so moved by Qixue's beauty and enchanting smile that they felt tempted to abandon their Xiaobei banners and form a Qixue fan club on the spot. What a beautiful beast, but unfortunately, she's with Gu Yuan. Yuan Tianxiang is sure to give them a hard time, someone remarked. Brother Yuan, just cripple Gu Yuan, but please spare the fox lady, someone else shouted. Suddenly, a white cat in Xiaobei's arms let out a meow. Xiaobei, who was puffing her cheeks and watching Gu Yuan from the stage, was annoyed by the cat's cry. Shut up. I'm not worried about that guy who might get beaten up and taken away by another beautiful, shape-shifting beast, she snapped. Gu Yuan, your time is up. Yuan Tianxiang's dark aura surged as a massive figure descended from the sky. The giant serpent revealed its true form, spreading its wings and causing a fierce wind to sweep through the arena. Its white wings slowly folded back as it transformed into a human, a chilling smile playing on its lips. Both mythical beasts had taken human form. Although the crane-winged flying serpent was stronger, many still supported Qixue, declaring her beauty and charm as their justice. With a thunderous boom, the serpent in human form charged forward like a powerful bomb. Its speed was incredible, and the snow in the sky swirled wildly as it barreled toward Qixue. Qixue smiled charmingly, dodging and moving to the side. Attack! Gu Yuan commanded, unleashing the effects of his Yin Zheng Gate. He summoned the Rider of Command from his soul sea, and the command flag waved forward. Red Plume's fiery aura erupted, and in that clash, it remarkably withstood the full force of the crane-winged flying serpent's charge. The audience was stunned. This bird could withstand a direct attack from a mythical beast, showcasing incredible strength. Feng Mu's long fur fluttered in the snowy, windy space as it charged towards Gu Yuan with determination. Gu Yuan immediately commanded, Qixue, use Ice Fox Charm to stop it. However, Qixue urgently warned in Gu Yuan's mind, Master, that's a female dog. Gu Yuan blinked, instantly understanding the issue. Qixue's Ice Fox Charm wasn't just a simple allure. It emitted a special pheromone that dramatically increased male hormones. This innate skill was like a walking charm, irresistible to males, and even capable of treating various male issues, but utterly ineffective on females. The female Feng Mu barked incessantly upon seeing Qixue, instinctively sensing the dangerous allure emanating from the fox. Void Command. Gu Yuan once again utilized the Yin Jingmen effect, this time targeting Qixue. Her body instantly became ethereal, gracefully passing through Feng Mu and heading straight for Yuan Tianxiang. Reaching Yuan Tianxiang, Qixue twirled gracefully and said in a sweet voice, Hero, stop fighting. Tell your beast to stand down. This enchanting scene, broadcasted on screens, left the male audience spellbound. while the female viewers dismissed such tactics with disdain. However, Yuan Tianxiang released the earth-level technique, Eye of the Storm, closing his eyes to completely resist Qixua's allure. This technique, acquired from the crane-winged serpent, was hard to imagine in its original context. The howling wind dispersed all the charm, causing Qixua to lose her balance. Yuan Tianxiang, with a black rash on his face, shouted angrily, "I'm perfectly clear-headed, you vixen!" Gathering over 800 soul power into his fist, he struck Qixua in the abdomen, sending her flying. Why didn't it work? Qixua heard the crack of her ribs as she was caught midair by Gu Yuan. Blood dripped from her mouth as she reverted to her fox form, her eyes suddenly widening. The Feng Mu had leaped behind Gu Yuan, ready to bite his neck. Despite the pain, Qixua sprang from Gu Yuan's shoulder, engaging Feng Mu in a fierce struggle. "Gu Yuan, you insect, dare to stand before me, the young master of Tianyan Group? Watch me crush you." Yuan Tianxiang was closing in on Gu Yuan from behind, exuding a deadly intent. "I'll crush you," Gu Yuan shouted in fury, his eyes flashing with cold light. "You dare to harm my cherished companion? You're asking for it." The sword in Yuan Tianxiang's hand, the Zhanfeng sword, gleamed with a chilling light. This wasn't an ordinary mass-produced version, but a special edition resembling a katana. Its hilt was adorned with a deep blue gem that could harness the power of wind elements. "This is a special samurai edition my father bought from Ni Hong for over 30 million. Yuan Tianxiang boasted arrogantly. "Accept your fate." Gu Yuan drew his M7 military dagger, clashing with the katana, sparks flying. The spiritual energy surged, but the pressure bore down on Gu Yuan, causing the M7 to be knocked aside. Yuan Tianxiang seized the opportunity to attack continuously. Although Gu Yuan dodged the critical blows, he was still left with several cuts. Gu Yuan's right hand stealthily moved behind his back, readying the Dinjing gauntlet. "Think a samurai special edition is impressive? Let me show you something made in China." The pace of the battle suddenly quickened. Gu Yuan defended aggressively, blocking with the M7 while retreating. After a skillful backward roll, he fired 3 precise shots at his opponent's chest. Meanwhile, other battles ensued. Qi Shui and Feng Mu were locked in combat, and Hong Ling was fiercely fighting the He flying serpent in the air. Gu Yuan unleashed a fiery storm, which Yuan Tianxiang countered with a monsoon break. But Gu Yuan was prepared, and under the cover of the wild wind, he fired another round of 3 shots. The 2021 Dinjing Gauntlet's virtual shadow effect activated, allowing the bullets to pass through the opponent's sword and hit his shoulder. "Nowhere to run, little mouse." Yuan Tianxiang roared, cornering Gu Yuan at the edge of the stage and swinging his sword down. But Gu Yuan's night cloak suddenly shimmered, rendering him invisible. Within the 3 seconds of invisibility, he unleashed 2 more rounds of triple shots. The 4 volleys, totaling 12 arrows, all hit their mark. After this battle, the 2021 Dinjing Gauntlet, with its remarkable stability and accuracy, became a shining example of domestic products, dominating the low-end civilian weapon market. The once invincible Yuan Tianxiang now looked like a pincushion, having missed with his sword. The fire poison took effect, causing black spots and blisters to appear on his body. Gu Yuan seized the moment, launching ice and snow, freezing his opponent, and followed up with the earth-level combat skill Ghostly Ice Claw, smashing Yuan Tianxiang's front teeth and tearing his face. 12 blisters burst amidst the ice and fire, and Yuan Tianxiang fell, oozing strange black blood. This scene shocked everyone present, including the 2 principals. The police had already surrounded the area. "Yuan Tianxiang, you've lost," Gu Yuan declared, pointing the M7 at his opponent's throat. "In every sense of the word. Ha ha ha, Gu Yuan. Even if I die today, I'll take you down with me." Yuan Tianxiang laughed maniacally. He flying serpent, used the sky-level combat skill. Gu Yuan was pinned firmly to the ground, a cold blade pressed against his throat. According to the competition rules, the outcome was already decided. However, Yun Feiping seemed unwilling to follow the rules. His final move, a heavenly tier martial skill called Endless Wind Blades, was being prepared. In the sky, a giant serpent spread its wings, and mysterious patterns on its back began to glow. In an instant, countless sharp wind blades poured down like a torrential rain. Yun Feiping's uncontrollable attack demolished the surrounding buildings, slicing 2 skyscrapers in half. Spectators watching from the rooftops were buried in the rubble, but fortunately, the police quickly initiated a rescue operation. More terrifying still was the multitude of wind blades forming in the air, resembling a sword of death hanging over Gu Yuan's head. The impenetrable web of wind blades completely trapped him, and the audience, emerging from the debris, gasped at the scene. Gu Yuan was doomed under the heavenly tier technique. As cold sweat trickled down Gu Yuan's forehead, a red plume suddenly appeared in front of him. Intense flames shot skyward, accumulating a terrifying momentum comparable to endless wind blades. The crowd was stunned. This was another heavenly tier martial skill. Even more astonishing was that Gu Yuan possessed 2 mythical companion beasts. The red plume transformed into a human form, wearing a flowing crimson ancient robe. Her beautiful eyes filled with menace. She glared fiercely at the giant serpent in the sky and softly said, "Master, see you tomorrow." Her appearance was no less captivating than that of the fox, but her aura and strength were far superior. The red plume soared into the sky, enveloped in the flames of a fiery phoenix, charging through the sea of wind blades. Although slightly lower in level, the power of her heavenly tier martial skill was even greater, reducing all the wind blades to ashes in the flames. She collided directly with the giant serpent, and the clash of forces was about to trigger a cataclysmic explosion. Principal Luo Jun acted decisively, being the first to leap into the air, summoning a level 73 armored turtle. Principal Ma Weihong followed closely, calling forth a level 69 water spirit. The two water-type companion beasts worked in harmony, releasing a skill that formed a massive turtle shell-shaped water shield, securely containing the impending shockwave within. With swift movements, Qixue dashed to Gu Yuan's side, scooped him up, and sprinted out of the arena. At that moment, the violent energy released by Feng Luo filled the entire circular shield, compressing it into an oval shape. Intense flames shot into the sky, casting the entire venue in a hellish red glow. The water inside the arena boiled instantly, and the steam that erupted reached temperatures of 120 to 130 degrees Celsius. This lethal steam could burn a person's respiratory tract, and many spectators had already suffered burns. In this critical moment, the two principals acted decisively, each summoning a level 60 ice-type pet. The cold air clashed with the heat wave, pushing away most of the steam and preventing further casualties. The scene was as if a massive TNT explosion had rocked the arena, leaving everyone in awe. After escaping beyond the water wall with Gu Yuan, Qixue immediately released her spiritual energy to form a barrier of cold air, blocking the searing steam. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the scorching mist drifted away, and the entire city of Yangqing could witness this spectacular scene. Gu Yuan rushed back into the arena, his primary task being to retrieve Hongling's egg and return it to the pet chamber. Surveying the surroundings, he saw that Yun Tianxiang was already dead, leaving no remains behind. Only a human-shaped mark on the ground, a sign of his cells being shattered by extreme heat radiation. Hongling's celestial combat skill not only caused a soul impact, but also dealt devastating fire damage, ensuring that any target of similar strength would be incinerated on the spot. In the center of the arena lay the massive body of a snake, severely burned and lifeless. Gu Yuan attempted to touch it, but was repelled by the scorching heat. He eventually used the power of his bracelet to dismantle the carcass of the crane-winged flying serpent, gaining 700,000 points of spiritual material, a testament to the immense value of a mythical pet's remains. More crucially, a wind tributary inner core fell from the sky, the inner core of the crane-winged flying serpent. To inscribe the ice attribute celestial combat skill absolute 0, 3 key materials are required: a mythical wind attribute inner core, a king-level ice attribute beast inner core, and a secret realm rich in ice and wind elements. These conditions are notoriously difficult to fulfill, and even a major family like Yun Feiping spent billions to acquire a celestial combat skill. As the smoke cleared and the steam dissipated, Gu Yuan walked to the center of the arena and boldly declared, "I did it! 1 against 3. The scoreboard immediately updated to 19 to 18. The host was too shocked to speak, while Principal Luo Jun announced from the sky that Guanxing Royal Beast Academy earned 9 points in the regular group, with Ma Feng securing 3 points in the first match and 6 in the second, totaling 18 points. Zhongshan Royal Beast University earned 1 point in the regular group, and despite their prodigy group losing, Gu Yuan's solo victories in 3 matches earned 3, 6, and 9 points, respectively, leading to a total of 19 points, surpassing their opponent. Gu Yuan achieved the only 1 against 3 feat in this college league, single-handedly earning 18 points. In the dire situation where Zhongshan University was nearly wiped out, he executed a miraculous comeback and led the team to victory. The venue fell into a dead silence. Hongling's terrifying combat technique had leveled the entire field, leaving both the audience present and those watching on screens trembling in fear. Many even retreated to the depths of their beds. This scene solidified Gu Yuan's reputation throughout Guangdong province, with exclamations of heavenly rank combat technique echoing everywhere. Major universities turned their attention to this rising star, while sinister forces on the dark web began to closely monitor the Phoenix Tamer. The comment sections were in an uproar, particularly buzzing with discussions about the 2 mythical beauties. "Did you see those 2 beauties? They're legendary. We have to win them over before you do. Humph. The Skull Society has already dispatched people, so don't even think about it." Just then, with a thud, Gu Yuan felt a flick on the back of his head. He turned to see his teacher, Zheng Hanyue, glaring at him angrily. "You almost burned thousands of people, you know that?" Zheng Hanyue demanded. "Well, Hongling wouldn't listen to my commands at the time." Gu Yuan scratched his head as he explained. He recalled his childhood memories. When bullies would rob him, the tiny Hongling would fearlessly peck at their toes, despite being kicked aside and covered in bruises. She would always get back up to fight. Now, transformed into a phoenix, she would fiercely retaliate whenever Gu Yuan got hurt, especially after mastering the life-burning Phoenix Fall technique, becoming even more reckless. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. It was Zheng Long from the Southern Beast Tamer Military District, Zheng Hanyue's father. He hovered in the air, ready to announce important news. During this beast taming tournament, it was discovered that someone had used banned soul-enhancing drugs. These drugs not only made users hyper-aggressive and significantly boosted their soul power, but also caused the body to rot after the effects wore off, with a high potential for addiction. Gu Yuan silently lamented the world's obsession with the term soul, soul tools, soul lamps, soul lamp oil, and now even drugs with the prefix. In China, trafficking soul-enhancing drugs is a severe crime. Possessing over a kilogram could lead to the death penalty. As Zheng Long prepared to continue his announcement, an agent named Lin Bo rushed out from the competitor's entrance of Dongguan Beast Tamer Academy, shouting, "Elder Zheng, Song Yingying has escaped. We can't find her. Keep searching. She shouldn't have gone far." Teacher Zheng Hanyue immediately responded, "She's already far gone." Gu Yuan crossed his arms, a cold smirk on his lips. Song Yingying is just that kind of woman. She'll sell out anything for her own benefit, men, friends, even her mystical beasts. To her, none of it matters, not even her own body, which she uses as a bargaining chip. He turned to teacher Zheng Hanyue, his tone firm. "We must immediately screen everyone, especially those whose abilities have suddenly surged, and conduct urine tests. Given Song Yingying's nature, she's bound to conceal some accomplices to protect herself. Among these individuals, there must be some who have used the mystical soul drug but weren't warned by her to flee." Zheng Long awkwardly announced the decision. The test results came quickly. 3 students from Dongguan City Mystical Beast University were found to have used the mystical soul drug. The school promptly took action, expelling them and sending them to a rehabilitation center. "What a pity," teacher Zheng Hanyue sighed, gently ruffling Gu Yuan's hair. "These kids worked so hard to get into a prestigious university. Their future was bright, but now they've ruined themselves because of a moment's folly. Still, Xiaogu, you did well this time. Without you, we might have come up empty-handed." Although Song Yingying escaped, Yuan Feiping has been reduced to ashes. She continued, "The Tianyun group is likely to suffer a severe blow this time. Not only did their most talented family member die, but it was also exposed that he used a new drug called Ghost Crow. Worse still, the drug's main distribution channel is the terrorist organization Black Lotus Gang, which has now drawn the attention of the Mystical Beast Management Bureau. The Yuan family status in the aristocracy is likely finished." Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that he no longer had to worry about the Yuan family's retaliation. However, he realized he had now made an enemy of the notorious terrorist group, Black Lotus Gang. On the dark web, many viewers witnessed the Southern Mystical Beast Military District and Security Bureau's operation and were chilled. Better not mess with that Phoenix tamer. His Phoenix going berserk is terrifying, and he's connected to the Southern Military District. Yeah, it's not worth it to provoke such a giant for 2 mythical beasts. Let the Black Lotus Gang handle it. We'll just watch. Huagua is now the world's second-largest mystical beast economy, no longer the China of the Opium Wars. Let's turn our attention to the Middle East and North Africa instead. By regulations, Gu Yuan also had to undergo a urine test, given his rapid and hard-to-explain increase in strength. However, the ancient spirit lamp oil he used had no side effects, and the test results were completely normal. Seeing the report, teacher Zheng Hanyue finally felt at ease, thinking that as long as the boy was healthy, everything else could be managed. She decided to visit Gu Yuan, considering he had suffered quite a few injuries in recent operations. Remembering how bravely he had saved her in the wilderness, teacher Hanyue felt a twinge of concern, sincerely hoping he would recover soon. The expert finished speaking and then looked up, only to find that teacher Zheng Hanyue had quietly left the room. At that moment, Gu Yuan was standing on the podium, while Luo Jun, the president of Sun Yat-sen University, was showering him with praise. Gu Yuan is not only exceptionally talented, but also possesses exemplary character and integrity. He has made outstanding contributions to national stability and the well-being of the people by successfully uncovering the plot of an international drug trafficking organization. All students should learn from him. Faced with the president's flattering words, Gu Yuan lowered his head, slightly embarrassed. "Gu Yuan," the president said, holding an exquisite item with both hands. "As a reward, the school has specially prepared this brand new soul tool for you, the 9 Dragons Soul Lamp, one of the highest grade soul tools known." Gu Yuan accepted the soul lamp, a hint of surprise in his eyes. This lamp was entirely crafted from black spirit wood, more powerful than any soul lamp he had used before. Atop the lamp, the main pillar was carved into a spiraling wooden dragon, surrounded by 9 wooden dragons, each with a wide-open mouth holding a tray, with the wick in the center. To Gu Yuan, the Nine Dragons soul lamp was priceless, something money couldn't easily buy. As a divine-level soul lamp, it could triple the speed of cultivation. Although it didn't match the five-fold speed increase provided by ancient spirit lamp oil, its unique oil distribution design significantly enhanced the utilization of the lamp oil, making it the most practical reward for Gu Yuan, who needed to conserve ancient spirit lamp oil. As soon as the award ceremony concluded, Gu Yuan, eager to return to his cultivation, was stopped by a familiar figure, Han Yue's partner, Lin Bo. With a grim expression, Lin Bo looked Gu Yuan directly in the eyes and asked, Gu Yuan, where did the inner core of the crane-winged snake go? Gu Yuan responded with a blank expression. Sorry, I know nothing about it. It might have been destroyed in the flames of the red plume. That's nonsense. Lin Bo's eyes widened with anger. You rushed into the smoke, and no one saw what you did. Tell me, are you trying to keep the mythic-level pet's inner core for yourself? Gu Yuan sneered. Is this how you thank me for boosting your performance? Instead of investigating the Black Lotus gang, you're interrogating me? Don't change the subject. Lin Bo stepped closer, looking down at Gu Yuan. You took it, and I want to search your storage ring. Don't forget, I'm a police officer, I have the right. Gu Yuan felt no fear internally. Lin Bo's suspicion was correct. He had indeed taken the inner core of the mythic beast. However, Lin Bo was wrong about one thing. He hadn't hidden the inner core in the storage ring. For most people, a storage ring, with its owner recognition feature, is the preferred choice for storing important items, and forcibly breaking it can cause damage. Gu Yuan shook his head. His way of handling things was quite different from others. Anything that could be dismantled by his bracelet, he would break down into its most basic spiritual matter and reassemble it when needed. This meant that even a thorough search of his entire body would never uncover the inner core of the crane-winged flying serpent, as it had long been decomposed into spiritual matter and stored in his bracelet along with the reassembly formula. Am I a criminal you're interrogating? Why are you searching me? Gu Yuan said coldly, his long-suppressed resentment finally erupting. He turned to leave, but was stopped by Lin Bo, who firmly gripped his shoulder. You're not leaving until you clear this up, Lin Bo said sharply, signaling two detectives to block the way. They immediately stood with their hands behind their backs, forming a human wall. Amid this tense standoff, teacher Zheng Hanyue suddenly appeared in front of Gu Yuan. What are you doing? She glared at Lin Bo. Lin Bo, why are you picking on the boys again? I've told you countless times, stop bullying my students. Lin Bo's assertiveness wilted in the presence of Zheng Hanyue, yet he still argued. Hanyue, this kid stole something. I'm just helping you educate him. We're leaving, Zheng Hanyue said disdainfully, grabbing Gu Yuan's hand to leave. However, this time Gu Yuan stood his ground. Turning to face Lin Bo, I can show you my storage ring. But this isn't a search, it's a bet. I bet there's no crane-winged flying serpent's inner core in my storage ring. What? Lin Bo was taken aback. In truth, he had no solid evidence proving Gu Yuan had stolen the core. Otherwise, he would have applied for a search warrant already. I bet on that soul device on your waist. Gu Yuan pointed directly at the Louis V brand flashing belt on Lin Bo's waist. This expensive soul device from Fazalon could achieve instant teleportation after gathering soul power, ignoring any obstacles in the way. It was not only life-saving but also useful for offense, recognized as a top-tier soul device for both attack and defense. Gu Yuan couldn't afford it with his financial means, and Lin Bo likely obtained it through connections at the Beast Security Bureau. What? Afraid? Gu Yuan pressed on. Then why were you so sure I stole it? Isn't this defamation? Isn't it spreading rumors? Isn't it persecuting an innocent student? Each question was like a sharp blade, piercing Lin Bo's weaknesses. So, all that talk about public safety was just an excuse, wasn't it? You're just settling personal scores. Zheng Hanyue's expression grew more furious. Lin Bo then realized he had fallen into a trap. This kid wasn't reasoning with him. He was forcing him to hand over the flashing belt. If he backed down now, the image he'd painstakingly built in Hanyue's mind would collapse. And how could he continue working under Zheng Long? Fine, I accept the bet. Lin Bo gritted his teeth. Sure enough, the search results proved that Gu Yuan's storage ring contained no inner core. Lin Bo had no choice but to reluctantly hand over his most prized flashing belt to Gu Yuan. Lin Bo found a small alley and angrily punched a trash can repeatedly. Gu Yuan, Gu Yuan, Gu Yuan. That guy keeps ruining our plans. I swear I'll strangle him with my own hands. Don't worry, Lin Bo, Song Yingying said, appearing behind him. We'll get our revenge on Gu Yuan. Lin Bo glanced at her. It's all your fault. Our Black Lotus gang gave you so many benefits, and you still can't handle such a simple task. Behind Lin Bo, a black shadow appeared, its mouth curving into a smile that revealed a row of white teeth. Stay calm. Whether it's Zheng Hanyue or Gu Yuan, none of them can stop our plan. Hail Remora. Lin Bo and Song Yingying immediately stood at attention and bowed. Since the 1990s, we've been plotting to seize the Huashing Stone here. Everything must be perfect now. We can't afford to falter at the critical moment because of a mere belt. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan was called to the office by teacher Hanyue. Gentle sunlight streamed through the window as teacher Hanyue waited for him. Teacher, what do you need? Gu Yuan swallowed nervously as he looked at the beautiful teacher. Teacher Hanyue smiled slightly as Gu Yuan approached. Gu Yuan, come sit here. She patted the seat on the sofa next to her. Gu Yuan sat down mechanically. You rascal. Teacher Hanyue said. Gu Yuan leaned closer. Teacher Hanyue, just tell me what you need, he thought, convinced that she had an important secret mission for him. How have you been feeling lately? She asked. Gu Yuan shivered slightly. I feel pretty good. Hearing this, teacher Hanyue nodded. I understand, she said. Last time, you got injured saving me, and to help you recover, I've prepared something for you. Gu Yuan thought, there's actually something good coming my way. Teacher Hanyue then took out a box containing medicinal pills and handed it to Gu Yuan. Inside were 2 pills meant for healing physical injuries. As Gu Yuan took the pills, he wondered about their effectiveness, never having seen them before. Suddenly, he noticed Zheng Long outside the window. The director of the Southern Beast Control Military District's Beast Control Security Bureau was standing with his hands behind his back, gazing in Gu Yuan's direction. These pills must be valuable, Gu Yuan thought, or he wouldn't be watching like that. Gu Yuan slowly sat beside teacher Hanyue. Teacher, I'm really fine, he said. Really? Teacher Hanyue turned to look at him. Yes, really. My health is good. I'm leaving now. With that, Gu Yuan quickly left, leaving teacher Hanyue alone in the office. She placed a hand on her chest, watching Gu Yuan walk away. That boy, teacher Hanyue, is so kind to me. Gu Yuan sighed as he reached his doorstep, unlocking the door. Some people are adorably naive about these things, while others are as ruthless as hungry wolves. At home, Qixue meticulously arranged her plan. She first retrieved a heavy safe, carefully placed Hongling's egg inside, locked it securely, and reinforced it with multiple layers of chains. She pushed the safe deep into the wardrobe, then moved a sofa to brace the wardrobe door at an angle. To ensure everything was foolproof, she locked the room containing the wardrobe and hid the key under a flower pot. Foolish sister, the day when you're not around has finally arrived, Qixue thought smugly. Once I take over your eastern palace and move in, you'll be left outside, watching me, the first imperial pet, with envy. Just then, the sound of a turning lock echoed. Gu Yuan entered, habitually flicking the light switch. However, instead of the usual white light, the room was suffused with an ambiguous pink glow. What's going on? Who changed my lights? Gu Yuan wondered aloud, glancing towards the living room. There, Qixue sat elegantly on the table, waiting. She held her pristine legs, her fox-like eyes gazing affectionately at Gu Yuan, her fox ears twitching lightly. My dear, I've been trying something new lately, Qixue said, pulling a pair of white over-thinny stockings from a package. She gracefully stretched, slowly pulling the stockings over her slender legs. Her alabaster toes peeked through the white fabric, resembling tiny popsicles when stretched. Her already slender legs seemed even more delicate and full under the stockings. Qixue lightly hopped off the table, slipped into high heels, and walked towards Gu Yuan with the poise of a model. Her 9 tails swayed gracefully with each step. You're back, dear. You've worked hard. Would you like to dine first or have a bath? She asked, leaning forward slightly, her lipstick-painted lips curving into a seductive smile. Don't worry, with my sister away, I'll take good care of you. However, Gu Yuan was unfazed by Qixue's seductive display. In truth, he secretly harbored feelings for Hongling, but refrained from confessing due to her being a spiritual beast. He responded calmly. You adapt quickly, I see. Qixue nimbly moved behind Gu Yuan. I'm quite adept at learning, faster than most people. At that moment, Gu Yuan added, due to the effects of the Guangzhe Fang, Hongling's resurrection time is reduced by 30, meaning she will revive in less than 17 hours instead of 24. What? A cold sweat immediately broke out on Qixue's forehead. Before she could react, a loud crash came from the room where Hongling was kept. Hongling had burned through the safe and flown out the window, crashing through the living room window and pinning Qixue to the ground. Hongling pinned Qixue to the ground, pressing her face down with such force that the floor cracked like a spider web. You fox, as the master's favored pet, how could you behave so disgracefully? Today, I must teach you a lesson on behalf of the master. Sister, don't be rough. Qixue hurriedly explained. I was just curious about modern clothing. I meant no harm. Do you think I'll listen to your excuses? Flames ignited in Hongling's hand, the firelight reflecting her angry face. In no time, the two were locked in a fierce battle, causing further chaos in the room. Gu Yuan sighed as he swept up the mess. Knowing Qixue's efforts were in vain, his interest in other women had long faded, his mind always returning to the image of Hongling's fiery descent. To him, Qixue was merely a powerful spirit beast, nothing more. Enough, I need to train. Gu Yuan interrupted their fight. We're heading to explore the secret realm in a few days. Their destination was the Chungu secret realm, located south of the Pearl River estuary, beyond the continental shelf. The waters there were perilous, home to countless ancient sea monsters, far more formidable than their land counterparts. It shouldn't be too dangerous, Gu Yuan mused, staring at the ceiling. After all, it's still a distance from the ocean, and there are military outposts around the Pearl River estuary. Despite his words, memories of cunning beasts from a vast forest in a past life flashed in his mind. No, he must not let his guard down. Whether it be earthquakes, typhoons, tsunamis, viruses, or monsters with world-shattering power, none could be entirely subdued by humans. Closing his eyes, Gu Yuan took out the Nine Dragons soul lamp. He poured oil into the main pillar, watching as the wick extended to the dragon's supports, igniting the lamps in their mouths simultaneously, blue smoke swirling around. Entering a meditative state, he saw 9 dragons spiraling across the sky, flying along the southern walls: Xing'an Gate, Jinfu Gate, Danfeng Gate, Wangxian Gate, and Yanjing Gate. They're strengthening my soul power, Gu Yuan thought. In that case, I'll use your power to break through to a higher realm. He raised his right hand, and ancient bricks began to fall from the sky. He intended to construct Yishan Fong here, a counterpart to Guangzhai Fong, the second facade of the Daming Palace, directly opposite Danfeng Gate. Quickly, the falling bricks converged to form a massive courtyard. At its center stood a statue of Buddha, surrounded by a frozen lake. Like other residences, it featured 4 open and closed gateways, with an orderly and symmetrical layout. Gu Yuan walked forward slowly, gazing up at the central Buddha statue. The surrounding lakes were frozen over, and a ring of lush pine trees stood neatly around the pond, creating a solemn and tranquil scene. However, in the moment he was lost in the scenery, the walls around him began to twist eerily, and the Buddha statue took on a decayed and dilapidated appearance. An unprecedented pressure hit him, causing Gu Yuan to slip and fall to his knees, with large beads of sweat dripping onto the ice. Was this the pressure one had to endure to advance to a second-rank beastmaster? It was far beyond the first rank, and no wonder Song Yingying shocked everyone by improving just a few points. Even Yun Feiping, who resorted to consuming large amounts of drugs, had not reached a soul power of 800, and advancing to a third-rank beastmaster required a soul power of 3000. Gu Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing that the path of cultivation was like a massive mountain blocking his way, needing to be chiseled away bit by bit. At that moment, 9 golden dragons formed from ancient spirit lamp oil swirled in the air and then merged into his body. The 15-fold increase in cultivation speed made his eyes shine with golden light, as if possessed by a divine dragon. At my command, rise and fall. Gu Yuan felt an unprecedented clarity, with the power of the 9 dragons swirling around him, helping to gradually strengthen and expand the Yishan workshop. However, the ancient spirit lamp oil was quickly depleted, and he gritted his teeth, determined not to slacken at this crucial moment. He immediately activated the Millennium Soul artifact to create more ancient spirit lamp oil. He poured in 1,000,000 spirit materials at once, converting them all into ancient spirit lamp oil. After 2 days and nights of continuous cultivation, he finally succeeded in establishing the Yishan workshop as the first light of dawn appeared. Exhausted, Gu Yuan lay on the ground, panting, having depleted 1,000,000 spirit materials to the point where he couldn't even reform the inner core of the crane-winged serpent. Though he traveled back and forth between Dongguan and Guangzhou every day to collect spirit materials, it was still not enough to cover his expenses. Ironically, he still had over 10 million in cash that he had no use for. Although he could directly purchase expensive inner cores to decompose for spirit materials, it didn't seem as cost-effective as finding them for free. It looked like he would have to explore the secret realm this time. The attributes of the Yishan workshop emerged. Yishan workshop auspiciousness. The white fox has been a symbol of charm since the Han dynasty, signifying good fortune in the Qin era, and coexisted with the Tang dynasty. Accompanying fox spirits can enhance luck. Ice Heart enhances ice attribute combat skills by 13, upgrades all fox spirit-type pet skills below the Xian level to the earth level, and increases their strength by 30. These attributes were strengthened by the influence of the Guangzhai workshop's realm, but the luck enhancement standard was hard to quantify. Returning to the real world, Gu Yuan's soul power had reached 700, an astonishing rate of progress achieved in just 2 days, albeit at the cost of consuming 1,000,000 ancient spirit lamp oil. Just then, the phone rang. It was a boss from Baiyun District, Guangzhou. Gu Yuan, my brother's in trouble. He's the manager at the Nansha District Waste Meat Processing Plant. They've accumulated a month's worth of waste meat to be processed this morning, but a level 30 rodent bit through the equipment cables, and now they can't process it. Do you have a solution? Gu Yuan stood there, frowning in confusion. The news about the abandoned meat factory in Nansha seemed too coincidental. It just so happened that on the day work resumed, a month's worth of waste meat couldn't be processed because rats had damaged the equipment. Even more coincidentally, his route to the Pearl River estuary passed right through the Nansha Special Zone. Could it be that bringing Qi Xue along triggered some kind of auspicious effect? Gu Yuan excitedly pulled out his phone and called over to the sofa. Qixue, come closer, I want to test it out. Responding immediately, Qixue gracefully leapt onto the sofa, sliding over to Gu Yuan like an elegant fox. She gave a charming smile, resting her chin lightly on his shoulder, and whispered, Master, do you want me to maintain negative distance with you? Negative distance is too much, just sit next to me. Gu Yuan quickly replied. At that moment, Hong Ling was watching the scene with a kind smile, though a faint aura of fire surrounded her. Qixue immediately understood, sitting up straight with her hands neatly on her knees, looking well-behaved. Gu Yuan decided to test the extent of his increased luck by playing a mobile game. However, after a ruthless round of spending, the results were disappointing, only the guaranteed rewards and no extra drops. He realized that Qixue's luck seemed to be somewhat random, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. Oh well, having some is better than none, Gu Yuan consoled himself. He then took the subway to the abandoned meat factory in Nansha. Upon arrival, he was shocked by the sight a month's worth of waste meat had decomposed into 1,000,000 units of spiritual material, exactly offsetting last night's consumption. Why do you have so much unprocessed waste meat lately? Even being near the coast, this is excessive. Gu Yuan couldn't help but ask. The factory manager shrugged and explained. It all starts with the situation at the Pearl River estuary. Recently, the sea has been restless, with many spirit beasts intruding, but they've all been handled by the underworld net. He went on to explain the origin of the underworld net. It is one of Guangdong's important arrays, established at the Pearl River estuary, which resembles a giant pocket. When the Special Economic Zone was established, the first batch of 8th grade beast tamers created this unique array. Any beast that strays into it is instantly shredded. This not only protected Guangdong's safety, but also provided a significant early economic source with the cores left by the shredded spirit beasts. Thanks to the underworld net, even with disturbances in the sea, residents of the Pearl River Delta can live peacefully, unaffected, although the workload for coastal waste meat factories has increased. After this unexpected windfall, Gu Yuan took a train to the Pengcheng port. By then, the port was crowded with students, and the principal was passionately speaking on stage. Dear students, your secret realm training journey begins today. However, the students below were whispering among themselves, many of them noticing Gu Yuan's arrival. The surrounding students quickly made way for Gu Yuan. Unlike the first day when he was just another participant, everyone now knew that if it weren't for Gu Yuan's stunning last-minute comeback in the 1 against 3 match, they would have been sent home. Gu Yuan stepped onto the ship's deck, scanning the area, surprised to find that they weren't the only ones on board. Mo Hen approached him briskly and explained, These are all upperclassmen, from freshmen to juniors, and students from all over South China. The 5 major regions of South China, Guangdong, Guangxi, Hainan, as well as Hong Kong and Macau, Gu Yuan observed keenly. So, students from South China Beast University, Hong Kong University, Macau University, and Guangxi University are all participating in this exploration of the beast secret realm. Mo Hen was about to respond, but suddenly widened his eyes, exclaiming, Gu Yuan, your soul power has reached 700. This sparked a commotion on deck, with people exclaiming, That's almost surpassing Mo Hen, nearly reaching Lu Hongji's level. Gu Yuan, did your family raise you on heavenly beast inner cores? How did your soul power increase so quickly? Someone couldn't help but ask. Gu Yuan scratched his head sheepishly. I just often train through the night. It does take a lot of effort. This comment left everyone speechless, thinking, who hasn't pulled all-nighters in high school? Is the secret realm far? Gu Yuan changed the topic. Principal Luo Jun replied, It's still a distance away. This sunken bone secret realm is quite famous, formed decades ago. Every year, the Underworld Network hunts a large number of beasts but only retrieves a small portion. Many carcasses sink into the deep sea, creating a thriving underwater secret realm. However, be cautious, as some severely injured beasts not only survived but mutated and evolved in the deep sea canyons. Though the danger level isn't too high, the resources are abundant, making it ideal for elite students from various universities to train. So, everyone around us is a competitor? Gu Yuan glanced at his teammates and the distant ships. Principal Luo Jun's expression turned serious. Yes, how much you gain depends entirely on your skills. But there's one rule: absolutely no harming others. There was an incident a few years ago where someone was killed by a beast, but the body had marks from a soul weapon. This statement sent a chill down everyone's spine. Someone quickly reassured, but that only happened once last year, so there's no need to worry too much. Exactly. This treasure hunt is mainly for the juniors and seniors. We just tag along for the leftovers. Right, we can't handle the best stuff in there anyway. It's safer to team up with some upperclassmen. Everyone began forming teams, but Gu Yuan was pondering another issue. If last year's killer was a freshman or sophomore who hasn't graduated, could they be participating in this event too? Just then, a voice came from behind Gu Yuan. You're Gu Yuan, right? Want to team up with us? Gu Yuan turned his head and saw a young man in a pure white spirit beast fur coat, appearing to be about 21 or 22 years old. The man deliberately shook his collar, as if to flaunt that his coat was more prestigious than Gu Yuan's dark cloak. Gu Yuan's lips curled slightly as he calmly asked, "Your coat looks new. Did you just buy it? Or have you never worn it before?" The other man was momentarily speechless, unsure of his meaning. Gu Yuan continued, "It's like a military saber. The more battles it sees, the more scratches it bears. Is that outfit of yours only brought out for special occasions?" "Hey." The man tilted his head and raised his voice. "Listen up. I'm Wang Fei, a scion of the capital's alchemy family, and your senior by 2 years. I'm inviting you to join our team." As soon as he said this, the surrounding students erupted in whispers. "So that's Wang Fei, from the alchemy family. I've heard he has many powerful pills, and so many people want to get close to him, but can't. New students are usually quite weak. They need a senior to rely on to gain anything from the secret realm training. I'm so envious. Wang Fei's already taken an interest in him before he's even enrolled." However, Gu Yuan simply shook his head calmly. "Sorry, I'm not planning to team up with anyone this time." With that, he turned and walked away. Wang Fei stood there, his pride wounded, and shouted after Gu Yuan's retreating figure, "Hey, are you crazy to refuse me?" Gu Yuan didn't look back. "We'll see who's crazy soon enough." This only made Wang Fei angrier, while Luo Jun standing nearby just laughed. The rumbling of the cruise ship grew louder, and all the students looked up. The entrance to the secret realm wasn't an ordinary cave, but a massive drilling platform, with an elevator leading to the deep sea in the center. The platform was equipped with 3 types of elevators: single, multi-person, and cargo lifts. The students and teams chose the multi-person or cargo lifts, while Gu Yuan stood alone in front of the single-person lift. "Hey, student, this lift is for maintenance workers and barely fits 1 person," a staff member reminded him via the intercom. "No problem, I'm alone," Gu Yuan practically shouted, his voice cutting through the noisy hall. When other students in line saw the single-person lift actually open for him, they looked on with disdain. At the entrance to the secret realm, several senior students were whispering among themselves, their words tinged with jealousy. "Huh, does this guy think he's some kind of lone wolf? Acting all cool. No worries, we've got the numbers this year. How's he gonna compete with us all by himself? Does he really think shining in that trashy solo district means anything? What an idiot." Meanwhile, Gu Yuan was descending slowly on a specially designed track elevator. This secret realm was located over 1,000 meters below sea level, and the elevator used a unique operation mode. It plummeted at 30 meters per second initially, only slowing down in the last 100 meters to ensure a safe landing. Transporting a group took over 100 seconds at an average speed of 10 meters per second, and a long line of people were still waiting above to descend. As one of the first students to arrive in the secret realm, Gu Yuan stepped out of the elevator, and the sight before him left him in awe. A vast forest of blue stretched out, with every leaf, shrub, and blade of grass of vivid azure. This was the unique spirit wood of the South Sea blue spirit grass, known for its magical ability to grow underwater. When mature, it could create a special domain that not only displaced seawater, but also constructed a complete oxygen cycle, providing a unique underwater space for terrestrial life. Qixue, in her fox spirit form, landed lightly at Gu Yuan's feet, exclaiming excitedly, "This is my first time seeing such an expanse of blue spirit grass, like a magnificent underwater forest." Gu Yuan looked up to see seawater suspended 100 meters above. Nearby, colorful fish swam gracefully, while in the distance lay an abyss of dark nothingness. "What a marvel!" he exclaimed sincerely. This secret realm was the result of the first 5-year plan of the Underworld Network, with these spirit grasses nourished by the remains of countless powerful beasts over the past 60 years. The air was thick with spiritual energy, significantly enhancing combat, training, and engraving. Suddenly, a giant rock crab emerged from the blue grass, raising its massive claw to attack Gu Yuan. This was a level 18 soldier class creature, renowned for its formidable defense and sharp claws. Although it moved slowly, it often camouflaged itself with its rock-like shell, waiting to launch surprise attacks. However, Gu Yuan was no longer the same. With 700 points of soul power, his senses were sharp, and his movements agile. As the crab swung its claw horizontally, he easily leapt up, using the claw to propel himself into the air. While airborne, he precisely drove his M7 into its shell, flipping over to land behind the crab. Before hitting the ground, he fired 3 poison darts from his shadow gauntlet, hitting the crab's legs with deadly accuracy. The fire venom quickly formed pustules at the wounds. Finally, Gu Yuan raised his right hand and unleashed the 1,000 reversal fire slash, slicing the giant crab in half from below. With the explosion of the fire venom, the massive rock crab collapsed, shattered into pieces. Facing the soldier-class beast, the mythic pets, Hongling and Qixue, could have easily defeated it in an instant, yet they chose to remain still. Gu Yuan effortlessly drew out his M7 military dagger and swiftly dispatched the opponent. Qi Shue transformed into a graceful fox, circling Gu Yuan's legs with light steps, rubbing her soft fur against his trousers as if to praise him. Master, you're so impressive, defeating this crab in less than 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Hongling perched steadily on Gu Yuan's shoulder, expressing concern. Master, though your skills are exceptional, I suggest staying in a safe position. Leave these dirty tasks to me. Gu Yuan began dissecting the soldier-class beast's carcass, obtaining spiritual material worth 10,000. Just as he extracted the inner core, a notification sounded from his student app. It was a message from Mo Hen. Brother Gu Yuan, there's a sample collection contest happening in the northwest corner. It's the annual event of the Sunken Bones Secret Realm. The message included a screenshot of the points panel, detailing the scoring rules. Delivering beast inner cores to the sample detection machine would earn points based on their rank, which could be exchanged for various attribute crystal beads. Gu Yuan recalled the last time Zheng Long invited him to participate, only giving him 2 crystal beads, whereas this event required just 500 points for 1 bead. Glancing at the leaderboard, the 10th place had over 300 points, and the first place had a staggering 600. Gu Yuan placed the crab's inner core into the nearby evaluation machine, which displayed points 47. Thank you for contributing to the Secret Realm Beast Investigation Report. After the evaluation, the machine returned the inner core. Seeing the modest 47 points, Gu Yuan pondered the strategies of those high-scoring participants. Soon, he realized the true purpose of forming teams. Since each inner core could only be scored once, teams would send out multiple members to hunt separately, then pool their collected cores to boost one person's score in a bid for the top 3 extra rewards, eventually sharing the spoils equally. Meanwhile, members of the Racehorse Hunter group were gloating. Look at Gu Yuan with just 47 points. How can one person compete with our more than 30 members? He must be regretting it now. This student-formed hunter group topped the leaderboard, led by a sophomore ice element expert favored by the Mo family, with Mo Hen as the vice leader. Mo Hen didn't join in the mocking, instead thinking to herself, "Fool, you didn't accept the invitation to join us. Once we take first place, let's see if you still dare underestimate me." Mo Hen couldn't help but smile softly, placing her hands over her chest subconsciously. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan appeared confident and secretly delighted, thinking, "Now, I'm truly invincible." He picked up the wooden bracelet and began attempting to disassemble and reassemble the core of an 18-level reef crab. Although the power of the reassembled core remained unchanged, it was considered a brand new core by the detection device. This was because the device identified each core by its unique aura, not by its quality. Seizing this key insight, Gu Yuan embarked on his point farming enterprise. Insert the core, earn 47 points, remove it, disassemble and reassemble, then insert it again for another 47 points. Repeating this process, his score soared rapidly. At that moment, the first group of students who had entered were still discussing the ungrateful and unwilling to team up new student, Gu Yuan. But in the next instant, they were left dumbfounded as the numbers on the scoreboard started to jump wildly. 47, 94, 141, 188 in just 5 minutes. It skyrocketed to 4,700 points. This is impossible, the crowd was in shock. Did he really kill over 100 level 18 reef crabs in 5 minutes? Even a sophomore team would struggle with that many. Meanwhile, the second place was hovering around 700 points, while Gu Yuan's score was far ahead. When his name appeared on the big screen, the whole place was in an uproar. Gu Yuan felt secretly pleased, knowing that none of this consumed any spiritual material, relying purely on continual disassembly and reassembly. Good thing I chose to go solo. If I had teamed up, the secret of this bracelet would have been exposed. At the points exchange counter, Gu Yuan used 500 points to exchange for a spiritual crystal bead, getting 8 in one go. Why 8 and not 9? There's a subtle reason. If the 9th one was a fire element, Qi Shue would throw a tantrum and cling to him. If it was an ice element, Hongling wouldn't openly complain, but would glare at the crooked tree opposite with resentment. This wasn't unfounded last time. When buying pet feeding bowls, Qi Shue's bowl was slightly bigger than Hongling's, which caused quite a stir. Gu Yuan ended up giving Hongling half a bowl more feed, which then made Qi Shue start fussing. Having discovered the trick to farming points, securing first place was a certainty. Gu Yuan decided to devote more time to cultivation. After all, in this secret realm, where he could stay for 3 days, besides treasure hunting and beast hunting, it was crucial to use this sacred ground to enhance his abilities. While strolling through the secret realm, picking spiritual fruits and disassembling them, Gu Yuan suddenly discovered a rift. Looking down, he saw a canyon hundreds of meters deep, with molten lava churning at the Batoma submarine volcano. Squinting at the magma, Gu Yuan recalled the records from the Phoenix Taming Manual. South of the South Sea, beneath the South Sea, lies a trench of 10,000 miles, where the fire of the Earth's core can be seen, necessary for the evolution of the phoenix. Evolution? Gu Yuan gazed at Hongling, pondering its potential evolutionary form. He knew well that both spirit beasts and demon beasts could undergo transformations in specific environments, much like how Song Yingying's spirit wind eagle evolved into a shadow spirit wind eagle after absorbing pure dark matter in a dark attribute secret realm. The evolutionary path of the fiery feather celestial phoenix was equally clear. It required the absorption of magma erupting from the Earth's core. This deep-sea magma is far more potent than surface volcano lava, with a higher temperature and the ability to burn continuously in the frigid depths of the ocean, containing the purest flame energy. Gu Yuan made a decisive move, grabbing Hongling's claw and diving together toward the fissure of the volcanic canyon. His bracelet came into play again, although the materials needed for Hongling's evolution were numerous and a 3-day shipping period was clearly insufficient. As long as he had previously deconstructed the materials, the bracelet could reassemble and replicate them. Although this reassembly consumed nearly 50,000 spirit materials, most of the materials were already prepared. As for those rare materials found only in the underwater secret realm, Qixue could conveniently gather them on site. Landing on a black stone pillar protruding from the magma, Gu Yuan was overwhelmed by the scorching heat. Magma again, he muttered to himself. This burning sensation seems to follow me everywhere lately. Following the ancient text records of the secret realm, he took out floating rock powder and scattered it above the magma. As he chanted incantations, the powder coalesced into a grand, ornate circular magic array in the air, with complex inscriptions gradually appearing. Thanks to his extraordinary memory, Gu Yuan perfectly inscribed the intricate array in less than 10 minutes. Now Hongling. Hongling landed in the center of the array, folding its wings to envelop itself into a red egg-like shape, soon completely covered by the converging magma. The energy of the entire Earthcore magma sea was channeling into it. Qixue kept watch at the top of the canyon, while Gu Yuan meditated on a black stone pillar, focusing on adjusting the array and safeguarding Hongling's evolution. A day and night passed. Fully engrossed in aiding Hongling's evolution, Gu Yuan couldn't break away to hunt demon beasts, causing his ranking on the leaderboard to drop to 6th place. Suddenly, a crisp crack sounded as the flame-encased egg formed by the Earthcore magma split open. The newly reborn Hongling soared out. Its form had undergone a significant transformation. The red phoenix feather on its head, which Gu Yuan called the dumb hair, had become a more luxuriant golden color, and its 9 tail feathers also turned golden, with each feather tip embedded with a fiery red gem, resembling 9 brilliant red eyes. After her evolution, Hongling's body exuded an unprecedented divine aura, embodying the grace of a goddess in every movement. As a member of a mythical race, she was naturally gifted with the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique and had mastered the earth-level 1000 reversal fire slash, phoenix feather flame, meteor fire feather, and the battle skill fire scorching poison. This fiery celestial phoenix had undergone a remarkable transformation after absorbing ancient magma that had been tempered over millennia. Her bones became indestructible, and her respiratory system evolved to support supersonic flight. Moreover, her phoenix feather flame now had the potential to ascend to the heavenly level after absorbing earth-level spiritual fire. This isn't ordinary fire, it's ancient earthly fire, Gu Yuan exclaimed, his mind buzzing. Looking around, he realized he was sitting atop a pillar of a palace built from pitch-black stones. These weren't ordinary stones. They were part of an ancient underwater tomb. Everything before him was an illusion. Looking up, he saw expansive areas adorned with blue spirit grass on both sides of the canyon, leading up to the depths of the ocean. Gu Yuan quickly pieced it together. An ancient individual had meticulously chosen this location as their final resting place, with uniquely chosen burial items. Ancient magma. This magma, covering the tomb's surface, burned in the deep sea due to its incredible cold-resistant properties. Who would venture 1,000 meters underwater without reason? Even if someone did, they would surely avoid the magma. Who would imagine that beneath the magma lay an ancient tomb? Gu Yuan speculated that the burial items of this ancient figure must be priceless, enough to entice many powerful beings of the past. Such clever camouflage was meant to deter these covetous individuals. His accidental visit today not only helped Hongling complete her evolution, becoming one of the 3 rare phoenix types, the ancient celestial feather fire phoenix, but also unveiled the 1,000-year-old tomb once the magma was fully absorbed. Qixue, Hongling, let's explore further. Gu Yuan, standing before the tomb, saw an imposing, fully enclosed courtyard. At the entrance stood a majestic statue of a man in armor, wearing a round feathered hat, with a banner behind him inscribed with mysterious characters. This general had a commanding presence, exuding the aura of a formidable guardian. Ashinadua, Qixue transformed into human form, her heels clicking in the canyon as she stepped forward. You know him? Gu Yuan asked in surprise. Of course I do. Qixue caressed the banner behind the statue. In the 9th year of Wuda, he aided the Tang dynasty in their campaign against the Turks. He was from Yunzhong in Dingxiang, the second son of Chuluo Khan. My lord, follow me closely. Let's delve deeper. Qi Shue led the way into the tomb chamber, with Hong Ling also taking human form. After her evolution, she exuded a regal aura, wearing a phoenix crown and a robe embroidered with exquisite golden patterns. Rest assured, my lord, no matter the dangers within the tomb, I will protect you at all costs. Hong Ling solemnly promised. As they entered the tomb passage, the murals confirmed Qi Shue's assessment in the wide walls. Vivid scenes depicted battles on vast grasslands. A general on horseback, wielding a long sword, valiantly fighting the enemy. Gu Yuan squinted his eyes, carefully examining the text before him. The script was neither regular script nor small seal script. Instead, it resembled the jagged scratches left by broken horns, crookedly arranged on the wall. This is Turkic. Qi Shue bent down to inspect it closely. Her 9 tails swayed with her movements, and her bent posture revealed glimpses of her fair legs through her stockings. I understand it now. Qi Shue straightened up and explained. The mural tells the story of Ashina. Though he was brave and skilled in battle, the lush grasslands were unfavorable for soldiers from the Central Plains. His conquest of Eastern Turkic was due to a family heirloom soul weapon, the Moda sword. This sword, forged by the Tang Emperor's order using molten lava from the Earth's core, means demon from the underground in ancient Turkic. It could command wild flames, turning the entire Yunzhong grassland and the lurking Turkic soldiers to ashes overnight. That powerful. Gu Yuan felt secretly pleased. After 1,000 years, the molten lava from the Earth's core hasn't melted this tomb, indicating the sword's power still exists. He contemplated how this sword might possess extraordinary powers, just like the Millennium Soul artifacts such as the Bienen coffin and the wooden bracelet. After pushing open the grand door, Gu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the difference between military and civil officials. He recalled his last venture into a civil official's tomb from the Enlushan Rebellion, filled with priceless antiques, paintings, and jewels. In contrast, the tomb of this martial general from the prosperous Xinguan era contained only decayed animal bones, rusty chariot iron, and broken weapons. As Gu Yuan lamented the lack of valuable items, a sudden golden light caught his eye. On the decayed chariot, a sorrowful ramhead beast knelt in worship, with a yew knife stand on the altar before it, holding a long sword-red scabbard, white jade handle, adorned with golden patterns, and a ruby embedded in the hilt. It looks a bit like a katana. Gu Yuan tilted his head and remarked. No, master, please note, Hong Ling corrected. This blade is narrow and straight, a genuine Tang sword. All right, I admit my ignorance, Gu Yuan thought with delight. Finally, a Millennium Soul weapon fit for direct combat. Although the bracelet and Bienen coffin are powerful, they lean more towards utility than battle. As Gu Yuan prepared to draw the sword, Qi Shue, who was studying the mural, suddenly shouted, Wait, sir, this blade is cursed. Ashina was actually a beast in human form, and the Moda sword burned thousands of his kin. Their resentment has seeped into the blade. Drawing it will surely provoke terrifying events. Even before she finished speaking, a crisp crack sounded as the blade was barely lifted from its ceremonial stand. Behind Gu Yuan, the corpse with the head of a ram and the body of a man suddenly sprang to life, its muscles swelling visibly. The Modeo sword slipped from Gu Yuan's grip and flew back into the hands of the corpse. As the blade was unsheathed, flames erupted, and a fierce blaze charged straight at Gu Yuan. In the nick of time, Gu Yuan activated his flicker belt, teleporting to a distant spot. The strike missed, but scattered flames everywhere. Seizing the moment, Gu Yuan's shadow spike gauntlet released a triple burst of shadow arrows, all hitting their target. However, the corpse was unnaturally rigid, and the arrows, despite piercing its body, caused no real harm. Even more surprisingly, this animated skeleton was neither a living creature nor affected by fire or poison. Its eyes wide open, it continued its frenzied charge towards Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan quickly activated the Millennium Soul artifact, the Eye of the Netherworld, to discern the foe's true nature. If it really was the legendary zombie form of Ashina, retreat would be his only option. The scan revealed an unexpected result. It was a Shadow Wraith Might, level 30, a royal tier creature. This malevolent cursed entity parasitizes a body from a young age, growing with resentment until it kills the host and merges with the corpse, transforming into a zombie. Understanding the situation, Gu Yuan realized the true adversary was a royal-level beast hiding within the corpse. He immediately unleashed Icy Heaven, raising his right hand as a frigid chill enveloped Ashina, yet failed to destroy it. Ashina shook violently, shattering the ice and snow. Hong Ling soared into the air from behind, executing the 1,000 reverse fire slash. Though only level 27, the evolved flames of Hong Ling had grown significantly more powerful, igniting the entire tomb with their heat. The blaze began to erode Ashina corpse, but since it missed the spine where the Shadow Wraith Might was parasitizing, it only served to infuriate it. Ashina Dur retaliated with a sword, the ruby on the Modeo sword glowing brilliantly, absorbing the phoenix flames and reflecting them back. Hong Ling narrowly dodged. At that moment, Gu Yuan seized the opportunity, launching a surprise attack from behind with his M7 military dagger. However, Ashina Dur reacted swiftly, turning and striking with a speed as quick as lightning. Gu Yuan hastily raised his blade to block, only to see the M7 dagger snap like a toy, breaking in two. The force of the strike sent Gu Yuan flying, crashing heavily into a pile of bones. Perhaps it was the auspicious effect of carrying 7 snow, or simply sheer luck, but Gu Yuan happened to land in a muddy pit formed by the decay of leftover beast meat. Though his clothes were soiled, he unexpectedly discovered traces of gold amidst the muck. Gu Yuan gazed at the glimmering golden light in the muddy pit below, suddenly realizing its origin. The light came from the golden armor of his former warhorse, which had been buried under decaying flesh as the horse's body decomposed. Eventually, the armor had corroded the marble floor and fallen into the bottomless mire. There was no time to ponder whether this was an auspicious sign from Qixue or just sheer luck, as Ashina Dur was closing in, swinging his modar once more. Gu Yuan swiftly rolled to evade, while Hong Ling, understanding the cue, transformed into a phoenix and aimed directly at Ashina Dur's back. A loud buzz echoed as if the air itself had shattered, and a powerful shockwave pushed Gu Yuan and Qixue apart. Traveling at supersonic speed, Hong Ling reached Ashina Dur's back in less than a fraction of a second, her sharp claws piercing into his spine. Feeling something caught, Hong Ling exerted force, tearing away a large piece of flesh and revealing a writhing black worm. Qixue, with quick reflexes, immediately froze the worm that attempted to burrow back into Ashina Dur's body. Gu Yuan let out a sigh of relief and approached Ashina Dur's corpse. Even in death, his hand tightly gripped the modar. "Let go. I'll take care of this millennia-old soul weapon," Gu Yuan murmured softly, prying open the stiff fingers to sheath the sword. He understood that the curse didn't come from the sword itself, but from Ashina Dur, a mere combination of sorcery and beast mastery. Securing the ancient soul weapon in his storage ring, Gu Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction before turning to the ghost worm on the ground. Although this king-level beast was not large and wouldn't yield much spiritual material, its core was quite valuable. Using his bracelet to dismantle it, he unlocked a new synthesis option, the core of a Shadow Wraith Might, a level 30 king-level beast. Unfortunately, this core wasn't suitable for Qixue's heavenly tier battle technique, as she required an ice-attributed king-level beast core. Storing Qixue back in the pet space, Hong Ling landed in front of Gu Yuan and carried him back to the surface. Upon landing, Gu Yuan noticed a change on the leaderboard. His 4,700 points had dropped him from the top to 6th place, with the first place now at 6,000 points, and second to 5th also surpassing 5,000. Such high scores clearly indicated the cooperative efforts of the senior students. As Gu Yuan returned to the crowded central area to continue exploring the secret realm, the surrounding students turned their gazes toward him. "Is that Gu Yuan?" His peers looked on with admiration. The appearance of the phoenix beast immediately drew gasps of admiration from the students gathered around. "What a beautiful phoenix," someone exclaimed. "It's a powerful beast with mythical lineage." A group of girls whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with envy. "It can even transform into a stunning beauty. I'm almost ready to switch teams for her." However, amidst the chatter, Gu Yuan remained composed, while the phoenix beside him maintained its regal and aloof demeanor, unfazed by the attention. "What's so impressive about that?" scoffed a few senior team leaders who couldn't stand Gu Yuan. Wang Fei, a sophomore, is currently at the top with 6,000 points. He just single-handedly took down a level 30 king-level beast, earning 4,000 points in one go. But Gu Yuan did it all on his own. The girl who had previously been captivated by the phoenix retorted. The senior spat bitterly. 6th place is still 6th. If he lacks the skills, can't adapt, refuses to work under others, and has no connections, that's his problem. Just then, Gu Yuan placed the core of the Shadow Wraith Might into the evaluation machine, entered his student ID, and his score skyrocketed to 9,000. How is that possible? He just gained 4,300 points. Gu Yuan couldn't help but be taken aback. The rankings on the big screen shifted instantly, with Gu Yuan leaping from 6th to 1st place, causing an uproar among the crowd. What did he do? Did he really take down a king-level beast by himself? That's impossible. The astonished murmurs grew louder. Meanwhile, Wang Fei, who was hiding in the bushes with his team, heard that his first-place position had been snatched by Gu Yuan, and he trembled with rage. "Boss, don't move," his teammate urgently warned, but it was too late. Wang Fei's outburst alerted a level 30 king-level beast, which fled before they could cast their binding spell, leaving Wang Fei seething with frustration. Gu Yuan, having exchanged for 4 fire and 4 ice attribute crystals, then departed. At this point, Qixue had reached level 25, and the phoenix had grown to level 28. The day's haul was substantial. Not only did the phoenix gain a rare wildfire evolution form, but they also unexpectedly acquired a Millennium Soul artifact and several golden antiques from the swamp. Although these antiques were not very useful, they were valuable commodities. As royal artifacts from a millennium ago, selling them haphazardly wouldn't earn a penny, but rather a commendation and a $500 reward. Selling them overseas would even entail criminal charges. However, these matters were of no concern to Yuan. He opened his communications to find a message from the beast tamer. "Hey, you old crocodile, I need to talk to you." Shortly after, Yi sent over some alluring pictures with a note. "I heard from your teacher that you're not feeling well lately. If you need, we can negotiate the price. They're all professional therapists, and in under an hour, we guarantee your protein levels will be lower than the normal range." "Get lost. I'm not that despicable," the phoenix tamer said firmly. "Can you help me sell something?" Yuan eyed the object in front of him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "You actually have something valuable to sell?" The phoenix tamer silently showed a picture. "That's a fine piece." Yuan examined the engraving in the picture closely. The grasslands and warhorses on it resemble the style of Tang Dynasty royal works. Foreigners are particularly fond of this. "Only sell it domestically," the phoenix tamer insisted. "Don't be so rigid," Yuan coaxed. "Sure, you can sell it here, but it'll fetch a better price abroad. It's not like it's our first time doing business in this gray area. Besides, you left Anjia without even getting your high school diploma. If that gets out, you'll be detained for at least 15 days. The phoenix tamer's expression darkened. That person protected the peace of this land, but was cursed to death by his own kind. At the very least, he should remain in the land he once guarded. "Fine, it's your item, your call." Yuan stored the object in his storage ring, thinking to himself, "This is a metal item. It can't be decomposed into spiritual material. Hopefully, Linbo won't come checking on me again, or I might really not get away." The thought of teacher Han Yue's potential reprimand made him uneasy. As already graduated, yet he still holds her in such awe. That's the authority of a true mentor. "Hongling," Yuan changed the subject. "Can you use an ability similar to 100 birds facing the phoenix?" This secret realm was vast, covering at least 30 square kilometers, comparable to a small county. Tall shrubs and knee-high blue spirit grass severely limited visibility, reducing it to just a few meters. Searching for demon beasts in such a massive forest without a map would leave 8 out of 10 people lost. Yuan recalled that back on Mount Luofu, Hongling had used the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique to summon the forest birds, giving him a full view. If he could use that trick now, finding demon beasts would be a breeze. It would certainly be more efficient than Wang Fei's method of running himself ragged for an entire day and night just to find a king-level demon beast. But reality was often disappointing. "Master, forgive my incompetence," Hongling apologized. "Though this is a forest, it is 1,000 meters under the sea. Only amphibious demon beasts reside here, with no birds to summon. I cannot call them to aid us." Yuan sighed. "It's all right, we still have 2 days. We've been tense all day. Let's sleep for 8 hours and continue treasure hunting tomorrow." He set an alarm on his phone for 8 hours later. In the depths of the sea, without sunlight, their visibility depended entirely on the crystal corals growing on the blue spirit grass. These corals emitted a bright glow like underwater lamps, illuminating the entire secret realm. In this timeless secret realm, Yuan casually found a large leaf to cover his face and quickly fell asleep. "Qishue, keep watch over the master. I'll be back soon." Hongling spread her wings and flew straight toward the air wall at the edge of the realm. "Where are you going?" Qishue lay on the ground. "Aren't you afraid that while you're gone, I'll eat the master?" "I only wish for the master's happiness. If that is the master's choice, I will accept it. But if there is something the master desires, and I have the ability but fail to exert myself to obtain it, then I might as well not live." The elevator at the entrance was closed, but Hongling passed through the air wall and plunged into the icy sea. With the sturdy skeleton and powerful respiratory system she gained from absorbing the wildfire, she held her breath and flew toward the ocean surface. Is she crazy? Qishue watched in shock as Hongling soared toward the sky. This is 1,000 meters deep in the ocean, and she's trying to surface by holding her breath against the water pressure with a bird's body. Hongling finally broke through the surface, gasping for air. "Wait, master, once. I will get it for him." Her feathers seemed to interlock even more tightly, and the red eyes on her 9 phoenix tails began to blaze as if preparing to ignite like a rocket. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound resonated across the ocean surface. Though nothing touched it, the water began to ripple, and some fish-like beasts seemed to commit suicide by rushing toward the shore, only to be caught and killed by the net of the underworld. "What is this bizarre phenomenon? Have these fish gone mad?" cried a worker at the South Sea District's waste meat processing plant, clutching his aching head. "Supersonic flight. I've never seen it before," someone explained. "I saw it in a beast documentary once. Powerful bird-like beasts can accelerate using special means. Their developed skeletons and hearts withstand atmospheric pressure. and the sonic boom they create when breaking the sound barrier acts like a shockwave bomb, often causing sensitive-eared spirit beasts to bleed and go deaf, especially fish underwater, which are driven to shore by the sound waves. So many fish are dead, and the waste plant isn't fixed yet. We'll have to get that guy Yuan to help clean up again. By the way, boss, why is this beast flying at supersonic speed? Does she have some urgent matter? Not sure, but it must be something very important to her. The phone rang, waking Yuan, who found Hong Ling preparing breakfast. Master, eating instant noodles all the time isn't good for your health. I took the liberty of catching some crabs and shells and grilled them on the rocks to make you a stone-cooked seafood dish. Oh, I slept so heavily. What's this? Yuan looked up to see a strange bird resembling an eagle with a thick beak standing before him. Hey, Hong Ling, didn't you say there were no birds here? The effect of the eye of the other shore activated. Gentle breeze fish eagle, level 17, rank, warrior. This is a bird species found in freshwater lakes on the southwestern plateau of Huagua, adept at diving and capable of surviving in high-pressure environments with a very low heartbeat rate for extended periods. Yuan's eyes widened in shock. He finally understood Hong Ling's incredible feat flying all the way from Guangdong to Qinghai, gathering a flock of birds there and leading them back. Master, I will do anything for you, Hong Ling softly said, bowing her head. She deftly opened a golden-brown roasted clam with her fingernail, added a touch of sauce, and respectfully offered it to Yuan. This gesture filled Yuan's heart with warmth, and he declared with determination, let's gather more spiritual essence. When we return, I'll prepare the finest feed and crystal beads for you. Then, Hong Ling initiated the 100 birds facing the phoenix maneuver. In Yuan's spiritual sea, he raised his right hand, revealing two distinct red threads, one connecting him to Hong Ling, the other to Qi Shui. The thread connecting to Hong Ling acted like a network channel, transmitting the osprey's vision directly to Yuan. Suddenly, Yuan gained an almost godlike perspective, capturing everything within a few kilometers. He quickly spotted several camouflaged mythical beasts and, without hesitation, began the chase with Hong Ling and Qi Shui. However, they failed to find a king-level ice-type beast capable of engraving combat skills for Qi Shui. This was not surprising, as king-level beasts possessed not only high intelligence but also exceptional power, making them extremely rare even in secret realms. Their previous success in defeating the Shadow Wraith might was purely a stroke of luck. This reminded Yuan of the crocodile beast Yuan, who always loved to joke and often threatened to send colored files. If it weren't for their cooperative relationship, Yuan might have already turned it into a pair of shoes and extracted its inner core. Suddenly, through the eyes of an osprey, Yuan's vision became remarkably clear. Under Hong Ling's guidance, the osprey pierced through an air barrier and plunged into the deep sea to scout. With its keen vision, capable of spotting prey from hundreds of meters above, the osprey identified a familiar figure, Wang Fei, the eldest son of the Beijing alchemy family. Yuan initially intended to investigate further, but seeing the setup at the scene, he knew any closer approach would alert them. He decided to continue observing through the osprey's perspective and witnessed a breathtaking sight: a magic array. This was Yuan's first time seeing a combat-type magic array. Although he had learned some auxiliary arrays for pet evolution from the Phoenix Taming Manual, like the one used to help Hong Ling absorb lava, combat-type arrays are extremely costly and complex to learn, accessible only to major families and companies with assets worth trillions. Yuan, observing from above, noticed a massive enemy-locking formation before him. Delicate blue translucent threads wove a net on the far left of the blue spirit grass forest, and near the edge of the barrier, he could clearly see the serene movements of fish outside. At the edge of the formation, Wang Fei and his team stood completely still, reminiscent of a game of red light, green light. Wang Fei held his right hand aloft, fingers spread wide, intensely focused on the subtle changes in the threads he held. His expensive coat was covered in a thick layer of grass, yet he maintained this posture. Yuan, freshly awake and invigorated, yawned, feeling a twinge of sympathy for this guy who had been on night watch. Suddenly, Yuan detected the flow of white spiritual energy. Without the aid of the other shore's eye from the other shore coffin, he would have missed the anomaly in the seawater. Beyond the dark sea barrier, a tiny blue light shimmered like a charming little sprite, emitting a comforting, healing glow. However, behind this beautiful light was a level 35 king-class demon beast, the anglerfish ice king. This incredibly ugly deep-sea creature was covered in red wrinkles, with menacing sharp fangs. Its 4 leg-like tail fins allowed it to crawl effortlessly along the seabed, and its nearly 300-ton bite force could easily crush rocky reefs. The blue light on its head not only attracted prey, but also contained abundant ice energy, freezing prey on contact. Beyond this deadly lure, it could shoot rapid freezing ice to immobilize large enemies. It possessed 2 Earth-level combat skills: the Eye of Confusion, which irresistibly drew prey to its headlight, and Absolute Ice Kill, which unleashed freezing ice for a lethal strike. Gu Yuan shivered. The seemingly beautiful sprite was the lure of a terrifying demon beast. No wonder the other beasts in the formation had not been slain by Wang Fei. In the presence of this rare king-class beast, they were indeed insignificant. The inner core of a level 35 king-class beast was invaluable, but unlike stealthy ambushers like the Shadow Wraith might, the Anglerfish Ice King was known for its frontal assault, and it was 5 levels higher. Gu Yuan knew he couldn't win with his current strength. Even if he used the Red Plume Phoenix Fall, which would burn the entire blue spirit grass and leave him submerged in seawater. After careful consideration, Gu Yuan decided to outsmart rather than overpower, waiting for Wang Fei to make the first move and seize the opportunity for a surprise attack. Gu Yuan was determined to obtain the core of the king-class Angler Ice Fish King. This beast not only possessed enchanting and ice attributes that were highly compatible with Qixue, but aside from its unattractive appearance, it was practically tailor-made for her. There aren't any other creatures around, right? Wang Fei asked his subordinates for confirmation. Rest assured, boss, several subordinates nodded. The array is functioning perfectly. If anyone tries to approach your hunting ground, we can intercept them immediately. Besides, this place is so remote, no one would come here. At this moment, Gu Yuan had quietly concealed himself behind a nearby tree. Thanks to the timely support of the birds sent by Hong Ling, he managed to avoid the array's warning threads. Who would have thought that the largest fish in the entire secret realm was hidden in such a secluded spot? As daylight arrived, even in the dim underwater environment where it was hard to distinguish day from night, the activity among the shallow water fish became more frequent. Their sinking waste and remains attracted a swarm of small scavenging deep-sea fish. This was the moment the Angler Ice Fish King had been waiting for the appearance of its favorite medium-sized prey. Each party had its own agenda. Gu Yuan held his breath in anticipation, Wang Fei remained on high alert, and the Angler Ice Fish King was poised to strike. Finally, the most unfortunate protagonist made its entrance a level 40 tide hunter. This oversized red crayfish strutted boastfully through the water, clutching a few blue spirit grasses in its claws, occasionally snatching and devouring small creatures. Suddenly, it looked up and spotted the adorable little sprite, flashing in the deep sea, a glowing, spirit-infused planktonic beast. The unlucky creature immediately lowered its body, activating its full camouflage ability to stealthily approach its prey. Haha, poor floating jellyfish. I've already predicted your movement path, the tide hunter thought smugly. Meanwhile, the Angler Ice Fish King's massive body silently moved in the darkness, its lure light on its head syncing with the tide hunter's trajectory, enticing it to leap into its gaping maw. Haha, little crayfish. I've already predicted that you would predict my lure's prediction. Wang Fei's lips curled into a smile, his array ready to unleash. Haha, Angler Ice Fish King. I've already predicted that you would predict the crayfish predicting your lure's prediction. Less than 10 meters away from Wang Fei, Gu Yuan's shadow arrow was already loaded. Haha, Wang Fei. I've already predicted that you would predict the Angler Ice Fish King predicting the crayfish predicting its lure's prediction. GAA, GAA, the tide hunter emitted an incomprehensible strange sound, suddenly lunging at the lure light, its claws targeting the prize. In an instant, a burst of icy blue light erupted in the water. The Crimson Warrior Lobster was instantly frozen into a glistening ice sculpture. As a level 40 soldier-class creature, it had considerable strength, but its chances were slim against a level 35 king-class opponent, especially now that it was immobilized by ice. In the pitch-black depths of the ocean, a menacing, gaping maw suddenly appeared. It belonged to an ugly creature seemingly composed of decayed flesh and mud, with 2 murky eyes embedded on its head, the true form of the Anglerfish Ice King. It opened its tooth-filled mouth wide and crushed the frozen lobster into pieces, swallowing it whole. At that moment, the Anglerfish Ice King inadvertently strayed into the realm of the blue crystal grass. This air-filled area was extremely dangerous for it. Realizing the peril, it immediately twisted its 4-tail fins, attempting to escape. However, Wang Fei was prepared. With a wave of his right hand, he activated the array with threads. A blue light burst forth, ensnaring the Anglerfish Ice King tightly. Attack! Wang Fei shouted loudly. Capture this king-level beast, and I promise each of you a low-grade spirit-gathering pill as a disciple of the capital's foremost alchemy family. His words acted like a stimulant, inspiring the second-tier beast tamers present to join the fray. However, a level 35 king-level beast was no easy foe. The besieged Anglerfish Ice King let out a thunderous roar, as if asserting its dominance over the intruders. In an instant, the surrounding area was swarmed by a horde of Anglerfish Ice creatures, resembling ghostly blue spirits, fiercely attacking Wang Fei's team. A small Anglerfish Ice creature landed and lunged, severing the threads of the binding array. Now free, the Anglerfish Ice King did not linger in battle, but instead intended to retreat back into the deep sea. Yet Wang Fei was ready, summoning 3 level 30 fire-type beasts, a volcano turtle, a fire spirit monkey, and a fire horse. Let me show you the latest billion-dollar soul artifact, the blazing 6 gates. In Wang Fei's hand, a piece of jade transformed into a towering burning gate over 30 feet high, crashing down on the anglerfish ice king's escape path. As the beast paused, the 3 fire-type beasts simultaneously unleashed their ground-level combat skill, twin fire meteors, sending 6 scorching flames hurtling from behind. 6 flaming projectiles whistled through the air, striking the back of the angler icefish king with tremendous force, pushing the massive creature towards the fiery 6-door gate. Amidst its piercing screams, the scent of charred flesh began to fill the secret realm. Wang Fei subordinates, catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, couldn't help but swallow hungrily after guarding for an entire day and night. Who wouldn't be hungry? However, Gu Yuan remained unfazed, having just enjoyed a seafood stone grill prepared with care by Hong Ling. Just as Hong Ling was about to charge forward, Gu Yuan stopped him. Wait a bit longer, the time isn't right. Although half of the angler icefish king was scorched, its survival instincts kicked in, revealing its final trump card. A blinding blue light burst from the lamp atop its head. In an instant, the air was filled with a chilling aura, and a biting cold wind swept through, carrying with it specks of white snow. Gu Yuan quickly took cover behind a tree trunk as the icy blue energy swept past on either side. When he peered out again, the scene had transformed. Blue spirit grass was coated in a layer of glistening frost, and sharp icicles hung from the trees. Wang Fei's followers and their beasts appeared as though they'd been through an Arctic freeze, their bodies covered in frost despite their best efforts to resist. This truly is a king-level beast, Wang Fei exclaimed, not with fear, but with a burst of laughter. Ha ha! Only a beast as powerful as you has a core worthy of me. Attack! The first to break free from the icy grip were Wang Fei's 3 fire-type beasts, the volcano turtle, fire spirit monkey, and fire horse. Although their limbs were still stiff, Wang Fei was prepared. He took out a treasure gourd from his waist and dispensed 3 antifreeze pills, feeding them to each of his beasts. As soon as the pills were consumed, the frost turned to vapor and vanished. The 3 rejuvenated beasts immediately charged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the angler icefish king and its minions. Although they weren't strong enough to defeat the icefish king on their own, in this air-filled bone burial realm, their task was simply to hold it down and prevent its escape. The intense battle raged for a full hour, nearly leveling the secret realm with its ferocity. Despite the angler icefish king's desperate efforts, it eventually succumbed to Wang Fei's relentless assault. When the battle concluded, all of Wang Fei's beasts lay exhausted on the ground. Wang Fei himself was covered in frostbite, kneeling and gasping for breath as if he had just run a marathon. Ha ha ha, we won. Wang Fei laughed, though it was punctuated by harsh coughing. Gu Yuan, your first place is no longer secure. With the core of such a powerful angler icefish king, I could easily gain 6 or 7,000 points. Let's see how you plan to surpass me. Yes, indeed, you're right, Gu Yuan replied, having somehow positioned himself behind Wang Fei, nodding in agreement like a diligent student. With the core of a level 35 king-level beast, securing first place is certainly no problem. Wang Fei's heart sank the moment he saw Gu Yuan. The man before him was heading toward the corpse of the king-level monster they had battled all night, using dozens of pills and a whole team to finally slay the angler icefish king. Gu Yuan appeared unfazed by Wang Fei's furious shouts. He calmly approached the angler icefish king's body, skillfully cut open its head with a dagger, and extracted the inner core. His actions were casual and effortless, as if he were picking ingredients at a market, not bothering to pay before turning to leave. Gu Yuan, you shameless bastard, that's mine. Wang Fei desperately crawled forward on the ground, but exhaustion had sapped his strength, causing him to collapse every time he tried to stand. Gu Yuan walked past him without even summoning his beast, disappearing quickly from view. In a hidden underground chamber, Gu Yuan began to meticulously process his spoils. He carefully disassembled and reassembled the inner cores of the angler icefish king and the crane-winged serpent. Now, he possessed the inner cores of both a mythical wind-type beast and a king-level ice-type monster. He only needed one more dual elemental realm of wind and ice. This requirement wasn't too difficult to meet. Compared to the rare combination of death and fire, a dual elemental realm of ice and wind was relatively common. A cold current is a naturally occurring wind-ice dual elemental realm formed when water from melting Antarctic glaciers flows northward with ocean currents, creating a cold front in Guangdong province every January. In fact, coastal ocean areas can be considered dual elemental realms of ice and wind. Red Plume. This time I need to be alone with Qixue, Gu Yuan said, standing at the edge of the realm and taking out a water-repelling pearl. I need to dive into the cold current with Qixue to complete the inscription. The water environment isn't suitable for you. Qixue covered her mouth with a laugh, while Red Plume nodded respectfully. Since it's the master's request, I shall comply. Qixue was elated. Usually, it was her sister who ventured out while she remained confined in the pet space. Now, she finally had a chance to be alone with the master. Compared to Red Plume, Qixue was clearly more accepting of modern culture. My lord, I have an outfit. I wonder if you'll like it. Qixue had somehow changed into a swimsuit and red high heels, her alluring eyes sparkling as she swayed her hips while walking. Yuan couldn't help but swallow. This vixen approached him, her eyes glistening like autumn water, and asked, My lord, are we starting the inscription again? What kind of combat skill will you bestow upon me this time? She leaned against Yuan, gazing at him seductively. Yuan was silently grateful that beasts couldn't use any detrimental skills on their master's rule, meticulously crafted by the ancients, now proving invaluable. Despite feeling somewhat unnerved by Qixue's gaze, his thoughts remained focused on Red Plume. Even though he acknowledged Qixue's undeniable allure, he had no special intentions towards her. Yuan gazed intently at his lower abdomen, where the celestial-grade martial technique was to be inscribed. Each inscription point was meticulously calculated, with the waist and abdomen being the optimal choice. He was the first to dive into the water, holding a water-avoiding pearl in his mouth. This rare elixir creates a barrier of water-attributed spiritual energy around the user, not only resisting water pressure, but also allowing them to breathe underwater with ease. One pearl lasts for half an hour, and Yuan had prepared for enough to sustain an hour of spellcasting. Yuan quickly swam toward his target, soon feeling the unusual currents. These were not ordinary undercurrents, but were like gales in the deep sea, pulling the surrounding seaweed in one direction. Damn, the situation is even more difficult than I anticipated. Yuan had known that the cold currents were filled with wind-attributed elements, but their power was astonishing. These currents raged through the deep sea, as if placing him in the eye of a storm. Yuan's form swayed in the torrents, making it impossible to perform the inscription, and any misstep could sweep him away. In the nick of time, Qixue swiftly grabbed Yuan's right hand, pulling him back. My dear, you are invaluable. If anything goes wrong, and we find ourselves on the road to the afterlife, my sister will surely send me to the 18th level of hell, she said with a charming smile. Her heel lightly tapped in the cold current, instantly freezing the surrounding water into a protective ring around Yuan. I'm starting now. Yuan tossed 2 inner pills, which dissolved into blue powder in the water. Miraculously, the cold current calmed, and a blue aura began to gather at his fingertips before merging into Qixue's body. Qixue wanted to speak, but could only release a few bubbles underwater. The difficulty of deep-sea inscription exceeded expectations, as spiritual energy and the icy sea entwined, etching tattoo-like inscriptions on her skin that emitted a mysterious blue glow. Yuan's fingers moved increasingly fast in the water, following the ancient text instructions. Qixue was clearly at her limit, nearly drowning. It was the first time Yuan had seen the usually flamboyant fox spirit so vulnerable. An hour later, when they finally returned to the secret realm and broke the water's surface, they both collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Yuan immediately checked Qixue's attributes. Qixue is a member of the nine-tailed snow fox clan, blessed with extraordinary talents, and has reached a mythical level. She possesses 26 combat skills, and her unique blizzard constitution naturally contains the lineage of the ice fox charm. Under the miraculous effects of Ishan Square, her snowball and riding stance have evolved to the earth level, with the snowball demonstrating power beyond the ordinary earth level. This earth level riding stance not only helps her conserve energy, but also allows her to run faster and for longer durations. Her engraved combat skills include the earth level ghostly ice claw and 2 newly acquired skills, Absolute Zero and Eye of Enchantment. The celestial level skill, Absolute Zero, enables Qixue to gather extreme cold and project it forward, freezing everything in its path to the lowest thermodynamic temperature, halting even microscopic movements. The earth-level skill, Eye of Enchantment, inherited from the Angler Ice Fish King, allows Qixue to release a pale blue heart imbued with the aura of the Ice Fox charm, casting an enchantment effect from a distance. After acquiring the Eye of Enchantment, Qixue was overjoyed and attempted to leap towards Yuan, only to miss. Through the sensing of the soul sea, she keenly realized that Yuan's heart was occupied solely by a spirit beast named Hongling, leaving her feeling quite disappointed. Yuan, however, was thoroughly impressed by this unexpected gain. Acquiring 2 combat skills from a single engraving indicated that the Angler Ice Fish King was not only a king-level existence, but also possessed exceptionally high aptitude. Its core had a special enchantment attribute bonus that perfectly matched Qixue's Ice Fox charm, granting her the additional Eye of Enchantment skill. This advancement meant that Qixue's enchantment abilities were no longer confined to close-range interactions, but could be aimed at targets like a long-range skill. Just as Yuan was basking in the joy of this unexpected delight, Qixue suddenly drew close to him and said, My dear, I'm so tired now. Do you think I would easily forget that matter just because you bully me like this? Before she finished speaking, a blue butterfly tattoo spread across her lower abdomen. This is, of course, to feed back this celestial-level skill to my dearest, Chishua explained as she slowly ascended into the air. Feeding back means sharing a part of my power with you. As she spoke, spiritual energy began to emanate from her body, gently drifting towards Gu Yuan. The skill of reversal allows one to replicate the techniques of their tamed creatures, including those of the highest level. However, Gu Yuan couldn't replicate Hong Ling's phoenix descent, a technique unique to the phoenix that consumes life force upon use. Unlike Hong Ling, Gu Yuan doesn't have the ability to be reborn as a phoenix egg when near death. Nevertheless, Qishue's absolute zero isn't bound by such limitations, and Gu Yuan could fully master it. Understanding the principle of reversal, Qishue walked towards Gu Yuan, her high heels clicking on the ground. She approached him while gently touching her lips. Despite her flirtatious demeanor, Gu Yuan remained unfazed. In his heart, no other female could capture his interest apart from Hong Ling. Even though Qishue was extraordinarily beautiful, to him, she was merely a powerful spiritual beast. Suddenly, Hong Ling appeared from the pet space, with her hand holding a flaming phoenix feather. This sight startled Qishue, causing her to shiver and immediately drop her playful attitude. Her expression shifted from a teasing smirk to one of fear before settling into calmness. Sister, there's no need to be so violent, Qishue quickly explained. I had no other intentions, I assure you. Besides, in such a dangerous secret realm, I always remain cautious. After completing the reversal, Gu Yuan finally mastered Qishue's battle technique. With only one day remaining until the secret realm concluded, Gu Yuan had previously dismantled a core from a king-level ice anglerfish king, earning him nearly 6,000 points, bringing his total to 13,000. When Gu Yuan checked the university forum, he found that discussions about him were still going strong, even after a full day had passed. The comments were filled with amazement. Incredible! 13,000 points, what kind of concept is that? Not only the top of this secret realm, but he also set a record in the history of the Sunken Bone secret realm, leading the second place by over 3,000 points. Who exactly is this Gu Yuan? During this period, Gu Yuan had hardly hunted any beasts, so his points remained unchanged. Other hunting teams were desperately trying to catch up, but the points from ordinary beasts were limited, and powerful beasts were challenging to capture. Their points increased at a snail's pace, highlighting the insurmountability of Gu Yuan's score. Comments continued to flow on the forum. Wang Hao from sophomore year is nearly risking his life, yet he can't catch up with Gu Yuan. These so-called geniuses from top universities are nothing compared to him. The Ice Princess Mo Hen must be crying. First, she encountered Wang Fei, and now she's up against someone several times more formidable, Gu Yuan. Reading these comments, Gu Yuan simply smiled calmly. Then his expression turned serious. Someone's dead. The heavy news shattered the cheerful atmosphere among the classmates, like a bucket of ice water poured over their heads. This harsh reality reminded everyone that this wasn't an ordinary outing, but a perilous realm fraught with danger. Even with the protection of a large human formation, a single misstep could be fatal. Gu Yuan stared at the bloody image on his phone screen. A student lay in a pool of blood, with only half of their body remaining, covered in bloodstains. The corpse bore the distinctive marks of being crushed by pincers, a signature method of the Tide assassins. Damn it, these beasts have cost us a comrade, someone shouted angrily. The coordinates are to the west. Let's hunt them down and show these brutes who the real hunters are. Hong Ling noticed Gu Yuan's unusually grave expression after he put away his phone. Master, why are you so concerned? The Tide assassins are known for their stealthy attacks, often killing victims before they can even signal for help. Gu Yuan's gaze turned as sharp as a blade. But there's something odd. The body was sliced from top to bottom, yet the surrounding blue crystal grass is untouched, with no signs of being torn by the Tide assassins. Hong Ling immediately grasped Gu Yuan's hint and unleashed the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique. An osprey quickly arrived at the scene, carefully inspecting the surrounding bushes, but found no traces of the crayfish beast's pincers. Gu Yuan gazed at the distant horizon and sighed deeply. Someone's killing for treasure. They knock the victims out first, then throw them near the Tide assassins, letting the beasts take the blame. His right hand clenched tightly. Bastards, to do this for money. Gu Yuan recalled a time when he too had to kill. It was an unavoidable choice during a mission to escort teacher Han Yue. He couldn't risk a terrorist who might escape at any moment, endangering everyone's safety. He acted swiftly, 3 bullets hitting their marks. But this current murder was nauseating. The killer anesthetized a living person and watched as the beasts devoured them. Bring back some grass from around the body, preferably with blood on it, Gu Yuan instructed. Soon, an osprey returned with a blood-stained piece of blue crystal grass. Gu Yuan examined it closely. Nothing seemed amiss on the surface, so he activated his bracelet for a detailed analysis. Besides the grass and blood, The analysis revealed an unexpected finding. Zue Ming Sana poison made from the pollen of the dream butterfly, refined with earth-tier spirit fire, capable of causing instant muscle spasms and unconsciousness. Gu Yuan tightened his grip on the grass, his eyes growing colder. Someone poisoned their own teammates. It's likely a temporary team. No one would be foolish enough to betray long-term allies this way. Gu Yuan meticulously compared the parameters he found on his phone and reached a startling conclusion. The refinement level of this batch of Zue Meng San far exceeded any known samples on the market, clearly crafted by an expert. Driven by a desire to avenge his deceased schoolmate and earn more accolades from the principal, he resolved to track down this mysterious culprit. He utilized Hong Ling's 100 birds facing the phoenix ability to command cormorants to search, but unexpectedly discovered another victim, a girl who had been drugged and lay unconscious, while her two spirit pets fiercely resisted the assault of over a dozen tide hunters surrounding her. Hong Ling, Gu Yuan commanded. Despite the 2 to 3 kilometers distance, it was a trivial matter for Hong Ling, who had evolved into the ardent fire jade immortal phoenix. Wrapped in layers of sonic barriers, it flew at supersonic speed, reaching the scene in less than 6 seconds. Amidst the deafening sonic boom, blades of grass were sent flying into the air. As Hong Ling landed, it unleashed a surge of flames, incinerating the surrounding tide assassins into charred remains. 5 minutes later, Gu Yuan arrived on his mount. Qi Shui, to find Hong Ling had already helped the girl to her feet. Are you alright? Who left you here? My name is Lu Yakin, the girl replied shakily. It was Wang Fei. He invited me to team up, and I agreed because I thought he was handsome. With that, she suddenly threw herself into Gu Yuan's arms. Wang Fei is terrible, Gu Yuan. You have to help me. Faced with the affectionate embrace of the adorable girl, Gu Yuan merely scratched his cheek lightly. Do you know where Wang Fei is now? He went south, moving quickly. You must be careful. Gu Yuan gently set Lu Yakin down. All right, have your spirit pets protect you. I'll go after him. This guy's good days are numbered. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Yakin clung to him from behind again. Brother Gu Yuan, don't go. It's too dangerous here. What if Wang Fei's men come back? Having been through Qi Shui's numerous hell-level temptations, Gu Yuan remained clear-headed in the face of this beginner-level allure. He turned to Lu Yakin. So what are you suggesting? Why not take Yakin with you? I'll be sure to thank you properly, Lu Yakin said, taking out a few premium spiritual fruits from her storage ring. I gathered these, and Wang Fei got bad intentions because of them. Gu Yuan looked at the spiritual fruit Lu Yakin handed him and gave a meaningful smile. Thanks, but I'm not really in the mood for spiritual fruits. What do you mean? Lu Yakin tilted her head, pretending to be cute as she asked. Gu Yuan didn't answer. Instead, he handed the fruit back to her, looking at her intently. You first. The smile on Lu Yakin's face froze instantly. Brother Gu Yuan, this is my way of thanking you. Nice try, Gu Yuan said calmly, but I won't fall for it. The person who died wasn't knocked out. They were drugged by their teammate with food. You wanted to stage a scene where Wang Fei attacked you and I saved you. But unfortunately, I've already checked the deceased's blood report through my bracelet's analysis ability. Having just witnessed someone die from consuming food offered by others, Gu Yuan was particularly cautious about gifts from anyone, even if the giver was a beautiful woman offering priceless treasures. Please, just let me explain. Lu Yakin panicked. She never expected Gu Yuan to be so vigilant, not only unmoved by her beauty, but also cornering her. At this moment, Hong Ling's sharp claws had pinned down her spirit pet, the little mountain sparrow, while Qi Shui had frozen her other pet, the earth turtle, into an ice cube. These loyal spirit pets' eyes were filled with killing intent, clearly resenting the woman who attempted to harm their master. Lu Yakin knelt down and pleaded, Brother Gu Yuan, it wasn't me. It was Wang Fei who made me do it. She trembled as she showed her phone, revealing a chat with Wang Fei, the most handsome and dashing Dark Lord. Do as I say. Take out Gu Yuan and extract the inner cores of his 2 spirit pets. Those are mythical beast cores, worth tens of billions each. Little cute bunny. But, big brother, aren't you coming to help? The most handsome and dashing Dark Lord. Humph. That fool Gu Yuan has never even held a woman's hand. A little flirting will trick him easily. I found a rare earth-level spiritual fire here, perfect for alchemy, and I can't leave right now. Even if you can't kill him, keep him busy so he doesn't interfere with me. Little cute bunny. Okay, I'll do as you say. After it's done, you owe me hugs and kisses. After reading the chat, Gu Yuan chuckled inwardly. Wang Fei, oh Wang Fei, you're willing to kill for the inner cores of 2 mythical spirit pets. However, the mention of the earth-level spiritual fire intrigued him after Hong Ling's evolution. Absorbing any earth-level spiritual fire would allow it to ascend to the heaven level. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. With this in mind, Gu Yuan's lips curled into a smile as he sent a message to the other party. Little cute bunny, Brother Wang Fei, you're amazing. I've already knocked out Gu Yuan and his 2 spirit beasts. Where are you? I'll bring them over to you right away. I want hugs and kisses. After sending the message, Gu Yuan felt a churn in his stomach, almost making him vomit. Despite the nausea, he could endure it for the sake of helping Hong Ling obtain the heavenly spiritual fire. On the other end of the screen, Wang Fei promptly sent 3 hug and kiss emojis, his enthusiasm almost overflowing. The sight made Gu Yuan shudder with disgust, and he turned to Lu Yakin, saying, "Hey, this guy seems to really like you." He handed her the phone to see. Lu Yakin nonchalantly shrugged. "Just a playboy, he's like that with everyone. What he really wants is the mythical beast inner cores." "Indeed, you're absolutely right." Gu Yuan chuckled knowingly. "Looks like you're not so clueless after all." Wang Fei's next message confirmed Lu Yakin's assessment. "Hurry up and dig out the inner cores of the phoenix and white fox. Kill Gu Yuan, and throw him to those beasts. Let them devour him to the bones." Gu Yuan snorted, thinking to himself who the real fool destined to die was. Wang Fei followed up with an address. "I'm currently collecting Earth-grade spiritual fire and can't get away. Just come over and give me the inner cores." Although the Earth-grade spiritual fire was valuable, it paled in comparison to the 2 mythical beast inner cores. After receiving the location, Gu Yuan forcefully fed Lu Yakin the spiritual fruit she had given him earlier. Once she was unconscious, he placed her in a deep-sea cave 1,000 meters underwater. With police guarding the elevator, there was no way she could escape. Following the coordinates, Gu Yuan swiftly made his way and soon discovered an undersea rift. Below the rift, Wang Fei was holding up a transparent bottle. Although the surrounding magma glowed red, the bottle inside shimmered with a crystalline blue light, transforming the magma's flames into a cerulean hue. "Haha, today is my lucky day." Wang Fei was ecstatic, gripping the now transparent bottle. Inside floated a hexagonal blue snowflake, and from the scorched marks around the bottle's mouth, it was clear that this snowflake wasn't cold but contained violent heat energy. "Not only can I get the inner cores of 2 mythical beasts, but I've also obtained the underworld snow earth fire for alchemy. Luckily, I brought the family's fire-collecting bottle, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to collect it. With this spiritual fire, I'll soon become the next key alchemist nurtured by the family." "Is it that rare? To think such a treasure lies beneath this secret realm, how extraordinary." Gu Yuan's voice suddenly sounded from behind Wang Fei. Startled, Wang Fei turned abruptly, only to see Gu Yuan smiling at him. "Lu Yakin, that deceitful woman dared to trick me." Wang Fei's face twisted from a smile to a grimace, as if he had swallowed a fly. He instinctively hid the bottle behind his back, glaring menacingly at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan remained calm, a cold smile playing on his lips. "It was you who killed our classmates during the last secret realm treasure hunt, wasn't it, Wang Fei? I've already informed the local guards about your actions. You can't escape now. If you know what's good for you, hand over anything valuable you have, and I might spare your miserable life." Wang Fei was stunned for a few seconds before he came to his senses, his face turning pale. He knew that if this got out, his life would be over. "Gu Yuan, are you forcing my hand? Fine. If Lu Yakin couldn't kill you, let me do it." He quickly stuffed the bottle into his coat pocket and swallowed a mid-grade spiritual energy pill. "Gu Yuan, your biggest weakness is your greed. Don't forget, I'm a 3rd-rank beast tamer with 3 level 30 beasts and a stash of pills." As the pill took effect, spiritual energy surged through Wang Fei, and he drew out a military dagger, sneering. "You think you can defeat me and steal my treasures before the police arrive? Naive. Today, this is where you meet your end." Gu Yuan scratched his head nonchalantly. "Looks like you underestimated me, Wang Fei. Being a beast tamer isn't just about numbers. It's the quality of your beasts that counts." Wang Fei opened his beast space, and 2 level 30 spirit beasts appeared: a horse with a fiery mane and an agile fire spirit monkey. The monkey leaped onto the horse's back, resembling a fiery knight, charging towards Gu Yuan. The fire spirit monkey used an earth-grade battle technique, Fire Dance Slash, conjuring a burning blade in its hand. It swung, sending several fiery red crescent shapes slicing through the air towards Gu Yuan. Facing the oncoming attack, Gu Yuan stood with his arms crossed, unmoved. The red feather on his shoulder spread its wings, releasing a blazing firestorm. A tornado of spiritual fire roared forth. Emerald Bell. Fire Resistance Pill. Wang Fei demonstrated his heritage as a scion of a pill-making family, tossing a small bell-shaped vessel into the air. It grew larger, transforming into a bell that shielded the fire spirit monkey and the horse. The 2 pills he had thrown into the bell fell perfectly into the mouths of his spirit beasts. Under the bell's protection, the 2 spirit beasts broke through the firestorm. "Taste the dual flame technique from 2 level 30 beasts." Wang Fei commanded, and the bell soared skyward. The fire spirit monkey unleashed a pillar of flame, while the horse breathed a torrent of fire, both aimed directly at Gu Yuan. "No chance." Wang Fei thought triumphantly, determined to drag Gu Yuan to hell with him, even if it meant perishing together. With the added power of the mid-grade blazing fire pill, this fierce dual flame attack could reduce Gu Yuan to ashes. Gu Yuan stood still, arms crossed, showing no sign of movement. Wang Fei, feeling smug and convinced that his opponent was trapped, suddenly saw a white blur flash from behind Gu Yun. It was the snow-white fox, Qixue. Qixue lifted her head proudly, and a patch of azure markings appeared on her lower abdomen. A blinding blue light shot from her mouth, and as her absolute zero attack swept across, plants and insects were instantly transformed into exquisite ice sculptures. The fire spirit monkeys and horses charging towards them were caught off guard, frozen along with their flames into crystalline particles that fell to the ground. Wang Fei watched in horror as his two strongest beasts turned into ice statues, his face turning ashen. Heaven tier battle skill, he stammered, barely able to form coherent words. Why is it another heaven tier skill? This guy not only has two mythical beasts, but also two heaven tier skills. These are things we can only dream of at our age, yet he has them all. Qixue walked gracefully forward, lifting a leg while placing a hand on her hip, as if showcasing her perfect form. She formed a heart with her right hand near her lips and blew a kiss to Wang Fei. At that moment, a blue butterfly-shaped inscription glowed on her abdomen. The kiss struck Wang Fei's third protective pet, the volcanic turtle, which immediately appeared infatuated, drooling and gazing blankly as it shuffled towards Qixue. That's a charm-type battle skill, Wang Fei suddenly realized. And the heaven tier skill earlier was also from this inscription. He was filled with regret had used the rare anglerfish king's ice core to inscribe this skill. What pained him even more was that the core not only inscribed a heaven tier skill, but also passed on an earth tier charming eye to the fox. Gu Yuan, I'm not letting this go today. Wang Fei could no longer endure being outmatched by a commoner 2 years his junior. All these treasures that should have been his were now in Gu Yuan's possession. He swore to kill Gu Yuan at any cost. A light suddenly illuminated Gu Yuan's face. Using the spatial magic energy from his glowing belt, Wang Fei instantly appeared in front of Gu Yuan. Go to hell, Gu Yuan. If I can't beat your spirit beast, I'll just kill you directly. Wang Fei snarled with a twisted smile as he pulled out a small, sleek black USB drive from his pocket. With a quick press of his thumb on the fingerprint scanner, a long military dagger shot out. In a flash, Wang Fei lunged at Gu Yuan, the cold gleam of the dagger aiming straight for Gu Yuan's eyes, stopping only 3 inches short. Gu Yuan recognized the military knife and M9, 2 generations more advanced than his broken M7, featuring not only fingerprint unlocking, but also an astonishingly fast ejection speed. Blink assassination, going for a one-for-one trade? Gu Yuan smirked, stepping back. He activated the effect of his flicker belt once more, disappearing instantly and reappearing at a distance. Wang Fei's strike hit nothing but air, the dagger embedding heavily into a rock, shattering it. He staggered from the momentum, nearly tumbling into the bubbling lava below. A flicker belt? Impossible. How could a commoner like you afford such luxury equipment? Wang Fei shouted in frustration. But he quickly realized Gu Yuan hadn't blinked far, only half a meter back. No long-range blink escape. Hope rekindled in Wang Fei's eyes as he summoned 3 flame-attributed soul artifacts. Soul artifact, flame 6 gates. Soul artifact, fire spirit stone. Soul artifact, twin flame pursuit daggers. Competing with me in soul artifacts? You're still too green. Without a family background, even having 2 mythical soul beasts is useless. Wang Fei's voice trembled as he spoke, betraying a hint of envy, much like the fox unable to reach the grapes. You've already lost. Gu Yuan raised his right hand and drew a tang sword named after the fierce demon of the earth's core by the Tujua tribe. As the blade left its sheath, all surrounding flames, including the phoenix feather flame of Hong Ling and the lava below, were drawn to the pristine sword, surging wildly. Wang Fei's proud 3 flame soul artifacts were instantly drained of their energy, dropping powerlessly to the ground. The blade in Gu Yuan's hand ignited with intense flames as he swung down. Wang Fei hastily raised his M9 to block, only to watch in horror as his prized imported weapon was sliced in half. A searing wave of fire swept across the canyon, causing the molten lava to churn violently. Wang Fei crashed into the rock wall, creating a deep crater, and lay there weakened. Gu Yuan approached leisurely, pulling open his coat to retrieve the gourd bottle. Thanks for the spirit fire. This gourd is nice too. I'll take it. Oh, what's this gourd in your bag? Wow, so many pills. I'll gladly accept these as well. Wang Fei could only stare wide-eyed, mouth agape, at the sky above the canyon, his mind reeling with disbelief. I actually lost. I actually lost. Gu Yuan glanced around, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. This journey into the secret realm had indeed been surprisingly rewarding. His gaze fell upon the spoils in his hands, the 7 snow, now inscribed with a heavenly battle technique, and the red plume, which had evolved into an ancient fierce feathered celestial phoenix capable of supersonic flight. Now, he also possessed the underworld snow earth fire, meaning the red plume would soon harness the power of heavenly spiritual fire. The most unexpected gain was the acquisition of the billion yuan fiery 6 gates from Wang Fei. Upon closer examination, Gu Yuan discovered this heavenly battle technique wasn't merely an offensive spiritual fire, but a rare alchemical one. The thought of alchemy made Gu Yuan's eyes light up, envisioning endless wealth. He recalled the business strategies of the capital's alchemy families. A pill costing only a few thousand in spiritual materials could sell for several million, a profit margin that would tempt anyone. No wonder Wang Fei took such risks to monopolize this underworld snow-earth fire. It's practically a money-printing machine. From Wang Fei's medicine gourd, Gu Yuan obtained several advanced pills, secret recipes of the capital's alchemy families. Although limited in number, this posed no issue for Gu Yuan. His bracelet could deconstruct and mass-produce them at low cost with just a sample. He immediately began deconstructing these pills, accumulating a total of 370,000 units of spiritual material. These pills included Spirit Gathering Pill, consumes 60,000 spiritual material, boosting cultivation speed by 60 for 1 hour. Gale Pill, consumes 30,000 spiritual material, enhancing wind-type battle techniques by 30 for 3 minutes. Mingxing Pill, consumes 60,000 spiritual material, nullifying negative effects of battle techniques below level 40 for 1 minute. Basic Fiery Pill, consumes 20,000 spiritual material, enhancing fire-type battle techniques by 30 for 3 minutes. Intermediate Fiery Pill, consumes 40,000 spiritual material, enhancing fire-type battle techniques by 60 for 3 minutes. Intermediate Snow Gathering Pill, consumes 100,000 spiritual material, increasing Beast Ice attribute cultivation speed by 50 for 3 hours. Dream Drunk Powder, consumes 60,000 spiritual material, inducing a 6-hour sleep effect. 2 intermediate pills, what a pleasant surprise, Gu Yuan chuckled, having already informed the guards. Soon, Wang Fei, a student from Zhongshan University, would find himself in serious trouble. For Gu Yuan, simply seizing valuable items wasn't enough. He aimed to maximize his gains at every turn. This scandal at Zhongshan University was undoubtedly an added bonus. The next day, Gu Yuan was lounging on his recliner at home, leisurely eating grapes and sipping on a cold cola while scrolling through today's headlines. The front page news was shocking. A student from Zhongshan University, Wang Fei, along with another sophomore Lu Yakin, had murdered a classmate in a secret realm. What drew even more attention was Wang Fei's identity as the eldest son of a prestigious alchemy family in the capital, which fueled public outrage and turned the alchemy family into a target for criticism. In a society governed by the rule of law, the power of public opinion cannot be underestimated. Even the influential alchemy family in the capital dared not oppose public sentiment and ultimately had to abandon Wang Fei. The final verdict was announced. Wang Fei was sentenced to 20 years in prison and expelled from Zhongshan University of beast taming. Gu Yuan looked at the news photo of Wang Fei, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. In the photo, Wang Fei, being escorted, looked filled with unwillingness, shock, anger, and helplessness. The journey from the pinnacle of life to the depths of despair was clearly etched on his face. How pitiful! The noble son turned into a prisoner. Meanwhile, Zhongshan University's response was even more remarkable. They took a nearly retaliatory approach by creating a video of the updated leaderboard of the Sunken Bone secret realm and played it repeatedly on advertising boards and university enrollment forms across Yangqing. The video showcased the historical leaderboard for collecting inner core points in the Sunken Bone secret realm. The original top spot was held by a student from 2001, rumored to have become a high-ranking military officer. Suddenly, the top 10 shifted down a spot, with a new name bearing the Zhongshan University, label Gu Yuan taking the lead. The internet exploded with reactions. Who the heck is this Gu Yuan? So impressive, breaking a 20-year record. I heard he took down 2 king-level monsters in one go. Looks like another young prodigy is about to rise. I'm sick of hearing about this Gu Yuan everywhere recently. Just then, Gu Yuan's phone pinged with a notification. It was a friend request from Principal Luo Jun. Gu Yuan, right? Your ID is quite distinctive. Luo Jun messaged. Principal, feel free to speak your mind. Gu Yuan replied bluntly. You're here to talk about the award, aren't you? Yes, Luo Jun responded. At the award ceremony, we hope you can focus on the educational aspect, especially on your education, rather than Wang Fei's misdeeds. Gu Yuan was well aware that the old principal was worried about the school's reputation. The Wang Fei incident had almost taken a toll on him, and if not handled properly, the impact could worsen. But Gu Yuan, being the student who uncovered the truth, could turn the tide provided he was willing to cooperate and criticize the black sheep as a member of Zhongshan University, rather than questioning the school environment as a prospective student. Principal, Gu Yuan began. Ever since I took the top spot, many universities have contacted me, saying I'm a promising student and they hope I join them. This wasn't an exaggeration. Gu Yuan's performance in the high school league, where he single-handedly took on 3 opponents, indeed impressed everyone. Even Dongwen No. 2 High School, which had cut off his resources to force him out, regretted it deeply. Various universities were openly and covertly trying to recruit him, offering all sorts of incentives. Cold sweat formed on Luo Jun's forehead. This young man was so straightforward in his demands, which, although expected, still caught him off guard with its bluntness. 30 crystal beads. 30 crystal beads, half fire attribute, half ice attribute. This demand was perfectly calculated to make Luo Jun wince, but left him with no choice but to agree. After agreeing, Luo Jun almost dropped his phone. It seemed he had invited a deity, with quite an appetite and difficult to please, into the school. The thought of this little guy spending 4 more years at his school made Luo Jun feel a twinge of unease, as if he sensed that the days ahead would be anything but peaceful. At the interview the next day, reporters thrust their microphones at Gu Yuan and fired off questions. Gu Yuan, what do you think about the title Tomorrow's Star? How did you manage to grow so quickly? Could you share some of your study experiences? Many parents of students are eager to learn from you. In response to the reporter's persistent questions, Gu Yuan merely smiled and attributed his success to the education at Zhongshan University. Although he had accepted a hush money from the university's president, he decided to give the old president a little support. However, he then pointed out that other students at Zhongshan University seemed to struggle to stand out, saying, "If Zhongshan University is truly that impressive, why hasn't there been another prodigy like me?" After the interview, Gu Yuan returned home to continue his training. Following his recent adventures in the mystical realm, Hong Ling had absorbed a large number of crystal beads, reaching level 30, while Qi Shui had advanced to level 27. Although both mythical pets were excited, Gu Yuan faced a serious issue. His spiritual power was only at 788 points, far behind the rapid growth of his pets. This disparity in strength created a dilemma. Fighting weaker enemies offered little benefit to his pets, while facing stronger opponents left Gu Yuan vulnerable due to his insufficient power. After careful consideration, he decided to focus on enhancing his spiritual power. Taking out the Jiolong soul lamp, Gu Yuan began planning his next training regimen. The spiritual materials he acquired during his outing would be used for a major project: the construction of the last area in the southern part of Daming Palace, Changelfang. The layout of the southern wall of Daming Palace includes Xing'an Gate, Jinfu Gate, Danfeng Gate, Wangxian Gate, Yanjing Gate, East Palace, Guangzhai Fang, Yishan Fang, and finally, the larger Thantheast Palace Changelfang, located in the southeast corner of the entire Daming Palace. Completing the construction of Changelfang would mark the completion of the southern area of Daming Palace, and the next step would be advancing towards the core area of the palace. However, building this colossal structure required a vast amount of spiritual power, meaning Gu Yuan might have to dedicate a long period to training. To ensure a successful breakthrough, he needed to stockpile enough lamp oil. Otherwise, if the construction failed, all the invested spiritual materials would be wasted. After careful consideration, Gu Yuan decided to spend a day preparing. He purchased a large quantity of spirit breadworms, a specially cultivated bird pet food that was cost-effective yet highly efficient. Facing the recurring issue of a shortage of spiritual materials, Gu Yuan began researching what materials to purchase to extract more spiritual matter. The idea of getting the most spiritual energy for the least amount of money constantly lingered in Gu Yuan's mind. After thorough comparisons, he discovered that processed spirit bread bugs offered the best value. Not only were they cheap, but they also contained abundant spiritual energy, and most importantly, they had a stable supply. Of course, waste meat was even more cost-effective since it was free, but finding enough beast carcasses was impractical. As Gu Yuan pondered this, his phone suddenly rang. He frowned and answered, hearing an anxious voice on the other end. "Gu Yuan? We're from the South Sea District's waste meat processing plant. 2 nights ago, a flying beast performed a supersonic flight at the Pearl River estuary, causing a sonic boom that startled a large number of spirit fish. They frantically rushed ashore, including 2 giant whales weighing dozens of tons. Our processing plant is still under repair. Could you help us handle this?" Gu Yuan was bewildered, thinking his luck was unbelievably good lately. Could it be the auspicious effect of Qi Shui at work again? That day, Gu Yuan first spent 8 million to buy the entire farm stock of spirit bread bugs. It originally cost over 16 million, but thanks to the waste meat processing plant contributing over 3 million in spiritual energy, he saved half the expense. Although this left him with only a few thousand in savings, Gu Yuan didn't see it as a problem. Cultivation was paramount, strength was fundamental, and money was ultimately external. Little did he know, this decision would become one of the reasons he'd be most grateful to his past self on New Year's Day, 2021. At this moment, if it weren't for Hong Ling and Qi Shui quickly dealing with the rats trying to sneak in, they would have been shocked senseless by the scene before them. The ancient spirit lamp oil, usually treasured and preserved in slices, was now filling an entire wooden bathtub next to the 9 Dragons soul lamp. He even connected the bathtub to the fish tank's drainage pipe, using the siphon principle to ensure the lamp oil would automatically replenish as it was consumed. Rubbing his hands together, Gu Yuan lit all 9 soul lamps and began intense cultivation. As someone who had been cornered and relentlessly challenged by difficult exam questions, His self-discipline was exceptional. Some might ask, wasn't Gu Yuan the kind of top student who could ace exams in his sleep? Yet, the teachers assigning holiday homework seemed like kidnappers with impossible demands. In his sophomore year, Gu Yuan even suspected that their homework standards were not based on students' ability to complete it, but on how many could be overwhelmed by the workload. And Gu Yuan, usually spending his days in leisure, could only rely on the last night to work miracles: one person, one pen, one all-nighter. The only difference now was that the room full of books had turned into a tub of ancient spirit lamp oil. He sat by the soul lamps, trying to gather the spiritual energy from the lamp oil. As white mist swirled around, the outline of Changle Pavilion gradually appeared, a complex about the size of a sports field, with a large terrace at its center and 4 pavilions extending from its sides, surrounded by lotus-filled ponds. The entrance displayed a sign reading Changle Pavilion, leading to a grand hall. The central terrace was etched with a 7-star diagram, forming a pattern of 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, with layered stairs resembling rolling hills. Lush green trees surrounded the area, but as Gu Yuan tried to look closer, a powerful spiritual pressure forced him back. The 7-star formation was filled with a faint medicinal aroma, clearly linked to the elixirs. Gu Yuan braced himself against the pressure on the terrace, taking a deep breath of the enchanting scent. The fragrance emanated from the surrounding lotus pond, making him feel as if he were beneath a mountain waterfall, with clear mountain spring water cascading down. Suddenly, a wave surged from the pool, knocking him off his feet, and the water, mixed with pink lotus petals, swept him into the depths of the pond. In this violent impact, Gu Yuan suddenly awoke, realizing he had been thrust back to reality due to the strong backlash from creating Changle Fong, causing him to fall backward onto the bed. "Master, are you alright?" Hong Ling immediately stepped forward to help him. Qi Shui hurried to the bedside, abandoning her meal. "Sir, there's no need to exhaust yourself. We can cultivate slowly." "I'm fine," Gu Yuan said, rubbing his temples and sitting up again. "This is nothing compared to the miracle of finishing all my winter break homework in one night." Recalling that all-nighter, he was relieved he could still handle such mental strain. His gaze fell on the ancient spirit lamp oil nearby, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. Merely glimpsing the outline of Changle Fong had consumed nearly 1/10 of the lamp oil. This was with the high-grade oil refined using Tang Dynasty secrets. With ordinary oil, it would have cost 3 million a day, lasting over half a month. But Gu Yuan didn't stop there. He repeatedly traced the magnificent structure of the Fong, enduring the mental pressure of the great waterfall's impact, forging his thoughts into powerful counterforces. During this intense period of cultivation, he vaguely remembered being awakened by Qi Shui and Hong Ling to eat, roughly 5 or 6 meals. Each time he collapsed under the lotus fragrance and the spirit of the clear spring, he would stand up again. Finally, Gu Yuan's spiritual energy reached its peak, resonating with the 7-star formation on the ground. He raised his fist, and 9 golden dragons appeared, spiraling into his body. The golden light was dazzling. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, lifting the surrounding clear spring into the sky, transforming into surging waves that shattered the tranquility of the lotus pond, broke through the barriers of his mind, and ultimately turned into a vast white mist. "Is it raining?" Hong Ling reached out to catch the falling raindrops, noticing they were mixed with pink lotus petals, adding a poetic touch to the Daming Palace. At this moment, Qi Shui was still wandering around the Eastern Palace, wanting to climb up and pull Hong Ling down so she could sit there. But then, she too sat on the ground, involuntarily, alongside Hong Ling, gazing up at the peculiar sky. "Sir, we've broken through." Amidst the misty rain, a scene akin to a fairyland unfolds gradually in Hong Ling's view. As the fog in the distance begins to clear, the outline of a massive structure slowly emerges. Hong Ling transforms into a phoenix, spreading her wings as she flies towards Changle Fong. Seeing this, Qi Shui eagerly attempts to climb onto the dome of the Eastern Palace, but Hong Ling suddenly turns back, grabs her, and together they head towards Changle Fong, where Gu Yuan is located. Gu Yuan is lying on the terrace of Changle Fong, panting heavily, his chest heaving as he wipes the sweat from his forehead. Suddenly standing upright, he strides forward and kicks the doorpost fiercely. "Fall down. If you've got the guts, collapse again. Let me see if I can still stabilize you." As the terrace, built among the lotus blossoms of the clear pond, finally stabilizes, a strong sense of achievement surges within Gu Yuan. He raises his right hand, gazing at his palm, and activates the Eye of the Other Shore once more. Gu Yuan, 2nd-rank Beastmaster, capable of using Dao techniques. Eye of the Other Shore, 7-star alchemy technique, soul power, 1500. "Damn," Gu Yuan exclaims in shock. Although this construction was vast and time-consuming, his soul power surged by over 600 points. He only then realized that although the Daming Palace's mental realm was a significant drain, it provided much more soul power than an ordinary mental realm when constructing the same area. What surprised him even more was that he had learned the seven-star alchemy technique. Chengal Fong, as the gathering place for alchemists in the Tang Daming Palace, was responsible for concocting elixirs for the emperor, consorts, and mythical beasts. The terrace had a secret seven-star formation, a place used by millennial alchemists to make potions. But the seven millennial soul artifacts greedy wolf, break army, literary star, martial star, giant gate, honesty, and blessing were lost and needed to be retrieved. The system prompt shows 7 stars, 07. Effect allows the use of an incomplete version of the Tang Dynasty alchemy secrets, reducing the difficulty of making elixirs by 10, and the elixir will have an additional 7-star pattern, providing various benefits depending on the elixir. Elixir Pet. Contracted beasts that consume your elixirs will have their effects increased by 30. Guangjai Fong Effect Stack. Reduces difficulty increased to 13. Contracted beast effect increased to 39, and additional benefits increased by 30. Gu Yuan looked down at his palm, seeing the faint, pure white lines of the Big Dipper, giving a sense of vastness. The 7 holes on the terrace were similarly empty. Damn, another side quest. Gu Yuan muttered to himself. However, alchemy-related Dao techniques are incredibly rare, typically only learned by families specializing in alchemy. Despite the enormous consumption, the rewards were significant. Am I an alchemist now? Gu Yuan pondered, staring at his palm. At that moment, Hong Ling landed in front of him with Qi Shui. Congratulations, Master, on successfully learning the Daming Palace's mental realm and alchemy secrets. Yes, let's go out and test it. Gu Yuan's consciousness withdrew from the sea of his soul, returning to his body. Thanks to Hong Ling successfully merging the Earth-level alchemy spirit Fire Nether Snow Earth Flame with Phoenix Feather Flame, a new spirit Fire Nether Snow Phoenix Feather Flame was formed. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, and a wisp of pale blue flame danced in his palm, emitting a faint blue glow around. The bluish light cast a glow on Gu Yuan's face as his fingers gradually curled inwards. The flame in his palm shrank from large to small, finally condensing into a single point. When he opened his hand again, the flame expanded back to the size of a fist, dancing in his palm. Master, I've tried using spiritual energy to manipulate this kind of spiritual flame. It can be small and dense, medium and gentle, or large and fierce. If mastered, it would be an invaluable tool for alchemy. Indeed, it's the spiritual fire that Wang Fei has been desperately trying to obtain, Gu Yuan replied casually. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell back and drifted into a deep sleep. Master is exhausted. The continuous training has drained too much of his energy. Hong Ling stepped forward and gently removed Gu Yuan's dark cloak and clothes. Qi Shui, who had somehow appeared by the bedside, peeked out with her fox-like eyes glinting. She licked her lips and reached out to unbuckle Gu Yuan's belt, but Hong Ling slapped her hand away, forcing Qi Shui to retreat sulkily. Hong Ling took off Gu Yuan's pants, settled him into bed, covered him with a blanket, and turned off the lights. Meanwhile, Qi Shui lay sprawled on the sofa, swinging her legs back and forth while munching on pet snacks shaped like crispy corners and watching TV. Master is asleep. Qi Shui, lower the TV volume. Got it. Hong Ling placed Gu Yuan's clothes in the washing machine, then carefully scrubbed the shadow cloak with a brush and laundry detergent, hanging it to dry on the balcony. At dawn the next day, Hong Ling jumped down from the TV, prepared breakfast, and took the still damp clothes to the rooftop. She released her heavenly tears spiritual flame, Nether Snow Phoenix Feather Flame, skillfully controlling the heat to dry the clothes without burning or damaging them. She hoped that when the master woke up, he could wear warm clothes to avoid catching a cold in the winter. Gu Yuan didn't wake up until noon. He put on the clothes that Hong Ling had warmed again, drank hot milk, and donned his clean cloak. Master, today is the 15th of the 12th month. The new year is approaching. Please take care of your health. Yeah. Gu Yuan stretched, feeling refreshed and free from fatigue. Let's go visit the elixir hall today, buy a recipe, and see how this 7-star alchemy technique works. The festive atmosphere was thick in the air, with lanterns and decorations everywhere, red lanterns hanging high, lion and dragon dances, and the sound of drums and gongs. Located in the southern part of Yang City, the elixir hall was an old but well-maintained wooden house. A plaque made of sandalwood hung high, emitting a faint fragrance. Several young apprentices were sticking Fu characters on the door. Gu Yuan approached the counter and asked, "Boss, what kind of elixir recipes do you have for sale here?" "Oh, young man, you've come to the right place," the mustached shopkeeper said, stroking his facial hair. "Our elixir hall is a century-old establishment. Whatever elixir recipe you're looking for, we have it here. Give me a formula for a mid-grade elixir." As soon as Gu Yuan spoke, the shopkeeper choked on his drink, coughing repeatedly. The middle-aged men in formal wear nearby stifled their laughter, a hint of mockery in their eyes. "Haha, young man, you don't know the rules. You can't just buy a mid-grade formula like that. It requires the authorization of Wang Qiao, the grandson of the medicine king of Yang City." Upon hearing the surname, Wang, Gu Yuan frowned slightly and then corrected himself. Sorry, I've just acquired the spirit fire for alchemy, and am not familiar with the rules yet. Just give me a few basic low-grade formulas to practice with. Seeing that he was a novice, the mustached shopkeeper casually handed him a few formulas. The alchemist present joked, "It's good for young people to be ambitious, but you lack knowledge. To have acquired the spirit fire for alchemy at such a young age, you're a promising talent. Want to become my apprentice?" Gu Yuan smiled politely and said, "Sorry, I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving now." As he was about to leave, Gu Yuan suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy. The first position of the open-air 7-star platform in his sea of consciousness, Chang Lufeng, began to shine brightly. Looking up at the sign of the elixir hall, he noticed a cunning purple light flashing that only he could perceive. The first Yangming greedy wolf star lord of the Big Dipper. Gu Yuan realized that this century-old store's success was due to a 1,000-year-old spiritual artifact from the Tang dynasty's Daming Palace 7-star formation hidden in the sign, enhancing its medicinal aura. Just as he was pondering how to acquire this precious sign, a relic from the Qing dynasty that had survived wars, a bodyguard wearing sunglasses rudely shoved him aside. "Move. Don't block our boss's way." A handsome young man, around 23 years old, entered the hall alongside Imohen. "Miss Imohen, how is the Mo family lately?" Wang Xiao gazed at Imohen gently, slightly bowing. "I'm here because my father's ice bee lion was injured by spiritual ice while engraving a heavenly battle technique, and the cold poison has entered its body. We don't trust ordinary alchemists. Whatever the conditions, the Mo family will meet them. Rest assured, with me, Wang Xiao, your father's esteemed pet will be cured," he said, moving a bit closer to Imohen. "Good afternoon, Brother Gu." Imohen's sudden greeting drew everyone's attention. "Hello," Gu Yuan replied, somewhat awkwardly. The shopkeeper quickly put on a smile upon hearing this. "Oh, so you're an acquaintance of Miss Imohen. My apologies for the oversight. Sorry, I have to go," Gu Yuan said as he tried to weave through the crowd to leave. Just then, the boss with the mustache narrowed his eyes, as if the young man looked familiar. Imohen immediately realized it wasn't the right time to call out Gu Yuan's name and quickly made way for him. However, a middle-aged man selecting a pill recipe suddenly turned his head excitedly and exclaimed, "Hey, I know him. Isn't that Gu Yuan? He's been in the headlines a lot lately." The man gushed like a fanboy. Gu Yuan is impressive. First, he topped the entrance training exam at Zhongshan University, setting a record for the fastest admission letter. Then, he single-handedly defeated 3 opponents in the college league and even caught the king in the underwater secret realm. At this point, the man's expression suddenly froze. The atmosphere in the entire apothecary became tense, with everyone, whether patients buying medicine or alchemists, turning to look. Gu Yuan met Wang Xiao's gaze. "Brother Gu Yuan, thank you for covering up the scandal for our Wang family," Wang Xiao said as he blocked Gu Yuan's path, his tone carrying a strange undertone. "Since that's the case, I must thank you properly. What brings you here, Brother Gu?" "I'm here to buy a pill recipe," Gu Yuan replied, a slight smile appearing as his way was blocked. "Wow, Brother Gu Yuan, are you planning to become an alchemist on top of being a combat expert?" Imohen exclaimed. Gu Yuan didn't deny it, which made him seem even more mysterious in Imohen's eyes. Indeed, people who excel at both fighting and alchemy are rare. Wang Xiao moved behind Gu Yuan and addressed the shopkeeper. "Manager Lu, Brother Gu Yuan helped our Wang family by eliminating a menace, so we shouldn't slight him if he wants to buy a mid-tier pill recipe." Saying this, he took out a recipe. "This is an internal secret recipe from our capital's alchemy family, used to make snow-gathering pills." Wang Xiao's tone gradually turned unfriendly. "Brother Gu Yuan, every pill sold by our capital families is recorded. Where exactly did the pill you sold to Imohen's family come from?" Imohen looked at them worriedly. "Wang Xiao, what do you mean? What does Brother Gu Yuan's pill source have to do with you?" "Of course it matters." Wang Xiao held up the recipe for everyone to see. "Our newly developed snow-gathering pill formula added 6 bitter herbs and reduced 13 snow leaf herbs, a modification completed only 7 days ago." His sharp gaze turned to Gu Yuan. "But the pill you sold has the exact same composition. Gu Yuan, can you explain?" "I acquired it through special channels," Gu Yuan replied, meeting his eyes. "You're lying." Wang Xiao stepped forward. "This batch of pills was only made in 7 pieces. 1 sold to Imohen, 3 auctioned to the capital's elite, and the remaining 3 are still in our family's vault." Gu Yuan produced 5 pills at once, causing Wang Xiao to furrow his brows immediately. "Last week, someone from our Wang family was attacked, and a pill recipe was stolen." Wang Xiao's voice turned cold. "I, Wang Xiao, will not tolerate anyone stealing the secret recipes of the capital's elite apothecaries." Gu Yuan instantly caught the hidden accusation in his words and replied coldly. "Are you implying that I stole your recipe?" "Of course, I'm not directly accusing you." Wang Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "Gu Yuan, you're in Yang City, while the theft occurred in the capital. But someone must have sold the recipe to you. If you tell us who it was, we'll ensure justice is served." However, if you refuse to cooperate. Before he finished speaking, the people around Wang Qiao subtly began to close in. Gu Yuan let out a cold laugh. Are you joking? Are you trying to interrogate me? He thought to himself. This guy is probably here to avenge Wang Fei and suppress my standing in the family. But the problem is, I really can't explain the source of these pills. They were all reconstituted using my bracelet. I made these pills myself. Gu Yuan turned to face Wang Qiao directly. The recipe is my own creation. The 6 additional herbs were my innovation, just coincidentally similar to yours. You? Wang Qiao showed a disdainful expression. A high school student? With all due respect, you're not qualified. Do you even understand the foundation of our Wang family's alchemists? Even if the snow-gathering pills recipe is simple, it's beyond your capability to develop. Gu Yuan grabbed Wang Qiao by the collar. And what about you? Isn't it too coincidental? I just caught a disgrace from your family, and now you're accusing me of stealing a recipe. The security guards were about to step forward when Hong Ling and Qi Shui appeared just in time, making the atmosphere in the apothecary tense. At that moment, an elderly man with a youthful face and white hair entered the room, clearing his throat. All the bodyguards immediately put away their weapons and respectfully greeted him as Elder Wang. Seeing this, Gu Yuan was about to leave when Wang Qiao called out loudly. Gu Yuan, since you claim you made the pills, let's have a contest. The ice bee lion of the Mo Hen family head has been poisoned while engraving a heavenly battle technique. Let's see who can cure it. If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, you'll owe the Wang family an explanation. Gu Yuan detected the ambition in his words. This was clearly an attempt to gain prestige within the Wang family. But this also presented him with an opportunity. Just those terms. Gu Yuan turned around and pointed to the sign overhead. If I win, I want the century-old signboard of your Lingyao Hall. Do you dare to bet? The crowd was shocked by his words. Everyone exchanged glances, surprised that this young man dared to demand the Lingyao Hall's prestigious sign. Gu Yuan's demand left everyone present utterly shocked. Even Wang Qiao, who had long heard of Gu Yuan's audacity, couldn't help but be taken aback. Facing Wang Qiao's evasive gaze, Gu Yuan spoke coldly. Of course, if you're scared or if your so-called seeking justice is just a pretext, I can let it go, as if nothing ever happened. Hearing this, Elder Wang furrowed his brows. He could see right through Wang Qiao's facade of bravado. Yet, he couldn't help but admire Gu Yuan's tactics. The young man had cleverly left Wang Qiao with no way out. Wang Qiao glanced around, but his thoughts were no longer on those injured disciples. He didn't believe Gu Yuan was connected to the organization that stole the pill formula after all. Who would be foolish enough to flaunt stolen goods? The most likely scenario was that Gu Yuan had acquired the formula from a black market, unable to trace its origins. This untraceable aspect gave Wang Qiao an opportunity to exploit. He planned to use this chance to teach Gu Yuan a lesson, both to avenge the Wang family and to impress the ice princess he secretly admired. However, wagering the family plaque was not a decision he could make alone. Wang Qiao, if you're determined to go through with this, I support you. Elder Wang's endorsement thrilled Wang Qiao. Though he maintained a facade of seriousness, he didn't truly consider Gu Yuan a threat. To him, Gu Yuan was merely a novice alchemist, the perfect backdrop for his own performance in front of Mo Hen and his grandfather. With his grandfather's approval, Wang Qiao nodded and replied, "All right, let's do this. Gu Yuan, don't blame me for taking advantage of you." The alchemists present were well aware of Wang Qiao's capabilities, and none were concerned about the safety of the plaque. A group of people gathered anxiously around Gu Yuan, trying to dissuade him. Gu Yuan, do you realize how formidable Wang Qiao is? He's the chief alchemist of the Lingyao Hall. You've just started learning alchemy. How dare you compete with him? This is like courting disaster. Go and apologize to Master Wang immediately. Gu Yuan, however, simply raised his right hand and gestured to Mo Hen with a please motion. Lead the way. When Mo Hen brought Gu Yuan back to the Mo family residence, the Mo family members, seeing them together, beamed with delight. Gu Yuan, have you finally decided to join our family? However, after listening to Mo Hen's explanation, their smiles faded. So, you're not here to join the family. Wang Qiao, witnessing this, thought to himself, join the family? Has this kid already gained the father-in-law's approval? I must try even harder. Then, he confidently declared, Uncle Mo, rest assured, I will concoct the first pill. No matter what issues your royal pet has. With me here, there will be no mistakes. Mo Jessen nodded in agreement and then activated the beast space. A massive blue lion appeared out of thin air, its body covered with blue streaks of varying depth, resembling a complex network of ravines. Gu Yuan frowned as he observed, thinking, this cold poison is indeed formidable, worthy of being left by a heavenly tier martial technique. Wang Qiao summoned his own pet. In a flash of light, it transformed into a cat girl dressed as a nurse. Gu Yuan immediately activated his Bien Ida check. It was a level 47 legendary grade ragdoll cat, already in human form. It excelled in healing-type martial techniques, with all skills focused on healing and enhancement. completely different from the attack-oriented Hong Ling and Qi Shui. Mo Hen whispered, "Brother Gu Yuan, do you understand now? Alchemy requires specialized talent. But don't worry, Wang Xiao won't dare harm you in my house. If you lose, I'll have the butler escort you out the back door." "I will win," Gu Yuan said resolutely. Wang Xiao had already begun his alchemical process. The cat girl, Baoyuo Gao, raised her right hand, and a non-aggressive green flame danced in the air, leaving the onlookers feeling refreshed. Wang Xiao synchronized his spiritual flame with the cat girl, while his left hand grasped various materials like the fire spirit snake's core, blaze grass, flame demon grass, and the shell of a pill turtle, adding them one by one. These materials, heavy in fire attributes, did not become volatile under the green flame's harmonization. Instead, they calmed down as if soothed by a gentle mother, eventually solidifying into a pill adorned with patterns of green olive branches. After the pill was fed to the frost lion, the cold poison in its body began to dissipate gradually. However, just as the cold poison was about to be completely eradicated, it suddenly rebounded. This was a scene of backlash. Everyone present gasped in shock as they witnessed it. The spiritual energy of the ice bee lion began to uncontrollably leak out, and the deep blue scars on its body gradually turned pitch black. These black lines were not static. They writhed beneath its flesh and fur like hungry centipedes, sending shivers down the spines of all onlookers. The situation was worse than expected. Wang Xiao lowered his head, swallowed hard, and was momentarily speechless. "The toxin has reached the marrow," he lamented. "It's all my fault." Mo Jessen knelt beside his ice bee lion, his trembling hand stroking its back. "It's my fault for insisting on engraving dual attribute heavenlier combat techniques with ice and poison attributes, leading to this tragedy." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Wang Xiao shook his head and sighed. "The poison from the Emperor Ice Emperor Scorpion's inner core is too strong. It's beyond saving. Father, please take heart." Mo Hen approached, gently placing a hand on his father's shoulder. "We will hold a grand funeral for the ice bee lion." Qi Shui watched the scene, puzzled. Can the bond between humans and beasts be so deep? "I never thought such emotions could exist under this unequal treaty." "Of course," Gu Yuan explained after checking the background of the old man and his lion through the eye of the other shore. "This was his first companion beast, and they've been together for over 30 years. They've adventured together since he was just a few years old, facing life and death and fighting against beasts. How can such a farewell not be heartbreaking?" Suddenly, Gu Yuan raised his voice and shouted, "Hold on. I haven't even started refining the pill yet. Why are you all mourning already? It's not dead yet." Wang Xiao gave Gu Yuan a shove, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You? Do you really think that when even I am at a loss, you can turn things around? Fine, fine, give it a try, do whatever you want. But if you end up finishing off the ice bee lion with your attempt, don't blame me." Gu Yuan turned to him. "I still don't have the pill formula. Didn't you say you'd give me one? Just give me the formula you used earlier, and I'll make the same pill you just did." Wang Xiao almost burst out laughing. "You really are a complete novice, aren't you? Fine, it's all the same to me, whether you make a fool of yourself or not." Despite his words, he handed over another formula, the recipe for a mid-tier cold-gathering pill. Wang Xiao thought to himself, the cold-gathering pearl can indeed gather the cold energy within a beast, concentrating the ice poison in one place, which is an effective treatment. But this method is very risky and requires a highly skilled alchemist. Too strong a medicine will drain the ice attribute beast instantly, while too weak will cause the concentrated ice poison to release, endangering the companion beast's life. He was already imagining the scene where Gu Yuan's poor alchemy skills and weak spirit fire led to a disaster, causing a rift with the Mo family, and thus, his opportunity would return. As Gu Yuan began to recite the formula, red maple grass, cold gathering powder, southern snow, everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. They're going to use cold to expel poison. The elderly man responsible for gathering herbs looked anxious, ready to warn about the risks of such treatment. But Wang Xiao stopped him abruptly. "I'll oversee this. You go get the herbs. If the treatment is delayed, you'll be held accountable." Wang Xiao commanded sternly, though a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, barely concealing his overwhelming joy. "Gu Yuan, where's your alchemical spirit beast?" Mo Jessen suddenly inquired. "The one assisting me with controlling the spirit fire for alchemy is Hong Ling," Gu Yuan replied, leaving everyone present stunned. Even Mo Jessen, who knew little about alchemy, was taken aback. Using a combat-type spirit beast for support roles was simply outrageous. "Gu Yuan, if you're not confident, just forget it." Mo Hen anxiously tried to stop what seemed like an impending disaster. Before he could finish speaking, Hong Ling had already descended. Amidst the blazing fiery feathers, the phoenix transformed into a regal beauty with an ancient charm. The transformation of a level 30 Beastmaster's creature was a sight that left everyone in awe. This was a mythical beast. Though Wang Xiao was equally shocked, he kept convincing himself. So what if it's mythical? The spirit fire needed for alchemy isn't the same as combat flames that merely destroy. Yet the next moment, Hong Ling gently raised her right hand, and a blue, tranquil flame danced in her palm. Heaven-grade spirit fire, the crowd gasped again. Without giving them time to recover, Gu Yuan began his spell. He tossed the spiritual materials into the flame, and Hong Ling immediately started extracting their essence. Gu Yuan lifted his right hand as well, and together, they seamlessly fused the two flames, enveloping the herbs securely. At this crucial moment, the Big Dipper constellation appeared on Gu Yuan's palm, resembling a ladle gleaming with starlight. Spiritual energy converged wildly, and the essence of the medicine condensed with unprecedented purity. Gu Yuan felt the terrace in his soul sea emitting even stronger energy, filling his entire being and enhancing his control over the elixir. Coupled with the impeccable control of Ming Shui's phoenix feather flame, every thread of spiritual energy was precisely managed. The final pill-forming process was exceptionally dazzling. A black singularity formed at the center of the flame, drawing in all the fire and herbal essence, ultimately solidifying into a translucent blue pill. Through the pill, one could clearly see the opposite side, where light points resembling the Big Dipper twinkled, mesmerizing in their beauty. Upon witnessing the flawless elixir, all of Mo Jiasen's concerns vanished instantly. He carefully placed the pill into the mouth of the ice bee lion. As the pill entered its stomach, a brilliant light erupted, and the deep black patterns on the ice bee lion's body rapidly converged to a single point, forming a massive abscess. A translucent abscess appeared on the belly of the ice bee lion, seemingly gathering all the cold poison. Gu Yuan stared at the abscess, knowing that removing it would resolve the issue, but hesitated over the exact method. As he pondered whether to cut it out with a knife, Hong Ling's voice echoed in his mind. "Master, wait," Hong Ling urgently warned. "This abscess contains potent poison. One wrong move, and you could be invaded by the cold poison. Allow me to handle it." Before the words had fully formed, Hong Ling pressed her right hand onto the abscess, channeling spiritual fire to dissolve the cold poison within. As the spiritual energy dissipated, the abscess vanished. Suddenly, the entire body of the ice bee lion glowed with a blue light, runes reappearing, signifying its evolution. The evolved ice bee lion underwent a dramatic transformation. Its tail spikes grew longer, the mane around its neck shimmered with a golden hue, and its claws and fangs became sharper and more radiant. It evolved. Mo Jiasen stammered with excitement. "Gu Yuan, you're amazing. Not only did you heal my ice bee lion, but you preserved its cultivation and even helped it evolve into an ice snow scorpion king." The newly advanced ice snow scorpion king affectionately leaped towards Mo Jiasen, licking him with its tongue. "Old friend, I almost thought I'd lost you forever," Mo Jiasen said, embracing it tightly, their foreheads touching in a display of deep bond between master and beast. Turning around, Mo Jiasen solemnly addressed Gu Yuan. "From today onwards, you are a friend of the Mo family. Whatever you need in the future, I and the entire Mo family will stand by you unwaveringly." Gu Yuan smiled, his gaze shifting to the ashen-faced Wang Qiao, tauntingly asking, "So, when can I take down your family's plaque?" Wang Qiao gritted his teeth, itching to rush forward, but Hong Ling had already positioned herself protectively in front of Gu Yuan, her sharp gaze cutting into him like a blade. Wang Qiao knew all too well that despite his higher soul power and beast mastery level, without a combat beast, he stood no chance. What stung even more was that as a professional alchemist, he had been thoroughly outclassed in his own field by a combat beast master. At that moment, Wang Lao stepped forward. Gu Yuan expected the elder to side with his own, but instead, Wang Lao clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Young man, from your actions and flustered expression when faced with the abscess, it's clear this was your first time refining medicine." This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. Achieving such results on a first attempt at alchemy was simply unbelievable. However, Mr. Wang remained composed and slowly said, "The 7 stars you illuminated in your hand are none other than the 7-star alchemy technique that was lost during the Tang dynasty. It was a secret method used by the alchemists of the Tang royal family. In this round, losing to you, I am sincerely convinced." 7-star alchemy technique. The people around exchanged puzzled looks, but just hearing the words Imperial Alchemist Technique made them realize its significant sight must be an extraordinary alchemical skill. Everyone present was secretly calculating. They must find a way to bring Gu Yuan over to their side. Majia Xian gently patted his daughter's shoulder, causing Mo Hen to blush and lower her head. "Young brother Gu Yuan, I have a request." Mr. Wang bowed once again. Gu Yuan hesitated upon hearing this. "Old man, you're not planning to withhold the plaque, are you? Didn't we agree on that?" "I don't care about the plaque." Mr. Wang waved his hand dismissively. "I just asked that you accompany me somewhere tomorrow. I want to show you something." Gu Yuan thought for a moment and replied, "All right, but I charge an appearance fee. You'll have to give me at least a mid-tier alchemy formula." At this, everyone around gasped. This was an invitation from Mr. Wang. Anyone else would jump at the chance, yet he dared to set conditions. Later, Gu Yuan returned with Mr. Wang to the Lingyao Hall to take down the century-old plaque. News of this spread quickly throughout Guangzhou, making headlines. The century-old plaque of Lingyao Hall was won by Gu Yuan. The entire Guangdong province knew about this rising star. Of course, if they learned of Gu Yuan's exploits in the wilderness, finding the black crystal pearl and defeating a highly wanted criminal, his fame would only grow. Back home, Gu Yuan dug a small hole behind the plaque and retrieved a black glass bead. Finally got you, the first star of the Big Dipper Greedy Wolf star, Tianshu. As he held the black gem, it transformed into an invisible spiritual energy that surged into his mind, entering the sea of his soul. This Millennium Soul artifact, now Black's spiritual energy, fit into a lock in the 7-star array at Changle Workshop. Immediately, the effects of Changle Workshop began to enhance. 7 stars 17. Able to use an incomplete version of Tang Dynasty alchemy secrets, reducing the difficulty of alchemy by 10, with the pills gaining additional 7-star patterns, each with unique benefits. Alchemy Pet. Contracted beasts consuming your pills gain a 30 effectiveness boost. Guangzhai Workshop effect stack. Alchemy difficulty reduction increased to 13. Contracted beast effect boost to 39, and additional benefits increased by 30. Greedy Wolf Star alignment grants new Tianshu effect. Alchemy difficulty reduced by 13, including Guangzhai Workshop bonus. As the first star of the Big Dipper, transforms Peach Blossom Calamity, enhancing the effect of augmentative pills and poisons by 39, including Guangzhai Workshop bonus. Amazing, the Greedy Wolf Star is aligned. Gu Yuan mused to himself. I wonder how much it will improve once all 6 remaining Millennium Soul artifacts are found. Gu Yuan decided to ask Yaya Chuan about some matters and sent a message. Beast Trainer, I need to talk to you. If you're looking to sell that plaque, I have a buyer ready to pay, Yaya Chuan replied. It's not about selling. The plaque has already broken in half. I wanted to ask if you could find someone to repair it, Gu Yuan explained helplessly. He sighed inwardly, thinking about how he had carefully preserved it, only for it to be broken when the Greedy Wolf Star Lord dug it out. Yaya Chuan quickly suggested, you could have it rejoined with gold inlay, but you'd need a professional master, and it would affect the sale price. Let's do as you suggest, sell it for whatever we can get, Gu Yuan sighed. But the main reason I reached out is to ask about that old man. What does he want from me? Huh? Yaya Chuan sent a voice message. You might not know this, but Mr. Wang is no ordinary person. He's an academician at the Central Beast Research Institute, holding dual doctorates in spiritual medicine and history. Gu Yuan was taken aback, realizing this was indeed a significant figure. Though not a military figure like Zheng Long, he was top-notch in academia. What do they mainly research? He's meeting me tomorrow. Yaya Chuan explained in detail. Before the reform and opening up, Guanxing was a base for researching drug-type weapons and light soul devices. The earliest spiritual medicine-based lethal soul devices were developed here. Its location is ideal, near the Pearl River estuary, but not too close. After the Cold War, the institute split. One part merged into the Central Beast Verification Institute, and the other became the faculty base for Guanxing Beast Academy, helping it rise to a first-tier institution over 30 years. They say personnel transfers between the two are still frequent. Yaya Chuan then sent 2 photos. One was black and white, showing a young Mr. Wang with the class of 1981. The other, more intriguing, showed him at an archaeological site of an ancient pool. I think he's looking for something special, Yaya Chuan added. Researchers of spiritual medicine rarely have such an interest in history. But you'll find out those secrets I don't even know tomorrow. Should I sell you this information? Gu Yuan asked. Don't, Yaya Chuan warned. Some secrets are only for those who need to know. Knowing too much can be dangerous. This conversation left Gu Yuan feeling uneasy. As night fell, he lay on his bed staring at the ceiling light, gradually drifting into sleep. Yet, a dream pieced together from fragments of memory troubled him. He dreamt of the spiritual medicine department at Guanxing Beast Academy, where classmates gathered around Song Yingying, discussing, did you hear? Our school has 2 top students scoring 298 on the unified exam, and they've already been pre-admitted to Guanxing Beast Academy. In the dream, a question lingered in Gu Yuan's mind. Why was the Black Lotus group so determined to target these 2 high school students? With this question, he turned in his sleep. After the Cold War ended, the institute underwent a significant reorganization. Part of it was integrated into the Central Beast Inspectors, while another part transitioned into the teaching staff of the Beast Academy in Dongguan. Personnel transfers between these 2 departments have remained quite flexible to this day. Gu Yuan lay in bed, his mind replaying the information he had seen on the screen earlier. The mysterious research institute was once located in Shirpai Town. In his dreams, the figure of Yaya alternated between different scenes, swaying a wine glass, drinking in a dim sewer, and lounging casually on a sofa. Suddenly, a crucial detail struck Gu Yuan's mind. The aura around them was strikingly similar to that of the ancient spirit lamp oil. Drugs. Alchemy. The Black Lotus Gang. Gu Yuan leapt up from the bed, shouting. His sudden outburst startled Hong Ling in front of the TV and Qi Shui on the sofa. Gu Yuan immediately grabbed his phone and quickly messaged Teacher Hanyue. Teacher Hanyue, I figured it out. The Black Lotus Gang is targeting something related to the ancient spirit lamp oil at the Central Beast Research Institute. Their plan is this. They somehow obtained a sample of the ancient spirit lamp oil and, unable to fully replicate it, developed a new drug called Ghost Crow. But that's not enough. They need the Institute's data. Since the location of the Dongguan Research Institute is top secret, they approached high school students Song Yingying and Yun Tianxiang, using Ghost Crow to enhance their abilities and help them get into the Dongguan Beast Academy. If these two can further their studies at the academy, get recommended for graduate studies based on their abilities, and eventually join the research institute as new talent, the Black Lotus Gang will have found their breakthrough. After sending the message, Teacher Hanyue took a long time to reply. Impressive. I must say, your analytical and reasoning skills far exceed those of your peers. Your hypothesis aligns perfectly with our elite investigation team's analysis. As your teacher, I'm proud of you. If possible, I truly hope you can join the Beast Management Bureau and participate in international investigations. Really? Gu Yuan asked, half believing. Of course. However, the requirement is at least a bachelor's degree or platinum-level hunter qualification. You still need some time, but I can be your mentor and continue to be your teacher. All you need to do is perform well, participate in city bounty missions, and complete 10 level tasks to become an official candidate. That's too much trouble, Gu Yuan replied. I'm talking about becoming a development candidate, similar to being my informant. There are many benefits: monthly fixed training material quotas, higher authority for soul device purchases, and access to more secrets. Excited, Gu Yuan sent several messages in quick succession. Teacher Hanyue, I want in. I want in. He wished he could immediately jump through the phone line and hug Teacher Hanyue's leg. The next day, Gu Yuan arrived as scheduled in Shirpai Town, Dongguan, where he saw Old Wang already waiting under a large tree. The old man, holding a cane in his right hand, lightly tapped the ground and laughed heartily. I've heard from Hanyue about you. Indeed, each generation produces its own talent. You're not only skilled in alchemy and beast combat, but also sharp-minded, having deduced the Black Lotus Gang's plan. However, that plan has been thwarted, and who knows what crazy moves they'll make next. The old man's expression turned serious. I know you have dealings with Yaya, but what you're about to see must not be mentioned to anyone else, understood? As he spoke, the old man's cane began to emit a black mist, quickly enveloping both Gu Yuan and himself. Gu Yuan's vision momentarily plunged into darkness before it suddenly cleared, found himself inside a laboratory. Central Beast Research Institute, Dongguan Branch. Gu Yuan's eyes widened as the instantaneous spatial shift made him realize that Mr. Wang had used the shadow teleportation battle technique. Mr. Wang, seeing through his thoughts, patted him on the shoulder and chuckled. Huh, you little brain, trying to deduce the location of the institute from my teleportation radius, aren't you? Let me tell you, you'll never guess the exact location here. Looking around, Gu Yuan found himself in an underground laboratory. The fluorescent lights above cast a cold white light, completely replacing natural illumination. In the corridors, researchers bustled about, pushing carts filled with various spiritual herbs and experimental equipment, even some specimens of beast organs. Several conspicuous red toxic warning boxes stood out prominently. Mr. Wang snorted. The mere Black Lotus Gang, those rats, think they can steal from our Dongguan Research Institute? If they dare to come, we'll make sure they vanish without a trace. He led Gu Yuan down a dedicated corridor and stopped in front of a large door. Mr. Wang placed his right hand on the door and with a flow of spiritual energy, completed both retinal and fingerprint verification. The heavy door then opened, revealing the passageway inside. Gu Yuan tried to awaken Hong Ling to perform aerial positioning, but found things amiss just like when he infiltrated the underground of the Zhongshan Grand Library. He completely lost his soul connection with Hong Ling and Qi Shui, and couldn't even open the beast space to summon Qi Shui. The security measures here are linked to the boundary formation, Mr. Wang explained, opening another door at the end of the corridor. At the dark corridor's end, a massive vault-like safe room came into view. Young man, do you have a master? Mr. Wang suddenly asked, catching Gu Yuan off guard. Mr. Wang, what do you mean by that? Your soul power is increasing too quickly, and you always carry an aura of ancient charm. Your two beasts, their attire is very similar to Tang Dynasty court beauties. More importantly, you are skilled in the 7-star alchemy technique. Mr. Wang turned to him. Is there a descendant of a Tang Dynasty alchemist hiding somewhere, teaching you the 7-star alchemy technique through special means? And your rapid progress is because you've consumed a large number of pills made with ancient methods, right? Gu Yuan hesitated for a moment, then went along with the assumption. Yes, Mr. Wang, you're right. He thought to himself, I wonder how he came up with all that, but as long as he doesn't suspect the bracelet, it's better to keep these guesses far from me. Good. You'll need to report everything you see and deduce here to your master later. At that moment, teacher Han Yue was already waiting at the vault door. Young man, congratulations on being the first outsider to see this Millennium Soul artifact. But by regulation, I must supervise. A Millennium Soul artifact. Gu Yuan's entire being seemed to tremble with excitement. Teacher, here's a language challenge for you. Teacher Han Yue suddenly said. Recite a poem related to the Huaqing pool. Faced with this sudden question, Gu Yuan was momentarily stunned but quickly recited. In the spring cold, she bathes at Huaqing pool. The warm spring water smooths her creamy skin. Attendants help her up, weak in her grace, just newly favored by the emperor's embrace. With her cloud-like hair and flower-like face adorned with golden hairpins, she lay under the warm lotus canopy, spending spring nights in bliss. Gu Yuan slowly recited these lines from The Song of Everlasting Regret, his tongue lightly licking his lips as he vividly interpreted. This poem describes the breathtaking beauty of Yang Guifei after her bath. As she rose from the hot spring, her skin was as white as jade, soft and delicate, like a feather when lifted. Once dressed in her golden attire, her captivating allure was even more stunning. She lay in the pink lotus canopy, and the emperor was so enamored that he neglected morning court for nights of revelry. Before he could finish, teacher Han Yue gently tapped Gu Yuan on the head. You've memorized these sensual lines from such a classic poem, yet you remain oblivious to its deeper meanings. Gu Yuan rubbed his head, and at that moment, old Wang, with a look of admiration for the young, nodded slowly. Huaqing Pool is not just a legend, it truly exists. Isn't it just a hot spring? Gu Yuan replied casually. Old Wang laughed heartily, and then opened a safe over 30 centimeters thick. Inside was a hot spring, with a giant stone standing at its center. Gu Yuan watched in amazement as gentle water flowed continuously from the stone, through pipes in the ground, to distant places. What shocked him even more was how similar this hot spring water was to the spiritual energy of ancient spiritual lamp oil. The swirling steam alone was rich with spiritual power. This is the ancient spiritual lamp oil that can boost cultivation speed fivefold. Old Wang handed Gu Yuan a vial containing about 300 milliliters of the hot spring water essence. Though Gu Yuan inwardly dismissed if this bracelet contained a whole barrel of the stuff, feigned excitement. Wow, such precious ancient spiritual lamp oil. Is it all for me? It's for your master, Old Wang said seriously. 300 milliliters is extremely precious. Even I can't bear to use so much at once. This Huaqing stone is a divine object, continuously producing hot spring water, which is the source of Huaqing Pool. Teacher Han Yue crossed her arms and added, once this hot spring water flows into the refining rooms, it can be made into ancient spiritual lamp oil. The security formation of Yangqing relies on it for operation. Their target must be this Huaqing stone. Old Wang turned around, his tone grave. The millennium-old soul artifacts left from the Tang dynasty are treasures of our country. Those terrorists daring to covet them are truly despicable. Mr. Wang turned towards the safe on the other side of the room and retrieved a small bag filled with white powder. Gu Yuan curiously leaned in to take a closer look, but teacher Han Yue immediately became anxious. Professor Wang, you can't give him something so dangerous. Teacher Han Yue said urgently. What is this? Is it some kind of secret cultivation drug, even more potent than ancient spirit oil? Gu Yuan was about to reach out for a closer inspection when teacher Han Yue, with a grave expression, stopped him. This is ghost crow, a drug, teacher Han Yue said sternly. Young man, no matter how much you crave power, you must never touch this stuff. Upon hearing the word drug, Gu Yuan quickly withdrew his hand, and the bag of white powder instantly became terrifying in his eyes. He knew very well that once someone became addicted to such a drug, it could ruin their entire life. Mr. Wang sighed and explained, setting aside its toxicity, it is indeed a highly sophisticated product of the beast-taming industry. The creators tried to replicate the components of ancient spirit oil. Although their pharmaceutical techniques are quite advanced, ancient spirit oil is too mysterious and complex for anyone in this world to fully decipher. They had to fill it with a large amount of addictive, hallucinogenic, and stimulant substances, and its potency is less than 1/5 of ancient spirit oil. However, the fact that it can be mass-produced is a miracle. Mr. Wang handed the ghost crow to Gu Yuan, instructing, give this to your master and see if he can break down its components. Can you develop an antidote? Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. There is no antidote for addictive substances. Mr. Wang shook his head and explained, the toxicity doesn't lie in the physical substance but in forming a mental dependency, which is why it has been difficult to cure for centuries. We can only use forced withdrawal methods. We need to understand its components to better track and prevent its further spread. Gu Yuan nodded in understanding and then returned home. He used his bracelet to begin deconstructing the ghost crow. Although options for reassembly appeared, he was determined not to reassemble such a dangerous drug. He tried asking the bracelet. I've never asked before, but you can deconstruct and reassemble, So you must know what elements the spiritual material becomes during reassembly, right? Can you list them for me? Consuming 10,000 points of spiritual material, analysis begins, the bracelet responded. What the heck? Are you robbing me? Gu Yuan exclaimed. The bracelet listed the components of the ghost crow, most of which were marked as unknown, presumably derived from ancient spirit oil. Although the bracelet knew how to reassemble, these components seemed indescribable in human understandable terms. However, the artificially synthesized addictive, hallucinogenic, and stimulant components were clearly listed. Gu Yuan transcribed the analysis results and sent them to Mr. Wang. Amazing. You managed to analyze the components in just one day. Mr. Wang couldn't hide his excitement and immediately sent an invitation. Gu Yuan, can you convey this to your master? On behalf of the Central Beast Taming Research Institute, we invite him to join us. Whatever conditions he sets, we can accommodate. Gu Yuan chuckled to himself. First, there would have to be a real master to begin with. Gu Yuan reconsidered and, although his master had expressed a firm decision to never leave the mountain, he cleverly suggested that any items with uncertain components could be sent to his master for identification. This proposal ostensibly benefited the Central Beast Academy, but in reality, it was more advantageous for Gu Yuan himself. For his bracelet, the most crucial elements were the spiritual substances and the samples needed for reconstitution. With this suggestion, the rare and hard-to-identify samples from the Central Beast Research Institute essentially became his for the taking. Seizing the moment, Gu Yuan feigned difficulty and mentioned, however, the effort my master expended in analyzing the components was substantial. Could I possibly receive some more ancient spirit lamp oil? The institute readily agreed, grateful for his assistance. The next day, when the delivery person arrived with a container of golden dragon fish oil filled with ancient spirit lamp oil, Gu Yuan couldn't hide his wide grin. After some time of training, his soul-taming power had reached 1641, and his mindset was now filled with vibrant imagery. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message from Yuan. Hey there, young man, there's a new batch of goods. Interested in taking a look? Accompanied by photos of beautiful women in lingerie, all with exceptional looks and figures. Gu Yuan discreetly saved the images to prevent them from being retracted while replying righteously. Can you stop sending such morally corrupting material? Yuan explained that these photo models were planning a shoot for a Virgin Zombie series and suggested a solo scene for Gu Yuan titled 8 Women, 1 Man. Gu Yuan immediately retorted. If teacher Hanyue found out that my screen debut was this, she'd probably catch me for a whipping first and then turn your skin into a belt. After some banter, Yuan finally got to the point, recommending 3 A-level missions to Gu Yuan. Locating 2 missing passenger planes over the Pacific, exploring the mystery of the Tiger King's disappearance in the red zone of the Debi Mountains, and investigating beast-related incidents in the city. The rewards were generous, 30 million in cash, a king-level beast core, and 2 bags of spirit beast feed. Gu Yuan declined the first 2 missions that required travel. I really don't want to leave the safe zone. The world outside the formation is too dangerous. Ultimately, he chose the city mission, following the navigation to a morgue. A mysterious figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat and hiding their face in a raised collar greeted him. Hello, Phoenix Damer. I am your teammate for this mission, codenamed Lone Tiger, a gold-level hunter. Standing in the cold, eerie morgue, Lone Tiger's eyes settled on Gu Yuan. You're looking for the file? The clue is right here. With that, he yanked open the shroud in front of him. Gu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. The female corpse before him was missing its head entirely, and the neck bore gruesome bite marks that were clearly not made by any human. This isn't right, Gu Yuan frowned, recalling the beasts he'd seen in the secure realm. I've seen beasts restrained by suppression arrays. They're usually on the brink of death. How could they possibly cause such harm? Lone Tiger gave a knowing smile. It seems you're not fully familiar with the rules here, he said seriously. The suppression arrays indeed restrain all beings whose physical makeup differs from humans and are rich in spiritual energy. But have you ever wondered why our beasts can roam freely within the city? I know this, Gu Yuan replied. Because the inscribed contract includes an exemption clause. Beasts that form a contract with humans are immune to the realm's arrays. In exchange, they must obey human commands. The entire city's stability is built on this system. Correct, but there's a fatal flaw, Lone Tiger whispered. The key to the contract is the soul sea, and the physical vessel of the soul sea is the human brain. When a beast forms a contract with a human, its core takes on the mark of its master's soul sea, granting it exemption. Gu Yuan's heart began to race as Lone Tiger revealed the chilling truth. In other words, there's another way for beasts to enter the secure realm by using a beast tamer's brain. They remove the human brain, sever the prefrontal cortex, and keep it in a vegetative state with a special device. Then they form a contract with this unconscious brain, allowing them to move freely within the city. Is that even possible? Gu Yuan was shocked, but quickly raised another question. But once inside the city, they must keep a low profile, or hunters will pursue them. If they can't openly seize cultivation resources, what are they risking so much for? Lone Tiger turned around and explained, beasts that can enter the human world are typically those at level 40, having developed intelligence and the ability to take on human form. They have acquired human-like wisdom, and their pursuits have become more human. What do you mean? Safety, food, entertainment. Lone Tiger listed, noticing Gu Yuan's confusion, and elaborated. You've been to the wild, right? For beasts, it's also a world of survival of the fittest. Like us, they fight every day for survival. The tiger stared longingly out the window at the bustling human world. In the wild, we have to constantly watch out for other predators, surviving on raw and rotten meat, sleeping with one eye open. But look at this place: skyscrapers, order. People can sleep peacefully, wake up whenever they want, enjoy delicious steaks, burgers, fried chicken, fries, sweet cotton candy, and ice cream, and watch movies or anime in their free time. He gently placed his palm against the glass, his eyes filled with longing. Gu Yuan pondered. If these beasts aren't here to harm society but simply crave good food and a stable life, perhaps we can try to provide them with that, preventing more human casualties? The tiger suddenly turned, facing Gu Yuan seriously. There are no good beasts in this world, only contracted beasts and those that need to be eradicated. Our mission is to eliminate the beasts invading the human world. This is human territory. He struck the metal gauntlet on Gu Yuan's arm, the metallic clanging echoing in the morgue. Grab your weapon, Hunter, it's time to act. He pushed open the door, letting sunlight flood in. Let's go, Phoenix Tamer, to the crime scene. Then, the tiger led Gu Yuan to visit 5 crime scenes, all in crowded areas. Guangzhou Poly World Trade Center Expo. On the evening of January 3rd, after the Firefly Anime Convention, a 17-year-old male dressed in Lolita fashion was decapitated in the men's restroom. Pirate King Friendship Bond event. A middle-aged man was decapitated. Guangzhou Opera House. A cleaner was decapitated, and the body was buried in the lawn. Pearl River. A headless corpse, suspected to have been killed on a cruise ship on the night of January 10th and thrown into the river. South China Bridge. A taxi driver was killed on the massive bridge spanning Zhuhai. Despite various tracking methods, the police found nothing, indicating the beast is extremely cunning, using some form of magic to hide its scent. Gu Yuan's mind began to work. The first 2 cases occurred in densely populated places like conventions and opera houses, suggesting the killer has a human identity and is connected to music and otaku culture. Committing a crime on a cruise ship implies high status, but to avoid exposure, they would only appear in places matching their human identity. The tiger nodded approvingly. As expected from the strategist recognized by the Beast Control Bureau, you've quickly identified the key clues. I reached the same conclusion. He turned to hand Gu Yuan a bite mark comparison report, adding, and the killer must be a feline beast. Does this really need careful thought? A voice suddenly sounded behind Gu Yuan. A portly police chief was striding over, his uniform stretched tight over a prominent beer belly, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Chief Mu, you've come in person. The initially indifferent officers around Gu Yuan immediately gathered, their attitudes taking a complete 180-degree turn. 5 people dead, such a big case. How could I not come? If a 6th victim appears, none of us will be able to handle it, Chief Mu said as he expertly opened his laptop with one hand. The surrounding officers began to shower him with compliments, to which he nodded appreciatively, clearly enjoying the attention. He then turned his sharp gaze to Gu Yuan. You hunters are meddling too much, speculating here? Looking at the bodies? Let me show you what the police can do. With that, he turned the laptop screen towards the crowd. Gu Yuan glanced at it, seeing a screen filled with transaction records. Chief Mu proudly explained, these are the records we've obtained from telecom and bank operators, detailing all the social connections, interests, search histories, and transaction details of the 5 deceased. After thorough analysis, we've identified several key clues. The first victim attended a handshake event with Xiaobei. The second victim was a diehard fan, having bought all her posters and songs. On the day of the third victim's death, Xiaobei happened to be there for a contralto rehearsal. The fourth victim was an investor but had recently withdrawn funding. As for the 5th victim, although just a taxi driver, he likely encountered trouble while driving Xiaobei. Hearing this analysis, Gu Yuan felt a growing suspicion. The evidence seemed too coincidental, with all clues pointing to Xiaobei, as if someone deliberately set it up to make the culprit obvious. The surrounding officers began clapping enthusiastically. As expected of the chief, he saw through Xiaobei's trickery in an instant. That beast sure knows how to disguise itself, masquerading as a celebrity. This aligns with the young hunter's deduction, someone chimed in. Gu Yuan frowned. I think there's a problem. If she's already entered the safe zone, why continue attacking others? What's strange about that? Ji, who spoke up from behind Gu Yuan. Maybe she's trying to help other beasts sneak in exchange for support from powerful ones. Just like that beast pretending to be a healing doctor, who was secretly extracting the brains of severely injured beast tamers while pretending to save lives. As Lily continued to recruit new allies from the wilderness, she gradually established a substantial gang in the city. A police officer quickly added that they had already identified Lily as the mastermind behind the series of murders. The police began to discreetly mobilize their forces, quietly surrounding the villa district where Lily resided. Despite all evidence pointing to Lily, Yuan felt something was amiss. He quickly sent a message to Yaya Chuan. I need all the information you can find on Lily. Yaya Chuan replied promptly. Lily grew up in an orphanage with no records of her parents. Her life has been quite ordinary, and unlike her peers, she has no interest in becoming a beast tamer. She has never participated in any beast taming qualification tests nor contracted any mythical creatures. At 16, her exceptional singing talent was discovered by a scout from 7th Entertainment, which launched her career in the entertainment industry. Is there no other information? Yuan pressed. She has never been exposed to the darker sides of society. Although she is a celebrity, she's merely a singer, not warranting special surveillance. Except, Yaya Chuan quickly sent a series of photos, adorable moments of Lily at various events, and even some stills of actors mimicking her style in special effects dramas. This is urgent. Stop sending irrelevant stuff. Yuan rubbed his temples, downloaded all the videos locally, and asked one last question. Do you also have a human brain that has contracted with you? It seems Jihu has already told you. Yaya Chuan responded. Unfortunately, I don't. In the human world, mythical creature trading is common. For convenience, creatures released from contracts are granted a 1-hour exemption from the suppression array. If they fail to form a new contract during this time, they will be suppressed to death by the array. Usually, released creatures are sent back into the wild. But my owner found it troublesome and abandoned me in the city, waiting for the array to execute me. Fate, however, favored me survived in the sewers for nearly a day until I encountered a sewage leak. After enduring painful torment, my intelligence awakened, and I became immune to the suppression array. This suggests that, aside from a human brain, there might be other ways for mythical creatures to survive in the human world. At that moment, the police car carrying Yuan stopped in front of a villa. Bang! A team of officers, accompanied by beast-hunting dogs, kicked down the door of Lily's home. The dog's frantic barking echoed through the apartment as officers searched everywhere. Report, sir, no one found. There's no trace of her within the perimeter. Escaped, did she? The chief angrily slammed his fist on the table. She must have anticipated our move. It's almost certain she's a mythical creature. We closed in so fast. No normal person could outrun a car. Release all the dogs. Continue the search. Tamer, come with me. Jihu gestured to Yuan. This bounty is definitely ours. That night, the entire city of Yancheng descended into chaos. Police cars raced through the streets, and officers were everywhere conducting inspections. A shocking rumor spread throughout the city. Xiao Baihe was a mythical beast disguised in the human world. This news shook Yancheng, but Xiao Baihe seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving both the police and bounty-seeking beast tamers clueless. Phoenix Tamer, I urgently need your help. Jihu turned to Yuan, determination gleaming in his eyes. I am the most skilled tracker among the golden-grade beast tamers in Yancheng. I possess an extremely rare technique called the scent of spiritual cultivation, which allows me to track any scent. However, on previous visits to the crime scene, I failed to capture the culprit's scent. She must have used some method to conceal herself. Jihu's gaze remained fixed across the street as he continued. Use your 7-star alchemy to help me create a mid-level airflow pill to enhance my wind-based combat skills. That way, we can find her. And once we find her, Yuan asked calmly, we kill her and exchange her head for the bounty. We'll split the bounty and the inner core equally. Jihu replied with greed in his voice. Whether she's a level 40 shapeshifter or a rare royal-grade mythical beast, her inner core is worth a fortune. Yuan nodded silently and began focusing on alchemy. Meanwhile, in the narrow alleyways of the urban village in the Zhuhai district, Xiao Baihe was desperately trying to escape. It's over, it's over. How did the police find me? I need to leave the safe zone immediately. Her petite figure clung to the dirt wall, arms crossed over her chest, looking pitiful. Suddenly, a cold flash descended from the sky. Jihu lunged with his spear aimed at Xiao Baihe's vital point, but she nimbly dodged to the left. The spear struck the ground heavily, sending dust flying and causing nearby workers to scatter in panic. Xiao Baihe immediately dropped to all fours, sprinting like a wild animal towards the end of the alley. Hunter, Hunter, please, don't spare me. I'll give you all my money. Xiao Baihe cried out as she ran. Jihu, however, showed no mercy, swinging his spear with lethal intent. Phoenix Tamer. Hearing this name, Xiao Baihe's pupils contracted. Looking up, she saw Yuan blocking her only escape route. Trembling, Xiao Baihe knelt on the ground, looking up at Yuan with a quivering voice. I never thought my life would end at your hands. At that moment, a white cat suddenly leapt from a nearby wooden box towards Yuan. But Hong Ling was ready, swooping down swiftly to pin the white cat firmly to the box with its claws. Don't harm Xiao Bai. Xiao Baihe screamed desperately. It's not a mythical beast, just an ordinary white cat. At this moment, Jihu, holding a spear, had approached the back of Xiao Baihe. Such an adorable little beauty, truly worthy of being the cutest girl in Yang City. If I strike her, she probably won't cry for long. She might die in less than a minute. Xiao Bai, you're right. Xiao Baihe looked at the white cat pinned on the box by Hong Ling, tears in her eyes. It's all my fault, all my fault. Gu Yuan, go ahead. It's best if you end my life. Dig out my inner core and end this deceptive life of mine. Xiao Baihe tightly gripped the hem of her skirt, tears falling heavily to the ground. I'm clearly not human, yet I pursue a human life. From the start, I was doomed. Xiao Baihe thought, perhaps finding a master, giving up freedom, giving up her body, giving up everything, is the only way for a demon beast to live in the human world. I was too naive. Bang! Just as Ji Hu raised his spear to strike, he felt an aura emanate from behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Qi Shui had circled to his back and hit him on the head with a potion of drunken dream. It works well, worthy of the capital's top alchemist family's formula. Gu Yuan watched as Ji Hu fell to the ground, fast asleep. Hong Ling released the white cat she was holding. Gu Yuan crouched down and picked up Xiao Baihe. What kind of demon beast are you? Xiao Baihe, seeing that Gu Yuan didn't kill her, looked up at him with tearful eyes, appearing very cute. Her white cat ears and slender cat tail emerged, resembling a pitiful cat being lifted, head down. I am a white dwarf. At this moment, Gu Yuan's eye of the other shore activated. Xiao Baihe, level 22, royal grade species, white dwarf cat. Description: a cat breed genetically engineered to be very small, with short legs, very cute, almost no combat ability, but capable of using healing and support skills to assist teammates in battle. The prefix, white, indicates this demon beast leans towards the light element. Not scolding me anymore. When you were my boss, you gave me quite the attitude. Gu Yuan said curiously. Xiao Baihe puffed her cheeks, wanting to lash out, but her identity was exposed, and now being held like a pitiful cat, she dared not say anything harsh. She could only lower her head, her cat ears folded down, looking very obedient. The little female cat that used to threaten to kick Gu Yuan's, but was now a compliant kitten in his hand. I won't dare anymore. Meow, I can meow. Can you spare me? Xiao Baihe tried to bluff her way out. Heh, I know you didn't kill anyone. Gu Yuan placed Xiao Baihe on the ground. Indeed, all the clues pointed to you, including your lack of an alibi, and all the victims were connected to you. But the real killer overlooked one thing: time. Gu Yuan continued. The Firefly Convention was from January 1st to 3rd, 2021, and the victim was found on the night of January 3rd. When I set out to find the Fire Cliff flower, it was January 6th, the day after Minor Cold, and 3 nights ago, we were together. That's right. Xiao Bai has suddenly remembered that night she was at the White Horse Club, and he helped her escape a threatening situation. Even if you confirm that I'm not the killer demon beast, I am a true demon beast. Killing me would grant you a royal grade inner core. Xiao Bai has said. However, at that moment, Gu Yuan nodded. Yes, you're right, but I want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Gu Yuan said, looking at Xiao Bai. I will protect you temporarily. The killer is another demon beast hidden in the human world. The dead cats were the quietest. He's the one eating people, framing you, and then killing you to claim the killer was punished, allowing him to roam free. He'll stop at nothing to kill you. I can use you to lure him out, then kill him, take his inner core, and then deal with you. Ugh, disgusting human hunter. Xiao Bai couldn't help but curse. Gu Yuan turned his sharp gaze towards Xiao Bai, causing her to shiver in fear. Instinctively, she nuzzled his hand with her cat-eared head, letting out a series of endearing meows in an attempt to charm her way out of the situation. However, Gu Yuan's expression remained stern as he looked directly at her and said, Here's the second question I have for you. Once I advance to a 3rd-level Beastmaster and gain a 3rd beast slot, will you accept me? Hearing this, Xiao Bai hesitated noticeably. She clutched the hem of her dress tightly, her voice tinged with reluctance. I might consider it, but I really don't want to become a spirit pet and lose my freedom. This answer actually relieved Gu Yuan. As a highly intelligent beast companion, Xiao Bai chose to be honest rather than deceitful. If she had agreed immediately, it might have been a tactic to escape later. Her prideful nature meant that once she truly submitted, she would likely become a loyal partner. Gu Yuan sighed softly. But you know I don't make unprofitable deals. Handing you over could fetch quite a bounty. I know. Xiao Bai hurriedly grabbed her hair and pulled out a pill recipe from her storage ring. This is the recipe for crafting an advanced fire spirit pill. Consider it a down payment. There are also 2 inscribed scrolls of heavenly tier combat techniques in the storage ring, both extremely rare. Additionally, there's an Emperor tier beast core and 3 King tier beast cores. They're all yours. Gu Yuan was astonished. How do you have so many valuable items? Xiao Bai looked up at the sky, her tone slightly resigned. Well, let's just say I was preparing for the worst. Ever since arriving in the human world, I haven't had a day of peace. always worried about being discovered by hunters. So instead of investing in real estate or stocks, I bought these hard currencies among beast masters. In case things go south, I hope to use these items, more valuable than my own core, to bribe a beast master to help me escape Anjia. As expected of an emperor-tier beast, your intelligence indeed surpasses the norm, Gu Yuan acknowledged. All right, for the sake of these treasures, I agree to help you leave Anjia. Xiaobai then handed Gu Yuan a grass snake shadow core and some prepared materials, along with an inscribed scroll. Gu Yuan immediately understood her intention. She wanted him to help with the inscription. Although beasts surpass beast masters in combat strength, they fall short in functionality. Inscription, Taoist techniques, alchemy, and weapon crafting, the pinnacles of human ingenuity, are all developed based on human physiology, beyond the reach of even the most powerful beasts. After Qi Shue helped secure the tiger in the sewer, Gu Yuan and Xiaobai sought a quiet place for the inscription. With police patrolling the streets, they eventually settled for a restroom. Xiaobai sat on the toilet, extending a small leg straight for Gu Yuan to complete the first inscribed combat technique of her life. Xiaobai landed on her feet, tapping the ground repeatedly with her toes. The tingling sensation made it difficult for her to walk. She glanced down at the inside of her thigh, where a heart-shaped tattoo engraved by Gu Yuan was prominently displayed. Meow, Xiaobai exclaimed excitedly. She had just acquired a special stealth skill. Whenever she meowed, an invisible heart would form. Anything touched by this heart would become invisible for 3 minutes. This support-focused skill perfectly matched her role as an auxiliary-type mythical beast. Thinking about how this skill could help her evade the police, Xiaobai immediately let out 2 consecutive meows. 2 hearts formed, hitting Gu Yuan and herself, instantly rendering them invisible. With this advantage, combined with Hongling's ability to fly above the clouds and Qi Shue hiding in Gu Yuan's pet space, they easily broke through the police cordon and made their way toward the border of the safe zone. Meanwhile, in the dark sewers, Song Yingying was plotting with a group from the Black Lotus gang. Tisk, Gu Yuan is becoming increasingly difficult to deal with, she sneered. Handing the unconscious Yu to Lin Bo, however, his good days should end today. Team B is in position, and Team D is confirming their location. Song Yingying briefly outlined the plan. Lord Haile Maluo is still negotiating. We need to keep up the pressure, or Tianqing Tiger won't agree to our terms. As Lin Bo dragged Jihu away, he turned to ask, "What about you, Song Yingying?" Gu Yuan is the biggest mistake of my life. Song Yingying tilted her head, a glint of ruthlessness in her eyes. I want to personally take his head. With that, she vanished into the depths of the dark sewer. Although Gu Yuan and Xiaobai successfully broke through the encirclement, Xiaobai, being a newly ascended royal-level mythical beast, was exhausted after using her ground-level skill 12 times in a row. Fortunately, Gu Yuan was not a wanted criminal. He hid Xiaobai, who had transformed into a white short-legged cat, in his pocket and easily passed through the police-guarded ticket gate. He planned to take the light rail from Xingwuzhen to Baijiazhan, where they would be safe upon arrival. However, just then, Gu Yuan looked up at the station's large screen, his pupils suddenly contracting. The image showed Jihu, and beside him stood Lin Bo with a sinister smile. Even more unsettling, Jihu began to make a public statement. Everyone, I am Jihu, a gold-level hunter. I must expose a serious matter. Gu Yuan has betrayed humanity and is conspiring with Xiaobai to escape beyond the safe zone. Please assist in capturing him. And so, Gu Yuan once again made headlines. But this time, it was clearly not good news. Why do you think it was Gu Yuan? The question echoed in the carriage. The evidence is simple. He knocked me out. If you think I'm lying, just see if he's accompanied by a white cat. These words made Gu Yuan's eyes widen in shock. Impossible, he denied silently to himself. He had sedated the person from behind. There was no way they could know it was him. More importantly, the secret of the cat demon, Xiaobai, was not something anyone could know. Could it be? As Gu Yuan pondered, the man beside him suddenly attacked, throwing a powerful punch aimed at his face. Gu Yuan reacted swiftly, using the momentum to leap and shatter the glass window, agilely climbing onto the edge of the light rail train and flipping onto the roof. The sound of shattering glass continued as 2 beast tamers followed closely, flanking Gu Yuan on the rooftop. Gu Yuan raised his loaded shadow nail gauntlet, a cold glint in his eyes. You'd better think carefully. If you don't back off, I won't hold back. The 2 civilian beast tamers were intimidated by the murderous intent in Gu Yuan's eyes and instinctively stepped back. At that moment, a barrage of poisonous spikes rained down from behind. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, gathering spiritual energy, and unleashed 1,000 reverse fire slash, shattering most of the spikes. However, 2 slipped through, striking the vital points of the 2 beast tamers, who fell from the speeding train. Death's wrath. Gu Yuan looked up. The train continued to race forward, the sound of wheels clashing against the tracks unrelenting. Tall buildings gradually faded into the distance as the light rail headed toward a bridge over the Pearl River. Under the moonlight, Gu Yuan locked eyes with Song Yingying, who stood at the train's front. You're here again, Gu Yuan said coldly. This is all part of the Black Lotus Gang's plan, isn't it? Eliminate me, then kill Xiaobei. Did you volunteer for this task, or were you assigned? Song Yingying grinned. I came willingly. Our plan is flawless. You're doomed to die, and I want to watch you struggle in your final hour, just like when we threw you into the furnace. Why me? Gu Yuan stared at her intently. You disrupted our plans. That's not what I'm asking. Gu Yuan remained calm. Back when you broke Hongling's wings and threw me into the furnace, why choose me? What special significance do I have to you? I've never understood that. Song Yingying shook her head and chuckled. Ever heard of a blood oath? In ancient times, bandits required you to kill someone to prove you wouldn't betray them. The Black Lotus Gang continues this tradition, so I had to choose someone to target. So you chose me? Just because we broke up? I dumped you because you're trash. Song Yingying retorted sharply. I'm a pragmatist. If I have to kill someone, I'll pick the easiest target. Look at you, a loser who scored 59, dreaming of standing shoulder to shoulder with me. A pauper daring to think you could have the same prospects as me. I chose you because you're the most pathetic loser I've ever met. She continued coldly. Though I don't know what changed you so drastically, tonight, everything will be overturned. I'll take everything from you, correct my past mistake, reduce you to your former self, and watch you die. Suddenly, a shadow flickered behind Gu Yuan, a cold light flashing. A Black Lotus Gang assassin approached silently, a long sword slashing down. Gu Yuan, already on guard, swiftly leaned forward to dodge. As the opponent's sword missed, Gu Yuan's shadow nail gauntlet was already aimed at his chest, firing 3 consecutive shots. It's not a unknown duel with you now. I wouldn't be foolish enough to come alone. Song Yingying's mocking voice pierced the night. Gu Yuan deftly dodged her sudden attack, only to see another member of the Black Lotus Gang silently land beside him, the black cloak billowing in the night breeze. In an instant, a fiery toad materialized in that person's Palman Earth-tier combat technique called Heavenly Toad Fire Smash. The gigantic fire toad plummeted towards Gu Yuan like a massive stone. Although Gu Yuan managed to evade, the train's rooftop was left with a deep dent. Suddenly, the fire toad extended its long tongue, wrapping Gu Yuan and pulling him into its belly. Heh, Gu Yuan, you're done for. Let's see how you like being roasted to medium well. The Black Lotus Gang member laughed triumphantly. However, the laughter abruptly ceased. Gu Yuan's sword, Moda, shone brightly, the gem on its hilt absorbing all the flames. Then, with a swish, the slender Tang Dao unleashed a surge of fiery energy, sending the gang member flying. Impossible. Song Yingying stared in shock at Gu Yuan's agile figure. Your soul power has reached 1500. What's wrong? Who's the weakling now? Gu Yuan turned with a smile, pointing Moda at Song Yingying. Another member of the Black Lotus Gang refused to back down, immediately summoning 2 spirit pets, a level 27 rare shadow monkey, and a level 26 common tide hunter. Gu Yuan calmly retreated, summoning Qixue. Her white-stockinged legs landed lightly, high heels clicking crisply on the metal roof. Her 9 tails spread elegantly, white icy dust drifting like fireworks. Qixue smiled seductively, casting a bewitching gaze. The tide hunter's eyes turned red, and it unexpectedly turned to attack the shadow monkey. Seizing the moment, Qixue unleashed an icy terrain, freezing the enemy's feet, followed by a ghostly ice claw that sent them flying. At this moment, Song Yingying stood behind Gu Yuan, staring at the increasingly powerful Qixue, unable to contain her surprise. That fox has become so strong. What was that inscription just now? You'll find out. Gu Yuan raised his right hand as the red feather swooped down from the clouds. In his hand, he gathered a chill close to absolute zero, the piercing cold light illuminating Song Yingying's terrified face. Heaven, a heaven-tier combat technique. Song Yingying murmured in disbelief. Why have you advanced so well? Are you human or a ghost? Are you human or a ghost? She looked on in despair as the red feather descended, while Gu Yuan's heaven-tier combat technique was poised to strike either blow would spell her doom. Gu Yuan, this is far from over. Song Yingying's voice was filled with fervor. She suddenly unleashed a combat skill she had absorbed from the shadow worm with her. Standing at the front of the train, she pressed her right hand down, and the train's head began to rapidly decay, the wheels shattering. The train, now out of control, veered off the tracks, plummeting straight towards the Pearl River. The violent jolt threw Gu Yuan off the top of the train. As he fell, he clearly saw the train, traveling at 500 meters per second, descending parallel to him. The carriages were packed with people, innocent children, elderly folks, and countless ordinary individuals with soul power less than 100 points. 5,000 lives, recklessly endangered by the madwoman Song Yingying. Red Plume, Gu Yuan shouted. His divine beast swiftly turned in midair, diving towards the end of the train. Red Plume grasped the rear of the train, flames blazing from its back, displaying the astonishing power of the ancient fire feather phoenix. It braced against the supersonic impact, trying to pull the entire train back. Though Song Yingying was thrown off, she was prepared. She summoned a fire spider to cling to the bridge pier, using its web to cushion her fall. Meanwhile, Qixue transformed into a giant fox, catching Gu Yuan safely. It landed on the river's surface, its claws releasing cold air that froze the water, creating a floating ice platform. The passengers on the train watched in astonishment. Blood began to seep from Red Plume's legs even for other avian spirit beasts. Holding a high-speed train carrying 5,000 people was an impossible feat. Their bones would shatter instantly. But as an ancient fire feather phoenix with mythical lineage, Red Plume managed it. Police cars on both riverbanks came to a halt, officers staring in shock at the scene. Impossible. How much strength and bone density does this require? Is this the power of a mythical beast? What are you staring at? A police chief suddenly barked. Go rescue them. But what about the phoenix tamer? One officer pointed at Gu Yuan standing on the ice. I refuse to believe a high school student willing to save 5,000 people is a threat. Someone must be lying here, the chief declared. Forget about him. Saving people is the priority. Song Yingying. Gu Yuan's gaze locked onto his opponent, hiding under the bridge. She was smirking triumphantly. I did it. See, your phoenix isn't invincible. I made it bleed. I will defeat you. Come back, Red Plume. Gu Yuan called within his soul. See. Master, I can still hold on. This is an order. You're hurt. I can feel the agony in your wings. Come back now. Red Plume was forced to return to the spirit space. Gu Yuan, riding on Qixue, charged towards Song Yingying, his eyes blazing with fury. The last person who hurt my spirit beast didn't even leave ashes. Song Yingying, your fate will be even worse. Gu Yuan was about to continue his pursuit when a series of spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly came from the sky. Qixue swiftly dodged to the side as two hunters riding flying beasts of over level 30 of Paredcoda named Bird and Pioneer. Using their aerial advantage, they launched a fierce attack on Gu Yuan. Although Hong Ling had taken a healing pill crafted by Gu Yuan to stop her injuries, she was clearly not fit for further intense combat, especially against a large group of predatory hunters. These opportunists were just like the ones who attacked on the train earlier. Capture the Phoenix Tamer, someone shouted. Captain Linbo said, dead or alive. There's a 50 million reward per person. This announcement was like lighting a fuse. On both sides of the Pearl River, 50 to 60 people stood with greedy eyes fixed on Gu Yuan. Seeing these eyes lusting after the bounty, Gu Yuan suddenly understood Xiaobei's distress. Being watched by countless greedy eyes was indeed chilling. Lin Bo, Gu Yuan wondered, 50 million, can he really pay? Or does he never intend to? Qixue carried Gu Yuan, freezing the surface of the Pearl River while fleeing along the riverbank. The hunters along the way continuously launched combat techniques and spells, with water-type beastmasters directing their beasts to attack from underwater. Fortunately, Qixue possessed a ground-grade riding technique thanks to the effects of Yushan Fong, which automatically enhanced all of Qixue's techniques to ground-grade. Compared to the human-grade riding techniques commonly used by ordinary beastmasters, ground-grade techniques allowed for more weight, increased speed, and greater endurance. Nonetheless, facing hundreds of frenzied hunters, the situation remained perilous. Many police officers couldn't stand by any longer. These damn hunters, do they have no conscience? This kid just saved 5,000 people. Lin Bo is nothing. Just a useless guy trying to marry into Zheng Long's family. Since when does the Beast Management Bureau command our police department? Outraged, the police summoned their beasts and engaged in a fierce conflict with the hunters chasing Gu Yuan. At that moment, a burst of maniacal laughter echoed from the outskirts of Guangzhou. Ha ha, ha ha. A shadowy figure was laughing wildly there. He sat quietly in a rocking chair, bathed in moonlight, with stars twinkling above and a silent forest behind him. Meanwhile, in the hunter's bar behind him, a bloody massacre was unfolding. Help me! Help me! The screams echoed. The hunters were being hunted by the very creatures they usually pursued. A man with charred hair and a bullet-shaped head hid in the restroom, peering through the door crack. Wild tigers stormed into the bar, ripping apart his companions in a place once filled with laughter and clinking glasses. Must send a warning. Have to. Bullet Brother trembled as he pulled out his phone, drenched in sweat. He was desperate to warn them. The Black Lotus Gang, along with wild tigers, was attacking hunter lodges along the route to Yang City. But logged into his hunter account, he could only reach out to fellow hunters. The tigers outside had caught his scent, and there was no time to switch accounts. All his hunter friends lay in blood, except one phoenix tamer. Must send to him. Bullet Brother's last words faded as he fell in the pool of blood, his phone dropping beside him. Hi Marilla. A tiger as massive as a mountain appeared behind the man in the moonlight. What's the situation? Your daughter's identity has been exposed, and now the entire city's police and hunters are after her. The tiger roared to the sky. Don't do anything foolish, Hymarilla said. This is the magic formation of Yang City. Even an 83rd level Emperor class Celestial Star Tiger would find it a dead end. Unless. He looked meaningfully at the Celestial Star Tiger. You're willing to make a deal with us. I won't trust you. The The celestial star tiger said in a deep voice. How can a mere few hundred people shake a city of millions? Ha! Hymarilla swirled his wine glass. The greatest strength of human society isn't in numbers, but in order. Millions are strong in an orderly state, but once chaos ensues, they crumble. He leaned forward. And we excel at disrupting order. That's the essence of terrorism, spreading fear, creating chaos, exacerbating social conflicts, making them turn on each other. He opened a live stream site, showing scenes of chaos. Residents on both sides of the Pearl River were filming the commotion below with their phones. The news kept updating. Clashes erupt along the Pearl River. Train derailed. Why are the police and hunters fighting? Where is Phoenix Tamer? Little Lily is missing. Are they tearing this place apart? Explosions rang out. Cars were engulfed in flames, and the crowd was filled with shouts of violence. Rescued children cried incessantly. From a bird's eye view, a streak of blue light zipped rapidly through the firelit chaos. The blue glow was especially glaring against the night sky as a white snow fox dashed forward, carrying a young boy on its back. The boy, Yuan, clutched a plastic bag tightly in his arms, inside of which was a small, adorable short-legged white cat named Lily, with only its frightened eyes peeking out. Hey, 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 move aside. You silly man. Think of something quick, or we're not going to make it. Lily cried out anxiously from inside the bag. I know, Yuan shouted back, struggling to dodge. But there are 30 flying beasts overhead bombing us. If only Hongling weren't injured, 100 birds facing the phoenix would solve everything. Fireballs, wind blades, and icy shockwaves rained down from the sky, sending up waves of water around Yuan and the snow fox, Chishua. The importance of air superiority was painfully clear as they were forced to endure the assault from the ground. Mew, 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 Lily meowed in terror. Stop that, my little ancestor, Yuan said firmly. I promise to protect you and get you out of the safe zone. In the distance, Tianqing the royal tiger watched the scene, its anxiety slowly subsiding. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the elegant smile vanished from Hyray Mola's face as he angrily crushed the wine glass in his hand and grabbed a satellite phone to bark. Song Yingying, how many times have you assured me that Yuan would be left with no place to die? I'm getting very tired of this. And master, Song Yingying heard the murderous intent in his voice and knew that either she or Yuan had to die tonight. If Yuan survived, she would be burned to ashes by Hyray Mola upon returning to the organization. She quickly changed out of her clothes into a motorcycle girl's rubber suit and helmet, then mounted the blazing spider to join the chaotic chase. Yuan suddenly glanced towards the top of the Guangzhou Twin Towers and spotted the tiger's silhouette. No wonder the police found me so quickly. This guy tracked my scent. He decisively retracted Chishua into the beast's space and leapt towards the tower top. The tiger clearly hadn't expected Yuan to make such a move and flinched in surprise. Just as Yuan was about to reach the top, he caught sight of a blazing spider climbing the wall, ridden by a figure in motorcycle gear and a black helmet. It was Song Yingying. Yuan gritted his teeth, inwardly marveling at Song Yingying's relentless pursuit. If there were a contest for the most persistent person in his life, Song Yingying would probably come in second because the first place would undoubtedly go to Hongling. But that was a phoenix and couldn't be compared to humans. At this moment, Song Yingying was recklessly risking capture by the police, chasing him down while wearing a motorcycle helmet. Between her hands, a fierce firestorm was gathering, clearly preparing to unleash the Earth-level combat skill Firestorm to prevent Yuan from escaping. In a critical moment, Yuan activated his flash belt. A blue light enveloped him, and he used the last bit of distance to flash upward, landing steadily on the riverbank. However, the purple belt on Song Yingying's black leather jacket also began to glow. She was equipped with a flash belt as well, ready to follow him closely. Yuan, you won't get away. Get back into the circle and accept your fate. Song Yingying shouted as she flashed 5 meters upward. Since flashing didn't disrupt her spellcasting, the firestorm she had been building was undisturbed and crashed down right next to Yuan's face with all her might. But after this desperate blow, Song Yingying, unable to find footing due to insufficient flash distance, fell directly into the Pearl River. Seeing the opportunity, Yuan immediately used accelerated invisibility. His cloak erupted with a surge of light, and his figure vanished completely as he sped forward. Jihu, witnessing this, felt secretly pleased. He believed that forcing Yuan to use his flash and accelerated invisibility meant there was no way Yuan could infiltrate the top of the Guangzhou Twin Towers unnoticed. However, as time passed and Yuan remained unseen, Jihu, standing next to the chief, began to glance around anxiously. He can only stay invisible for 3 seconds. He must be hiding nearby. Jihu kept reassuring himself, convinced that Yuan was only struggling in vain and that the situation was under control. He felt relieved that the assassin hidden among the hunters would eliminate Yuan before he had a chance to reveal the truth. Just as Jihu was laughing triumphantly, a flash of cold light descended a slender, exquisite tang sword named Moda. Gu Yuan pierced Ji Hu's shoulder with the sword, pinning him to the ground. You're responsible for tonight's casualties, Gu Yuan said coldly. It turned out he hadn't been hiding, but had remained invisible all along. Impossible. Neither Hong Ling nor Qi Shui have such combat skills. How did you? Ji Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, a small cat's head peeked out from Gu Yuan's coat pocket. It was little Lily. It wore a fierce expression and let out a meow. Just as the surrounding officers were about to move forward, Gu Yuan withdrew the moda and let a drop of blood fall from the blade onto a bee-sting strip. Stop! Chief Mu shouted, cold sweat dripping from his forehead as everyone watched the strip slowly turn red. It was not human. The police officers' faces showed expressions of shock. Gu Yuan firmly restrained the tiger, his eyes sharply fixed on the creature. I suspected something was off for a while. Why didn't you summon your beast when searching for Xiaobei? Now it's clear you are a monster. Gu Yuan continued his analysis. This was all part of your plan, wasn't it? You needed 5 human brains to complete the contract, allowing your companions to enter Anjia. But you knew if 5 people were found with their heads bitten off, the police would investigate thoroughly. So, you targeted those connected to Xiaobei and infiltrated the investigation team to pin all the blame on her. The tiger silently stared at Gu Yuan, offering no rebuttal. You might claim I lack evidence, Gu Yuan said calmly. But the autopsy report will reveal everything. The bite marks of a tiger and a cat are completely different. The tiger's eyes quivered slightly before he finally spoke. Phoenix Tamer, you are right. He closed his eyes and lay weakly on the ground. But I have no accomplices. The ones I wanted to bring closer to Anjia were my wife and children. I killed all those people myself, and I'm willing to sacrifice my life and inner core. However, he pleaded, please spare my family and stop pursuing them. Director Mu's face turned ashen. He had initially thought this case would be a major achievement for him, only to find the culprit had been right under his nose, manipulating him all along. It was a high school student who saw through the truth, which made him feel even more embarrassed. As the surrounding officers praised Gu Yuan's sharp insight, Gu Yuan suddenly turned to Director Mu and said, it's time to stop. There's already been enough casualties tonight. Yes, we'll handle it, Director Mu said, his eyes suddenly fierce. Whether it's the tiger or Xiaobei. Before he finished speaking, he lunged to grab Xiaobei from Gu Yuan's pocket. Gu Yuan quickly dodged and simultaneously cast Frozen World, immobilizing the director's feet. The overweight director fell heavily to the ground. Gu Yuan, don't forget, Director Mu struggled to say, whether those 5 people were killed by Xiaobei or not, it's still a monster. It's our duty as humans to eliminate monsters. With that, he waved his hand, and a dozen officers immediately surrounded Gu Yuan. Is there no reasoning here? Gu Yuan pulled out his weapon, his tone firm. Anyone who tries to harm my cat will have to deal with me. In this tense standoff, a commanding voice echoed throughout the city. Enough, everyone, stop. The Anjia formation activated, and a white light swept across the city. All the beast tamers engaged in combat within the formation felt an invisible pressure. It was a lockdown order. The Central Security Bureau had arrived. Director Mu stared blankly at the white light in the sky, and everyone was stunned by this sudden show of force. The arrival of the Central Security Bureau signaled a turning point in the situation. The Security Bureau is a special agency that operates above the police, hunter systems, and the Beast Management Bureau. It takes direct orders from the central government and controls the security formations in every city. Suddenly, a beam of white light pierced the sky, revealing the hologram of Lu Changchun, the head of the Guangzhou Security Bureau, causing Gu Yuan to widen his eyes in surprise. In the city, a team of mysterious individuals dressed in black cloaks swiftly took action. Their presence made both the police and hunters hesitate to act recklessly. Through either firm or gentle mediation, they gradually quelled the chaos. A few of them directly stopped Gu Yuan and the nearby police officers. Young man, put the cat in your pocket down, a voice commanded sharply. Gu Yuan held onto Moda tightly and said with determination, I have found the real culprit. Xiao Baihe has never killed anyone. She hasn't even formed a contract. There is a flaw in Guangzhou's security formation. If a beast drinks the ancient spirit lamp oil, they can bypass the formation even without a contract. These words left the police, security bureau agents, and even the tiger in shock. However, the old man's hologram appeared calm and composed. Indeed, there is a flaw in the formation, which is precisely why we need hunters. But that does not justify your actions. As Gu Yuan gritted his teeth, a flash of white light occurred, and Xiao Baihe transformed into her human form, landing on the ground. She turned to face Gu Yuan and removed a storage ring from her finger. Enough. Gu Yuan, stop talking. This ring is worth 10 million, with a storage space of 600 square meters, 10 times larger than yours. The alchemy recipes and engraving blueprints I promised you are all inside. Take it. Xiao Baihe placed the ring, adorned with a smiling cat face, onto Gu Yuan's hand and rested her head against his chest. Please, just stop. Aren't you always saying you love money? I'm giving you everything. so please don't cause any more trouble. Thank you for everything you've done for me. With that, she turned to walk towards the hologram. A white dwarf cat? It's actually of the royal tier, such a rare breed, several Central Security Bureau agents whispered among themselves. Facing the hologram, Xiao Baihe's voice was filled with grievance. What did I do wrong? I've never stolen a drop of ancient spirit lamp oil. I can live in this city because it is my birthplace. I've always abided by the rules, never even jaywalking, so why treat me this way? This is a human city, and you are a beast, a policeman said coldly. What about the hunters? Xiao Baihe shouted hoarsely. You invade our territories, kill my friends and family, and that's supposed to be right? Who judges you? Director Mu smugly drew a soul weapon from his waist and approached Xiao Baihe from behind. The world is inherently cruel. Blame no one. We are higher intelligent beings, and you beasts are either tools for us or you die. Little kitty, your inner core will be my son's birthday gift. He's a fan of yours. Seeing Director Mu's vile expression, Gu Yuan clenched his teeth and was about to punch him when a deafening roar echoed from the clouds. The engine's roar suddenly pierced the sky. Director Mu was about to make his move on Xiao Bai when the unexpected noise startled him. He looked up toward the clouds and saw the nose of a white commercial airliner emerging, diving down at an unusual angle. Something's wrong, it's not landing. Gu Yuan instantly sensed the danger, cold sweat breaking out. Boom. The deafening crash echoed. The plane directly hit the waist of the Yangqing Twin Towers, causing the entire building to shake violently. The impact sent Gu Yuan stumbling to the ground, and the security director's shadowy figure vanished amidst the chaos. A critical thought flashed through Gu Yuan's mind. The core of the peace array is usually hidden in iconic buildings. He recalled Yaya's account of hiding underground and the fact that the fire poison bugs were less harmed below ground. Could it be that the array's power disperses outward like a wireless signal? If so, choosing a skyscraper as the core made perfect sense. Suddenly, a chilling realization hit Gu Yuan. This is the true aim of the Black Lotus Gang, a terror plot they've been planning for years. Inside the building, the steel beams began to emit ominous cracking sounds. The police and security personnel present were thrown into chaos, with Director Mu being the first to rush to the elevator, frantically pressing the buttons. Open. Hurry, open. Gu Yuan picked up Xiaobai. Change back quickly. Xiaobai instantly transformed into a white munchkin cat and tucked herself into his pocket. Just then, another plane appeared in the western sky, heading straight for the Twin Towers. Standing on the rooftop over 500 meters high, Gu Yuan watched the approaching aircraft, realizing there was nowhere left to escape. The midnight bell tolled, marking the start of February 4th, 2021, the eve of the Lunar New Year. Boom. The second plane crashed heavily into the Twin Towers. The building shook violently, and everything above the 60th floor began to collapse, engulfed in flames. Those below the 60th floor still had a chance to escape, but for Gu Yuan and those trapped on the top floors, what fate awaited them? Gu Yuan stood at the edge of the building, gazing down at the cityscape 500 meters below. From this height, the trucks on the streets looked as small as ants. Suddenly, Hongling burst out from the pet space, maintaining her human form. Although she was no longer bleeding, her face was etched with exhaustion, and the scars on her body were still visible. Why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to rest? Gu Yuan asked, concerned as he checked her injuries. Master, I'll take you down. Hongling firmly grasped Gu Yuan's right hand. Gu Yuan swallowed hard. Hongling, this is over 500 meters high? It's not like the 10-meter height of the first arena in Yangqing, and you're injured. Is Master worried that I won't hold on to you? Sparks of fire leapt upwards, and the building began to tilt. Hongling clasped Gu Yuan's hand tightly with her injured one, her eyes shining with determination as her voice trembled slightly. I will hold on to you no matter what, even if it costs me my limbs. Seeing the determination in Hongling's eyes, Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. He took a deep breath of the thin air and climbed onto the railing of the top floor of the Yangqing Twin Towers. The raging fire below and the cold wind at 500 meters made him unsteady. A small cat-shaped Baihe, frightened by the situation, shrank into Gu Yuan's pocket. Below was the entire view of Wanda Plaza, with the crowd looking up like ants. Gu Yuan's heart pounded as the fire continued to spread wildly. He let out a roar and leapt down, with Hongling immediately grabbing his shoulders, spreading her wings to glide. At this moment, Hongling maintained her human form. Weighing 102 pounds, she had to use wings originally adapted for 20 pounds to carry the 134-pound Gu Yuan in the air. Although she had performed similar flights when they first met, this time was different. Wounded and trembling, her claws bled, yet she persevered. Eventually, Gu Yuan landed safely. He quickly fed a healing pill to the exhausted Hongling. Damn it. Hongling, hold on. It was too urgent. I didn't have time to make a special pill for physical injuries. Before he could finish speaking, a massive figure swept across the sky, a giant tiger the size of a football field. Its wings spread wide, casting a shadow over the entire Wanda Plaza. It landed heavily in the center of the plaza, the force of its landing sending waves that swept people and objects away. The massive heavenly star royal tiger lifted its head, and a blinding white light shot from its mouth, striking the ground of the square with a thunderous roar. In its wake, a bottomless crater with a radius of several dozen meters appeared. The power of this white light far surpassed any heavenly level combat skill, leaving Gu Yuan in awe. Gu Yuan quickly activated the Eye of the Other Shore to analyze the data of this colossal creature. Just scanning this information filled him with dread. Level 83. Species: Heavenly Star Royal Tiger. Rank: Royal. Combat skills: Sky-splitting storm kill god level, Starfall god level, Heavenly Star hunt god level. It was clear that this royal tiger had mastered numerous combat skills, with the Eye of the Other Shore only displaying the 3 strongest god level skills, leaving the heavenly level skills unlisted. It was known that any royal level beast of level 80 required over 200 years of cultivation and immense resources to reach such a stage. Young man, thank you for protecting my daughter with all your might. The enormous tiger suddenly spoke. But I still cannot accept the actions of you humans. Run away quickly. Daddy. Little Baiha looked up at the mountain-like heavenly star royal tiger, her face full of fear. As she was about to turn and run, the tiger's paw swept her back. You were disobedient back then and ran back to the human world, causing such a big mess. The heavenly star royal tiger questioned. How can you exist in the human world? Wasn't the boundary array supposed to keep you out? Little Baiha jumped out of Gu Yuan's pocket, her cat ears and tail drooping as she explained helplessly. The heavenly star royal tiger snorted. The array? Do you know that to save you, I had to offer the ancient tiger talisman, a treasure our clan has guarded for generations, as a bargaining chip. Daughter, come home with me. Gu Yuan was utterly confused, could understand Little Baiha's father being a royal level entity. But why wasn't he just a cat? Just then, Qixue transformed into human form and appeared beside him, her soft body pressing against his arm. You might not know, sir, Qixue explained. In our Tang dynasty, intermarriage between the demon race and humans was quite common. Offspring from different species would randomly inherit traits from either parent. For instance, she smiled suggestively. If you and I spend a night together, the child could be human or a fox demon. Of course, no matter which you desire, I am willing to keep having children until your wish is fulfilled. Ah! Qixue's scream pierced the air. Hongling grabbed her and roughly tossed her aside. This scene revealed an unbelievable truth. Xiao Bai's biological mother was actually a white short-legged cat. This meant that a wild royal-grade beast had fallen in love with a human's pet. Come home with me. The heavenly star emperor tiger commanded with authority. Xiao Bai had twisted and resisted stubbornly. No, I'm a cat, not a tiger. I want to stay in the human world. Look around you. The heavenly star emperor tiger roared, shaking the people in the square with fear in their eyes. Finally, it picked up the still struggling Xiao Bai, leaving behind 6 thunder attribute crystal beads as a gesture of gratitude to Gu Yuan. Although these beads could only be dismantled into a few 100,000 spirit materials, the gravity of the situation was far more severe. Gu Yuan stared at the flattened square, his vigilance undiminished. A beast had entered the human world and left unharmed, implying only one thing. The protective formation that humans relied on for survival had been breached. A piercing female scream shattered the brief silence. From the mountains, a swarm of black-boned wolves surged towards the human settlement like a tide. Gu Yuan looked up to see the distant square awash in blood. The beasts were feasting on innocent humans, and the survivors scattered in panic, unable to outrun the beast's speed and expert hunting skills. In Yangcheng, with a population of 15 million, those truly capable of fighting were pitifully few. Police officers, hunters, and members of the Beast Security Bureau numbered just over 60,000. Even including students like Gu Yuan who had just been recruited, the number of combat-capable individuals was only 200 to 300,000. Worse yet, a significant portion of them were only in it for the diploma, never intending to face the dangers of the wilderness. With a rumbling crash, the iconic twin towers of Yangcheng collapsed, sending dust clouds billowing into the sky. Countless people were buried under the rubble, crushed to death by massive stones. The scent of blood drew even more beasts that had first broken through. The formation has been destroyed. Panic-stricken screams echoed. People scurried like headless chickens through the streets, only to quickly become prey to the beasts. This was a nightmare many had never considered. Living for generations under the formation's protection, now suddenly gone. Some experienced hunters were the first to grasp the severity of the situation. They understood that direct confrontation was futile. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, and the modernized city, stripped of its walls, offered no defensive advantage. These wilderness combat experts doused themselves in disinfectant to mask their scent, quietly retreating towards the train station to escape to other safe zones. Director Mu, barely escaping the building under the protection of his pet, was soon surrounded by a dozen black-boned wolves. His hat fell to the ground, and he cowered, shivering. a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance when he had ordered Xiao by his execution. Stay back, you beasts. Get out of here. This is human territory. You have no right to enter. Director Mu's voice trembled as he pushed himself backward on the ground, trying to escape the encircling pack of black-boned wolves. Beside him lay Feng Mu, who had become obese from years of comfortable living within the safe zone, now being torn apart by several of the wolves. Once a dedicated officer in the safe zone's police force, Feng Mu might have had some fighting prowess in his youth, but like Director Mu, he had long lost the instinct for combat in such a sheltered environment. The black-boned wolves surged forward, tearing into Director Mu's corpulent body. Gu Yuan watched coldly, a mocking smile playing at his lips. These so-called tools, why is no one dealing with them? Where are those boastful people now? Suddenly, a large tiger sprang from the ruins. As Gu Yuan locked eyes with it, he immediately caught the flicker of a timid glint in its gaziza tiger. This creature managed to escape too. The tiger turned and bolted deeper into the city. Gu Yuan swiftly summoned Qixue, mounted, and gave chase. The tiger's path was remarkably straight. It leapt through store windows and residential buildings alike without hesitation. Gu Yuan quickly realized it wasn't fleeing for its life, but searching for something. The chase ended in front of a shared apartment. Inside, a tigress and 4 cubs were huddled in a corner, with a goat on the table, evidently their breakfast for the next day. Kids, we have to leave. The safe zone's protection array is broken, the tiger roared, only to see its family's eyes fixed on something behind it. Turning around, it saw Gu Yuan standing at the door, gazing coldly at the tiger family. Beast tamer, it's already happened. Please, don't trouble my family anymore. The tiger pleaded, turning and kneeling. What about outside? The array is gone. What about the people who lived here? Gu Yuan shook his head, questioning. I beg you, I never meant for things to turn out like this, the tiger said, bowing its head to the floor, tugging at its fur. I just wanted my children to experience the happiness of city life. My son has a respiratory issue and can't survive without human medicine. To gather money, I even became a hunter, killing my own kind and selling their inner cores at auctions. I just wanted my kids to live without fear, to enjoy popcorn, cotton candy, and ice cream. Gu Yuan stared at the tiger, his heart suddenly stirred. Everything this tiger did was for its family, reminding him of his own parents. Didn't he study hard to get into a good school to make his parents proud? His tightly gripped Tang sword, Moda, began to tremble, accompanied by the sharp sound of a glass bottle shattering. Gu Yuan and Ji Hu turned their attention towards the bedroom of the lower-end apartment, where they saw Song Yingying appear at the doorway. She walked directly to a storage cabinet, opened the door, revealing 6 jars neatly lined up. Inside these contained the brains of Ji Hu's victims, who were also deemed the masters of his family. With swift and decisive movements, Song Yingying shattered the first jar with a single strike. Instantly, Ji Hu's wife, who was contractually connected to this brain, fell to the ground, convulsing violently as her skin collapsed and turned a lifeless black, her eyes bulging wide. Song Yingying, what are you doing? My wife. Ji Hu screamed in anguish. Slowly removing her motorcycle helmet, Song Yingying revealed her face, damp with sweat, and a cold smile played on her lips. Useless pawns, just surrender your inner cores and spirit bones. Die, and I'll take your last bit of value. Before the words were fully spoken, she struck again, smashing the jars containing the brains of Ji Hu's children. The sound of breaking glass echoed as the nutrient liquid splattered, and the 4 young tigers let out piercing screams before collapsing lifelessly. No, watching his family, whom he had fought desperately to protect, perish in an instant, Ji Hu was devastated and lunged at Song Yingying in a frenzy. But she was prepared. The last jar shattered, and Ji Hu fell to the ground, dead. At that moment, 3 second-tier beast tamers leapt in through the window. Together with Song Yingying, the 4 quickly summoned 8 beast companions, surrounding Gu Yuan. A blazing spider took the lead, shadow worms lurked underground. 2 level 27 wild bulls and a level 26 lava lizard blocked the exits. A level 31 petal butterfly fluttered around the room, while shadow monkeys, shadow poison insects, and an iron rhino guarded the kitchen, bedroom, and window. Song Yingying retrieved a dagger from her storage ring and deftly cut open Ji Hu's chest to extract the inner core. Hee, I got it, the inner core of a level 43 king tier howling tiger. This is worth quite a bit. Why did you kill Ji Hu last? Gu Yuan calmly asked. Song Yingying tilted her head towards him. Because this tiger was useless, almost exposing the plan. He was destined to die, but I wanted him to watch his family die before him as punishment for his incompetence. She raised her chin. 12 against 2, Gu Yuan, you're surrounded. Surrender. Gu Yuan's gaze swept over the 4 individuals. Indeed, you have more beast companions. However, if the masters are killed directly, these beasts will end up just like Ji Hu's family. His words were laced with undisguised intent to kill. Faced with the threat of death, Gu Yuan was determined to eliminate these terrorists. He knew that directly confronting 8 beast companions was nearly impossible, leaving him with the only option of targeting the masters. Come, Song Yingying. By the time daylight returns to this land, only one of us will remain alive. Gu Yuan drew his sword, the blade gleaming coldly as his tang knife pointed at them. Confronted by Gu Yuan's chilling and murderous gaze, the four terrorists involuntarily stepped back. What a terrifying glare, Song Yingying. This enemy of yours isn't simple. Then let's see who ends up with no place to die. Song Yingying shouted, commanding the blazing spider to spew a jet of fire at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan snapped his fingers, unleashing the earth-tier combat skill, Frozen Wasteland. In an instant, cold and fiery energies clashed fiercely in the air. However, as Gu Yuan's power was no match for Qi Shue, who possessed a mythical lineage, the two forces perfectly neutralized each other, enveloping the entire room in a thick, white mist. Seizing this opportunity, Gu Yuan quickly grabbed a stool and hurled it out the window. Meanwhile, Qi Shue had quietly moved beside the shadow monkey at the window, using the enchanted eye. The shadow monkey's eyes were instantly covered with a peach-colored glow, entrancing it. Damn it, the fog is too thick. I can't see anyone, one of the terrorists shouted anxiously. I heard glass shatter just now. He escaped from there. Another terrorist responded. The shadow monkey tells me it was the window on the west side. The window's too narrow. If the 12 of us go out one by one, he'll get away. The leader of the terrorists decided swiftly. Song Yingying and I will take the beasts and go through the front, and you two take the beasts and chase through the windows. The four immediately split up, with one heading towards the shadow monkey. However, as he approached, he noticed the monkey's eyes were dazed, with a silly grin as if it were in love. Before he could shout a warning, a cold flash passed behind him. Morta, blazing with intense fire, pierced through his chest. Gu Yuan kicked him away, swiftly removing his tactical earpiece, and Qi Shue followed up with another Frozen Wasteland, completely freezing him. One down, Gu Yuan announced to the others through the seized earpiece. Hearing of their comrade's death and the shadow monkey's condition, Song Yingying and the remaining two terrorists returned to the room. Just then, another glass-shattering sound echoed. The thick fog prevented them from determining if Gu Yuan had truly escaped or was still hiding inside. Don't split up again, let's stick together. When the remaining three, with 6 beasts, finally emerged from the window, they saw Gu Yuan already riding Qi Shue, racing down the East Qin Road. Damn, he's tricked us again, chase him. Song Yingying shouted in anger. The two terrorists mounted a wild yellow bull and an iron rhino, pursuing relentlessly, while Song Yingying, riding a fire spider, used its webs to weave through the high-rise buildings. The city was in chaos, with flames and explosions erupting everywhere, and beasts rampaging through the streets. However, as they reached the end of Dongxing Road, Gu Yuan noticed something unusual. The number of beasts was noticeably sparse, contrary to expectations. The beasts that first breached the human boundary should have been the most ferocious and bloodthirsty, attacking innocent residents. Suddenly, Gu Yuan's attention was caught by a Signa cartoon pig's head waving hello. He immediately remembered this was a famous slaughterhouse in Huangpu district, and the spiritual beast meat inside must have drawn the beast horde. Meanwhile, Song Yingying and her group continued their relentless pursuit. Gu Yuan's mind raced, and with a swift thought, Qi Shue veered sharply, carrying him into a narrow alley beside the slaughterhouse. The alley was a one-way dead end, and the pursuers behind him clearly assumed he had reached a dead end. In the midst of his high-speed sprint, Gu Yuan made an unexpected move. He leaped into the air, retracting Qi Shue into the pet space while twisting his body to land on his side. Quickly, he drew out his sword, Morta, and plunged it into the wall to halt his momentum. The blade carved a deep gash into the wall as he leaned against it, watching as two pursuers on war bulls charged towards him, ready to impale him with their horns. At this critical moment, his blinking belt finally finished charging. A flash of light, and Gu Yuan disappeared from the pursuer's view. Damn, he used the blinking belt. The two pursuers barely managed to rein in their mounts. To the side, Song Yingying urgently pointed out, the blinking belt can pass through walls. He hugged the wall to blink into the warehouse on the right. The Beastmaster with the 31st level petal butterfly heard this and immediately retracted his pet. Both he and Song Yingying were equipped with this advanced gear, and without hesitation, he moved close to the wall and activated his blink. However, what awaited him inside the warehouse was a terrifying sight. 16 32nd level blackbone wolves and over 20 lower level blackbone wolves were huddled in a circle, idly gnawing on the last few bones. Boss, there's no food left. You think I can do something about it? Food doesn't just appear on its own. Before the words were fully spoken, the blinking light deposited the Black Lotus Gang officer right into the center of the wolf pack. For a moment, the wolves stared in shock, big eyes meeting small, followed by a cacophony of howls and the officer's heart-wrenching screams. The entire communication channel fell into a deathly silence. Two down. Gu Yuan's voice sent chills down Song Yingying's spine. She couldn't fathom how a well-equipped officer with high-level pets could be dispatched so quietly and swiftly. The answer soon became clear. Gu Yuan hadn't blinked to the right. He had blinked downward. He passed through the ground to the underground parking lot, deliberately creating the illusion of moving towards the right wall to bait his opponent into following him, only to be surrounded by wolves. Qi Shui used the Heaven Tier battle skill, Absolute Zero. The last Black Lotus member felt an icy chill beneath his feet as the ground shattered, and a bone-chilling blast surged upward, freezing him into an ice sculpture. Gu Yuan climbed out of the frozen pit, leaving Song Yingying stunned. It was all due to his brilliant strategy, exploiting the blinking belt's properties to manipulate his opponents, ultimately achieving an incredible 9-Tatwo comeback in a seemingly hopeless situation. 3. Gu Yuan looked up, his gaze icy as he stared at Song Yingying, who was seated on the back of the blazing spider. Without hesitation, he threw his earpiece to the ground and stomped on it, smashing it to pieces. The battle of wits had ended. Now was the time to show true power. With a flick of his right hand, Gu Yuan conjured a fierce flame in his palm, launching a fiery storm forward. Song Yingying's blazing spider deftly dodged in the air, but Qi Shui was already poised to strike. Though they were of the same level, Qi Shui, as a mythic beast, was far stronger than the legendary blazing spider. Qi Shui unleashed the Earth Tier battle skill, Ice Snowball, enhanced by Gu Yuan. Originally a profound tier skill, it now displayed astonishing power. The massive ice snowball smashed through the blazing spider's fiery storm defense with ease, heading straight for Song Yingying. In a rush, Song Yingying abandoned her pet to save herself, leaping down from above. Her blazing spider was struck heavily by the ice snowball, slammed against the wall like a fly, and reduced to a puddle of sludge. Falling from the 5th floor, Song Yingying barely survived with her 700 soul power, but she still landed hard, coughing up blood, with one arm fractured. Suddenly, a shadow worm emerged from the ground, grabbing Song Yingying in an attempt to flee. But Qi Shui had already transformed into human form, casting Frozen World, instantly covering the ground with a layer of ice. The shadow worm lost its balance and fell heavily. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yuan's sword, Modar, flashed, swiftly slicing the shadow worm in half. Song Yingying was flung by the momentum, tumbling several times across the rooftop before landing hard, with her other arm breaking in the process. Dazed, she looked up to find she had rolled into a meat processing plant. The morning light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the land of Yangqing. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Yuan had appeared behind her. Song Yingying felt the emptiness of her soul sea, unable to sense any response from her beasts. They're all dead. Now, you're all alone, Gu Yuan said coldly. Song Yingying's face was ashen as she looked up at Gu Yuan. Even though I dislike Director Mu, he was right about one thing. This world is cruel, and once the peace array is destroyed, the systems, morals, and rules have all been shattered, leaving only strength as the sole standard for truth. But it was you, Gu Yuan, who truly made me understand this. Please, spare me. I actually still like you. Song Yingying blushed, lifted her head, and her eyes shimmered with tears. I really like you. Don't kill me. I'll do anything you want, even give myself to you. Song Yingying looked pitiful, her face marked with scratches and blood from a fall, tears wetting her cheeks as she sobbed like a helpless woman. Indeed, you are quite attractive, Gu Yuan said as he crouched down, running a hand down the outside of Song Yingying's thigh. Oh, stop it. Song Yingying bashfully twisted her hips, naturally parting her legs. But your heart is ugly. Gu Yuan continued. Yes, who deserved to die? But what about his children and wife? And the 3 students from Dongguan Royal Beast University whose lives were ruined by drugs? The people on the Guangzhou Twin Towers, and those now struggling for their lives under beast attacks. Gu Yuan's hand paused at Song Yingying's ankle. Then he stood up, his gaze cold and filled with killing intent. What are you going to do? Song Yingying's heart chilled with fear. Hongling also had his wings broken and was thrown into the meat processing plant's boiler with me. Song Yingying, since you enjoy seeing people's despairing expressions before they die, you should see it through to the end, Gu Yuan said, moving to the entrance of the pit at the Huangpu meat processing plant. No, no, no. Gu Yuan, you can't do this to me. You can't. Then, Gu Yuan personally threw Song Yingying down. She landed on a pile of discarded meat, seeing the scene Gu Yuan once saw. Above her was a faint glimmer of light from dawn. The iron walls, over 80 meters high, trapped every sound. Song Yingying tried to stand, but realized her hands were broken and couldn't support her. No, 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 don't. Tears streamed from her eyes. She felt the despair of waiting for death that Gu Yuan had experienced, but unlike him, she couldn't maintain her composure. She screamed, clawing at the smooth iron wall, trying to climb out. She desperately flailed her broken arms, hoping they could somehow grasp the slick, ungraspable surface. By now, the sunlight emerged, signaling morning, and the plant's automatic processing system began. With a clang, the last bit of light vanished. Song Yingying, covered in tears, blood, and the juice of discarded meat, was lost in darkness. The surrounding magma inlets started to flow continuously. Song Yingying screamed in agony, but it was futile. Gu Yuan, even as a ghost, I won't let you go. These were her final words. No matter how much she screamed below, nothing could be heard on the surface. Gu Yuan sat silently on the ground. Both he and Qixi were exhausted. Especially Qixi, who had been in riding form since 11 the previous night, enduring until sunrise. This endurance was thanks to the mythic level pet stamina. A regular beast would have long since collapsed from Gu Yuan's relentless demands. Qixi was returned to the pet space. Gu Yuan was truly exhausted now, needing a place to rest. After a night with countless beasts invading the city, finding a safe place to sleep was a luxury. Gu Yuan dragged his weary body into a secluded alley. The night's fierce battle had dulled his control over spiritual energy. The use of 6 or 7 earth-level combat techniques, along with 1 heaven-level technique, had nearly drained him. However, his immediate priority was to concoct healing pills for Hong Ling and Qi Shui. From Xiaobai's storage ring, he retrieved an advanced pill recipe. As he concentrated spiritual energy in his palm, a flicker of flame appeared, providing him some relief. At least he could still ignite spiritual fire. The recipe detailed the effects of the blood-replenishing pill. It could not only heal wounds and accelerate physical recovery, but also enhance the speed of spiritual energy restoration, making it the best healing pill he could currently produce. The only challenge lay in the rarity of the ingredients: 2 high-level blood spirit grasses and a single spirit mountain ginseng, all extremely rare. Fortunately, he had already stored the analysis data of these ingredients in his bracelet. The bracelet glowed, reconstructing the necessary ingredients, along with other supplementary herbs, consuming a total of 60,000 points of spiritual matter. 60,000 spiritual matter points didn't let me down, Gu Yuan silently prayed. A pattern of the Big Dipper appeared in his right palm, with the greedy wolf star shining in purple while the other 6 stars remained dim. The 7-star pill refining technique activated, and in less than 20 minutes, he had crafted a high-level blood-replenishing pill. For future convenience, Gu Yuan immediately deconstructed and archived the pill. This way, next time he could directly reconstruct it using only 55,000 points of spiritual matter, saving more than crafting it anew. He then reconstructed 2 blood-replenishing pills and administered them to Hong Ling and Qi Shui. The recovery of the 2 beasts was visible to the naked eye. Gu Yuan intended to reconstruct one for himself, but found that his spiritual matter was depleted. The continuous battles and pill crafting had consumed a significant amount of his reserves, and establishing Changle Workshop in his mental realm had nearly exhausted his savings, leaving him with less than 1,000 points. Fortunately, he had just recovered a total of 16,000 points of spiritual matter from the inner cores of Song Yingying's 2 beasts and the tiger demon. As he emerged from the temporary resting spot, his whole body ached, and the fatigue of sleepless nights brought waves of nausea. Just then, a wolf's howl echoed from the end of the street. A large pack of black-bone wolves began to gather, led by a level 25 spirit bone wolf, baring its teeth at him. Master, we've encountered an old acquaintance. Hong Ling's voice resonated in Gu Yuan's soul sea. What? Gu Yuan looked puzzled. Master, do you remember the wolf king we encountered during our first hunting trip near Danyuku? It has somehow advanced to the king level and reached level 25, Hong Ling explained. Although all the wolves looked similar to Gu Yuan, this wolf king clearly recognized him. With a deafening howl, hundreds of black-bone wolves, all over level 20, gathered instantly. No time to get entangled with you, Gu Yuan thought to himself. He could already see more beasts of level 30 and even 40 pouring into the city. The scent of blood from prolonged fighting would surely attract more beasts, and it was impossible to eliminate all of them on his own. Run! Gu Yuan decided swiftly, summoning the recently rested Qixi from the pet space, mounted the horse, and started to flee at full speed. The Wolf King, unwilling to let Gu Yuan escape, led the pack in hot pursuit. Gu Yuan had assumed that Qixue's speed would allow them to outrun the wolves, but these enemies were determined to catch him. From Dongxin Road to Yuejing Road, and then to Dongpa Road, they chased him relentlessly for 3 streets, ignoring the ordinary people in their path with their sole focus on Gu Yuan. Damn, they're still chasing. Gu Yuan ducked into an alley, using the reflection in a glass display window to see the wolves sniffing the ground for his scent. Master, Qixue said pitifully, I don't mind you riding me day and night, but from 11 last night to 9 this morning, it's been a whole night. I can't endure it any longer. Gu Yuan was also exhausted. Looking around, the city was teeming with beasts. Unlike the forest where trees provided cover, the city was open, making it impossible to outrun the wolves. He looked up at the towering buildings and had an idea. Retreat upwards. He used his remaining spiritual energy to create a disinfectant to mask his scent and took the elevator up to the 19th floor. When the elevator doors opened, Gu Yuan froze. He was faced with a blood-stained, empty corridor, at the end of which a level 17 saber-toothed leopard lounged lazily on the carpet. The security doors on both sides were torn apart, with bloodstains everywhere, and blood-soaked dolls scattered on the floor. This floor is devoid of life. Gu Yuan was filled with anger and punched the wall. The noise caught the attention of the saber-toothed leopard, which lifted its head, thinking another prey had arrived. Seeing only a young man, it regarded Gu Yuan with disdain and sauntered over. However, this prey neither screamed nor fled, leaving the leopard confused, as if asking, "Are you prey?" "I am not your prey. I am the hunter," Gu Yuan declared, waving his right hand to launch 3 shadow arrows that hit the leopard's legs precisely. He then dashed forward with lightning speed, his tang sword, Moda, flashing as he sliced the saber-toothed leopard in two. Gu Yuan skillfully harnessed the power of his bracelet, transforming it into spiritual matter. In this blood-soaked area, he casually chose a room to enter and quickly moved several cabinets to barricade the door. As he lay on the bed, he counted the 3,000 units of spiritual matter he had just acquired. The room was in complete disarray, with food almost entirely devoured by the fierce-toothed tiger. The beast not only consumed the food but also brutally killed all the residents, piling their bodies in a room at the end of the hallway, as if storing provisions. Gu Yuan used the bracelet to materialize 2 plates of feed for Hongling and Qixua, which consumed 2,700 units of spiritual matter. Then he created a piece of cooked steak and a bowl of rice for himself, filled his stomach, and fell into a deep sleep. He slept straight through to February 6th, a full day and night. Upon waking, he used the bracelet to conjure a bowl of rice, eating while checking his phone. Unfortunately, there was no signal, indicating that the network base stations in Yancheng had been destroyed, rendering the phone useless. With no other choice, Gu Yuan lay back on the bed and took out the hunter's satellite phone, sturdy enough to crack walnuts. "Hello, Yaya Chuan, are you still alive? It's great to hear your voice. Things are fine here. Only the local formations have failed, and it's just Yangqing that's affected. Guanxing is still safe." Hearing that his parents were safe, Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Come back soon. It's only going to get more dangerous there," Yaya Chuan urged. "I'd like to, but Yangqing is crawling with beasts right now." Gu Yuan looked out the window, seeing a king-level 6 dust wild boar about 67 meters tall passing through the commercial center, estimated to be around level 51. Every step it took caused the ground to shake violently, and the surrounding buildings trembled. Yaya Chuan explained, "Yangqing has been invaded by beasts. The military is fighting off large beasts to prevent them from destroying more key formation points. 6 train stations are conducting a mass evacuation of 1 million people, relocating citizens to other cities." "A million? How is that enough for a city of 15 million? "Exactly. Many are crammed into train stations waiting to escape, and those are the lucky ones living nearby. People in the city center have slim chances of survival." Gu Yuan walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and whispered, "I'm in Tianhe district right now." He gazed at the Yangqing Tower across from him, the tallest tower in the city, now overrun by various bird-like beasts boldly asserting their dominance. "You have 2 options. Head west to the East Station and take a train to Fengcheng, or go north to Baiyun District Airport. If you're lucky enough to find a plane, you can escape to Chongqing." "A plane? The sky is full of beasts. Is it really safe?" Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. "The planes have a coating that conceals their presence, and above the clouds, over 12,000 meters high, there are few beasts," Yaya Chuan assured. "Do you think every bird-like beast can survive in low-oxygen environments like your red plume?" Hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. The train station was bound to be crowded, so he decided to try his luck in Baiyun District. At least there was one thing that comforted him: the hunter phone was purely a satellite phone, only capable of making calls, without the ability to receive images, MMS, or videos. This way, he didn't have to worry about that crocodile sending any more disturbing content. A seductive female voice suddenly came through the phone. "Beast Tamer, I've got a new batch of smuggled goods. I wanted to send you a video, but this satellite phone isn't convenient. I'll play a couple of clips for you to listen to. If you're interested, I'll deduct it from your class A mission rewards." Gu Yuan felt his scalp tingle. No need. He angrily hung up the phone, throwing it hard against the wall. With a bang, the satellite phone embedded itself into the wall. He rubbed his temples, cursing the damn crocodile for never leaving him in peace. As he walked over to retrieve his phone, he noticed a dark room revealed through the cracks caused by the impact. Through the hole in the wall, he saw a figure lying on a bed. "Damn, there's someone alive in there." Gu Yuan immediately rushed out of his room and into the adjacent one. He noticed one of the room's doors was tightly sealed with a blanket. Kicking the door open, he understood the intention to block the door seams with a wool blanket and keep the windows shut, hoping the beast would overlook the room once it was full. On the bed lay an unconscious flight attendant, dressed in her uniform, a ribbon around her neck, her long legs encased in flesh-colored stockings, and a blue pencil skirt accentuating her elegant curves. Even in such a situation, her defenseless posture made Gu Yuan gasp. "She'll suffocate like this," he thought. lifting the flight attendant and giving her some bottled water. Ugh, ugh. The flight attendant gasped violently, looking up at Gu Yuan in a daze. I'm going to die. The beast, no. She recoiled in fear, kicking the bedding and Gu Yuan away with all her might. Seeing she was overly frightened, Gu Yuan quickly used 300 units of spiritual material to create a low-level calming pill for her to take. He held her shoulders, gently covering her mouth, and whispered, "Quiet, there are still beasts outside. If you scream, I won't help you." After taking the pill, the flight attendant gradually calmed down, her beautiful eyes fluttering. Only then did Gu Yuan release her, and the two sat facing each other in silent eye contact. Gu Yuan sat in front of the beautiful woman and let out a long sigh. "What's your name?" he asked first. "My name is Wei. Little brother, there's a beast outside," flight attendant Wei said, looking flustered. "It's already been taken care of," Gu Yuan replied succinctly. Wei Ya's gaze fell on the shimmering belt at Gu Yuan's waist, equipment only issued to high-ranking overseas hunters. She also noticed the domestically made Light of the Nation gauntlet on his hand, a regulated soul weapon. "Are you a hunter?" Wei Ya gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she stared into Gu Yuan's eyes. "You look about the same age as my brother, yet you're already a hunter who can kill a saber-toothed tiger. Did you save my parents downstairs?" Raising his right arm, Gu Yuan said, "Come out, Red Plume. The situation is critical, with too many flying beasts outside. Stay close to the walls and search the building discreetly." A flash of light from the pet space revealed a level 31 red bird in front of Wei Ya. "Amazing!" Wei Ya exclaimed again. "This red bird is so beautiful, like a phoenix. How did you train such a powerful beast? Are you a beast-taming genius?" After Red Plume flew out, Gu Yuan accessed the surrounding view through his soul sea. On the third floor, he found a wild spirit wind wolf gnawing on a corpse. "I'm afraid there are no other survivors in this building besides you and me." Hearing this, Wei Ya almost broke down, but she remembered Gu Yuan's warning not to cry out loud. She sat on the bed, covering her mouth and silently shedding tears. "I'm going to call the police. Who let this beast in? They should be held responsible." Wei Ya reached for her phone, but Gu Yuan stopped her. "There's no signal. This is a major disaster. The protective array has failed." Failed? Wei Ya finally noticed the billowing smoke drifting into the sky outside the window. She could see beasts chasing ordinary people on the street below, who were trying to escape with food stolen from the supermarket, only to be caught and killed. Wei Ya collapsed to the ground. The apocalypse. This is the end of humanity. We're doomed. "Not yet," Gu Yuan said, helping Wei Ya up. "That's not a costume you're wearing, is it?" This remark made Wei Ya wary, and she looked at the young man with growing apprehension. She was caught in a dilemma. Without the protection of this beast master, she had no chance of surviving in a world overrun by beasts. But what did he mean by that comment? Did he intend to? Wei Ya recalled scenes from post-apocalyptic films where beautiful women often ended up as playthings for steam-punk-clad muscle men. She reassured herself that at least this young man seemed more normal than those brutes. "No, it's not. I'm wearing a real uniform," Wei Ya explained softly, her face blushing as she looked down. "I'm a flight attendant from Baiyun District, responsible for in-flight services." "That's good." Gu Yuan clapped his hands together, the sudden sound making Wei Ya shiver. Her long legs instinctively pressed together, her voice trembling slightly. "Brother, if you're willing to protect me, the child's name will be. Lead the way, take me to Baiyun District Airport." Gu Yuan interrupted her. "Let's see if we can find a plane and escape from Yangqing." Huh? Wei Ya was stunned. At this moment, Gu Yuan's biggest problem was that he had no idea where Baiyun District Airport was. As someone from Dongguan, he wasn't familiar with Yangqing, relying on his phone's navigation for guidance. But now, with the entire city offline, there was no electronic or paper map available. After a night of running around, he couldn't even be sure of his exact location in Tianhe District, having to use the landmark of the Yangqing Tower to orient himself. Perhaps it was the good fortune brought by Qixue, but when he smashed his phone, not only did he create a hole, but he also unexpectedly encountered a flight attendant from Baiyun District Airport. "Will flying help?" Gu Yuan questioned himself. "Of course it will. We just need to get out of the damaged Yangqing Formation's range. By the way, long-legged sister, what were you saying about a child?" "No, nothing." Wei Ya waved her hands repeatedly, her cheeks reddening even more. "It's daytime now, and with the sun still shining, let's hurry and go." At that moment, a blood-red light shot up into the sky. Satellite images showed a crimson cloud gathering over Yangqing, with a black mist spreading towards the horizon. The sky suddenly darkened, turning day into night, and a blood-red moon hung high. The normally resting predatory beasts became restless and were waking up. What a strange feeling. Wei Ya looked down at her hands. "I felt drowsy and suffocated just now, but now I'm extremely uneasy and can't sleep at all." Blood moon. Qixue emerged from the pet space, gazing at the blood moon outside the window. This is an extremely malevolent spell used during the Ensure Rebellion when Shur Siming lifted the siege of Yi City. Suddenly, The sound of rustling and thudding came from the next room. Gu Yuan opened the door to see a group of zombies with blood-red eyes and black liquid dripping from their mouths, swarming out from the morgue at the end of the hallway. Damn it! Gu Yuan recalled the mutated form of the zombie Black Bear King, a surge of anger rising within him. The black light that shot up earlier was likely caused by the stolen black crystal pearl, triggering the blood moon phenomenon. According to Chishua's explanation, the blood moon would have three effects. All beasts would become extremely violent, all deceased beasts and humans would resurrect as zombies, and living humans would feel intense anxiety, unable to sleep. These dead ones have come back to life. Gu Yuan faced the approaching horde of beasts, quickly raising his right hand. He shot 3 shadow arrows in succession, but they had little effect. The massive swarm of zombies was unfazed, and the recoil from his shadow gauntlet was too insignificant to halt their advance. With no other choice, he drew Modar and swung his sword, releasing a crescent-shaped arc of wild flame. The fire swept through the entire corridor, igniting all the zombies. However, these creatures, devoid of any sense of pain, continued their march. Even as their flesh charred and fell away in the blaze, revealing stark white bones, they persisted in crawling toward him. It truly is the end of the world. Gu Yuan sighed inwardly. The tall woman beside him, terrified, had already fled toward the stairs. As Gu Yuan retreated, he pondered a solution. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Weren't these moving corpses lifeless beings? He charged forward, startling Wei Ye, who cried out, "Brother, what are you doing? These zombies will bite. Summon your beast." But Gu Yuan had already plunged into the throng of zombies, raising his right hand to activate the power of his bracelet. Disassemble. In an instant, the surrounding zombies disintegrated at a visible speed into purple spiritual energy, all absorbed into his bracelet. Spiritual substance 1700. Gu Yuan was secretly delighted these undead zombies had become a source of spiritual material. His bracelet could disassemble any lifeless organic matter, allowing him to eliminate them instantly while gaining substantial spiritual energy. To his surprise, these zombies, resurrected by the blood moon, contained far more spiritual material than ordinary human corpses. Even a powerful individual like Pluto Yang would yield only a few points of spiritual material upon disassembly. Yet, under the blood moon's influence, each zombie provided 50 points of spiritual material, clearly infused with spiritual energy by some means. Suddenly, a ferocious howl erupted from behind. In the hallway, a tide of zombies surged forward. Many had been partially devoured by beasts, exposing bone and viscera, yet they staggered upward. Among them were zombie black-boned wolves and zombie sharp-toothed lions. These beasts, upon discovering how weak human prey were, had evidently been slaughtering them en masse and storing the bodies. The prey they had intended to eat later turned into a deadly threat under the eerie power of the blood moon. The zombies resurrected by the blood moon not only bit them to death, but also transformed the deceased into more powerful zombies, bolstering this terrifying force. "I'll let go of me." Wei Ye was surrounded by the horde of zombies. Just as her cry rang out, Gu Yuan stepped forward. He raised his right hand, and the bracelet on his wrist glowed, instantly activating its disintegration ability. Under this power, all the zombies fell apart, and the spiritual matter within them was completely absorbed. This move easily increased the stored spiritual matter in the bracelet by 30,000 points. The spiritual matter content in these zombified beasts far exceeded that of ordinary humans. "Are you okay, long-legged sister?" Gu Yuan helped Wei Ye up. Wei Ye stared in shock at the now empty hallway. "Brother, you're amazing. So many zombies, and you wiped them all out with a wave of your hand. You must be a 5th or 6th grade beastmaster." Not that impressive." Gu Yuan scratched his head in embarrassment. "I'm only 2nd grade. Those were just my combat skills. Just 2nd grade, and you have a level 30 beast? That's incredible." Wei Ye was dumbfounded. The two took the elevator down to the 1st floor. The street outside was unexpectedly bustling. Although beasts roamed freely, not all were bloodthirsty. For example, the King Tier 6 dust wild boar, although fierce, was naturally herbivorous. It had been attracted by the food from the pet feed store, and after breaking through the concrete wall and eating its fill, it just wanted to lie down and rest. However, the eerie power of the blood moon prevented any creature from sleeping. Humans became restless, and beasts went into a frenzy, attacking indiscriminately. When they couldn't find a target, they rampaged through the city, causing more buildings to collapse and more people to die. The deceased were then transformed into zombies by the blood moon, frantically attacking survivors and other beasts. The dead beasts were even more troublesome, becoming more violent than in life, like uncontrollable killing machines chasing down all living things. A woo! A wolf's howl echoed. For crying out loud, "Are you done yet?" Gu Yuan couldn't help but curse. It was the black bone wolves that had been waiting for him under the building for 2 days and nights, finally seeing him come down. The Wolf King burst out from the barber shop across the street, leading over 100 wolves toward them. Gu Yuan quickly grabbed a tricycle from the roadside. "Long-legged sister, do as I say." "Okay." What do you want me to do? Wei asked in confusion. With legs as long as yours, it'd be a shame not to pedal a tricycle. Gu Yuan jumped onto the cargo tricycle. Pedal, quick. Wei immediately got on the seat and started pedaling. At the same time, Gu Yuan summoned Qixue, transforming it into human form to sit beside him on the tricycle. Turn into that alley. Following Gu Yuan's directions, Wei turned into a narrow alley. The pursuing blackbone wolves were forced into a single file due to the narrow path. Gu Yuan gave Qixue a look. Now, Qixue, use the enchanting eyes. Qixue's enchanting eye precisely targeted the pack of wolves ahead. Under her influence, these black-boned wolves fell into chaos, tearing at each other in the narrow passage. Gu Yuan seized the moment and summoned his other beast, Hongling. This majestic fire-type flying mount spread its wings and performed an agile mid-air stop. Now at level 32 after continuous battles, Hongling suddenly flapped its wings downward, conjuring two fiery tornadoes that incinerated all the frozen black-boned wolves to ashes. Gu Yuan jumped off the tricycle and approached the Wolf King's corpse. To prevent you from turning into zombies, this method is the best, he said, raising his right hand to decompose all the corpses, gaining 60,000 spirit matter points at once. Qixue, you made a mistake. Didn't I tell you to use enchantment to control that Wolf King? Gu Yuan asked. Master, it was a she-wolf. Qixue explained. Damn, but after this battle, she should learn her lesson. Suddenly, a series of deafening crashes and explosions erupted from the north. Gu Yuan turned to see two level 50 king-class beasts engaged in fierce combat in the city. One was the six-dust wild boar from earlier, and the other was a king-class insect fly snake from the Baiyun district mountains. The boar relentlessly thrust its six sharp tusks, trying to pierce its opponent's shell, while the fly snake sprayed acid, attempting to corrode the boar's body. Looks like we'll need to take a detour, Gu Yuan sighed. He explained that the Baiyun district's Baiyun mountain training area was extremely dangerous now. Although there were special beast zones like the Sunken Bone secret realm within the safe zone, the beasts should have been confined to designated areas. These areas were originally training grounds for young beast tamers, but the failure of the enchantment caused the beasts to escape, resulting in the city's dire state. Wei circled around on the tricycle and stopped in front of Gu Yuan. His gaze involuntarily fell on her long legs, covered in tights with several holes. As she pedaled, her slender legs displayed graceful curves, making Gu Yuan swallow hard. Brother, if we take a detour, we'll have to go through the city center. There are many beasts there, so we must be extra careful, Wei reminded. All right, hop on. Wei gestured. Are you addicted to pedaling? Let's switch transportation. Gu Yuan said as Qixue transformed back into her giant white fox form, lying obediently on the ground. This beautiful lady, she's not another survivor you found, but your beast? Wei asked in shock. Level 40? No. Gu Yuan replied as he mounted Qixue, but she's of mythic level. Mythical level. Wei exclaimed. She was speechless with shock when she realized that the young man in front of her was Gu Yuan, the super genius who frequently made headlines in Yangqing. At this moment, Wei was clinging tightly to Gu Yuan's back, her arms wrapped around his waist, as they rode on the back of Qixue. Gu Yuan could feel the softness against his back, and his heart began to race, thinking that this beautiful woman was really too close, almost crushing his jacket. With the ground-level riding combat skill, Qixue's speed was astonishing, making it impossible for ordinary beasts to catch up. In the air, Hongling circled as a guard. If any beasts blocked their path, it would dive at lightning speed, its wings inscribed with meteoric fire rain, obliterating the obstacles and debris before swiftly returning to the sky. Master, there's a survivor running in your direction. Hongling communicated through the Soul Sea. Gu Yuan focused his gaze and saw a level 21 subordinate class wild boar leading 16 level 11 ordinary wild boars, chasing a disheveled young man. Hongling, Gu Yuan commanded. Hongling immediately spun in the air, swooping over the boar group and unleashing a blazing firestorm, the whirlwind of flames instantly engulfing all the boars. The man collapsed on the ground, gasping. I'm saved. I almost died. Looking up at the red shadow passing overhead, he exclaimed, a phoenix? Could it be that guy? Hey, good morning. Gu Yuan stopped in front of the man. Wang Qiao, why aren't you staying at your spiritual herb shop? What are you doing out here? Wang Qiao stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes, trying to hide his disheveled state. As a member of the Wang family, usually surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women, dressed in trendy brands, he now looked pathetic, being chased by a group of wild boars because he didn't have a combat pet. If you want to laugh, just laugh, Wang Qiao said as he tidied his clothes. I'm out here looking for food. Gu Yuan nodded in understanding. The magic array had been damaged for 2 days, and many people had run out of food, forcing them to risk going out to find some. I'm glad you've survived these 2 days. I contacted the military with a satellite phone, Wang Qiao explained. They're busy rescuing the city center and can't spare any people. So, are you planning to find a way to escape? Of course not. The magic array will eventually be repaired. I just need to find enough food to last a month or two. As for water, there's plenty in the warehouse. As long as we hold out until the army fixes the array, we'll be fine. Gu Yuan nodded and used 0.02 spiritual matter to create a pancake, holding it up and asking, Wang Xiao, what do you think this is? Wang Xiao stood frozen in place, his eyes gleaming. Having gone 2 days without a decent meal, he now regarded a sesame cake, which he wouldn't have spared a glance at on a regular day, as a treasure. Gu Yuan, no, brother Gu, please give it to me. I'm starving. Wang Xiao pleaded urgently. With a quick flick of his hand, Gu Yuan hid the sesame cake behind his back. In reality, he had conjured it up in less than a tenth of a second with just a flick of his fingers. Hold on, Wang Xiao, you can't just say it like that. This sesame cake was hard-won from the clutches of a beast. Take a look at the price. People's lives are at stake, and you're talking prices with me. Wang Xiao was so furious he nearly lunged to strangle Gu Yuan. But noticing the sharp gaze of the red-feathered bird perched on the utility pole behind Gu Yuan, he quickly withdrew his hand and awkwardly patted Gu Yuan's shoulder. All right, brother Gu, you're right. I'll pay 50,000 for one. There's no internet now, so you can't transfer money. Do you have 50,000 on you? Gu Yuan asked leisurely. Pills, recipes, rare herbs from your family. Let's discuss. 50,000 worth of herbs for one sesame cake. The words nearly made Wang Xiao faint on the spot. 50,000 for one sesame cake. Even if it were made of gold, it wouldn't sell for that price. Wang Xiao glanced at the distant supermarket, where 3 wolves and 2 tigers were fiercely fighting over a piece of pork, while zombies staggered toward a wild boar carcass on the street. He knew that if he could find food and return to the ventilated safe room, he could avoid these dangers. But if he didn't buy Gu Yuan's sesame cake, he'd have to face this crazy city alone, with no guarantee of finding food, or even surviving if he did. Although he had indeed taken all the precious herbs from the storeroom with his storage ring, if he died, they would be worthless. All right, 50,000 per sesame cake. Give me a month's supply. 3 months' supply. Gu Yuan immediately countered. No, no, no. Wang Xiao quickly waved his hand. The military can fix the magic array in a month or 2 at most. Yes, the military can fix the array in a month or 2. But what does that have to do with me selling you a 3-month supply of sesame cakes? Gu Yuan replied nonchalantly. Wang Xiao felt his heart bleeding. Gu Yuan, aren't you a bandit? You're scarier than a terrorist. The Black Lotus gang should hire you as a consultant at a high price. Seeing Gu Yuan about to leave, Wang Xiao hurriedly grabbed his hand. Don't go, brother. I'll buy it, isn't that enough? And so, for 90 meals a month, a total of 270 sesame cakes for 3 months, Wang Xiao handed over herbs worth 135 million. For Gu Yuan, it was a lucrative deal. A sesame cake required only 0.02 spiritual matter, and even 180 would only consume 3.6 spiritual matter. Meanwhile, the 90 million worth of herbs, once dismantled by his bracelet, yielded nearly 900,000 spiritual matter, instantly boosting his reserves. After parting, Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh as he rode on Shishua. Why are you smiling, little brother? Wei asked, puzzled by the inexplicable grin on Gu Yuan's face. Nothing, just remembered something happy. Gu Yuan replied casually. Is your wife pregnant? Wei teased, tilting her head, familiar with this internet joke. No, I've been single for 18 years. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao had already returned to the storeroom. He took out the pancake Gu Yuan had given him, lit a spiritual flame to heat it, and opened a bottle of mineral water. Gu Yuan, I'll get back at you for this, he muttered angrily. Suddenly, a nauseating smell hit his nose. He took a bite of the pancake and nearly spat it out, but knowing it was worth 500,000 each, he forced himself to swallow the durian-flavored pancake, tears and snot streaming down his face. Gu Yuan, damn you, Wang Xiao cursed. They're all filled with durian. Realizing he had to coexist with these durian pancakes in the storeroom for a month, eating them every day, he was on the verge of collapse. At the same time, at the origin of the blood moon's radiance, members of the Black Lotus gang gathered around a magic circle. Hyre Mola approached, frowning. There's a problem. This magic circle isn't achieving the expected effect. Impossible, sir. I swapped this from Hanhua. Lin Bo explained respectfully, head lowered. Red light flickered in Hyre Mola's eyes under his cloak as he grabbed Lin Bo by the throat and lifted him. Fool. Are you questioning me? Sir, I really didn't lie to you. Lin Bo gasped, nearly suffocating. You'd better not dare. Hyre Mola tossed him aside. The effect of the black crystal pearl is half as strong as when used by Sher Siming in the past. These zombies have no intelligence, no lingering souls, they're just lifeless shells. Perhaps being buried too long caused them to erode, Lin Bo said, rubbing his neck and gasping for air. The blood moon's effect of gathering souls is still there. The most important task now is to retrieve the transforming coffin so you can contract your 8th spirit beast. The K squad is wiped out, Hyre Mola stated coldly. What? Song Ying is dead. Lin Bo exclaimed angrily. This Gu Yuan, along with Pluto Yang and Wang Fenghua, has taken out our three great generals. Even Interpol hasn't caused us such losses. I'll notify the reserve team to track him online and deal with him myself. No, your task is still to find the key. It's not time to reveal yourself yet. Hyray Mola smiled wickedly. You don't know yet, do you? The Blood Moon's effect isn't just creating ordinary zombies. If the resentment is strong enough. In the Huangpu district's abandoned meat processing plant under the Blood Moon's glow, a pair of sharp claws suddenly pierced the iron gate, tearing it to shreds. A female zombie, stitched together from various scraps of meat, crawled out. She had no skin or clothes, her body a bloody mess. Yet her voluptuous figure was vaguely visible. Her claws were as sharp as blades, her mouth stretched to her neck, filled with fangs. She let out a piercing howl to the sky. Gu Yuan, I won't let you go even in death. Gu Yuan and Wei Yi rode on the back of Qixue, the white figure darting past the Yangqing Tower like an arrow. The towering and magnificent structure was reflected in the calm waters of the Pearl River, creating a striking contrast with the fleeting silhouette of the white fox. Suddenly, Wei Yi tightly grasped Gu Yuan's arm. Brother, I have a favor to ask. Gu Yuan turned his head and asked, what is it? Wei Yi lowered her head slightly, her voice pleading. Can we go to number 3 high school? I have another brother there. Tisk. Gu Yuan clicked his tongue. Qixue is already at its limit carrying 2 people, and we have to deal with so many attacking beasts. I know, but I can't leave my brother behind, Wei Yu insisted. Gu Yuan took out his phone to check the last chat logs. Before the internet went down, Bullethead had sent a video showing tiger-shaped beasts attacking the Hunter Tavern, with a few people in black cloaks holding a map and plotting something. The map marked landmarks in Yangqing: the Grand Theater, the Iron Tower, the Pearl River Bridge, the Twin Towers, and several beast academies and high schools. The Black Lotus might attack Anjia. That was the last message received on February 3rd, but unfortunately, Gu Yuan only saw it on February 5th, too late. However, number 3 high school was indeed marked on the map. Is number 3 high school a strategic location? Gu Yuan shook his head. Damn it, I don't want to stay here a minute longer. Forget about everything. Suddenly, a series of loud crashes echoed. Gu Yuan looked back to see a skinless zombie, bloody and raw, madly pursuing them. Its muscles were grotesque, its howls piercing, and it was powerful enough to fling multi-ton trucks aside. What is that thing? Gu Yuan muttered, being chased yet again, whether by humans, beasts, or these monstrous beings. Han Ling swooped down from the sky, spewing heavenly flames. Even as the zombie was engulfed in fire, its flesh melting in the intense heat, it continued forward. More terrifying, its melting flesh was rapidly regenerating, completely ignoring Han Ling's attack. Eyes locked on Gu Yuan. Damn, it's not an ordinary zombie. Gu Yuan leaped from Qixue's back. Qixue, cover me. Qixue raised its head, unleashing the Earth-level combat skill, Frozen World, instantly freezing the skinless zombie. Seizing the moment, Gu Yuan pressed his right hand against the zombie's chest. Disassemble. The bracelet activated, and within a second, Gu Yuan's spiritual substance surged by 1,000,000. A million, Gu Yuan thought gleefully. However, the skinless zombie did not fully dissipate, leaving only a hollow in its chest where it had been disassembled. Even though she was immobilized, the rest of her body could still move. A gruesome gash appeared on her neck, spewing out a vial. Purple toxin. This was clearly the venomous strike technique. Gu Yuan swiftly dodged backward with agility. The danger wasn't over yet. The skinless zombie's body began to spin rapidly, and countless thin black spikes erupted from its surface, shooting out in all directions like a torrential rain. Gu Yuan was forced to draw his Tang sword, slashing and blocking repeatedly. Even more shocking, the hollow in the zombie's chest regenerated flesh in the blink of an eye, restoring itself completely. Gu Yuan activated the Eye of the Netherworld to investigate, and his heart chilled. This wasn't an ordinary zombie. It was a Blood Moon wraith, transformed by the heaviest grievances under the Blood Moon. Such entities could absorb the traits and combat skills of other zombies for their own use. Gu Yuan, even as a ghost, I won't let you go. The skinless zombie turned its head, releasing an ear-piercing screech. Gu Yuan glanced at his bracelet and instantly understood the situation. This creature had absorbed all the corpses along the way into its body, and the spiritual material content exceeded 1,000,000. The bracelet's disassembly speed was only 100,000 per second, unable to obliterate it instantly, giving it a chance to retaliate. However, on second thought, this was actually beneficial. Originally, he couldn't possibly disassemble the entire city's worth of zombies and spirits. Now, with this creature absorbing them all and presenting itself, it saved him a lot of trouble. If he could completely disassemble it, the amount of spiritual material gained might reach millions, even tens of millions. At that moment, the zombie straightened its body, countless tendrils extending from within to engulf all surrounding zombies into itself. Among them was the corpse of a female high school student. After absorbing this body, it began to reshape. White skin covered its entire form, and though its skeletal and muscular structure rendered it unrecognizable, Gu Yuan knew that face all too well. Song Yingying. Now, Song Yingying had blood-red eyes, was completely naked, and black liquid dripped from her mouth, exuding an aura of sinister allure. Gu Yuan sighed inwardly. Even in death, this woman refused to let go. With a sharp scream, Song Yingying's spiritual material content surged, and she launched herself like a cannonball, pinning Gu Yuan inside a BMW. Her long legs straddled his waist, her fingers adorned with razor-sharp, 10-centimeter-long nails, and her pale hands made Gu Yuan's heart shiver. Just as Gu Yuan's right hand, equipped with the nail shadow gauntlet, was about to fire, Song Yingying pressed him down with immense force, causing the bullet to veer off and hit the car's speaker. The eerie music began to play. A Zhun fell in love with a Chong on a starless night. Song Yingying leaned over, pinning Gu Yuan's hands to the leather seat, her full chest pressed against his. Gu Yuan watched helplessly as her face drew nearer, her soft lips inching closer to his. Finally caught you, you can't escape now. Song Yingying's trembling voice echoed, filled with a longing, a desire that only Gu Yuan could satisfy. Gu Yuan looked at Song Yingying's mouth. Despite her being annoying, she was once his first love. Her looks were still appealing, especially her delicate, pink lips that had a youthful charm, as beautiful as peach blossoms. As those peach blossom lips moved closer to him, Gu Yuan was stunned. Actually, Hongling's lips were also quite attractive, but perhaps due to her fiery nature or some other reason, her lips were a deep red, more like those of a queen, unlike Song Yingying's girlish peach blossom hue. But just then, Song Yingying's delicate lips suddenly gaped wide, as if splitting open, extending down to her neck and turning outward. Inside was a stench and bloodiness, with rows of sharp teeth, each the size of a pinky finger. She was about to bite his head off. Red, Hongling, help! Gu Yuan shouted as Hongling, like a fighter jet, swooped down rapidly, her claws gripping Song Yingying's shoulders, propelling her forward at high speed, repeatedly slamming her body down. Seeing Hongling pin Song Yingying down, Gu Yuan rushed up, pressing his right hand on her shoulder. Disassemble. 1 second, 2 seconds. Aya! With Song Yingying's screams, she finally stopped moving, deflating like an empty shell, lying lifeless on the ground. Her spiritual matter, a total of 1.47 million, had been disassembled. Finally solved. Thanks for your over 2 million spiritual matter. Gu Yuan turned to leave. Master, are you alright? Hongling, having taken human form, held Gu Yuan's right hand, examining it closely. Gu Yuan felt a chill, turned his wrist over, and removed the shadow claw to find corpse poison. Beneath the shadow claw was a fine claw mark, black and penetrating the skin. He had never refined such a potion before. Gu Yuan had disassembled many types of potions to be ready for emergencies, but he had never dealt with corpse poison. So, he turned to Sanzhong and said, find a safe place. I need to refine medicine. Upon hearing this, Wei looked at Gu Yuan, warmth filling her heart. Could this be all for her? She smiled and said, thank you, don't worry, we won't stay long. And so, Gu Yuan and Wei entered Sanzhong together. The last time Gu Yuan was here, the place was filled with youthful energy, bustling with lively crowds. But now, it was silent, with zombies swaying in the hallways and on the playground. Master, northwest, about 600 steps, the third dormitory building. Gu Yuan heard Hongling's voice in his soul sea and quickly headed to the third dormitory building. Outside this building were numerous sharp spikes arranged in a web-like pattern. Earth-level battle technique. It seems students who weren't recruited individually used their skills to form a protective net here, guarding against beast and zombie attacks. Gu Yuan remarked. Wei felt a glimmer of hope, realizing that there might be survivors hiding in the dormitory area. Her brother could still be alive. Don't get your hopes up too high, Gu Yuan cautioned. A lot of people died outside, and there's no guarantee your brother is in there. Wei nodded at his words. Suddenly, Qishua leaped over the spiked barricades and landed in the garden of the dormitory building. A beast has jumped in. It's huge and has white skin. It looks really strong. Wait, someone's riding Ito or survivors. A group of high school students quickly surrounded them, wielding makeshift weapons fashioned from metal table legs and assuming defensive stances. However, upon seeing Gu Yuan, they relaxed. In the crowd, Wei spotted a small-framed boy who seemed shorter than the others. Wei Feng, you're alive, she exclaimed, running over to embrace him. He was her only blood relative left, and she couldn't imagine what she'd do if he had died too. Sister, you're alive. What about mom and dad? Wei paused but then resolutely replied. They're gone. The siblings embraced under the blood-red moonlight, their tears adding a warmth to the cold atmosphere. Others around them expressed their envy and longing for their own families, lamenting the loss of their past lives. Gu Yuan felt a pang of sympathy, but quickly retreated to a quiet dorm room to concoct an antidote pill. After consuming it, the poison in his right hand began to subside. Just then, festive music started playing outside. Gu Yuan stepped out, puzzled by the noise. What's going on? Don't you know loud sounds could attract beasts? Don't worry, said a tattooed young man with a rooster comb hairstyle, arms crossed. We've got Brother Tian looking out for us, so we're not afraid. Brother Tian? Who's that? Gu Yuan asked, confused. You don't know? He's our leader, Lin Tian, with a soul power of 602 spirit beasts. He even applied to Dongguan Beast Academy. He passed the skill test, but didn't get in because too many people chose the spirit medicine department, and he failed the written exam. Gu Yuan felt a shadow over his heart at the mention of Dongguan Beast University and the spirit medicine department. So what now? Brother Tian is getting married to Chun Wenwen today, on this auspicious day. You should join us. You might even get a bun to eat. Brother Tian is the boss here now. The students eagerly flattered Brother Tian, while making crude remarks about Chun Wenwen's figure. Chun Wenwen, Gu Yuan thought, recognizing another familiar name. She's getting married and didn't invite me? Sensing something was off, he went to check on her. He found Chun Wenwen in tears, sitting in a small room with swollen eyes. Why is this happening? Is there no law anymore? Someone save me, anyone, she cried, angrily throwing a pillow towards the door. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.